Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 CD Chapter 370. They're all undercover Kirigakure conference room. Sir, our position in this war has not been made clear yet. What is our goal? The assistant of 3rd Mizukage looked at 3rd Mizukage and asked. Ask about the future 4th generation project. 3rd Mizukage smiled and looked at a figure sitting over there. The figure had his back to everyone, holding a cigarette in his hand. He raised his hand and took a puff. I saw a crouching dragon tattooed on that hand. The man threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stepped hard on the shoes he was wearing. That must be Konoha, the man said calmly as he slowly turned his chair. Lost position. What do you think? 3rd Mizukage looked at the figure in front of him. Although he had a headache, he finally gave it up. This child escaped from Konoha and was an orphan taken away by Kakuzu. I heard that he had been subjected to various horrific punishments in Konoha for several years. The tattoos on his body were all covering up the scars of the past. I heard Shichong say that all the food he ate were those that had been fed to pigs and then pulled out by the pigs. He slept on the dirt floor of Konoha's 18th floor cell, and he wore clothes that the prisoners had not washed for 3 years, and they were subjected to all kinds of torture every day. The 3rd Mizukage was heartbroken when he heard this. Fortunately, he escaped and showed his talents that were different from ordinary people. He defeated the 7 mist shinobi ninja swordsmen, overwhelmed in some aspects. Shikura's strength, character, and the support of the mist shinobi ninja sword 7 made him instantly designated by the 3rd Mizukage as the 4th generation target. When this war is over, give way to him. Konoha? Konoha is at its peak now, can we defeat it? 3rd generation asked in confusion. You go your own way. He pulls up his pants. You have a background, I have my story. It's not very hard, but don't touch it. Shi Kang touched the tattooed Tianyan on his head and said lightly. Speak English. If we can't fight them head on, we can attack them from the side and sneak attack them. They are fighting Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi this time. They will definitely need supplies. We will sneak attack their supply troops, Shi Kang said calmly. After they were harassed by us and defeated, we are closing in on the army. 3rd Mizukage understood instantly. Brother, you are so bad. I like it so much, the only woman among the 7 people standing behind Shichong said with a starry face. You can call me bad, but I'm not your type. Lin Shinyu Yuli, eldest brother knows what you're like, ha ha ha. The 7 people laughed. Advertisement, Lin Shinyu Yuli. You can love someone to the dust, but no one loves you in the dust. Even if you treat him with all your heart and soul, you will only touch yourself in the end. Loquat Juzang said slowly. If you are a person, there will be people cheering you everywhere. If you are a loser, you will be looked down upon by people everywhere. A good-looking person will find you ugly, but an interesting soul will find you vulgar. When walking, watch the road and speak to your heart. Brother is not a roadside fortune teller. I can't tell you what you want to hear. The 7 people all said their own things. Losing positions. Hurry up and take care of them. 3rd Mizukage rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Are these things popular in Mist Shinobi now? Yesterday's sun can never dry today's clothes. Don't always mention yourself yesterday. You have to understand that things are different now. Shut up, let's go, Shi Kang said calmly. Looking at the backs of the 8 people, 3rd Mizukage sighed. From now on, Kirigakure will be left to them. Tisk, why does it feel a bit unreliable? Halfway through, Shi Kang took out his cell phone and sent a message to someone. I have an informant in Konoha who has provided us with information. If you go to the east about 3 kilometers, you will see a supply team. Also, don't kill anyone. Let them report back and let them know that we are with them. We are active on the supply route to achieve our goal of intimidating Konoha. Shi Kang said slowly. Us? Where are you, brother? Loquat Juzang asked doubtfully. I'm going to take revenge. Shichong's eyes were full of anger and he left here after saying that. Don't go. Brother has suffered so many years in Konoha, let him go. Life must be cool, but you must have an attitude. Loquat Juzang stopped everyone who was about to follow and sighed. After losing the position and leaving here, his appearance immediately changed. Uncle Dave. I'm back. Shichong looked at the figure waiting for him over there and shouted excitedly. Lost position, you are suffering there. Dave hugged lost position and sighed. It's not bitter. After all, I want revenge, and I still have the task given to me by Uncle Dave. It's not bitter at all. Shichong shook his head. Don't worry, you will be the 4th Mizukage soon. When you become the Mizukage and kill the 3rd generation, we will reach cordial cooperation with your Mist Shinobi. Our 2 villages will be one family by then, and you won't have to suffer, Dave said with a sigh. Advertisement, Uncle. Am I going to be like this all the time? Shi Kang asked doubtfully. Well, you are the 4th Mizukage soon. The people of Kirigakure need you. Besides, after all, you were born there, it is your home after all. Lost position did not speak. Suddenly, several more figures arrived. Shi Kang, you're here too, a red-haired girl asked happily. Yi Kang, why are you here too? Shichong asked in surprise. There are us, too, the people following him laughed. Luosha, Gurioro, hunting, by Wooden Golem, why are you here? Guiking was extremely surprised. Haha, we all received news from Uncle Dave. I heard that you were about to become the 4th Mizukage. Congratulations, Luosha said with a raised eyebrow. Hey, you're being humble, 4th case cage. Hee hee hee, the 2 teenagers laughed. Dave looked at the 5 people in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The orphans he had created are now high-level officials in each village. Well, not bad. The 4 major villages still don't know that their top leaders are from Konoha. Everyone reunited, and on the other side. Stop, we are the 7 Kirigakure ninja swordsmen. These 7 are the 7 with beards cut off that Master Jijibo mentioned. Do they look like gangsters? The delivery men who were delivering supplies discussed in low voices. Hey, what are you talking about? Come on, let's show them off, Loquat Juzang shouted loudly. I saw 6 people tearing off their clothes directly. Lin Yuyu didn't take off his clothes, revealing the ferocious tattoo. The atmosphere is a bit awkward, you said, why doesn't that woman take off her clothes? Chapter 371 Jiraiya. No, you don't need to prepare. Sanagakure battlefield. Kimima, can you lead a team of ninjas to this place and block their supply routes? Tsukumo pointed to a certain place on the map and said slowly. Kimima, what are you doing? Tsukumo shouted twice more and asked in confusion. I'm looking at the document Kakuzu's father sent me, Kimima said, looking at his phone thoughtfully. Uncle Kakuzu's documents. What documents? How to gain greater benefits from post-war negotiations. You bring someone over to me now, immediately, right away. Tsukumo had a headache. Okay, Junma nodded helplessly. What about me, Tsukumo? I want to go to the battlefield too. Might Dai asked excitedly when he saw Kimima's leaving figure. You wait for the main battlefield. Kimima has higher mobility than you, so he wants to harass the enemy behind, Tsukumo explained. Ah. Okay, Kimima led a team of ninjas to where Tsukumo said and waited. Sniper, Kimima took out the walkie-talkie. Snipers are in position, over. A voice came from a tree 8,000 meters away. Landmine. The mines have been laid, over, check ammunition. Fully equipped with ammunition, over, ever since, everyone had an AK in hand and waited quietly. Captain, how do we know the supply route of San Shinobi? Maybe he was too bored to wait, a ninja next to Kimima asked. For that, you have to ask Sanagakure's 4th case gauge, Kimima smiled mysteriously. At the beginning of the war, basically all the old bottoms in the 4 major villages were overturned. Not to mention the supply routes, he even knew exactly what kind of toilet paper the cage in the village used in the toilet. Here we come, be quiet. Suddenly, there was a sound in the distance. Advertisement. Everyone held their breath and stared at this group of people with wide eyes, slowly walking to the area where the mines were placed. When the leading personnel stepped on the first mine. Hit. Junma ordered. I saw people standing up in the grass instantly, wearing leaf camouflage uniforms, holding AK-47s in their hands, shooting at everyone. This battle only happened in an instant, and the leader was an extremely elite old Jonin. He stayed away as soon as he heard the faint sound of the mines under his feet. Looking at the escaping figure over there, Junma smiled and took out the walkie-talkie. Sniper, okay captain. Roll your eyes. This sniper is a member of the Hyuga clan. Because of the special characteristics of the Byakugan, he does not even need a scope when using a sniper rifle. Pong, captain. One of the escaping enemy personnel has been eliminated, over. Moreover, among Konoha's combat readiness forces, basically all Hyuga clan ninjas are snipers with rich experience. Especially the 2 rookies, Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hizashi, are called the sniper twins in the village because of their terrifying close combat capabilities, as well as their Byakugan reconnaissance and sniper abilities. After a gunshot, the battle ended completely. The entire battle lasted less than 1 minute, it was so fast. Tsukumo, the first battle is over, a complete victory. I will arrange for people to deliver the supplies to your camp later. Well, thank you for your hard work. Move the perspective to the Rain Shinobi village battlefield. Old brother Orochimaru, Hiyashi and Hizashi, carrying a sniper rifle on their backs, stood in front of Orochimaru in high spirits. Hiyashi, Hizashi, I believe in your sniper ability. Therefore, when there is a big battle, you must seize the opportunity and shoot at the opponent's elite personnel. You do not want to hit the vital points and kill them, but just want to hinder them. At the end of the battle, just shoot at the defeated enemies. Orochimaru said calmly. Yes, brother Orochimaru. Okay, you guys go find a hiding place first. The battle will begin soon, Orochimaru nodded. After the 2 left, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked in. Orochimaru. Are you crazy? You want the 3 of us to fight 1,000 people on the opposite side? Jiraiya roared with a trembling voice. What? Are you weak? There are only 8,000 people. Orochimaru smiled faintly and walked out of the tent after speaking. Perform well, Jiraiya, don't lose to us. Tsunade laughed and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Advertisement. Jiraiya looked at the backs of the 2 people and secretly made up his mind. A few hours later, the 3 of them looked at the 1,000 ninjas in front of them. Orochimaru's eyes were shining, Tsunade's eyes were full of excitement, and Jiraiya swallowed and mustered up his courage. Where are the people of Konoha? Just the 3 of you, shouted one of the leaders of Rain Shinobi village. Do we need many people to deal with you? Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Huh? The 4 gangsters of Konoha? Konoha village, a certain Hokage, a certain Uchiha clan leader, a certain mediocre handsome guy, and a certain Anbu minister sneezed at the same time. Well, those 4 people. Of course I can't compare to, and I don't dare to compare. Orochimaru scratched his head. Stop talking nonsense, since you three are seeking death, I won't stop you, come on. 1,000 people rushed towards the three people. Orochimaru gestured with his hands behind his back. Far away. Brother Orochimaru sent the signal, Hizashi, fight. There were 2 huge gunshots, and the man who yelled just now and a sidekick were shot in the head. No. They still have people. Be careful. Seeing that the leader died in such a miserable state, the remaining 998 people shuddered. Sorry, you realized it too late. Orochimaru smiled coldly and began to form seals with his hands. Summoning technique. Self-destructing infantry snake. I saw thousands of little snakes springing out from the formation under Orochimaru's hand. Each of the little snakes held a grenade in their mouths and rushed towards everyone in the place. Summoning technique. Mecha Katsuyu. Tsunade saw Orochimaru taking action, so he couldn't let himself go. I saw a Katsuyu who was dozens of meters tall appeared in the field. Tsunade jumped up, held the Gatling on Katsuyu's head with both hands, and started shooting. Katsuyu wears a laser goggles, and the 2 red lasers are so conspicuous in the field. Jiraiya looked at the people from behind and was dumbfounded. He had just completed the seal. When did these 2 people become so strong? Little Jiraiya, you summoned us here, are you going to use Sage Mode? Well, it seems that the battle is not small, we need some time to prepare, little Jiraiya? Fukasaku and Shima Sennin appeared. No. You don't have to prepare. Go back. I'll activate Sage Mode and this battle is over. Chapter 372. Lost Position. Understood. Under fire coverage, 1,000 people did not last more than 3 minutes. Even if someone tried to escape, they were killed by precise snipers from Hizashi and Hiyashi from behind. Konoha Plaza. Good fight. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru is so powerful, so powerful. Yes, and Tsunade is playing well too. Well, there are also the sniper twins of my Hyuga clan. They really make our Hyuga clan look good. Am I the only one paying attention to that white-haired guy? What's the use of summoning 2 old toads? Because the battle was broadcast live, the villagers gathered in the square early in the morning, and now the square is blocked. In the Hokage building, Dave, what do you think of Orochimaru? Danzo asked as he and Dave were in the office, watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones. What do you mean? Want to retire? Dave asked with a smile. Well, that's almost it, Danzo said calmly. Orochimaru is okay. He has a gentler temperament than Tsukumo, but he just doesn't have the qualifications. But after the war, the qualifications are almost the same, and Tsukumo has been designated by Hiruzen as the next Anbu minister, which is good. Dave touched his chin and said. Well, then I'll just work hard for a few years. Orochimaru is still a bit young. Just wait for him to grow up for a few years. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Pong, at this moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open. Who is it? I wonder if this is the office of my master and his apprentice. The master has done a good job. It just so happens that this door has been there for several years. I am worried that there is no reason to change it. Danzo was about to curse when he saw Hashirama and Madara coming in. The words changed instantly. Dave, send me a sniper. What? Watching Madara and Hashirama leave Konoha each carrying a sniper. Dave and Danzo had a headache. They knew they couldn't stay idle. On the way. Hashirama, do you want to compete? Madara asked with a faint smile. Oh, what kind of comparison? Hashirama was immediately interested. Advertisement, I'll go to Rain Shinobi, you go to Sand Shinobi, and see who kills more. You can only use sniper rifles, and you're not allowed to use chakra. How about that? Okay, I'll take the first step. Summoning technique. Lamborghini. Madara laughed and took out a scroll. When the smoke cleared, a red streamlined sports car appeared in front of Madara. Madara put on her sunglasses, put the sniper rifle in the trunk, got into the driver's seat, whistled to Hashirama, and then left it to Hashirama. A back view. Hey, what are you pretending to be? It's like I don't have anything. Hashirama muttered, and then took out a scroll from his waist. Summoning technique. Take away E-Donkey. HMPH. My little electric donkey is still faster than him. Hashirama hummed twice, mounted the little electric donkey, carried a sniper rifle on his back, and rode leisurely on the path. It's not that Hashirama doesn't want to run fast, but the top speed of this little E-Donkey is only 20. Halfway through. Damn, I forgot to charge it again. Hashirama fell to the ground stunned. The lost position returned to the 7 people, and the 7 people instantly felt confident. Shichong looked at the supply team in front of him and nodded slightly. The leader of the supply team also nodded. Brother, tell me, what should we do, kill him directly or not? Muri Jinpachi said slowly. If we don't kill people, our purpose is to intimidate them. Lokwa Juzang, have you brought the things I asked you to bring? Shi Kang turned around and asked. Brother, you ordered me to carry it with me all the time. Lokwa Juzang nodded. Okay. Then let them see our momentum. Lokwa Juzo put down the thing covered with black cloth that he was carrying on his back. Then Juzo opened the black cloth, and there was a stereo inside. Show them. Rhythmic music slowly sounded from the speakers, and the 8 people put their hands together. Then, open your hands, into a flower shape. The 8 people lowered their heads, raised their hands above them, and kept swaying. Advertisement. The moment he lowered his head, Shi Kang winked at the leader of the supply team. The moment the leader understood. Ah, such a powerful aura. No, it's too scary, too scary. The leader wailed first and ran out in a panic. The rest of the people also showed off their superb acting skills one after another and left here. Brother, did we really scare them? Lin Yu asked after swallowing. Of course. We have been practicing flower handshaking for more than 10 years, is it in vain? Shichong nodded confidently. Really? Lin Yu was a little unsure. Then he pointed to a delivery boy who hadn't left yet and took a photo of them to send to WeChat Moments. Ahem, now that our goal has been achieved, let's send these supplies back first. I guess they won't have anyone coming to send supplies in the past 2 days. Shikong quickly changed the subject. He will have to tell Uncle Dave later. When looking for an actor, you have to find someone with superb acting skills. So what kind of person is it that takes photos and posts them on WeChat Moments? The 7 nodded and returned to Miss Shinobi with the supplies. Looking at the pile of supplies covered with black cloth in front of him, Third Cage felt more and more that letting Miku lead Miss Shinobi was the best choice. Ha ha ha, in this battle, I, Miss Shinobi, have the right time, place, and right people. We are the final winners. Third Mizukage laughed wildly. Come on, what are you doing? These are important strategic materials for Konoha. Let me see what they have, Mizukage said quickly. 7 people helped lift the black cloth, and there were all big boxes inside. Could it be that these are all medical supplies? Juzang, please open one and take a look. Third Generation muttered in confusion. Juzang nodded and opened each box, and then, silence. Juzang, talk, what's inside? Third Generation, so what? Come and see for yourself. Third Generation slowly walked forward, then, the atmosphere fell into silence. You said, in this war, did they use this thing? Third Mizukage was silent for a while, then took out a small thing marked with an ultra-thin label from the box, and asked slowly. It's possible. Think about it, Lord Third Generation. According to Konoha's current strength, the Hokage must be floating around. I have spies in Konoha, and many ninjas have brought their relatives there. If you don't fight this war for a few years, you'll understand. Loneliness and all that. Shi Kang remembered what Dave had said to him before and hurriedly said. Humph, Konoha, it's so rampant. Shikong, you're doing a great job, keep going. I want to see how they spend their empty nights in the next few years. Yes. Chapter 373 Madara's Performance Rain Shinobi Village Battlefield. Orochimaru looked at Madara approaching with a sniper and had a headache. When is the next battle? Madara asked calmly. Grandpa Madara, it should be quite some time before the next battle. After all, they were beaten a bit too hard last time, Tsunade said helplessly on the side. Then there are no enemies? Madara asked somewhat unhappily. He had agreed to compete with Hashirama. Maybe now Hashirama has started killing people, but there is still no progress on her side. How can this work? Yes, after that battle, Hanzo was still fighting against the Iron Kingdom, so he had no time to take care of this side. Now he only sends a few small teams to harass us from time to time, but they are all beaten by Hizashi and Hiyashi. Kill? Orochimaru said after thinking for a while. Well, call Hizashi and Hiyashi back and leave them to me. Madara came here, drove Hiyashi and Hizashi away, and squatted on the tree alone with a sniper. Boss, not one of the people who came here came back alive. Be careful of an ambush, a Chunin follower reminded him after swallowing his saliva. HMPH, an ambush is nothing, let them come out. This time we brought 200 people. The previous ones were all feigned attacks to dispel their vigilance. This time we rushed into the 200 people directly from their rear. Ambush? We'll catch them off guard, the leader Jonin said disdainfully. Madara heard their conversation and smiled lightly. If those 2 brats from the Hyuga clan were here, they might suffer loss, but now I am here. Madara closed her left eye, aimed her right eye at the sight, and then pressed the trigger. Jonin, the leader who was talking nonsense just now, died instantly with a headshot. Be careful. Ambush. The little follower shivered hard when he saw the leader in front of him was instantly shot in the head. Madara smiled faintly and aimed at those hiding behind the trees. The special chakra armor-piercing bullets he brought were capable of penetrating even 10 trees. Ah! The little follower screamed in fright when he saw that several people hiding in a tree next to him were also shot in the head. Boss, we have locked the enemy's position. It should be on the tree 300 meters away. At this time, a Chunin hunched over and said quickly. The little follower was stunned. Then you damn hurry up and bring someone over there. Why are you so stunned? Try to capture him alive if you can. He should be using a ninja tool. I don't believe he can carry hundreds of ninja tools. The little follower gave him a loud bang. Advertisement Chunin nodded aggrievedly and called on the remaining 100 or so people to slowly approach Madara's position. Madara took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket and chewed it, shooting at the enemies walking towards him. Everyone is only 300 meters away from Madara. If they want to capture Madara alive, they can only sneak past slowly. At this time, 300 meters, in the eyes of everyone, is 3 kilometers away. In the end, only 100 of the 200 people reached Madara's location. While Madara was changing the magazine, everyone took a breather. Brothers, charge. He has no ninja tools. The little follower stood up and shouted. Madara had just replaced the magazine and was about to fire a few more shots. Suddenly, Madara noticed an unmanned camera flying next to him. He forgot that this was live broadcast to the people of Konoha. Madara smiled evilly, jumped down from the tree, picked up dust on the ground with 2 fingers, and wiped 2 strokes of camouflage on her face. Madara shouldered the sniper rifle and took out the pistol from her trouser leg. Come on! Person number 100 saw Madara's shadow, and rushed toward Madara, screaming. Madara didn't care, and kept running through the jungle to deal fatal blows to the enemy. With that ghostly figure, everyone couldn't even see clearly what Madara looked like. A dragon player was observing under the tree, his hands were in a knotted shape, and he was looking around nervously. Suddenly, there was movement behind him. Water style. Water whip. A water whip hit the past, but there was nothing. Before the actor could react, he suddenly felt a little cold on his neck. He reached out and touched it. It turned out to be a trace of blood. Before the actor could say anything, he suddenly lost his breath. Madara holds a pistol in her right hand and a dagger in her left hand, scurrying back and forth between the jungles, killing enemies from time to time. Soon, the 100th person was beaten by Madara, and only the last 2 people were left. No fight, no fight. Ghost. Ghost. The little follower had been hiding from the beginning to the end. At this moment, he could no longer stand the depressing atmosphere and fled away howling in terror. Advertisement. Madara glanced lightly and threw out the dagger in her hand. The dagger kept waving in the air and finally penetrated the opponent's heart. There was only 1 person left crawling on the ground without making any noise. Seeing that Madara didn't move, he thought he had successfully hidden himself and hurriedly crawled towards where he came from. Madara took out the pistol. Tisk. There was no ammunition left. Forget it, I was too lazy to change it. Then he took out a sniper rifle from behind and shot into the sky. Madara's Rinnegan simultaneously emitted a purple light. I saw a small black hole slowly appearing in the sky, and bullets were shot into it. The man was lying on the ground. Suddenly, he found a black hole in front of his face. He was stunned for a second, and a bullet shot out of it and hit his head. 200 people, wipe them all out. Find someone to clean the battlefield and wait for the next batch of guests, over. Madara took out the walkie-talkie and said calmly. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Madara glanced at the camera lightly, and then only left her back to the camera. Konoha Plaza. Ah! Shocking shouts erupted in the square. Madara-sama is so handsome, so handsome. Is this how you get stronger when you are old? Ah. When had the villagers ever seen such a passionate scene? 1 person was against 200, and he didn't even use ninjutsu. It was so cool. On the way to Sanagakure. Damn it, you let Madara pretend again. Hashirama was also watching on his mobile phone. He understood that Madara's last look roughly meant, what about you, Hashirama? Drive. Piggy. We have to get there quickly. Hashirama's legs were sandwiched between the takeout piglets seated under the seat, shouted. Piggy glanced at Hashirama in displeasure, then. Oh, you're running the wrong way. You're running the wrong way. That's the quagmire over there, the quagmire. Ah. Chapter 374. Hashirama. I won't let you down. Sanagakure battlefield. Sakumo looked at a clay figure standing in front of him, a question mark on one end. Who are you? Hashirama, I'm here to help you, Hashirama said with his chest puffed out. How can you help? Sakumo has a headache. I'll ask the teacher what's going on later. No, I am a very good sniper. Hashirama pointed to the sniper rifle behind him. Then you go to this location first to find Kimima. He should need you there. Sakumo pointed to Kimima's location on the map. Don't worry, Sakumo. Watching Hashirama leave, Sakumo quickly sent a message to Dave asking. The explanation he got was to let him mess around, and he would be back after a few days. Konoha. The Kingdom of Iron sent a message, asking us to send out ninjas to help them deal with Hanzo of the Salamander, Danzo said, looking at the letter in his hand. Let's go, but we're not going, Dave said with a shrug. Then who do you want to send? Danzo asked. Don't worry about this. How did he get the title of demigod? Let him reflect on it. Then Dave walked out and sent a message to something. A professional feces removal black Zetsu. War? Help. No, I'm busy here. Shuebi, who loves growing vegetables. You won't go? Forget it, I'll go find George. After helping the Iron Kingdom this time, we will establish a good relationship with the Iron Kingdom in the future. If there is any business there. A professional feces removal black Zetsu. Come on, shut up, I'll go. Okay, someone is here, so you don't have to worry about it, Dave said to Danzo with a smile. Danzo is confused. Back to Hashirama's perspective. Grandpa Hashirama, why are you here? Kimima looked at Hashirama arriving in front of him and asked in confusion. I'm here to help you. How are you? When will the enemy arrive? Hashirama asked excitedly. Well, the supply team has already set off. Because of the ambush last time, this time they added 100 people to escort the supplies. Kimima said truthfully after receiving the message from Luo Sha. Huh? Only 100 people? Hashirama was a little disappointed. Madara had already killed 200 people, why did he only come with 100 people? Advertisement, then. Junma stopped talking. You can lead your people back first. Leave these 100 people to me. Hashirama promised, patting his chest. But, stop it, hurry up, when they come, I will start the operation. It will be bad if you affect my operation then, Hashirama interrupted. Kimima finally received Sakumo's message and retreated first, but just hid somewhere not far from Hashirama. Hashirama followed Madara's example, climbed a tree, and put 2 camouflage stripes on his face. Then, Hashirama nodded solemnly to the camera. Watch my performance. Boss, the person who sent the supplies before was not here. He should be someone from Konoha. I'm afraid there is an ambush here. The sound of communication came slowly. Be careful. Although we brought 100 people with us this time, we still have to be careful. Everyone, be on guard. Hashirama excitedly aimed the scope at the leader's head. Then, pull the trigger. Pong, enemy attack, be alert. Wait a minute, boss. Look, the atmosphere is a bit silent. After Hashirama pulled the trigger, the bullet hit the tree branch 10 meters high next to the leader. Ahem, this was an accident, Hashirama quickly explained to the camera. Madara, who was watching from afar in Rain Shinobi Village, smiled disdainfully. It turned out to be so unreliable, Hashirama. Damn it, Madara must have seen it, it's so embarrassing, it won't happen this time. Pong. Hashirama pulls the trigger again. This time it hit the ground directly. The atmosphere seems a bit awkward. I don't believe it, Hashirama was so angry that he installed and removed several parts of the single-shot sniper rifle and turned it into a continuous fire one. Everyone stood motionless. Hashirama was happy. This is your fault, isn't this a living target? Advertisement Hashirama's continuous thrusts on Madara G. Well, Hashirama did not disappoint. Without exception, the bullets hit everything except the person. Ha 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 ha, this is a bad guy, not the god of killer over at Rain Shinobi Village, who caught me alive. Damn it, it scared me to death. The leader breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't kill the opponent even if he stood still. Myself, it seems that this is a dishonest thing, so that's easy to say. 100 people rushed towards Hashirama's position. Hashirama was a little panicked and made an agreement with Madara not to use chakra. Don't come here. I have a grenade here. This is a bomb more powerful than the explosive charm. There is no way, it's embarrassing. Let's evacuate first. What? A grenade? What is that? Sir, do we still want to go? Xiaolongtu asked nervously when he heard this. Let's wait and see what happens. The leader was silent for a while. Hashirama touched what else he had on him. Damn it, that delivery pig took him into the quagmire. He probably dropped his pistol and everything in it. Wait a minute. Hashirama touched again and seemed to have touched another grenade. It seems you don't believe it, right? Okay, then I'll show you. Hashirama threw the grenade in his hand and threw it into the woods. Soon, a loud noise echoed through the forest. Hashirama immediately took out another grenade, looking at them wildly. Person number 100 was frightened by the grenade. It was indeed more powerful than the detonating charm. With such power, I believe he doesn't dare to throw it. If he throws it, the explosion range will be enough to involve him. Go, catch him. The leader is very smart and has already spotted Hashirama's grenade. Explosion range, no panic at all. Don't come here, okay, you forced me to do this, Hashirama swallowed, then directly pulled the safety of the grenade in his hand and threw it towards them. Hurry, hide. Does he want his life? The leader was stunned immediately, but he quickly came to his senses. Everyone hurriedly hid, some hid behind trees, some hid behind rocks, and some hid in trees. Hashirama also hurriedly hid. The explosion range could really affect him. The grenade was thrown to the ground by Hashirama, slowly releasing smoke. Everyone stared at it nervously. Then, hello, kid. What's the name of Dad's dad? Dad's dad is called Grandpa. The smoke dissipated, and a small doll music box in the shape of a grenade continued to sing. The atmosphere was very silent, Konoha was silent, and everyone watching the live broadcast was also silent. Damn, isn't this the gift I bought for Nawaki? Chapter 375 Kill him. The war has lasted for several months, and there are not that many people in Konoha Square at the moment. But this side of the Hokage building is. Dave, I asterisk, don't stop me. Let me kill him. Dave I asterisk. Danzo has a Sharingan and an ordinary eye at this moment, so scarlet. Calm down. Danzo. Calm down Danzo. This is a misunderstanding. Kagami and Hiruzen hugged Danzo's thighs tightly. I misunderstood you asterisk. Let me go to him and fight for my life. Danzo roared heartbreakingly. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Kagami and Hiruzen looked at each other and hugged each other tighter. We can't let Danzo go. Struggling for half an hour. Let go. That's it. I'll have a talk with him. Danzo took a deep breath and said slowly. Really? Jing raised his head and asked doubtfully. Kagami and Hiruzen slowly let go of Danzo with hesitation, and then they stood on both sides and pressed tightly against Danzo, slowly went downstairs, and walked to Dave's office door. Danzo knocked lightly on the door. There was no sound from inside the door. Danzo knocked again. Still no movement. Looking at the veins slowly popping up on Danzo's head, Kagami and Hiruzen swallowed, and kicked the door open. Who the hell? Dave, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and yelled. Danzo ignored Dave, slowly walked to Dave's chair, sat down, and looked at Dave. Hiruzen and Kagami were still worried about Danzo and followed him closely. What's wrong? You're looking at me like this early in the morning. Dave was still a little confused. Danzo slowly opened his mouth. Then, advertisement. Asterisk. I asterisk and I an asterisk and let me go. Let me kill him. Seeing Danzo riot in an instant, Jing Hiruzen knew this and quickly hugged his body and legs. What's going on is? I didn't do anything to be sorry for you or the village. Dave was startled and huddled in the corner of the sofa. You have the nerve to ask. I'm asterisk 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 asterisk, and an asterisk hash asterisk hash and asterisk hash and I an asterisk hash at asterisk. Let me go. Let me kill him. Danzo, he roared with anger, his face turned red. What's going on? Dave was still confused. Didn't he just take a nap during working hours? Why is this such a big reaction? You, like father, like son. I know your son didn't do anything good when he came to my house. I'm going to kill you. Danzo roared with astonishment. My son? What happened to Dai-yu? Don is an honest, kind, friendly, honest child. Dave swallowed and asked in a trembling voice. Ahem. Dave. What? Yuna is pregnant. Seeing this, Hiruzen said softly in a low voice. What? I'm going to kill you. Calm down, Danzo, I didn't do that. That was done by your son, and the son must pay the debt to the father. Dave and Danzo fought for 3 days and 3 nights. It was not over until Dave was faceless and the bones of his left leg were broken. If Hiruzen and Jing hadn't been watching, Danzo would have almost blocked all the zombies out. Now that things have happened, Danzo, let's hurry up and arrange the wedding of the 2 little guys. After all, it won't sound good if word spreads about it. Hiruzen walked up to him and said hurriedly. My Yuna is only 16 years old, 16 years old, 16 years old. She has just grown up. Year old. 16 years old. Isn't it the right age to get married and have children? Jing said slowly and doubtfully. It is now the 30th year of Konoha, and the progress has been sped up because there is really nothing to transition to. So World War II started. Danzo, Hiruzen, and the faceless Dave lying on the ground looked at the mirror with strange eyes. However, the 3 of them felt relieved when they thought about what Jing did at that time. After all, this guy is not a good guy. Hey, look what I'm doing. That's a matter between your 2 families, Jing asked unhappily. Then, can you send me to the hospital first? Let's have a good talk at the hospital. Dave, who was lying on the ground, struggled to speak. Advertisement. Danzo snorted coldly. Jing and Hiruzen supported Dave and walked towards the hospital. Dave is complicated and wants to laugh. The complicated thing is, he is married to his grandfather when he is only 34 years old. He hasn't even thought about his happiness yet. His grandson has popped up. He just wants to laugh. Now that he has a grandson, Dai-yu can get out of here, and he won't have to take care of anything that happens in the future. In the hospital, the 3 of them were sitting together. Dave was lying on the bed. The 4 men were silent, peeved. Jing suddenly laughed. Are you laughing? Are you laughing? Danzo asked unhappily. He was still angry that this guy was still laughing. Ahem, Danzo, you have to think on the bright side. Look, you are only in your 30s and you can be a grandpa now. How great. Hiruzen, call the doctor and put an extra bed here. No, I just said that. Jing waved her hand quickly. Yes, Danzo, you are so awesome. Kagami's son and my son don't even have a girlfriend now, Hiruzen said with a smile. Hey, don't take me with you. It's your son who doesn't have a girlfriend. My son has a girlfriend. In a few years, I can be a grandfather, Jing interrupted. In other words, my son is the only one who is single. Hiruzen swallowed and asked. Yes. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Well, let's chat first. Hiruzen walked out of the ward, took out his cell phone and called his son. What's wrong, father? Sarutobi Shinosuke is still on the battlefield in Sanagakure, resting. Do you have a girlfriend? Hiruzen asked calmly. Girlfriend? What do you want that thing for, woman? It will only affect my speed of swinging the stick? Shinosuke asked doubtfully. You useless traitor. Dave and Danzo's children are getting married. They have grandchildren. Jing's child also has a girlfriend. MD, you are the only one single. What do you want me to do in front of them? Keep your head up. Hiruzen shouted angrily. What? Damn it. Yuna and Dai-yu are progressing so fast. They've already given birth to a child. And that B*** Di Shui Wen, who agreed to be single together, actually found a girlfriend behind my back. Chapter 376. Boy or girl? In the hospital. The 3 people sat on both sides of Dave's hospital bed, staring at the 2 people standing on the bed. You guys let me down so much, Danzo said slowly. Alas. The matter has come to this, your Uncle Jing has nothing to say. Jing sighed helplessly. Oh, you are young. Hiruzen shook his head. Boy or girl? The doctor recast the plaster that Dave had just broken. Now that it has happened, tell yourselves, what should we do about it? Danzo asked slowly. Don't worry, Uncle Danzo, I will be responsible. Dai-yu raised her head and said. It doesn't matter if you don't take responsibility, you can't run away. Danzo snorted coldly. Dai-yu is speechless. Well, they're still kids, don't be so strict, Dave reminded aloud. Go away, you're going to be a grandpa, you're just trying to be a bad guy here, Danzo scolded angrily. Oh, the children are adults. Since they have done such things, they have to bear corresponding responsibilities, Dave said helplessly. Father. Mom went out to buy groceries with Mito's grandma, Kayayu's grandma, in the afternoon. Makoto was picked up by Fugaku after school. Yu raised her head and reminded weakly. I asterisk asterisk asterisk, let me out. Damn it, that little brat doesn't want to live anymore, right? Asterisk hash and asterisk, please take off the bandages and plaster. I'm fine. Dave stood up instantly and roared. We'll go back later. Let's talk about their marriage first. Danzo stopped Dave and said speechlessly. As for the wedding, let's schedule it for next Sunday. Sakumo and the others will also come back to make supplies. Everyone happens to be there, Dave thought for a while and said. Okay, that's it. Danzo nodded. After saying that, Dave disappeared in a flash. Alas. Danzo looked at the two people in front of him and sighed helplessly, shook his head, and went out with his hands behind his back. Hiruzen walked up to Daewi, patted Yu's shoulder gently, and left. Yu looked at Yunur beside him and pulled her out. Advertisement Jing was the only one left in the whole room. Jing was stunned for a moment. Let's go too. Where was the patient on the bed just now? At this time, the doctor came in and asked. He felt better and ran away. Okay, but his medical bills haven't been paid yet. You're his family member, come and pay. No, I don't know him. Jing was confused. No wonder Hiruzen ran so fast. Huh? Aren't you Uchiha Kagami, the hospital's distinguished VIP client, one of the 4 gangsters of Konoha? You're famous. Don't be ridiculous. Aren't you 4 brothers very close friends? The doctor said with a smile. No, I don't know them. I'm not the same person as them. The camera hurts. Oh, I understand. You don't want your good brother to know, right? Don't worry, I will deduct the money from your VIP card. You can go. The doctor understood instantly. You know shit, you know it. Looking at the doctor's leaving figure, Jing gets a headache. On the Hokage rock, Yu and Yunur sat on Hashirama's head. Under the moonlight, Yunur leaned gently on Yu's shoulder. Yu. I'm scared. Yunur curled up. It's okay. I'm always by your side. Yu smiled slightly and hugged Yunur with one hand. Just like my father always taught me, since you have done something by yourself, you must take responsibility for it. I used to beg for food on the street to shoulder my responsibility, Yu said with a smile. Peeved. Yunur burst out laughing. You smiled? Humph, I didn't laugh. Yunur turned her head and refused to admit it. Promise me. You will always smile from now on. I like the way you smile so much. Yu held Yunur's hand and said affectionately. The two looked at each other lovingly, and then kissed each other. Happy Valentine. Danzo in the Hokage building noticed this scene and was smashing things incompetently and furiously. He now wants to blow up the Hokage rock. After a long time, their lips parted. Yunur leaned on Yu's shoulder. Yu. Look. Shooting stars. Suddenly, Yunur pointed at a shooting star in the sky and shouted happily. Well, so beautiful. Yu smiled and nodded. Advertisement. The meteors keep flying. The meteors are getting closer and closer. Wait a minute. That's not a meteor. That's Fugaku. Yu suddenly realized and said. Yu. Hello, Fugaku, who was flying in the sky, naturally noticed Yu and said hello to Yu. Then Fugaku flew away. Well, Yu, don't I need to go see Fugaku? If he fell from such a high place, Yunur swallowed and asked. It's okay, my father should be there to pick him up. If you don't believe me, wait and see, he can still fly. Yu knew her father very well and said with confidence, like a bet. Well, as expected by Yu, Fugaku flew up again from where he landed. Fugaku just kept landing and taking off. Yunur leaned on Yu's shoulder, imagining that this was a shooting star. Yu. Let's give the child a name, okay. Yunur suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yu nodded. When my mother and I went for a checkup in the morning, the doctor from the Hyuga clan saw that it was most likely a boy. Obito, how about calling him Obito? Yunur said excitedly after thinking about it. Okay, let's call him Obito. Yu looked at her fondly and nodded. Hey, by the way, I have to tell Grandpa about this. Grandpa and the others don't know about it yet. Yu suddenly thought of his grandpa and quickly took out his mobile phone to call Tobirama. Daewi, what's the matter? Grandpa, I have recently acquired a new batch of ninjutsu. Do you want to come and learn it? Tobirama answered his grandson's call and asked happily. Grandpa, you are going to be your grandson, Yu said excitedly. What? Tobirama was confused. I mean, you are going to have a great-grandson, Yu realized and hurriedly corrected him. Oh, great-grandson. There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. What? Great-grandson? My great-grandson, Daewi, you have a child, Tobirama shouted instantly. Yes, Yunur is pregnant. Our wedding is scheduled for next Sunday. Look at you kid, why didn't you tell me earlier, ha 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 ha, Chapter 377 Special Forces Plan. The next day, Hokage building. Hey, the in-laws are here to work. Dave looked at Danzo with 2 dark circles in front of him and said hello. Danzo looked at Dave with an angry look on his face. Dave immediately shut up and went to his office. It's time for the meeting, Dave, the mirror is here. Where's Hiruzen? Danzo asked, looking into the mirror. Hiruzen, I don't know. He is usually very punctual. Is there something wrong with Anbu today? Jing said doubtfully. This meeting is mainly about his Anbu. If he doesn't come, it's a nonsense meeting. Call him. Danzo was speechless. Just when Jing was about to call Hiruzen, Hiruzen arrived late. What's going on today? Seeing Hiruzen's hurried look, Danzo asked in confusion. My wife is pregnant. Hiruzen smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. How should I put it? Hiruzen, you are still, tisk, you are still strong. Dave was also confused and said with an awkward smile. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home and see Lake Biwa in the evening. Let's have a meeting first, Danzo said, patting the table. This meeting mainly focuses on 4 points. The first point is that good news came from the Iron Kingdom. They have completely repelled Hanzo of the Salamander. This is good news for our ally, the Iron Kingdom. Not for us. Danzo looked around the 3 of them, avoiding Dave, and said slowly. Hanzo failed to conquer the Iron Kingdom, so all his energy will be focused on our Konoha. What do you want to say? No, I believe Orochimaru and the others can handle it. Dave nodded. Mirror, Hiruzen, do you have anything to say? Danzo looked at the other 2 and asked. No, I also think Orochimaru and the others can handle it. Okay, then the second point, regarding the Senagakure battlefield, for a few months, Senagakure has only been continuously transporting supplies and reserving military energy. There has been no direct conflict with our Konoha army, and there has only been small-scale harassment. You guys, what do you think? Danzo continued. Maybe they want to save more power and make a big wave? Dave thought for a while and said. Advertisement, what about you? Danzo ignored Dave directly. Avoid Dave. Mirror and Hiruzen looked at each other, seconded. Okay, third point, on the battlefield between Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure kept harassing Cloud Shinobi Village, and sometimes even Onoki came on the scene. Cloud Shinobi Village is currently just passively counter-attacking and not fighting them head-on. What do you think? There is a problem. Onoki appeared so early, but Reikage has not been seen yet. This means that Reikage has also discovered a problem, but they don't know there is an ambush, so Reikage does not dare to act rashly. And Onoki's words, his purpose, it's not hard to guess, it's Reikage. Catch the thief first, Dave said directly without thinking. Why do you think that? Danzo asked, ignoring Dave this time. Dave took out his phone, pulled up a scene and handed it to Danzo. What does this mean? Danzo asked confused. This is a satellite map. No matter how much Onoki tries to stop us from carrying our mobile phones on the battlefield, some people will always take them secretly. After all, the battlefield years are so lonely. If ninjas miss their families. Right? Dave smiled. Xiao explained. Can you be more direct? Danzo was speechless. Did you see those blue dots on the map? I made statistics in the background and found that nearly 6,000 mobile phones gathered there. According to the total estimate, there should be 10,000 people. Do you think these 10,000 people are standing still? Why? Dave said. 10,000 people, so many? Is Onoki crazy? Danzo said in surprise. Everyone in the ninja world knows about Reikage's hot temper. Onoki is so disgusted with him just to anger him and make him come to Onoki. At that time, Onoki will directly attack 10,000 people. Even if he drags him, he can drag Reikage to death. Do whatever you want with them, but always keep an eye on them. The last point, Hiruzen's Anbu, will carry out Konoha's elite management and education, strengthen the promotion of Hiruzen Anbu, and the education within Anbu. Danzo said the most important point of this meeting. This plan, called Anbu Special Forces, will continue to be implemented in the future, Danzo said while looking at Hiruzen. Hiruzen looked at Danzo silently. What's wrong? Do you have any opinions? Danzo was stunned and asked in confusion. You I will be retiring in a few years. You strengthen Anbu for me? Do you know that I, Anbu, are now a group of uncles and gentlemen who are providing for the elderly? Hiruzen slammed the table and stood up. Ahem. Don't worry, isn't this a strength for you? Well, if you really can't bear it, why don't you just work for a few more years? Danzo smiled awkwardly. HMPH, Hiruzen snorted coldly. Advertisement. This plan will have many aspects. Each Anbu action team will have 5 people, including Taijutsu melee infantry, Taijutsu long-range snipers, medical soldiers, ninjutsu expendable soldiers, and bomb demolition soldiers. The selection is held once a year, and 100 people are selected each time. Anbu's salary will be increased additionally, and I will send you the detailed documents. If you want to teach them, please hire Hiruzen to teach them for one session first. After this session, I can leave the next session to them, Danzo said. Wait a minute, you want me to teach you? I know nothing about the things you're talking about? Hiruzen asked confused. You said it wrong. Let Tsukumo teach you, Danzo quickly corrected himself. Tsukumo? Does Tsukumo know these things? Hiruzen was confused. HMPH, Hiruzen, you are looking down on my apprentice too much. I am his master, do you know that? Dave said with a proud hum. Well, there is news from Tsukumo that he will face Chio tomorrow. Let's see how he performs, okay. Danzo knocked on the table and then said slowly. That's it, let's break up the meeting. In-laws, let's go have a drink. Get away from me as far as you go, Senju Station. Tobirama, what are you doing? Hashirama was rushed back by Tsukumo. As soon as he returned home, he saw Tobirama busy. I'm sorting out my forbidden technique. There are 5,000 volumes in total. Well, including Sharingan and Wood Style, It's 6,500 volumes. Tobirama said slowly while sorting out the books. Why are you sorting this out? Didn't I tell you not to spread this out? Hashirama asked angrily. Who said I was going to spread? I will teach my great-grandson when he comes out. I must train him to be as talented as my grandson. Later, Rinnegan and Bay and I will also go and get them. Tobirama said with great determination. Then he thought of something and ran out in a hurry. Wait, roll your eyes? Why are you rolling your eyes? Maybe one day my great-grandson can take one with him to play with. Hashirama tried hard to stop Tobirama from having this speechless thought. Chapter 378 Modern Combat. Next day on the battlefield of Senagakure. Tsukumo, Chiyo has gone to war. Kimima walked into the tent and looked at Tsukumo and said. Chiyo leaves it to me, and the rest is up to you. Tsukumo nodded. Tsukumo went to the battlefield and came face to face with Chiyo on the other side. Hitaki Tsukumo. I will avenge my son today, Chiyo roared angrily. Your son? Who is your son? Tsukumo was stunned. Ahem, Tsukumo, Chiyo's son is the one you cut off someone's V*** at the Olympics 10 years ago, Kimima reminded him. Ah, ahem. I remembered. Well, Chiyo, that was an accident. Tsukumo smiled awkwardly and explained to Chiyo over there. I don't care if it was an accident or not. Today, I will avenge my grandson. Take your life. Hitaki Tsukumo. Chiyo summoned the puppet and rushed directly towards Tsukumo. I'll leave the others to you. I'll lead Chiyo aside. Tsukumo nodded to Kimima and Dai, and led Chiyo to the other side. Hey, Dai, do you want to have a competition to see who can kill more? How about 10,000 tails? Okay. 8 inner gates. 4th gate. Injury gate, open. Might Dai didn't care so much. At this time, he just felt that his blood was boiling. He opened the 4th gate and rushed forward. Tisk, this violent maniac is still like that. Junma looked at Might Dai rushing over and shook his head helplessly. Morning K dance, on the other side, where Tsukumo and Chiyo are. Tsukumo nodded towards the camera in the sky. Look at Hiruzen, I am not a teacher for nothing, Dave said lightly with a mysterious smile. Tsukumo pulled out his sword and fought with Chiyo's puppet. The light and shadow of the sword came one after another. Tsukumo held the sword in his right hand and made a seal with his 2 fingers. The sword emitted hot lightning. Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra thread that controlled the puppet was hooked on her little finger. I saw a few sharp lights under the puppet's wrist, which were hidden weapons. Advertisement. Tsukumo smiled slightly and kicked the puppet away. The puppet took the opportunity to shoot the hidden weapon. Tsukumo spun around in the air. After landing, he held the pistol in his left hand and knocked out the hidden weapon with a few rounds of bullets. Taijutsu melee infantry, Dave said. Then, Tsukumo disappeared. Chiyo looked around solemnly. Tsukumo on the tree took off his belt, pressed a few buttons on the belt, and the belt instantly turned into a sniper rifle. There was a loud noise, and before Chiyo could react, his puppet was blown up instantly. Chiyo was not a vegetarian. He summoned 5 puppets in a row. Tsukumo knocked out 2. Chiyo instantly locked onto Tsukumo's position and controlled the remaining 3 puppets to rush towards Tsukumo. Tsukumo put away his belt, holding a knife in his right hand and a gun in his left hand, and fought with the 3 puppets. Taijutsu long-range sniper, Dave continued as he looked at Tsukumo's screen. Tsukumo kept twisting his body, and the knife in his right hand kept blocking attacks from all directions. Then, Tsukumo seized the opportunity and slashed the puppet's shoulder with his knife. He put the gun on the knife with his left hand and pointed it at the head. Killed a golem. When Tsukumo drew out his sword, a puppet behind him shot poison directly. Tsukumo immediately pulled away. Then Tsukumo took out a syringe from the bag on his belt and inserted it directly into his shoulder. Medic. How about it? Dave said with a smile. Shit, you're calling this taking drugs? Hiruzen retorted speechlessly. Tsukumo is a ninja who kills enemies after all. How can he know medical ninjutsu? But don't worry, for medical ninjutsu, I will help you find Tsunade. Dave smiled awkwardly. Then Tsukumo formed a seal with his hands, lightning style. Ground walking. Tsukumo inserted the knife into the ground, and electricity instantly covered the ground. After paralyzing a puppet, Tsukumo formed the seal again. Lightning style. Thunder Tiger, a blue electric tiger instantly pounced on the puppet and swallowed it. Chiyo only had 1 puppet left and quickly took it back. Ninjutsu consumes soldiers, how about it? Dave smiled. There is also a demolition trooper. You don't mean to say that Tsukumo throws a grenade, do you? Hiruzen had a headache. How is that possible? You look like a B*******, and you are not up to date with the development of science and technology at all. Dave mocked mercilessly. Advertisement. A hole. If it weren't for my 10 people who entered the Song dynasty being stolen by a despicable villain, and would have allowed you to run rampant here, Chiyo shouted angrily. Tsukumo didn't say anything. He knew that the 10 people at Jinsong were at Uncle Kakuzu's place. HMPH, although I didn't have the 10 people in the Song dynasty, my years have not been in vain. The 10 people in the Song dynasty are fake. Chiyo took out the scroll again and summoned 10 puppets of different shapes. Although it is not as powerful as the real thing left behind by Bunzaemon Senpai, its strength should not be underestimated. Hitaki Tsukumo will take your life, Chiyo said wildly while controlling the puppet door. Hitaki Tsukumo still smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Chiyo suddenly looked at the puppet he had just taken back, and saw that the puppet was glowing red at the moment. Chio's first feeling was to stay away from this thing. Chio quickly retreated, but the 10 puppets forgot to take them back, and then, a huge explosion sounded throughout the battlefield. Haha, Demo Man. This time it was Hiruzen's turn to be confused, and then Dave helped him adjust to the time when Tsukumo was fighting the 3 puppets. Dave zoomed in on Tsukumo's hand and slowed down the video. I saw Tsukumo constantly dodging the attacks of the 3 puppets. With a very small movement, Tsukumo threw something towards the puppet. The thing was very small. If it hadn't been slowed down and enlarged, I wouldn't have known it. There is such a thing. Those are newly developed smart touch sticky bombs that can attach to the enemy and have an explosion power comparable to 50 grenades, Dave introduced with great arrogance. That means Anbu will be able to use the equipment Tsukumo just got in the future. Hiruzen reacted and asked excitedly. Of course, there are other military technologies that can give you Anbu. I'll tell you more about it then. Dave nodded. Hiruzen laughed wildly, his Anbu finally had his day. Retreat. Chio returned to the main battlefield in great embarrassment. Looking at his few survivors, he hurriedly shouted. Sanagakure ran away in disarray. Get on the cannon, Junma ordered. Then more than 20 cannons were slowly pushed over. Aim. Load the shells. Shoot. Suddenly, artillery fire shot into the sky and smoke filled the sky. Chio brought 500 people to fight. In the end, only 3 people were left. Except for Chio, who was a little embarrassed, there were 2 people left. One was missing arms and legs, and the other was being bombarded to the point of unconsciousness. Chapter 379 Wedding Scene Rain Shinobi Village Battlefield. Orochimaru, shall we go back today? Jiraiya asked confusedly as he watched Orochimaru pack his things. Well, today is the wedding of Dai Yu and Yuner. It just so happens that we will go back to replenish supplies today. Orochimaru nodded. Wedding? What wedding? Why didn't I know? Jiraiya was instantly confused. Didn't you receive the news? Yuner is pregnant. Orochimaru turned around and looked at him in surprise. Oh my god, this boy Dai Yu is actually married. He has children. His brother Jiraiya doesn't even have a partner yet. Jiraiya roared heartbroken. No, the target is over there, let's see if you can seize it. Orochimaru blinked at Jiraiya, his eyes drifting to another tent outside. Forget it, she is different from other normal women. She can't be offended. I'm going to pack my things. Jiraiya shuddered hard. Here, I've packed your things for you. I know you're unreliable. Orochimaru took out his backpack from behind and threw it to Jiraiya. Hey, hello, Orochimaru. Jiraiya smiled and rushed up to give Orochimaru a hug. Orochimaru, you saw my... What, you continue, excuse me, and hurry up, the wedding time is coming soon. Tsunade pushed open the tent door at this time, saw this scene, and smiled awkwardly, laughed and left quickly. After a while, Orochimaru gave the two a backpack. What is this? Orochimaru, aren't we going to take a car? Where is your car? Jiraiya looked at the backpack in his hand and asked doubtfully. It's so slow to drive on the ground, we're flying. Orochimaru smiled faintly and put on his backpack. I saw 2 sharp air currents instantly rushing out from under the backpack, directly lifting Orochimaru into the sky. Jiraiya only saw little stars, and immediately started to learn in a decent way. Watching Jiraiya fly out of their sight. Advertisement, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, are you okay? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who disappeared into the horizon, and asked in confusion. It's okay, he's an idiot. I've already prepared it. He's set up with automatic navigation. I'll bring him back later. Let's go first. Orochimaru shook his head and took a step ahead with Tsunade. Wedding scene. Kakuzu wore a black suit and sat at the door of the wedding venue to receive gifts. Nan Shui beside him helped him write the list. George. What did you give me? Kakuzu asked confusedly, looking at the dwarf in front of him and the thing in his hand. HMPH, this is an automatic feces collector that I spent half a year making. Not only can it automatically collect human excrement on a daily basis and clean up toilets, it can also intelligently distinguish mixtures and decompose them. If you get married, you will need it in the future. George, he said with a huff. I thank you on their behalf. Kakuzu was silent for a while. You gave this to someone else's wedding. Although it sounds more practical, but something feels wrong. Black Zetsu, what about you? Kakuzu looked at Black Zetsu and asked. No, Black Zetsu pointed to the pile of white Zetsu behind him. Kakuzu was confused again. These white Zetsu have no consciousness of their own, but they can obey orders. If their arms or legs are broken, they will grow back on their own. After they get married, they will no longer want to do housework. These white Zetsu can help them with the work. Black Zetsu smiled. He introduced with a smile. I really want to thank you both for them. Kakuzu had an even bigger headache. Nan Shui smiled and thanked them both. Looking at the backs of Black Zetsu and George arguing as they entered, and looking at Kakuzu's headache, Nan Shui snickered. At least it's their wish. I've heard you say that they are not human beings, so it's good to be like this, Nan Shui comforted. Well, okay, what about Black Zetsu? Can you take these white Zetsu aside first? How scary it is. Kakuzu looked at the pile of white Zetsu standing in front of him. How scary. This if I put it at home, I would be scared to death if I woke up in the middle of the night and saw it. Just order them to disappear. Black Zetsu turned around and shouted. Disappear. After Kakuzu finished speaking, several white Zetsu in front of him instantly burrowed into the ground. Advertisement at this time, several figures walked slowly from the side, Madara in a blue suit and Hashirama in a red suit, Tobirama in a white suit and Izuna in a black suit. What are you giving? Kakuzu looked at them and thought it was normal. After all, these four goods had never been like this. Diapers, children's clothes, milk powder, toys. Tobirama took out a lot of things. 2 houses. They're in the Uchiha tribe's land. If they want to come to the Uchiha tribe's land in the future, they can live there. Izuna took out 2 real estate certificates in a simple and unpretentious manner. 1 billion. Madara took out a scroll and threw it to Kakuzu. There was 1 billion ryo in it. Ahem. What? Washboard. Hashirama blushed and took out a beautifully packaged washboard from behind. I thank you on their behalf. Let's go in. Kakuzu was speechless, but he still accepted it and led them in. After all, with Hashirama's financial strength, well, 50 taels for a washboard is already his limit. At this time, another 2 families came over. Senju Bitsuma, Uchiha Dojima. Kakuzu looked at the 2 people in front of him and nodded. Oh, hey, I've only been here for more than 10 years and I'm already going to be my great-great-grandfather. Oh, there are so many descendants, since he is my great-great-grandson, I have to be generous no matter what. How about 100,000 taels? Bitsuma took out 100,000 taels and said with a laugh. You poor bum, I'll give you 100 million. Veins popped up on Tojima's head, but thinking about Bitsuma, this poor bum, only gave him 100,000, well, I won this time. B******** Dojima, what do you mean you got more than me? Bitsuma immediately felt unhappy. Poor BCH, are you worthy? Tojima gave him a disdainful look. Bitsuma is speechless. All the money in the family is controlled by his wife. How can he have money? He has secretly hidden these 100,000 taels for several years. Of course, Bitsuma's family status is still very high. Basically, when he needs money, his wife will give it to him, but Bitsuma prefers to have a small treasury. He usually has no shame to ask for internet access or recharging games. Wife wants it. Yeah, tisk, I don't deserve it. In a few months, I will take my grandson, great-grandson and great-great-grandson to your house to see you, a lonely old man. Bitsuma snorted twice and left arrogantly. Got here. This time it was Tojima's turn and she had nothing to say. MD, where are those 2 little bastards? Damn it. Bitsuma has several generations of grandchildren, and he doesn't even have a grandson here. He gets angry now when he thinks of those 2 old bachelor sons. Izuna and Madara shuddered hard during the wedding. Chapter 380 Orochimaru's Gift. Luckily I caught up. Tsunade and the other 3 came down from the sky and landed right in front of the wedding venue. Oh, Tsunade, you are back. Kakuzu, who was about to pack his things and go in, saw it and asked with a smile. Kakuzu doesn't dare to call Tsunade Little Tsunade. Now. Well, after all, he's quite old now, whether it's age or, well. Uncle Kakuzu, we also want to give gifts. Tsunade nodded, took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Kakuzu. What is this? Kakuzu asked after taking it, but he was stunned after opening it. Gold and diamond dice, haha, isn't it very memorable? I will give this to my little nephew who is born soon. I hope he can be like me, Tsunade said happily. I thank you on their behalf. You are so thoughtful, Tsunade. If you're like that, then the Senju clan will be doomed. With you, the pressure of the Senju clan is enough. And another Senju clan can survive. Already. Orochimaru. Next time can we be on the ground? I don't want to fly anymore. Jiraiya has been kneeling on the ground since he landed, vomiting wildly. Uncle Kakuzu, this is my gift. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then took out a set of beautifully wrapped books and handed them to Kakuzu. Oh, books? Is it educational? Jiraiya, you are interested. Kakuzu nodded with satisfaction. Jiraiya is quite reliable. That is no, it's the unabridged collector's edition of Indulgence in Paradise. Written by myself, and it has my autograph in it. It's very memorable. Jiraiya shook his head and said excitedly. Get out of here. Tsunade heard veins popping up on his head and kicked Jiraiya into the wedding venue. Orochimaru, where's your gift? Tsunade suddenly turned his head to look at Orochimaru and asked with a ferocious look on his face. If Orochimaru, like Jiraiya, comes up with something unreliable, Orochimaru is sure that he will be with Jiraiya in it right away. My gift, well, there's still a little time left. It'll be ready in the middle of the wedding. Orochimaru took out his phone and looked at the time and said after thinking. Okay, come on in, the wedding is about to start, Kakuzu said with a smile when he heard the commotion inside the wedding. The 2 of them also quickly went in. Hashirama waved his hand towards Tsunade and motioned to sit here. Orochimaru went to his parents' place. Jiraiya looked around. He went to sit at the same table with Tsukumo and the others. Tsunade. Grandpa asked you, do you have a sweetheart? Hashirama looked at Tsunade and asked with a smile. Grandpa, why are you asking? No, Tsunade glanced at Hashirama in surprise, then shook his head. Advertisement, look Tsunade, you are almost 20 years old. You are so old. Your grandfather and I also want to hold a great-grandson, Hashirama said with a smile. Then you should go find Nawaki. Your great-grandson or something, you have to go find him. Tsunade has a headache. Isn't Nawaki not yet an adult? He's still young, but you're not too young, Hashirama said with an awkward smile. Tsunade doesn't want to pay attention to him. Ahem, little Tsunade, what do you think of Orochimaru's child? I think it's good. You two grew up together, and he's so good and has a gentle temper. He's very good. Hashirama saw Tsunade and didn't say anything, thinking of Orochimaru. That child, I quickly recommended it to. Hiss. Just forget it. Tsunade thought of Orochimaru's previous experiment, with snakes crawling all over his body. That guy was a pervert. And he quickly shook his head. What about Jiraiya? Although this child is a bit careless, he has been watching you since he was a child. He likes you very much, although it is a bit unreliable. Hashirama thought of the child Jiraiya again. Hey, Grandpa, please don't worry about me. I'll ignore you. Tsunade was silent for a while, and then ignored Hashirama. Hashirama smiled innocently. The wedding begins. Kakuzu is the host, below. In-laws, don't be so sad, come and have a drink. Dave said with a proud smile on his face, picked up the wine and said to Danzo. Get out of here. Danzo has been unhappy with this guy since morning. The smile on his face really makes him sick. Ha, let's have a drink on the child's big day. Dave laughed happily. Ahem, Danzo, it's okay. When Mikoto gets married in the future, you can just find your place. Hiruzen on the side was also a little speechless. He hurriedly said to Danzo, don't wait until Dai-Yu and Yuna arrive. He also had a frown on his face, which was very unsightly. Yes, Danzo also reacted after listening to Hiruzen's words. With Dave's behavior, maybe what will happen that day. Thinking of that day, Danzo's mood instantly improved. On the other side, Rain Shinobi Village. Sir, there is news from Konoha's informants that the 3 people who fought against us have all returned. Now they are leaderless. This is our great opportunity, a subordinate said to Hanzo. Okay, but I won't go. Their leaders are not here. It would be embarrassing for me, a demigod, to go there. In this way, if you go with 1,500 people, you must kill them without leaving a trace. Hanzo's eyes lit up. It's a great time. Yes, advertisement wedding scene. Orochimaru got a call. Lord Orochimaru, you are really good at predicting things. As soon as you left, there was movement at Rain Shinobi Village, and now the army is coming towards us. Hyuga Hiyashi detected the movement with his Byakugan, and quickly called Orochimaru. Telephone. Well, take your people and retreat a few kilometers to the rear, and tell me when you get to a safe location. It's time for my wedding gift to Dai-Yu to come out. Orochimaru nodded. Yes. A few minutes later, Orochimaru received word that Hiyashi had arrived at a safe place. Start it. Coordinates ******. Orochimaru then sent a message to Ruizenheim in the experimental base. Okay, Orochimaru, I'm going to help you this time. It's not too much for me to buy more things, Ruizenji asked with a smile. Orochimaru was speechless. Ruizenji received Orochimaru's affirmation and directly pressed a red button on it. Suddenly, Konoha suddenly shook, and everyone at the wedding was stunned. In the sky, something shining brightly and emitting fire flew towards the 1,500 people in Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village battlefield. Boss, look, what is that thing in the sky? The leader of 1,500 people suddenly looked up. Then, I wish Dai-Yu and Yuna a happy wedding and a happy marriage for 100 years. Orochimaru's gift. Everyone at the wedding scene looked towards the explosion. The red smoke flying in the sky slowly revealed a few big characters. Chapter 381 Mirror. Go to battle. Wedding over. Danzo watched his precious daughter being taken away with one red eye. Okay, in-laws, stop looking. Let the young couple live a world of two. Dave walked to Danzo's side, put his arm on Danzo's shoulders, and said with a smile on his face. Danzo heard this annoying voice and turned his head to look at him expressionlessly. Tisk. What are you looking at me for? Why, you still want to have a drink? Dave asked doubtfully. Since they have all been to the world of two, let's also go to the Valley of the End to live our world of two? Danzo put his left hand on Dave's shoulder and asked with a slight smile. Forget it. Let's go back to our own homes and find our own wives, Dave said and was about to run away. Hey, how can you say that? Let's go to the Valley of the End and have a chat. Danzo grabbed Dave and said with a smile on his face. The next day, Orochimaru and others replenished their equipment and set foot on the battlefield again. Orochimaru, Hanzo has given us a challenge. Tsunade walked into the tent and took out a letter and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it apart and looked at it, grinning slightly. He asked the 3 of us to fight him tomorrow morning in the open space 300 meters east of Rain Shinobi Village. If we win, this battle with Rain Shinobi Village will be almost over. It seems that the big gift given to him yesterday will make he's in a good mood. Orochimaru sneered. Then let's prepare well and knock off that D's head tomorrow. Jiraiya geared up. As long as you don't summon 2 old toads for me, it will be fine. Orochimaru turned his head and said disdainfully. Hey, you D, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Jiraiya was furious when he heard this. Be confident and remove it. Is Kirigakure going to send out ninjas to fight us? Danzo looked at the letter in his hand and said helplessly. Well, Dave, who was bruised and swollen, was about to say something. Advertisement, okay. Dave, I know you can trust me, so I'll leave the Kirigakure matter to you. Homura, bring Dave a series of documents such as maritime operations. Danzo was waiting for Dave to speak. You don't have to go out in person. Konoha's ninjas are at your disposal. Just work hard in the building. Homura, go lock Dave's office door. My dear, I believe in you, just like before. Homura, send a message to Uchiha Kagami. Kirigakure will be left to them Uchiha. After Dave went back, he directly threw the matter over there to the mirror. Jing received the news and was helpless. Uchiha Marines, move out. Jing returned to the office and gave the order. Kirigakure, Kishang, if I can't come back, Kirigakure will be in your hands. Third Mizukage held Shikang's hands with tears in his eyes. Well, Master Third Mizukage, you can go with peace of mind. Shichong choked with eyes red as well. Then I'll go. Third Mizukage nodded, turned and left Kirigakure. Only a back figure was left to everyone. Until the back of Third Mizukage disappeared, the lost position instantly returns to its previous state. Loquat Juzang, please bring this document of friendly coexistence with Konoha to Konoha. Shi Kang took out a document from his arms and handed it to Juzang, who was standing aside. Brother, do we really want to establish friendly relations with Konoha? Wooly Jinpachi asked in confusion as he watched Juzang leave. Well, establishing a relationship with Konoha will be beneficial to us without any harm. There are still good people in Konoha. Last time I went to Konoha, I eliminated the enemies. Senju Dave, you know that, right? Shi Kang nodded and twisted. He turned around and asked. I know, he is famous for being a gangster and scoundrel in the ninja world. But his strength can be said to be the best in the ninja world. Muri Jinpachi nodded. Well, I was often taken care of by him when I was a child. Although he didn't have a good reputation and didn't look like a good person. He looked a bit wretched. Ahem, I'm going too far. I got in touch with him and contacted Konoha. The party also got on the line. Kirigakure needed to develop, lost the position and coughed awkwardly. Well, after all, brother, you are the fourth Mizukage. You have to think about the village. I am overly worried. But, for the purpose of third generation. Why don't you tell her? Him? After all, she. He. And Konoha has such a deep hatred. Advertisement? No need. I believe the third generation project will know my good intentions. Shi Kang smiled slightly. The third generation project must come back. Hashirama went to play with Madara, pushed Madara's door open. The scene in front of him instantly stunned Hashirama. Madara's angular body, full of scars from the vicissitudes of time, was displayed in front of Hashirama's eyes without any concealment. And Madara was only wearing the swimming trunks. What the hell? Madara, what are you doing? Hashirama came back to his senses and asked in confusion. Uchiha Marine Admiral, Uchiha Madara. Madara took out a certificate from the clothes on the side and handed it to Hashirama. You mean, you're going to the battlefield? Hashirama asked in a daze. Well, in the naval battle with Kirigakure, as the Admiral of the Uchiha Marine Corps, I have to take the lead. Madara would never say that this was the certificate he asked Mirror to spend $2 to apply for him. Madara actually just can't get used to staying at home. I want to go out and have fun. Madara. I can. Shut up and call me Admiral, or, call me my military nickname, Uchiha. Madara interrupted Hashirama directly and said angrily. Admiral, Senju Hashirama applies to fight. Hashirama was speechless, but he still hoped to go with him. Can you fight in the sea? Can you swim? Madara asked doubtfully. Please Admiral, believe me, Senju Hashirama. The Senju Hashirama people, give me the nickname Senju Water Ghost. Okay. You go with me, looking at the two people in front of me in the mirror, speechless. Madara-sama. Teacher Hashirama. You two should put on your clothes. The camera looked at the two people in underwear in front of them with pain. What? Didn't you fight in the water? Madara asked doubtfully. Naval battle. We have a fleet. You don't need to go into the water. Lens rubbed his head in pain. He shouldn't have said this to Madara in the first place. And we are ninjas. Except for Kirigakure's Ghost Lantern clan, we basically fight on the sea. Oh, I forgot that I can still stand on the water. Hashirama smiled awkwardly. Well, it's all your fault, Hashirama. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Madara looked at Hashirama, then went to get dressed. Hashirama is confused. Didn't you do it first? Chapter 382 Battle against Hanzo. Outside Rain Shinobi Village. Are they just the three of you? Hanzo asked calmly, standing above the summoning beast Sanshuyu, looking down at the three people in front of him. Yes, it's you, Grandpa Jiraiya, ha. Are you scared? Jiraiya put his hands on his hips and smiled wildly. Orochimaru and Tsunade waved their hands to show that they didn't recognize him. Stop talking nonsense, I will fight you because you are quite young. As long as you can knock me off the Sancho fish, even if you win, the battle between Rain Shinobi and Konoha will be over. But if I win, you will call your superiors over. I will still be standing here until the end. Hanzo smiled disdainfully. Tsunade and Jiraiya were gearing up and looked at Hanzo with a fighting spirit. They hadn't seen such a brave person for a long time. Hey, Orochimaru, what are you doing? Jiraiya noticed Orochimaru playing with his mobile phone and asked confused. Oh, I'm looking through the address book. Why don't we just admit defeat? Anyway, our superior is Uncle Dave. Let Uncle Dave do it. Orochimaru stretched. Stop talking so much nonsense. Let's fight. Hanzo swallowed when he heard the name from Orochimaru's mouth, and then directly controlled the Sancho fish and rushed towards the three of them. Tisk. Tsunade clicked his tongue softly with disdain, and then slowly walked towards Hanzo, who rushed over. Hanzo concentrated slightly, but still smiled disdainfully. In his eyes, she was just a little girl, well, just a little too big. The Sancho fish was close at hand, and Tsunade gently grasped it with the palm of his right hand. Then Tsunade stood up and swung his right hand forward. While waving in the air, Tsunade's arm slowly condensed layers of steel into his hand, finally forming a steel fist the size of a human, with fire spraying from behind. Boom! After a loud noise, the mountain-sized Sancho fish flew out in an instant. Orochimaru, I have to say, those things you made are somewhat useful. Tsunade's steel fist slowly disappeared, and he turned to look at Orochimaru with a smile on his face. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's clenched fist and took a few steps back. Advertisement, Orochimaru, are you a? Why do you give this BCH this thing? Even if you were beaten to death, you will be disabled. Jiraiya shuddered hard and looked at Orochimaru, who was standing aside, and asked. I shouldn't have to worry, she didn't hit me anyway, Orochimaru swallowed and said slowly. Then you mean you gave her that thing just to hit me? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with wide eyes. I didn't say that. Hey, what are you two mumbling about? Tsunade shouted in annoyance. It's okay, they both said in unison. In the distance, Hanzo crawled out of the huge pit in a very embarrassed manner. Hey, Hanzo, we agreed that if you roll down from there, you lose. Tsunade looked at Hanzo over there and shouted. Ahem. You. Sancho fish. Poisonous spray. Hanzo coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was very concerned about face and felt that he had been slapped in the face. He had to get his place back. Hanzo mounted the Sancho fish again, and the Sancho fish sprayed thick poison from its mouth. Orochimaru tilted his head, then took out a scroll. The smoke on the scroll dissipated, and a large hairdryer appeared in the field. Then Orochimaru took out another scroll, took out a multi-socket power bank, plugged in the plug of the hairdryer, and turned on the maximum setting of the hairdryer. The poisonous mist was instantly blown back by the wind. Huh? It seems you were quite capable. You can even counter my poisonous mist? Hanzo looked at Orochimaru and narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru shrugged. Blinking technique. Then Hanzo drew out his scythe and reached behind Orochimaru in an instant. Orochimaru was still holding a scroll in his hand. When Hanzo slashed at Orochimaru, a mecha appeared behind Orochimaru and helped Orochimaru block the sword. Looking at Hanzo fighting with the mecha, Jiraiya swallowed. Advertisement. Then Orochimaru took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it with a lighter, put on his sunglasses, and took out 2 scrolls. A heavy Gatling and mortar appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru pressed the Gatling trigger with one hand and placed the cannon with the other. The Hanzo people were all dumbfounded. The mecha in front of them could fly up to the sky and down to the ground, and a knife could come out from the sole of its feet. The guy next to him was still firing a gun. When had Hanzo ever fought such a difficult battle? He couldn't find a chance to fight back. The firepower was suppressed too hard. How much did you bring? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a headache and asked. Huh, Gatling blue fire is a bit dazzling. I just brought a scroll, but there are thousands of scrolls sealed in that scroll. I asked Grandma Mito and Master Tobirama to help me make it. A simple scroll sealing space, the storage space is just folded. Orochimaru said calmly with a cigarette in his mouth, slowly blowing out the smoke. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. I'm almost out of bullets, so it doesn't count, but I'm too lazy to take them. After all, it's a bit of a mental effort to find bullets from thousands of scrolls. Hurry up and summon your 2 old toads. It's your turn, Orochimaru reminded. Road. Okay. Jiraiya summoned 2 old toad sages, Shima and Fukasaku, and began to prepare. A few minutes later, Orochimaru ran out of bullets and put away the mortars and gatlings on the ground. Taijutsu. Double attack with chain sickle. Hanzo, who had been tired for a long time, finally seized the opportunity. The sickle blade pinned the knife that popped out from the sole of the mecha's foot, and the knife connected to the chain in his left hand was cut into 2 pieces by the mecha. 3 paragraphs. Ha ha ha. My sage mode. Before Hanzo could say a few harsh words, he heard Jiraiya's laughter coming from over there. Tsunade and Orochimaru also turned to look at Jiraiya out of curiosity. The atmosphere is a bit silent. Hey, what do you mean you're not talking? Am I not handsome in sage mode? Jiraiya asked unhappily. Well, not handsome, and very ugly. Orochimaru and Tsunade nodded at the same time and said in unison. TCH, they're 2 country bumpkins who don't know how to appreciate my handsomeness and can't keep up with the trend. Jiraiya curled his lips and said unhappily. Little Jiraiya, is he the enemy? Let's fight quickly. I have to go to the live broadcast room to sell goods. Fukasaku Sennin said hurriedly. Yes, our insect sales have been very poor recently. It's all your fault, old man. The insects we catch are not fresh. Shima Sennin scolded. Chapter 383. They're the same as you. Okay, 2 immortals, it's our turn to play. Jiraiya was gearing up and laughing. Quick victory, little Jiraiya, old lady, let's just use that move. Fukasaku nodded and looked at Shima and said. Good. Sage art. The toad is singing. Fukasaku and Shima, standing on either side of Jiraiya's shoulders, instantly emitted bursts of harsh frog sounds. Hanzo felt a splitting headache as he listened to the frog's cry, which was as irritating as a needle P*K, and he hurriedly retreated. Jiraiya was about to follow him and have a fight with Hanzo. Orochimaru stopped Jiraiya, then took out 2 scrolls, one was earplugs, and gave one to Tsunade. Another scroll, after the smoke clears. It was a loudspeaker as big as 2 people. Jiraiya took it over excitedly. He held one up with both hands, and the 2 old toad sage frogs also sang harder. Hanzo, who was retreating violently, suddenly found that the sound of frogs, which was getting smaller and smaller, suddenly became louder, and no matter how far he ran, the sound was still so loud. In the end, blood slowly flowed out from Hanzo's facial features, and he fell directly to the ground, trapped in the illusion and unable to move. Huh, the matter is settled, little Jiraiya, let's go back first. Fukasaku and Shima breathed a sigh of relief, said hello to Jiraiya, and the 2 toads left here. Okay, thank you 2 immortals. Jiraiya nodded happily, this time he finally got the limelight. The 3 of them waited for a while, but saw Hanzo lying on the ground still unresponsive. Jiraiya, go and see if he is dead. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya aside and said. Okay. Jiraiya nodded and walked to Hanzo's side. Hanzo, your mother asked you to go home for dinner. Wake up. Jiraiya shook him and shouted. You idiot, Orochimaru, go. Tsunade was speechless and looked at Orochimaru aside and said. Orochimaru nodded helplessly and walked up to Hanzo. Jiraiya stepped aside. Advertisement, Hanzo, your father is gone, you are gone, and your rain shinobi village is gone. 2 idiots, start driving, and you still have to look at me. Tsunade couldn't stand it any longer and moved the 2 of them aside. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at each other depressedly to see what Tsunade would do. And Tsunade directly sat on Hanzo's body, grabbed Hanzo's collar with his left hand and lifted him up. Then, snapped, a clear, loud and big nose bag with red paw prints slapped Hanzo on the face. And Hanzo hasn't responded yet. Well, the next scene is a bit bloody. Cough cough cough. Hanzo spit out a large mouthful of blood and looked at the 3 people in front of him weakly. You have to admit defeat this time, Hanzo, Orochimaru asked calmly. Well, Hanzo, can afford to lose. If we don't fight, Rain Shinobi Village and Konoha will cease the war. Hanzo struggled to stand up and said with some slurred speech. After Hanzo finished speaking, he was stunned and reached out his hand to touch his face. Why is my face swollen? Hanzo asked confused. Ahem. Orochimaru and Jiraiya took a few steps back, leaving Tsunade facing Hanzo. Huh, I admit that the 3 of you can compete with me as a demigod. Yes, there are many rising people in the ninja world. From today on, I will give you the title of Sanin. With this title, live well, bar. Well, he is indeed a demigod. He has a stubborn mouth and ran away after saying it. Hey, this Hanzo is so stubborn, who wants his title? Tsunade said unhappily. Okay, the battle with Rain Shinobi Village is over. Hanzo's integrity is still good. Pack your things and go back to Konoha. Orochimaru didn't think so much anymore, turned around and walked slowly towards the camp. The next day, advertisement Sanin's names spread from Rain Shinobi Village. They are respectively, Orochimaru, who does not talk about tolerance. Sinus fanatic, Tsunade. Toad pervert, Jiraiya. Don't stop me, both of you. Let me G kill this Hanzo. Who the hell is a sinus fanatic? Tsunade heard the news in Konoha and was so angry that he wanted to go to Rain again. Shinobi confronts Hanzo. Calm down, Tsunade, it's just a name. Look, Jiraiya is still a pervert. Orochimaru hurriedly stopped in front of Tsunade and said. That's right, Jiraiya is a pervert. I'm not a sinus fanatic. Tsunade shouted unhappily. Hey, Tsunade, can you not involve me in your own affairs? Jiraiya, who was still depressed at the side, asked very unhappy when he heard this. Do you have any objections? Tsunade clenched his fists and looked at Jiraiya with squinted eyes. No, I have no objection, you can do whatever you want. Mom, those 3 brothers and sisters look familiar. Because the 3 of them were in the park, and their noisy appearance naturally attracted the attention of people passing by. Son, when you say that, it does look familiar. Mom looked at the 3 of them and nodded. I remembered Mom. On the morning news broadcast, 3 brothers and sisters appeared. It's Sanin. That sister is a sinus fanatic. The son's eyes lit up, thinking of the news he saw in the morning. I remembered it too. By the way, son, weren't you clamoring to buy that Hashirama doll just now? This sinus fanatic sister hates children who buy toys the most. Be careful about her. Mom's words have not yet been spoken. Having said that. Whoa, I don't want my sinuses to be slapped, and I don't want toys. When the son heard his mother's words, he cried instantly. Okay, my son is the best. As long as he doesn't buy toys and be a good baby, she won't dare. Let's go. The mother happily took her son away. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya were dumbfounded. Oh, Hanzo of the Salamander, I'm going to kill him. Tsunade exploded instantly and ran like crazy towards Rain Shinobi Village. Calm down, Tsunade. Think about Uncle Dave, Uncle Mirror, Uncle Hiruzen, Uncle Danzo and the 4 of them. They are the same as you. Orochimaru and Jiraiya quickly followed and shouted. When you say that, I feel better. Tsunade, who was running like crazy, heard this and calmed down instantly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 384 Friendly Relations. In the afternoon, Hanzo came to Konoha. Hello, who are you? The member of the police department at the gate of Konoha asked in confusion. Hanzo of the Salamander, your Hokage and Senju Dave invited me here, Hanzo said slowly. Hold on. Okay, please come in. Also, you are under full surveillance. Please don't do anything embarrassing. A member of the police department called Danzo. After receiving an explanation, they let Hanzo in. Hanzo walked into Konoha and looked at the high-rise buildings, black asphalt roads, and cars running on the road. He felt very uncomfortable. Hanzo walked slowly towards the center, and then arrived at the door of the Hokage building. Are you Mr. Hanzo? Homura stood downstairs and asked with a smile when he saw Hanzo's figure. Hanzo nodded. Please follow me. Homura led Hanzo into the Hokage building and entered the elevator. Hanzo was at a loss and just followed Homura. Holding the sickle tightly in his hand, he knew that he would have a narrow escape from death this time, but he still had to come for the sake of the village. Homura took him to the door of Hokage's office and knocked gently. Please come in. Hanzo opened the door and Danzo and Dave were sitting on the sofa nearby. Mr. Hanzo, welcome, please take a seat, Dave warmly invited. Hanzo looked at Dave dubiously, but sat down across from the two of them. Please wait a moment. Oh, by the way, while waiting, you can take a look at this agreement. Dave took out an agreement from behind and handed it to Hanzo. Advertisement, what agreement? Post-war compensation agreement, Hanzo asked with a self-deprecating smile. You'll know when you open it and take a look, Dave smiled mysteriously. Hanzo read through the agreement, and after a few minutes, he looked at the two people in front of him in disbelief. Mr. Hanzo, we are not gay, please don't look at us like that. Do you have any objections to this document? Dave felt uncomfortable with his eyes and asked quickly. No, I just want to know, are you serious? Hanzo still asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Before Dave could answer his doubts, there was another knock on the door. Come in, Danzo shouted. Here, just in time, please sit down, Loquat Zhuzhong, we just happened to talk together, Dave said with a happy smile. Loquat Zhuzhong sat next to Hanzo, and the two looked at each other. We Konoha will develop a good relationship of friendship and cooperation with Mist Shinobi and Rain Shinobi village. We Konoha will give the two villages a certain amount of help, and the price the two villages will pay is friendship. Yes, you heard it right. Dai the husband smiled and said. Let me first talk about some things that we in Konoha can help. We will open transportation between Konoha, Mist Shinobi, and Rain Shinobi, including but not limited to high-speed rail, airplanes, ships, etc. The people of the three villages can also benefit from this move. Having seen the customs of various places, I believe that the scenery of Mist Shinobi, the prosperity of Konoha, and the waterscape of Rain Shinobi, well, will attract a large number of tourists. Rain Shinobi village, except for the rain, it means poverty. We in Konoha will not charge a penny for the above-mentioned transportation convenience. It will not only bring benefits to the people, but also provide greater convenience for business exchanges between our three villages, such as Mist Shinobi's seafood, Konoha's various technologies, Rain Shinobi villages, special snacks. Well, that's right. Dave really has a headache. There really isn't much to say about Rain Shinobi. Hanzo glanced at Dave unhappily, feeling that this guy was targeting him. This is transportation, as well as education. Education is the most important point. We Konoha will send fresh graduates to each village to teach. The teaching includes but is not limited to ninjutsu. It can also allow students from the three villages to study abroad, further increasing the strength of Sankun. Dave continued. Wait a minute, I have a question, Hanzo said at this time. Speaking, advertisement. I, Rain Shinobi village, have reached a friendly relationship with you, Konoha, and I can make the final decision. But according to the information I received, Kirigakure is still at war with Konoha, right? Is the third Mizukage out of their minds? I'm talking to you at the same time. Stop wasting people and do these things with you on the other side. Hanzo looked at Loquat Juzo and said. This cooperation was decided by our fourth Mizukage, Loquat Juzo said slowly. Fourth generation. Has the third generation abdicated? Why didn't I know? Hanzo asked, stunned. Well, let me call and ask, Dave said at this time, calling the mirror over there. Mirror. How is the situation over there? Has the third Mizukage been solved? Dave asked. Not yet, she. Forget it, it's a bit of a thief and won't fight us head on. Moreover, there are ghost lanterns who have been running around in the sea, and they haven't been cleaned up by him yet, he said distress-edly. Oh. This is the swimming trunks I bought with my personal money for 3 years. 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I got here in the past 3 years? Ah. Sage art. Wood style. True several thousand hands. At this moment, a heartbreaking roar came from Jing's phone. I take back what I said, the third Mizukage has been solved, Jing swallowed and said slowly. Okay. Dave hung up the phone. Okay, the third generation project has become history, and the fourth generation project will be available soon. Hanzo, do you have any questions? Dave looked at Hanzo and said with a smile. No problem. Hanzo swallowed and quickly shook his head. Next, several people discussed other matters. Okay, it's decided. You just need to sign this agreement. Also, please wait in Konoha for a few days. When 4th Mizukage takes over, he will come to Konoha to sign the agreement. Then there is also a press conference. Dave nodded with satisfaction. Of course, what we discuss in this conference are general issues and many detailed things. Danzo and I still have a lot of things to be busy with. You can ask this person and he can give you some very honest answers. Tenzang, you have lived in Konoha for a few days and you should know the situation in Konoha. I would like you to be Hanzo's guide these days. Dave and Danzo stood up, gave each of them a business card and then called. Say hello and leave here first. Business card? Hanzo took the business card. Looking at the name on the business card, Hanzo shuddered hard. Chapter 385 Kakuzu. I earn with my blood. Hanzo looked at the business card. I thought of what the older generation said a few years ago. Hanzo, I'm very happy that you are respected as a demigod by the ninja world. From now on, Rain Shinobi Village will depend on you. Ahem. Hanzo, remember, everyone in the ninja world is you can mess with him, but that person can't be messed with. The old man was lying weakly on the hospital bed. Who is it, senior? Hanzo asked in confusion. The black-faced devil. Remember, Hanzo, the most you can lose is your life if you fight against other people. If you fight with him, you will throw away your life and your life together with your book and your background. Yes, I remember. Hanzo recalled the old man's warning to him. He looked at the name on the business card in front of him and swallowed. He had faced off against Kakuzu 10 years ago, and the old man hadn't said this to him at that time, so he was young and frivolous at that time and didn't know how much the opponent weighed. When he told the old man what happened, the old man was so frightened that he almost lost his wits. That's how the old man warned him while lying on the hospital bed. Financial advisory, investment products, economic management, insurance. Industry, mining, energy, catering, hotels, telecommunications. Industry, real estate, services, clothing industry, public welfare organizations, advertising industry, aerospace, chemistry, health, healthcare, construction industry, education, training, metal smelting, accounting, beauty media, publishing, wood, paper making, retail, wholesale, agriculture, tourism, justice, lawyer, driver, sports, academic research, performing arts, medical services, art, design, internet, music and dance, postal express, transportation, government agencies, machinery manufacturing, consulting, etc. If you encounter any problems in the above industries, please call the following number. Mr. Kakuzu. Price determines quality, quality is linked to service, and capable people do capable things. Kakuzu. The one with the highest price will be given priority. After reading the business card, Hanzo swallowed. Your name is Lokwa Juzang, right? What does his business card mean? How can you call him here? Hanzo swallowed. He did have a big problem that he needed to consult Kakuzu. Well, it's simple, just call his phone number, don't you? You don't even know this? Don't you even have mobile phones in your village? Lokwa Juzang asked doubtfully. No, Hanzo shook his head. Kakuzu is responsible for exporting mobile phones and other supplies. He is not blind. He is as poor as Rain Shinobi Village and still imports. He must be out of his mind. Okay, I'll call you and call him over. Lokwa Juzang nodded helplessly, took the business card, and called Kakuzu according to the number on it. Advertisement. Kakuzu over there received the call and appeared in front of the two of them in less than a minute. This business was coming. Hanzo looked at Kakuzu and swallowed. Night. Dave got up from the office. Well, it was getting dark and it was time to go home and continue sleeping. Dave stretched out and walked out of the office where he had slept all day. Suddenly, he noticed that the light in a nearby room was still on. This Homura left without even turning off the light. It's true. I'll turn it off. The in-laws from the province will come over tomorrow and argue about this matter again. Dave stretched out and walked to the door. Just as Dave was about to reach out and push the door open, there was movement inside. Dave stopped extending his hand and leaned on the door to listen. If you say that, it will be a little difficult to help Rain Shinobi Village get out of the predicament of constant rain. Hiss. Is there really a way? Please tell me, please tell me. It's Kakuzu, but judging by the tone of his voice. Well, he's probably going to start blackmailing again. Dave outside the door thought. In this way, since your Rain Shinobi Village will soon be my friendly village of Konoha, I can't give you an embarrassing price, 500 million, to help you solve this problem, just after this war is over. How about 500 million? Okay. No problem. Hanzo struggled to think for a while, but then he thought that if there was no rain in Rain Shinobi Village, the economic situation of Rain Shinobi Village would gradually improve, although 500 million is the money Rain Shinobi Village saved over 20 years. But it's worth it. Okay, it's decided. Just bring the money in a few days. When the war is over, I will solve it for you immediately. Then, Hanzo shook hands with Kakuzu very excitedly and left with a warm voice and a happy poop. Looking at Hanzo's leaping steps, Dave, who was hiding in the corner, came out. 500 million, that's Rain Shinobi Village's profit for nearly 20 years. Are you ripping it off too hard? I can't even say that Rain Shinobi Village will solve it completely. If technological means are used, 500 million, it seems a bit insufficient. However, judging from our decades of friendship, you will never do anything to lose money. Tell me how you want to solve it. Dave came in and looked at the person sitting over there. Kakuzu, who was drinking tea lightly at the table, asked doubtfully. Shush. Kakuzu stretched out his finger and shushed lightly. Advertisement. The essence of rain is that the water on the ground turns into water vapor and evaporates into the air after being illuminated by the sun. The water vapor condenses into small water droplets when it encounters cold air at high altitudes. It rains continuously in Rain Shinobi Village. It may have something to do with his geographical location. Kakuzu said one thing after another. Stop, I'm not here to listen to your lecture, please be more precise. Dave has a headache. Leaving aside the geographical location, the rain in Rain Shinobi Village lasted for at least 100 years. The dark clouds accumulated over Rain Shinobi Village are probably as big as Konoha. It's a very simple thing, Kakuzu said slowly. Dave stared at Kakuzu, waiting for Kakuzu's next words. Since the dark clouds are lingering there, it's easy to just give him a big sinus and beat him away, Kakuzu said slowly. Fight away. Where are you going? Dave was speechless. Sand Shinobi, isn't that little kid Luo Sha going to 4th generation soon? The sandstorm in their village is serious and there is no water all year round. This problem was solved for him in one fell swoop. How much does Luo Sha promise to give you? Dave asked the subject directly. 2 billion is too much for Sand Shinobi, which is rich in minerals and can also extract gold, Kakuzu said with a smile. Okay, last question, how do you beat the dark clouds of Rain Shinobi to Sand Shinobi? That is not something that ordinary technology can defeat. According to the current technological means, we will have to wait for another 10 years to have such technology at least. Dave looked at Kakuzu and asked. Kakuzu didn't answer Dave, but made a phone call. Hey, is this Hashirama? I have a job here, do you want to do it for 1,000 taels? It's a very simple job, just use your true several thousand hands. Okay, you've got S***** N2, Hashirama. 1,502. My reserve price is up, otherwise, I won't make any money with this order. Okay, you owe me a favor. Okay, I'll call you when the time comes. Kakuzu said in an affectionate tone that he didn't make any money with this order, and Hashirama also made money. Okay, the person who hit him has been found. What technology should he use? If one big sinus can't blow away that thing, then 1,000 big sinuses will be needed, Kakuzu said with a slight smile. Dave was completely dumbfounded. I paid 1,500 taels and received 2.5 billion taels. Not only did I get favors from Hashirama, but also from Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi. I myself have become famous. If they have something to do in the future, they will still look for me. If I can continue to make profits like this, I will make a lot of money. It's just economic complementarity and integration. After that, Kakuzu left, leaving only Dave's back, hiding his fame and achievements, leaving Dave dumbfounded. Chapter 386 Tsukumo's brain problem has been gone for more than a day or two. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Dave was fast asleep at home. Suddenly, the phone rang. Dave struggled to get up and silence the phone. He looked at Yume, who was still sleeping beside him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Tsukumo called. Did something happen over there? Dave thought doubtfully, and walked out to answer the phone. Teacher, hurry. My wife is giving birth and I'm not at home. Tsukumo's anxious voice came from the phone. What? Okay, don't worry, I'll be there right away. Dave's sleepiness disappeared instantly when he got up. My wife called the elders at home. Each of those elders was sleeping more than the last. I had no choice but to call you. While Dave was on the road, Tsukumo explained the situation. Haha, it's okay, I'm here as a teacher, just rest assured. Dave drove the car, comforting Tsukumo not to worry. Okay Tsukumo, I'm here. I'll hang up the phone first. I'll call you back when I get to the hospital later. Dave arrived at the door of Tsukumo's house and saw that the door was closed. He had no choice but to climb in. After entering, I heard wailing from a room. A few minutes later, in the hospital. Tsukumo, don't worry, your wife has already entered the delivery room, Dave comforted Tsukumo. At this time, the doctor came out of the delivery room, and Dave hurried up to ask. Premature birth. The doctor sighed. Hearing this, both Dave and Tsukumo on the other end of the phone fell silent. Save your mother, Tsukumo said with his heart pounding. Dave said nothing, thinking about how to save people. Why protect the mother? The mother and child are safe, the doctor said doubtfully at this time. Dave and Tsukumo on the other side of the phone were both confused. It's just a premature birth. I've never experienced any surgeries like miscarriage, uterine movements, etc. It's just a premature birth, don't worry, the mother and child are safe now. They need to rest. Let's go in for a checkup later. The doctor said disdainfully and then started again. Went into the delivery room. Dave and the phone in his hand were speechless. Advertisement, teacher, I'll hang up now. Please tell her that thank you for your hard work and that I love her. Tsukumo on the phone couldn't hear any emotion or anger in his tone. He finished speaking slowly and hung up the phone. Dave didn't say anything, but he thought of Tsukumo's cold-hearted character and thought, Sanagakure had something good to watch. Sanagakure Battlefield. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Kagaya Kimima, get your tank out. A roar echoed through the camp. A moment later, before he woke up, Kimima looked confused as Tsukumo drove away in the tank. Hitaki Tsukumo, you're crazy in the middle of the night, Kimima shouted speechlessly. I'm not crazy, I'm going to be a dad, ha ha ha. As the voice disappeared, Tsukumo had also disappeared driving the tank. Everyone, go back to sleep. He has been having brain problems for a day or two. He will be back soon, Kimima shouted, looking at the ninjas who were awakened by the silence around them. Senagakure Station. Shio is sleeping. Boom. A loud noise broke the quiet night. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. There was a lot of noise outside, and Shio quickly got up and went outside to check the situation. Hitaki Tsukumo. You are looking for death. Shio happened to see Tsukumo sitting on the tank over there and bombing randomly. Ha 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 ha. Lousy became a father today. Lousy is happy. Come and let Senagakure be happy too. Ha ha ha. The next day, news came out from Senagakure that Hitaki Tsukumo sneaked into the Senagakure station in the middle of the night, killing more than 600 ninjas and seriously injuring more than 300 others. Hitaki Tsukumo's reputation once again resounded throughout the ninja world. Moreover, survivors said that Hitaki Tsukumo alone drove a device similar to one filled with detonators and continuously bombarded the Senagakure station. Ever since, the title of Hitaki Cannon has become a more mainstream name. The title of White Fang, which was obtained by cutting off other people's breasts at the sports meeting, has finally been refreshed. Advertisement finally, Tsukumo drove the scarred tank back to the station. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was not sleepy and was very excited. Hey, the Hitaki Cannon is back. Okay, go back and rest quickly. If you mess up people like this, the war will start again. Kimima looked at Tsukumo in front of him speechlessly. Okay, I'm going back to rest first. Tsukumo nodded. Although he was excited, he still knew the overall situation. Back in the tent, Dave happened to call Tsukumo. Teacher. Tsukumo quickly answered the phone. Okay, you kid, Hitaki Cannon. Don't worry, your child and wife are fine. However, your wife asked me to name the child. I think it's better to let you two do this. Think about it, give the child a name. What name do you want? Your wife is listening next to you, Dave said with a smile. Let me think about it. Hitaki Cannon, Tsukumo blurted out without knowing whether it was a sudden thought or not. Dave and Shomo's wife were both silent. Dave silently handed the phone to Tsukumo's wife in the hospital bed. Tsukumo, can you change it? Tsukumo's wife said gently. It doesn't sound good. Let me think about it. What about Hitaki Gatling? Can I change it to another one? That's it, Hitaki Grenade. Hitaki Tsukumo. This is a name for the child. I'm not asking you to fight. Tsukumo's wife couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. Tsukumo? There was no sound on the other side of the phone, and Tsukumo's wife shouted twice in confusion. Dave smiled, took the phone from her and hung up. Don't worry, he drove the cannon to Senagakure and fought for a day and a night. He was exhausted and fell asleep. It's fine, Dave said with a smile. Teacher Dave, please give me a name. Tsukumo. As for the names just now, she really didn't dare to let Tsukumo pick anymore. Okay, Hitaki Kakashi, how about it? Dave nodded. Kakashi. What a great name. That's it, okay, since you agreed, I will register the child's household registration now. Dave nodded with satisfaction and hurriedly left here. Dave knew that Tsukumo would not agree to the name of the child until his death, but there was no way. Hitaki Kakashi was better than some Hitaki Cannon and Hitaki Grenade. Well, kill it first and then tell it. Give the child's household registration first. When Tsukumo comes, that's it, no solution anymore. Chapter 387 The Second Five Shadows Talk. Hey, in-laws, why do you look so listless today? Dave ran into Danzo's office with a smile and made a strange sound. Go away, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village are over too. Danzo cursed and then said. What's the result? Dave sat aside. Third Raikage is dead. In order to cover the withdrawal of their troops, he fought alone with 10,000 people for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. Danzo sighed. To be honest, Third Raikage's move was indeed bloody. Not only that, Second Raikage, who was almost 70 years old, heard the news and was so angry that he went to Onoki in a wheelchair to fight for his life. Second Generation was still Second Generation. Onoki was seriously injured and dying, and Second Generation also died. Danzo, then he said. What about the candidates for Fourth Raikage? Dave asked. Definitely not the son of Third Generation. He is just a teenager this year, too young, and like his dad, Third Generation, he can't do things with his brains. But there is news, by Wooden Golem, the one you sent there before. Those are the orphans. Danzo thought for a while and said. Dave's eyes lit up. In this case, well, that's good. The goal of peace in the ninja world will soon be achieved. Well, the only thing missing is that Third Kazekage is not dead. Onoki is a stubborn A*, but if the other 4 villages unite, he has no choice but to be sure you have to unite with us. Dave thought for a while and said. Well, that's the situation. You tell Tsukumo to kill the Third Kazekage as soon as possible and let Rasa take over. Danzo nodded. Third Kazekage is a B******. He probably won't come out until the end. Chio and his brother Ebizo have always been leading the troops on the front line. Dave thought for a moment. At this moment, Dave's phone rang again. Hey, teacher, my might is missing. Tsukumo shouted anxiously. Huh? Where can that guy go? Dave asked confused. I don't know. At 4 o'clock in the morning last night, he was shouting something nonsense that he was going to be a father, and then he opened the 4th gate and disappeared. Tsukumo said hurriedly. Wait a minute, he became a father? When did it happen? Dave was even more confused. I just called Uncle Might and asked. Might's wife Dai gave birth to a boy last night, A boy named Might Guy. It turns out that Dave's wife was pregnant before we went on the expedition, but it was not obvious for a short time. That's it. Have no idea. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Advertisement. Teacher. Do you think he will be like me? Sakumo said after being silent for a few seconds. A calm person like you has become like that. What do you think of him? Why don't you go to Sanagakure and have a look? Dave shouted with a headache. Sakumo ran towards Sanagakure without hanging up the phone. 7th gate. Shocking gate. Sanagakure, I'm going to be a father. Let's be excited together. This is youth. The hot and bright sun, Hirutora. You, Konoha, are sick. What do you think your fathers have to do with us, Sanagakure? 2 roars came from the distance, a few minutes later. That. Sensei. 3rd cage, is gone. Might Die kicked him and is gone, Sakumo said in a trembling voice after swallowing. Well, what about that? Pack your things and come back. Dave hung up the phone and looked at Danzo. The two of them were silent. The Second Ninja War, which lasted for a year, ended like this. Kirigakure, who lost his position and successfully ascended, became the 4th Mizukage. Sand Shinobi, Rasa successfully ascended the throne and became the 4th Kazekage. Cloud Shinobi was succeeded by Wooden Golem, but Wooden Golem's appointment was limited, and he would come down after the 3rd Raikage's son matured. On this day, Hokage, Mizukage, Kazekage, and Raikage reached friendship and cooperation in Konoha. We share adversities and advance and retreat together. Tsuchikage Onoki saw this situation. People are stupid when they got up from the hospital bed, and quickly came to Konoha to join in. During the meeting, Hashirama stood outside the door. Hearing the movement inside the door, a knot in his heart finally let go. The ninja world can be considered peaceful. Peace? Ridiculous. The foundation of all this is peace based on the strength of our Konoha. After our generation and Dave's generations are dead, do you think the ninja world will still be peaceful? Madara on the side sneered and smiled. Then leave it to the juniors. I, the god of the ninja world, have been busy with the first Hokage for decades. I am very satisfied to see this scene. Hashirama's state of mind has also changed, and he is no longer pursuing it. Ultimate peace is unrealistic. Advertisement. What are you busy with? Shenbao commercial? Senju Shishen? Or the living dead who appeared in 2 episodes of Hokage Ninja? Madara countered directly. Hey, Madara. What do you mean? Didn't I build Konoha? Hashirama asked unhappily. There's my share in it. Didn't I strive for peace during the first 5 Shadows Conference and the more than 10 years of peace? I only know that you knocked one of those 4 things. If I were there, the 4 of them would have to knock one for me. Oh, Uchiha Madara. I want to duel with you, Hashirama shouted angrily. Oh, a duel? Okay, games, racing, fighting, whatever you choose, Madara said with a disdainful smile. Let's go. Let's go to the Valley of the End and have a fight. Just go, okay. Everything is over now. I hope our 5 major villages can continue to maintain peace and live in harmony. Danzo stood up and said with a smile to the 4 shadows. Onoki's face was expressionless, but the other 3 nodded in a dignified manner. Okay, this is the second meeting of the 5 shadows. Everyone is very considerate. Next, there is another important thing. Dave stepped forward and said. What's going on? Onamu's heart skipped a beat. Kakuzu, Dave shouted towards the door. Soon, the figure that Onoki least wanted to see appeared in front of everyone. He held a calculator and a ledger in his hands. Put the peace issue aside for now, let's talk about post-war compensation first, Kakuzu said with a smile. Everyone present broke into cold sweat instantly. Chapter 388 Kakuzu vs Onoki. Wait, Konoha and I didn't do anything, did we? This has nothing to do with this rock shinobi, right? Onoki quickly stood up and said. Kakuzu sneered, took out a document from his arms and threw it to Onoki. Rock shinobi and Konoha combat deployment. If you hadn't received the news of peace in the 4 major villages, you and Cloud Shinobi would be finished, and your next target would be Konoha. This is your Iwagakure's combat deployment, Kakuzu said with a smile. What is this? How come I don't know? I'm telling you, you are slandering. He slandered me. He slandered me. Onoki looked at the deployment, and it was indeed like this, but would he admit it? At the same time, he also wondered why this document was here. Yes. He slandered us. How could we fight with Konoha? How did we know that Konoha would not use high-level combat power, let alone fight roundabout tactics with them? And how did we know to hide the supply routes? Carry out an all-round operation to cut off the supply flow. Behind Onoki, Carrie, an explosion-style ninja, one of the orphans adopted by Dave, stepped forward and shouted excitedly. Well, the files were also obtained from hunting. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Kakuzu picked up this document and looked at it. Well, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Carrie and Dave looked at each other and Dave winked and said good job. Hiss. Even if they are exactly the same, Carrie, a kid likes to think blindly. Maybe his brain is damaged by frequent explosions. He just happened to guess right, so it doesn't matter. Onoki is indeed an old fox, and said quickly. But he always felt like something was wrong. Then, this fingerprint and autograph cannot be fake, right? Kakuzu turned to the last page and showed it to Onoki. Who knows? Now that Konoha's technology is so advanced, it's easy to imitate something like this to slander me. Onoki continued to use his old fox nature, and after being silent for a while, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Okay, be brave. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since this document does not belong to you, Rock Shinobi, well, even if you, Rock Shinobi, have nothing to do with me, Konoha. How much money will be spent on such a waste of time? Kakuzu said. A waste of time? Didn't you come to slander me first and then I explained it? Onoki asked confused. Advertisement, yes, but this is a matter between the two of us, but the problem is that there are so many people here. How much time have you wasted? Kakuzu asked. Both of us, aren't you wasting your time without them? Onoki asked angrily. They were waiting for me. The next thing they have to do is wait for me to finish talking to you. This is their voluntary waiting. But you are different. They are waiting for you to FK you. Kakuzu changed it secretly. The concept depends on whether Onoki can react or not. I am Tsuchikage. This is still in a meeting, I am speaking. Isn't it normal for them to wait for me to finish speaking? Hearing what Onoki said, Kakuzu smiled and was fooled. So, in this battle, Kakuzu won. Although they may have hired foreign aid, but for the lane, the jungler might be the one to catch it, right? I'm sorry, Tsuchikage-sama, the meeting has ended since Kakuzu arrived. Now it belongs to everyone's private time, Dave said directly. Okay, Onoki. Let's do the math. We have been arguing for 5 minutes. There are 4 cage present. Each cage can decide 2 major events in the village every minute. According to the conflicts between ordinary people, for example, if the house collapses, the current average price of a house in the ninja world is 1 million taels. 4 movies, 5 minutes, 2 apartments per minute, which is 10 million. Okay, after the 4 movie reviews, there are also Dave and other movie assistants. The Kidney Love Company under Dave's control has a market value that is the highest in the Jonin world. First, around 50 million per minute, which is 250 million. As assistants to other filmmakers, what they have to do is to protect their own films, but if you let them listen to your nonsense for 5 minutes, you will be derelict in their duties for 5 minutes. According to the salary evaluation of each film assistant, it is also just 10,000 taels. Finally, there's me. Originally, I planned to solve the problem in 2 minutes, but you delayed it for 5 minutes. There are still 3 minutes left. Within 3 minutes, if I solve 1 order every minute, each order will cost 500 million taels. Look, that's 1.5 billion. Wait. What's your order for 500 million taels? Onoki asked quickly. Please ask Hanzo of the Salamander. I just completed an order with him for 500 million taels. I have already received the money, Kakuzu said calmly. A total of 1,760,100,000 silver taels. Of course, I will not take what belongs to them. I will take 1,500 million for myself. So please give me money. I heard that when Onoki walked out of the conference room, he was sent directly to the cardiology department of the hospital. Looking at Onoki, who was carrying away foaming at the mouth, Kakuzu adjusted the buttons on his wrists and looked at Luo Sha and Ji Yu Kang. Advertisement Luo Sha and Shi Kang's hearts were immediately pricked. Uncle Kakuzu. We are the friendly forces you have grown up with. The two people's eyes showed this meaning. Kakuzu nodded. He could clearly tell the difference between friendly and enemy forces, so he just let the two of them discuss it casually. Okay, now that it's over, I'll leave first. Kakuzu got the money, stood up and left. Looking at Kakuzu's back, everyone at the conference table was frightened, fearing that he would turn around and say something. But Kakuzu had nothing more to say and was indeed gone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, until the moviegoers asked their assistants to go back first. Uncle Dave. Uncle Danzo. Can you not let Uncle Kakuzu out so easily in the future? I'm still young. I can't stand such a big stimulation. Shi Kang covered his heart and trembled, said the voice. Ahem, didn't he accidentally injure a friendly force? It's okay, Dave explained with an awkward smile. 12 o'clock at midnight. Onoki was lying quietly on the hospital bed. At this time, there was no light, no noise, and no that terrifying figure. Everything was so beautiful. The corners of Onoki's mouth raised slightly. I really hope that this atmosphere can continue. Then Onoki turned over with a smile on his face, ready to sleep comfortably. The moment he turned over, a pair of green lights from the dark night appeared in front of Onoki's face. FK. Onoki was sent to the emergency room again. Kakuzu was a little helpless. He just wanted to remind Onoki to pay him quickly, and the cost of his treatment was Konoha's, and he, Onoki, had to pay it back. Chapter 389 Hiruzen. Long live. Next day Dave came to the hospital to visit the Might Dai family. When passing by the operating room, he saw a familiar figure standing outside the operating room. Dave walked forward in confusion. Uncle Madara, why are you in the hospital? Dave looked at Uncle Madara standing at the door of the operating room and asked in confusion. I was a bit heavy-handed today. Jing is in the infirmary now, Madara said, seeming to blame herself. It's a bit heavy. How heavy is it? I heard the doctor said that my lungs exploded. Madara thought for a moment and said. Ahem, that's it. I'll find someone to host the banquet. Dave was stunned and said happily. Naturally, it was impossible for him to believe that there would be any accidents in the mirror. It seems to be quite serious. My heart almost stops beating, Madara said again. What? Dave was completely stunned this time, but the doctor said, as long as the heart is still beating, it can be saved. Madara waved her hand, indicating that Dave didn't have to worry. Even if he really died, couldn't he just use a Rinnegan to reincarnate him? Oh, by the way, Kakuzu was also in there. He went to Hashirama today to ask for an account. He didn't find Hashirama, so he found Mito, and then. I took a look just now. The doctor saved the mirror with his left hand and Kakuzu with the right hand. He was really powerful. Madara thought of the doctor and nodded. On the other side, in Hokage's office. Take a break, Hiruzen. Do you want to watch a TV show? Danzo put down the Anbu transformation plan that Hiruzen gave him and said a little tiredly. TV series. Hiruzen wondered. Hokage Ninja, there are more than 300 episodes now. I heard from Dave that I appeared in these 2 episodes. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. This TV series doesn't have much serious content, but it has a lot of memories. Oh, let's take a look. Hiruzen smiled and nodded. But Danzo, I won this time. I appeared hundreds of episodes earlier than you. Hiruzen thought about something and laughed again. Yeah, I came out early and left pretty early. Advertisement. Hiruzen remained silent, and the 2 of them sat behind the desk, watching the Hokage ninja played on the computer on the desk. Under the shadow, a black figure slowly walked out of the shadow. His right eye was covered with a bandage, and his right hand was also bandaged. When Danzo saw this image of himself, he instantly felt bad. The darkness of Shinobi, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root, is ruthless and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, the narration of the TV series introduced thoughtfully. What about this image? Danzo slowly turned his head and looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen's left arm was also covered with a bandage. The plot is a memory. Shinobi's darkness talks to the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen, you can't let the Uchiha clan be so indulgent, Ninja's darkness Danzo Haki revealed. Even standing there, you could feel the trembling temperament on his body. Then what do you want to do? The young Hiruzen asked slowly. Kill them all. Pung. Danzo. I'm warning you, don't tell me this kind of thing. Hiruzen heard this and stood up and slapped the table and shouted. The Uchiha clan was our biggest ally when the village was founded in Konoha, and you do this. Do you still have any conscience? Hiruzen then roared. I only know that they are harming the village now. For the sake of the village, I will do whatever it takes, and no one can harm the village. Renjian slowly raised his narrowed eyes and said with some excitement. You have changed, Hiruzen. You can never go back to your ninja hero posture. Do you still remember what you said at that time? Shinobu Darkness Danzo continued. You are the leaves bathed in the sun, and I am the roots in the darkness. Of course I remember. Hiruzen raised his head, but when he saw Danzo's sharp eyes, his tone softened. HMPH, then, kill them all. Danzo raised the strange shape in his hand and knocked it down again. That's enough Danzo. I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Advertisement. After reading this plot, both Hiruzen and Danzo were stupid. Dave is a dog. He actually slandered my image like this. Danzo was so angry that he was trembling all over. What bullshit is Shinobu Yami? He, the Hokage who dedicated his youth to Konoha for 10 years, is like this in the TV series. Image? Actually, I think the photo was pretty good. Look, I am the Hokage, and you are the Root. The Root seems to be another system independent of Anbu. This contrast is really good. Hiruzen said I think it's a big good. Usually this dog Danzo relies on being a Hokage and suppresses him a lot. Watching this TV series is so exciting. Your plan is not complete enough. Go back and revise it again. Danzo snorted and threw the plan next to him to Hiruzen again. Isn't it still complete? I've been revising and correcting it for almost 3 months. Hiruzen's scalp felt numb. If I say it's not complete, it's not complete. I'm the Hokage. Danzo hummed twice and said with great dignity. Hiss. Then what? Anbu, I'm not that kind of person, nor am I going against your Hokage. I am still your Hokage's subordinate. Why are you going against me? Hiruzen took a breath of cold air. He almost vomited after changing this thing in the past 3 months. He really didn't want to see this thing again. Let me tell you, Danzo, your biggest enemy right now is Dave. His kidney love company is the biggest dark force in Konoha. His kidney care company makes tens of billions of silver taels in Konoha and the ninja world every year, but every time he pays taxes, he only pays a mere 100 million taels. If I guessed correctly last year, Uncle Kakuzu only paid 10 million taels. 2. Danzo. Believe me, Dave, his kidney love company, and Uncle Kakuzu, they're all black-hearted capitalists. Just like the dirty termites in the ground. They're constantly gnawing at the branches of my Konoha. Capital comes into the world, covered with blood and filth from head to toe. Evil capitalism. The proletariat and working class of the entire ninja world should unite to defeat this dark force. Democracy. Long live. Ula. Dave in the hospital sneezed violently a dozen times. Who scolded me? Okay, you can go back. Danzo had a headache. Where did this guy come from with so many words? Okay, but this plan. Hiruzen chuckled and pointed to the plan on his desk. Passed. It will be implemented in 2 days. You can go back. Okay. Hokage-sama, please take care of yourself. Hiruzen went back happily. Chapter 390. I'll take a photo 200 on the streets of Konoha. What are those people doing? Hanzo asked, pointing to some people taking pictures on the side of the street. Oh, those people are people from other villages who came to Konoha for sightseeing. After all, taking photos is quite interesting, isn't it? Jing said with a smile. Taking pictures. What is that? For Hanzo, who has not had access to the internet for decades, everything here is strange. That's right, a native dog. Onoki, who was following him, smiled disdainfully. Hanzo glanced at Onoki in displeasure. What, you still want to fight? Onoki asked nonchalantly. Now that the war is over, shouldn't everyone stop being at war with each other? Jing was captured by Dave and Danzo to serve as a tour guide and peacemaker. Then, Kaoru gave Hanzo a good explanation about taking pictures. Sounds good. Hanzo's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. Listen to what you said, if you take good-looking photos, can you still make money? Hanzo grasped a key point in Kagami's words. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you publish online, participate in some unpopular photography competitions, or hold your own personal photography show. However, in recent years, there have been very few people in Konoha who have devoted themselves to this career, and I can't give you very intuitive advice. Jing said with a smile. Of course, you have asked the right person. I am one of the few people who can't talk about it. A photo I took has a minimum price of 200 taels and a maximum price of unlimited. Jing suddenly thought of something, smiled proudly. Oh, can you explain it well? Hanzo asked happily. Jing looked around and suddenly discovered something. His eyes lit up and he walked over there. Onoki and Hanzo also followed behind the mirror and walked over. They were originally from the Four Shadows, but the Four Shadows all came out of Konoha. After staying in Konoha for many years, they are very familiar with Konoha, so they found several reasons not to come. Advertisement. Jing looked at the vehicle in front of him, took out his mobile phone and took a random photo. Is that it? But why did you take a picture of this car? And it seems that you only took a picture of the license plate number. Onoki asked doubtfully. Kagami did not answer Onoki, but took out the walkie-talkie. Hey, parking space number 36, East Street, Konoha Plaza, parked vehicle license plate number has been recorded, Konoha SB 250, fine 200, someone will come later to post the fine, over, Jing said slowly to the intercom. Received, the police department will dispatch immediately. No, this photo is worth 200, Jing put down the walkie-talkie and said with a smile. Onoki and Hanzo were dumbfounded, although it is a bit nonsense, Hanzo already understands it in his heart. Afterwards, Jing led the two of them around the street. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards the three of them. Onoki and Hanzo were attentive, but they didn't make any moves. If they were plotted against in Konoha, it would be a big joke. Thump! The figure stopped suddenly when it was 1 meter away from the three people, and then kneeled directly to the ground. Good Samaritan, please give me some money, the figure said with his face covered and his tone full of sorrow. Hanzo sighed, casually took out dozens of taels from his pocket and put them into the broken rice bowl in the man's hand. He had seen this kind of situation many times in Rain Shinobi Village, but he didn't expect that even this prosperous tree there are such poor people everywhere. Onoki frowned and threw in a silver tael very unhappily. Advertisement. The man held the rice bowl and handed it to Jing. I don't have any change with me, Jing said with an embarrassed smile. It's okay. I have a penguin QR code here. You can scan it and give it to me. The man took out a QR code from his waist. I don't have any money in my mobile phone. Jing realized something was wrong at this time. This beggar. Is his equipment so complete now? That's it, you can sell your organs. I'll help you contact this person's waist. That person's waist has been specialized for 500 years. He doesn't even need anesthesia. It's just a matter of closing his eyes. The man took out another organ from his pocket. A business card. Uncle Kakuzu. You don't have to do this. Looking at this familiar method of asking for money, Jing instantly remembered it, and said with a headache. Ahem, you still discovered it. Kakuzu, whose face was covered, smiled awkwardly and pulled off the cloth covering his face. Are you still begging for food? Jing asked doubtfully. No need, come out. Kakuzu shook his head and waved his hand behind him. A large number of young people suddenly ran out of the alley. I am in class, and these are my students. In this class, you have learned, right? Making money is actually a very simple thing, and the same is true for begging. With the development and changes of the times, if you beg for food in the future, you cannot just be like those of your peers. It only costs a few cents, so you need to develop your thinking and expand your ways of making money, understand? Kakuzu explained to the group of students behind him. Yeah, Professor Kakuzu, we understand. Financial economics is indeed profound, and we still have a lot to learn. Yeah. Well, I'm a teachable kid, let's do this. This month, your task is to beg for 10,000 taels. Kakuzu assigned the students a task on the spot. The students dispersed in a hurry. Some hurried back home to prepare their equipment, while others were more ruthless and tore their clothes directly. Then they rolled on the ground a few times, then picked up a stick from the ground and trembled. Wei went to complete the task. You guys in Konoha still teach these things? Hanzo and Onoki were all in bad condition. Ahem, Konoha still has a lot of talents, Jing explained in WKWA chapter 391 Kakuzu's stubbornness. Another time, Anbu. These 100 are good prospects recruited from the ninja school and the experimental school respectively. Orochimaru held a list and looked at Hiruzen, who was looking at the 100 people behind him with bright eyes, and said. However, there are only 80 people who can obey the plan and learn everything. 20 of them are from the Hyuga clan. Their clan leader ordered that they can only learn sniping. They can just learn everything else. The Hyuga clan will specialize in sniping and shooting in the future. The way of taijutsu, Orochimaru continued. That's it. Maybe, we Anbu also need 20 excellent snipers. By the way, Orochimaru, didn't you agree that Uncle Kakuzu would give it to you today? Why is it you? Hiruzen put away his eyes, happily nod. Uncle Kakuzu is in the hospital, so I came here on his behalf. I will leave that person to you, brother Hiruzen. I still have experiments there. Orochimaru handed the list to Hiruzen and turned to leave. Then, Hiruzen looked at the 100 people and took out a speech script from behind. In response to 3rd Hokage Danzo Sama's call. Where the leaves are flying, there will be fire. The fire will illuminate the village and the leaves will sprout again. Follow the Anbu proposed by Representative Dave at the 21st Hokage conference. Follow the Hokage's footsteps firmly. Hiruzen also experienced Danzo's happiness this time, and it made his blood boil. The students below are drowsy. That jumping monkey above, is it really our Minister Anbu? One of the students asked doubtfully. I don't know, but he should be. Look at the bandage on his arm. Well, he must be an old man who has been through battles for a long time. Another student nodded and said. Is it the sequelae of the battlefield? Teacher Kakuzu taught us that the battlefield is not about other villages giving us money and killing people. Why has he become so nagging? A student of financial economics said doubtfully. Who knows? Okay, after 10 hours of explanation, everyone should have a clear understanding of Anbu. Welcome to Anbu. Hiruzen put down his speech and ended this hearty speech. Ah! The shouts from below were louder than ever. There was a constant stream of shouts and applause, and Hiruzen even saw one student howling and applauding while wiping tears. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. This is a good seedling of Konoha. This is the future of Konoha. Advertisement then, Hiruzen took them on a tour of Anbu. Hiruzen led them into the underground hall. You are from the experimental school and the ninja school respectively. We will strengthen you in various aspects such as weapons, taijutsu, ninjutsu, illusions, medical treatment, etc., Hiruzen said slowly. Arms. Minister Hiruzen, do you have tanks here? A student under Orochimaru heard this and asked quickly. Tanks. Tanks. Well, there will be them, and there will be planes too. Well, good question, please listen to me next. Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds. At this moment, several spotlights came out of nowhere. Hiruzen is confused. Is there this part of the parade? Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Madara, and I speak for Anbu. Uchiha Madara slowly carried a golden 8-meter-long machete and walked into the eyes of everyone with the golden spotlight. Ah, it's Uchiha Madara-sama. Madara-sama. I saw it, it's Madara-sama. Madara-sama is alive, ah. Quick, pinch my philtrum, is that true? Hiruzen was pushed aside by the fierce students. Why did Madara-sama come here? How's it going? Minister Hiruzen, I'll call the Madara clan leader over. Will Anbu's atmosphere improve instantly? At this time, the old man who was guarding Anbu's door came over and said excitedly. Old man, if you don't keep an eye on the door, why are you doing this? Hiruzen said speechlessly. The old man was Uchiha Madara's subordinate before. He only came to Anbu to check the gate when he was old. He didn't doubt that he could call Madara over. Hey, isn't this the new blood we have in Anbu? I was so excited that I wanted to see if I could call Master Madara over to support me. Master Madara really gave me this face, the old man said with a smile. Welcome to Anbu. I believe that little monkey. Ahem, Minister Hiruzen will teach you both physically and mentally in the future, and you will learn more here. Madara had already adapted to this kind of scene, and everyone calmed down after a while, said. In addition, on behalf of Uchiha Arms Company, a subsidiary of the kidney company that I represent, we will provide you with future daily weapons and ammunition. Madara took out a golden 8-meter machete and handed it to a student in front of her. The student took the machete full of shock and excitement. This dragon-slaying sword is given to you. It is the latest research result of our company. It is made of metal that is compatible with chakra. It can channel various attributes of chakra. From now on, he will be handed over to you. Madara calmly said. Advertisement. Thank you. Before the student could finish his words, 3 Magatama's Sharingan flashed into his eyes. Then, under Madara's confused eyes, the student's 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, and finally formed a pupil shaped like a sharp blade. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Madara asked doubtfully. Madara, sir, to be precise, my mother is from the Uchiha clan, the student said excitedly. That's it, good job, not bad. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Madara nodded with satisfaction. The student was so excited that he fainted. Madara hurriedly asked someone to send him for treatment. She originally wanted to ask the child's name, but let's do it next time. Then, he took out another ring and handed it to a girl. This is a paralysis ring. The ring is inlaid with a mixed metal that can release 1000 watts of electric current. Use it well, Madara continued. The girl looked at the ring in her hand. In her excitement, a bold idea came to her mind. Then, Madara introduced his company to everyone, said some other things, and left. In the hospital on the other side. Let me go. I'm fine. Where's Uchiha Madara? I'm going to fight for him. A ball of thread lay on the bed and roared. Okay, didn't I just divide 0.5% of your dividend shares to Uncle Madara? Is this how you use it? Dave asked speechlessly. 0.5%. 0.5%. Ah, do you know what that 0.5% means to me? Do you know? 0.5%. Kakuzu roared. Come on. I gave 10%. Orochi and his son gave 5% for their scientific research. Jijibo's beautiful pig takeout gave 3.5%. You are still the least one. I'm afraid if you're not happy, I won't give you even 1% of it, Dave comforted silently. Seeing Kakuzu growling something else, Dave quickly pressed him. Come on, you fought Uncle Madara 18 times in 3 days. Which one of them did you not lie here? Did you still fight? Your hospital card is almost overdrawn, but you will have to pay by then, Dave said quickly. Quote exclamation mark. Phew, forget it. It's just 0.5%. It's just 0.5%. It's just. When Kakuzu heard that he had to pay, his tone became weaker. But Dave can still hear the stubbornness in Kakuzu's mouth. Chapter 392 Kakuzu, you. Early this morning, at the meeting of Aishin Company. Everyone did a good job this quarter, and the revenue has also increased by several points, especially the game technology department that Kakuzu is responsible for. The revenue from those skins is very good. Dave took the report and sat happily in the main seat. Said. Just a few skins. Kakuzu smiled disdainfully, but his eyes never moved away from Madara. He is still worried about the 0.5%. Uncle Madara's arms department also has good profits. The new weapons jointly developed with the scientific research department are in line with the market's appetite and have caused huge sales in the ninja world, Dave continued. Madara and Orochimaru looked at each other and nodded. In addition, for this meeting, we want to welcome a new collaborator. Dave said the focus of this meeting. Kakuzu's eyes instantly looked at Dave. Let us welcome, Lord Hashirama. Dave clapped his hands. Hashirama walked in slowly from behind the door. Ever since he heard that Madara went to find Dave to get money and made a lot of money, he was also moved. He took out his old savings, 30,000 silver taels, and bought 0.00001 dividend shares from Madara. Well, he can be considered a small shareholder. Hello everyone. Hashirama greeted everyone with a smile. Orochimaru responded with a smile and welcomed him. He was from the scientific research department, and he was not interested in money. Madara is also welcome, and with Hashirama here, he is happy to work. Kakuzu was confused. Why did Hashirama get involved? You're not going to give me my dividends, are you? Kakuzu's hand was clenched tightly like a knife, as if Dave would rise up from the table if he said the word, yes. No, Hashirama-sama bought some shares from Madara-sama, they won't be divided. Looking at Kakuzu's expression, Dave quickly waved his hand. Advertisement. That's fine. Kakuzu was relieved. I have an idea. Hashirama spoke as soon as he sat down. Okay, it's a good thing to have ideas, please speak up. Madara-sama also said this at the beginning, please speak out your ideas, the company will definitely support it. Dave applauded. Look, Boss Ha, with the changes of the times, mobile phones have become a must-have for every household. I have a bold idea. If people go out and accidentally forget to bring their mobile phones, and they happen to encounter an emergency, this what to do. Hashirama blurted out slowly. Huh, good idea. You have found a gap in daily life. Please tell me your solution. Dave's eyes lit up. If he can find a gap, that is a good thing. It depends on the solution. Since the market already has Meiju takeout and paid mutual assistance like Didi Yaoran, I think we can create a shared phone. But it is different from the above too. If we want to do it, we should do it physically and share the phone room. Build shared telephone rooms and install them in every corner of the streets of Ninja World. Hashirama became more and more excited as he spoke and stood up with great excitement. Let those who accidentally go out without taking their mobile phones embrace convenience. And they only need to take out their mobile phones to scan the QR code and pay according to the duration of the call. In this way, we can not only make money, but also help people, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I think scanning QR codes with mobile phones is the future trend. Paying with money is no longer in line with the changing times, Hashirama continued. The whole meeting was dumbfounded. Dave and Orochimaru were dumbfounded. I have a question. Kakuzu couldn't stand up anymore and said. Please tell me. Hashirama nodded confidently. He felt that there was no flaw in his idea. Since those people have to scan QR codes to pay, and they all have mobile phones, will they still use our phone booths? Kakuzu asked. So, my target group is those who don't have mobile phones. Hashirama said lightly with a smile. How can they scan the code without their mobile phones? Kakuzu asked with his eyes widened. It's because they didn't have their mobile phones, so they had to use our phone booths and ask family members to help deliver mobile phones. Hashirama continued. They can't make calls without scanning the QR code. If they can't make calls, no one will give them mobile phones, so they can't scan the QR code at the phone booth. Kakuzu doesn't believe this evil. Advertisement. I said, our target group is those who don't have mobile phones. You are changing the concept and deviating from the topic, you know. Hashirama snorted twice, thinking of what Madara said to him in the mall these days, of teaching. They don't have mobile phones, so they can't scan the QR code, and no one gives them mobile phones, so they can't scan the QR code. What's the point of building this shared phone? Kakuzu's voice changed with anger. A few tunes. The meaning of phone sharing is to help people who forget to bring their mobile phones when they go out. Embrace convenience. Hashirama said proudly. People don't bring their mobile phones when they go out. How can they scan the QR code? How can they use it? How can they embrace convenience? I have already said that you are confusing concepts. If you don't follow my theme, you are disrupting the meeting. Hashirama feels that he has understood what Madara taught him about business communication and has taken the initiative. Kakuzu was so angry that he passed out. Let's stop this matter for a moment. I have a headache. So, Brother Lu, please take Kakuzu to the hospital. Uncle Madara, you, take good care of your uncle, let's go. Yeah. Dave felt dizzy after hearing this, quickly stopped the meeting, turned around and left here. He has to go back and take it easy. How's it going? Madara, I have completely taken the lead in this business exchange and controlled Kakuzu. Hashirama looked at Madara in high spirits and said. You really got it, Madara swallowed and said tremblingly. Orochi took Kakuzu to the hospital. Why is it him again? He comes here every day and really makes the hospital his home. The doctor looked at the unconscious Kakuzu and asked in confusion. The doctor then took another look at Kakuzu. 4 of the 5 hearts have stopped supplying blood, which is also known as heart disease in the popular sense. It's a bit interesting. 4 heart attacks can be saved and sent to the emergency room. The doctor's eyes were bright, and he finally came to a bit of a challenge. Case. Orochi carried Kakuzu to the emergency room in confusion. Chapter 393 New Ideas. Grandpa, I seem to have heard you talk about lottery tickets. Is this thing the same as a casino? Tsunade returned to Senju Station that day and saw Hashirama busy there, and asked suspiciously. Oh, lottery, hey, that's much more fun than the casino. Hashirama replied with a smile after hearing his granddaughter's words. Really? Tsunade expressed a little disbelief. Of course, think about your grandpa and my peak moment. I only spent 2 silver taels to buy a lottery ticket and earned 50 silver taels, which doubled 25 times. It is much more fun than the casino. Hashirama thought of his peak moment, said slowly. Oh, I'll try it. Tsunade's eyes lit up. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. Although Tsunade is a good gambler, she always loses. Even if she is a good gambler, she has felt a little bored these days. Hashirama looked at Tsunade leaving. This kid was so anxious. Before I could finish my words, he bought 100,000 taels or 50,000 lottery tickets and won the 50 taels. Then, Hashirama sighed and sat on the steps. Hashirama, what's wrong with you? Mito came home from the square dance and saw a somewhat desolate Hashirama over there and asked in confusion. No one wants to invest in my shared phone booth, not even Madara, Hashirama said sadly. What kind of shared phone booth? What kind of investment? Mito suddenly noticed something was wrong. This comes from the 30,000 silver taels I saved from Madara. Hashirama hasn't finished speaking yet. Wait a minute, where did you get 30,000 silver taels? Of course it's the personal money I saved, Hashirama said without thinking. Oh, it turns out you are still saving money for private housing. The night is so cold in this hot summer season. At least that's how Hashirama sees it. With a bruised nose and a swollen face, Hashirama hugged the quilt and squatted at the door of the toilet outside the house, thinking about how to attract investment. Wait a minute, bathroom. Suddenly, Hashirama thought of something. Then Hashirama took out his cell phone and made a certain call. Advertisement. Who is it? It's midnight, I'm busy here, you know. The phone was connected, and an impatient voice came from the other side. That, Black Zetsu, is me, Hashirama. Oh, Hashirama, what's going on? You want to attract investment from me. If you invest, will you make money? Black Zetsu on the other side of the phone said in a daze. That money must be a lot of money, let me tell you. Hashirama chirped. Quote. Well, come to the XX warehouse at the east end of the village, and we'll have an interview. Black Zetsu was a little confused and said quickly. Okay, I'll be there soon. Hashirama threw out the quilt in his hand and jumped over the wall excitedly. When they arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, Black Zetsu was already standing there waiting. Black Zetsu invited Hashirama in to talk, but Hashirama said excitedly that he didn't have to, so he started talking to him outside. Shared phone booth. Scan the QR code. This. No, you can make so much money. Black Zetsu even realized it and waved his hand quickly. Oh, you even said that. Hashirama was a little disappointed. Black Zetsu looked at Hashirama's bruised face and lost expression, and was about to say something. In this way, since sharing phone booths is not possible, I still have many ideas here, such as sharing swimming pools, sharing garbage dumps. Unexpectedly, Hashirama suddenly changed his words and turned around to express some of his new ideas. Black Zetsu knew it was unreliable. He was just about to send Hashirama away with his hands. Alas, he should have known. How could Hashirama's brain be interested in making money? Wait a minute, what did you just say? What were you sharing? Black Zetsu suddenly heard 2 familiar words and asked suddenly. Shared pig farm. No, the one in front. Shared toilet. I think there's something wrong with this. Advertisement. Ever since, the two started chatting about sharing the toilet. Wait a minute, shared toilet. Don't our village have a public toilet? Black Zetsu suddenly thought of something and said. Tisk, look at you have no economic sense at all. Hashirama shook his head. How to say? Black Zetsu wondered. Pooping should be a matter of enjoyment. Since it is for people to enjoy comfort, then we might as well make enjoyment the theme of this shared toilet. Hashirama's eyes sparkled. You might as well speak. Black Zetsu nodded quickly. We can improve the quality of shared toilets and divide them into shared toilets, ordinary toilets, high-quality toilets, and luxury single-room toilets, Hashirama said slowly. Continue, Black Zetsu said. Shared toilets are cheap, and two people share one pit. Ordinary toilets are ordinary toilets with average prices. For high-quality toilets, we must decorate the toilets to be warm and comfortable, so that customers can feel as if they are entering home when entering the toilets. If we want to use paper, we must use Hashirama wood to give our customers the best experience. Hashirama said slowly. What about the deluxe single bathroom? Black Zetsu's eyes became brighter as he listened. There is an explanation for this. Make the toilet a 20 square meter single room, with a toilet and a squatting method. We need to install a high-definition liquid TV on the wall. The network signal and Wi-Fi must be full as standard. In addition, don't you have a lot of white Zetsu here, you can let them help customers wipe their butts, giving them the best quality enjoyment. Okay, well said. It can be done. It can be done. Black Zetsu burst into tears after hearing this. Let me think about it. Build one in Konoha first, and when we make a lot of money, we will go to the ninja world. Open shared toilets in every corner of the ninja world. Hashirama said equally excitedly. In this case, how about you first invest 5 million in me to build Konoha's first shared toilet, and we will split the profit 50-50. Hashirama continued. Okay, but if so, it's 64 points. Black Zetsu nodded. Hashirama was stunned. If it's 4 or 6, that's fine, as long as he can make money. He, Hashirama, is about to take the first step towards financial independence. I mean, you're 6 and I'm 4, but give me all the shit the customers poop. Black Zetsu looked at Hashirama's expression and said hurriedly. No problem. Hashirama nodded. Well, it's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 394 Sense of Oppression. Kakuzu was discharged from hospital. At this time, he fell to his knees, stroking his chest with pain on his face. What's wrong, father? Konan stood aside and asked nervously when he saw Kakuzu acting like this. Did the doctor fail to cure you? Do you need to go back and see again? No, I'm fine. No need. Kakuzu stood up instantly. Kakuzu feels worse now than the previous 4 heart attacks. I spent a total of tens of thousands of silver taels in the hospital these days, tens of thousands. When did he have such a large economic output? A total of 5 figures. Konan, let me ask you, who sent me to the hospital? Kakuzu looked at Konan with sharp eyes. Now he really wants to give that person a big sinus and a heart disease, so why not just throw the heart away and replace it with another one? Go to the black market and pick up a few orders that offer rewards for traders. Not only can you get money, but you can also exchange for hearts. What kind of hospital should I send him to? What a waste of money. Well, it seems to be Uncle Orochi, Konan said after thinking for a while. It's a money tree, forget it. Kakuzu was about to take out a cannon and blast the person in Konan's mouth to death, but when he heard it was a money tree, forget it, he can't afford to offend him. Okay father, isn't it just tens of thousands taels? You have so much money, don't worry about it. Konan covered his mouth and chuckled. 10,000 taels. I buy groceries for our family every day at 12 o'clock at midnight, when the market is about to close. I'm afraid I'll spend a few extra taels of money, Kakuzu said in pain, covering his heart. Well, father doesn't like Konan anymore. Konan suddenly smiled mysteriously, raised his head and asked with tears in his eyes. No, how is it possible? Did those little yellow-haired and little red-haired bullies bully you? Who told me? Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, and quickly waved his hand. No. Just. Konan shook his head and then extended his hand to Kakuzu. Advertisement. What do you mean? Kakuzu looked at Konan's outstretched hand in front of him. Instantly, he felt a very strong sense of oppression nearby. This kind of oppression had never happened before even when he had S*X with Uchiha Madara. Don't I want to practice paper escape? Uncle Dave came to see you yesterday, but you were still in a coma yesterday. He taught me how to apply paper escape to the detonating talisman. But where did the detonator come from? Buy it. So, father, can you give me some money? The sense of oppression magnified infinitely, Kakuzu's pupils shrank, and he almost couldn't breathe. Kakuzu, has been dominating the ninja world for more than 60 or 70 years, when had he ever seen such a great sense of oppression? Father is not willing to give it to me. Konan's eyes gradually turned red. No. Just. I have to slow down. My head is a little dizzy, how much do you need? Kakuzu felt dizzy at the moment. 3,000 taels. One detonating talisman costs 1,000 taels. I want to buy 3 to experiment with. The corners of Konan's mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes narrowed like crescent moons. 3,000 taels. Good. When Kakuzu said this, he almost gritted his teeth. Kakuzu took out the silver taels from his arms with trembling hands, and tremblingly counted out 3,000 taels, and handed it to Konan with reluctance. Moi, I knew my father loved me the most. Konan took the money, then jumped up and kissed Kakuzu's face. Hey, father, you should be able to go home by yourself. Mother is very worried about you and is waiting for you at home. I will buy the detonating charm first and then play with them. Don't worry, I will definitely come before night. Then Conan smiled, he said, running away happily. Feeling the moist cheeks and the touching touch just now, Kakuzu suddenly felt that he didn't feel so heartbroken anymore. Immediately, a fatherly smile appeared on Kakuzu's face. But, gradually, Kakuzu remembered something, took out his mobile phone, and called someone. Hey, my great workman, you're awake. Not bad, you even know how to give the boss a condolence call. A familiar smile came from the other side of the phone. Yes, boss, let's go out for a drink and chat at night. I have many things I want to talk to you about. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly and asked calmly. Advertisement. And, I'm treating you. No, today the sun rises in the west, it's still the day when an 80-year-old paralyzed grandmother crushes an asteroid with her bare hands. You want to treat me? The voice on the other side of the phone was obviously unreasonable. Of course, my good boss. Quote. No, why does your tone sound wrong to me? Do you have any conspiracy? The last time you treated me to a treat was when you and Nan Shui got married. You asked me to pay 100 million as a gift. How is it possible, my good boss? Does it mean that I, Kakuzu, have to treat me for a reason? No, you won't treat me even if there is a reason. What on earth is going on? It's okay. What can I do? I just want to talk to you about what I think of the current situation in the ninja world. Quote. Do you believe this nonsense when you say it? Okay, I'm going to see you tonight. Hang up first. If you talk for more than 1 minute, you will have to pay 3 cents more for every minute. In the company, Dave hung up the phone in confusion, then looked at the two people holding quilts in front of him, shook his head quickly, and dealt with business first. What's going on, Brother Lou, what are you two holding the quilt for? Dave looked at the big snake father and son in front of him, each dragging a quilt, and asked in confusion. That B*************** D. Jiraiya lied to me and said that there was a place where the forbidden technique, which had been lost for thousands of years in the ninja world, was hidden, and then Orochimaru said unhappily. Well, you happen to be traveling outside these days. I happened to see the two of them coming out of the custom shop in Yuno country, and then, said that I knew I was in the laboratory every day, and I didn't know how to take care of the children. Orochi Lu is the most innocent. He was doing his daily experiments today. Then his wife grabbed Orochimaru's ears and came over. In short, we have a home and can't go back to the experimental base, so we can only come to the company to stay for a few nights. Dave, don't worry, Orochimaru said with an embarrassed smile. Quote. You also believe the nonsense that guy Jiraiya said. The forbidden technique I was experimenting with these days happened to be in a bottleneck period. I have been very anxious these days. Then Jiraiya came to lie to me. My thoughts were all on this forbidden technique. If it is true, I wonder if I can learn from it. I came up with some new ideas, so I didn't think rationally, so I went straight away. Of course, I didn't do anything after I got there. Knowing he was lying to me, I came out straight away, and then I met my mother. All right. Orochimaru's tone was a bit resentful. Oh, Orochimaru, Brother Dave will teach you. Dave sighed meaningfully. As brothers, in my heart, if there is something I can't get through on the phone, I will enjoy the blessings, and you will be responsible for the difficulties. It is this famous saying that keeps Brother Dave and Danzo in a state of standing upright in their relationship, Dave taught carefully. Advertisement Chapter 395 Tisk. I will dominate the situation at will. Everyone is looking up to me. I will never look back to dominate the situation. As a manual background music played, Madara squinted her eyes, trying to see what it was. Huh, Madara, how have you been lately? Hashirama was wearing a red suit, a fur coat, a shiny slicked back hair, sunglasses on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and slowly walked towards Madara with his hands in his trouser pockets. Walked up to Madara, took out her phone and turned off the background music. Quote. What's wrong with you again? Madara's mouth trembled slightly. Won't you invite me to come in and sit down? Hashirama smiled faintly and exhaled the smoke and said slowly. Hashirama was sitting on the main sofa, one hand on the backrest, legs crossed, and puffing away. Tell me, what's wrong with you again? Madara asked slowly. Recently, that's right, Tisk, alas, I got investment, and I'm going to be successful soon. Hashirama's face was complicated, and he kept saying exclamations one after another. But don't worry, we have been friends for decades. I will never forget you now that I have become a successful person. Madara was about to ask who dared to invest in you, but Hashirama stretched out his hand to interrupt her. Madara's words. Then, Hashirama threw the cigar that had not yet smoked a third of the way into the ground and stamped it out. 50,000 one-tail kidney-friendly cigars, Tisk, they taste pretty good. Hashirama said calmly. Then, Hashirama reached into a pocket under his collar, took out a golden card and handed it to Madara. What is this? Madara took it and asked doubtfully. This is the ultimate VIP card for the shared toilet that I will open soon. This is the only one. Hashirama said calmly. What toilet? Shared toilet. Old friend, don't look at me with your eyes that have never seen the world. I'm not used to it. Hashirama felt Madara's confused eyes and smiled lightly. Don't underestimate this card. Just go to my toilet and take out this card. Shared toilets are free, ordinary toilets are 30% off, deluxe toilets are 50% off, and single toilets are free once a month. Hashirama said lightly. Advertisement. Quote. What's the difference? Madara had a little headache. The difference is huge, but I won't explain it to you one by one. You will know after you experience it for yourself in 2 days. Hashirama smiled mysteriously. Okay, I still have a lot of things to do here. After all, the business is about to start. I have to do a lot of things one by one. Alas, it turns out that this is what it feels like to be financially independent. That's all. I'll leave first. Quote. After Hashirama finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone. I will dominate the situation at will. Everyone is looking up to me. I will never look back to dominate the situation. Looking at Hashirama's back full of music, Madara was a little dumbfounded. Then, Madara looked at the card in her hand and shook her head helplessly. Forget it, that guy is going to have a brain problem every now and then. He wants to know now, who dares to invest in Hashirama? The other side, Aunt Fuso, Nagato is at home. After Conan bought the detonating charm, he happily ran to Nagato's house. Conan is here, come in quickly. Nagato is watching TV in his room. Fuso looked at Conan with a smile on his face, like an old mother looking at her daughter-in-law. Yeah, excuse me, Aunt Fuso. Conan nodded and went to Nagato's room. Conan, why are you here? Nagato was watching the latest episode of Hokage Ninja when suddenly the door was pushed open. What, can't I come? Conan asked, sitting on a chair nearby. Of course, where is Yahiko? Didn't he come with you? Nagato nodded and asked doubtfully. Yahiko is not at home. His grandfather Jijibo wants him to inherit his grandfather's beautiful pig delivery. He has been riding a pig to deliver food for the past 2 days, Conan said. Quote. That was really hard on him. Nagato remembered and shook his head helplessly. Are you watching Hokage Ninja? Conan looked at the TV and asked in confusion. Well, Master Jiraiya has arrived at Rain Shinobi Village. I'm so nervous, Yahiko said excitedly. Quote. Why are you nervous? Conan wondered. Advertisement. Of course I'm worried about Master Jiraiya. I really like Master Jiraiya in the TV series, but looking at this development, I feel like something might happen to him this time. Nagato said worriedly. Tisk, my father's TV series actually made me into a bad guy in the future, Conan said unhappily. Don't worry, Uncle Kakuzu knows the relationship between the 3 of us. Since you have become the bad guy, then the future development of the plot should be me and Yahiko saving you who have become the bad guy. Nagato said, patting his chest. Ah, I don't want to be a bad guy, Conan said distressedly. It started playing and both of them fell silent. Yahiko. This is Yahiko. This is definitely Yahiko. Oh my god, it turns out that the ultimate bad guy in Tendo is Yahiko. Nagato said in surprise when he saw the yellow hair appear. If you put it this way, you two are both bad guys. Well, in the plot, I should have a long way to go, Nagato continued. Conan looked at Nagato unhappily, wondering why the 2 of them were bad guys, but Nagato was fine. On the other side, the 3 pornographic, gambling and drug addicts were also watching in Orochimaru's experimental base. The wandering dragon returns to the sea and still doesn't welcome me Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya, Tsunade said with mixed emotions when he saw Jiraiya sinking into the sea at the end. What a pity, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said with a sigh while looking at the screen while doing the experiment. Hey, what do you mean? I'm not dead yet. It's a TV show. Is it a TV show? Jiraiya on the side was not happy. You two meant it as if I was really dead. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya next to him, then at Jiraiya on the screen. Oh, it would be great if you were really dead. Do you know that there are at least 30 cameras installed around every hot spring shop in Konoha? There are only a few hot spring shops on the road that the police department uses to capture vehicle violations. If it adds up to a lot, it's all because of someone. Orochimaru sneered. Yeah, indeed, Tsunade nodded in agreement. You two have the nerve to criticize me. In the TV series, you two are a gambler, and you are a 40 or 50-old woman who pretends to be a teenager and deceives people. A rebellious ninja, who makes men and women neither men nor women every day, is like a pervert. How can you two have the nerve to criticize me for raising a child who lacks love in your heart every day? Jiraiya retorted unhappily. In an instant, 2 eyes were locked on Jiraiya. Midnight. Dave and Makoto went out for a walk, and suddenly they seemed to see something. Uncle Dave, help. Chapter 396. How many years do you have to work? Madara looked at the VIP card in her hand in the crowded place in front of her, feeling a little at a loss. After all, Hashirama is still the god of the ninja world and the first Hokage. Black Zetsu used Hashirama's name to successfully promote shared toilets. It just so happened that Madara wanted to go to the toilet, so let's go in and see what it was like. The shared toilet is decorated in a magnificent way. When you enter it, you not only don't smell the unique smell of the toilet, but the smell of perfume. Welcome to Heiju Shared Toilet. Our aim is to make every visit to the toilet a pleasure. Hello, distinguished toilet person, do you want to relieve yourself or relieve yourself? A white Zetsu behind the cabinet, wearing a suit, said with great respect when he saw Madara walking in. Quote. Great solution. Madara's mouth trembled slightly. Dear poopers, please choose your pooping method. There are 4 modes. You can learn about your choices. White Zetsu introduced with a smile. VIP card. Madara handed the card in her hand to White Zetsu. Oh, my god. You are actually a distinguished VIP shitter. White Zetsu took the card and said in great surprise. The more I listen to Madara, the weirder I feel. You are entitled to enjoy a luxurious single-room toilet for free once a month. Do you want to use it? White Zetsu asked with a smile. Use. Madara nodded. This is your room card. Go inside and turn left to the first elevator, room 508 on the 5th floor. I wish you smooth bowel movements. White Zetsu bowed and handed the room card to Madara and said with a smile. Oh, by the way, do you have any gastrointestinal diseases such as AL fissure, AL prolapse, hemorrhoids, constipation? White Zetsu suddenly thought of something and said. We have different solutions for different customers here, including not only various laxatives such as Xie Li Ting, Xie Ting Xing, etc., but also Kaizalu, which can be taken orally and then inserted, White Zetsu said. No, I don't have any problems. Madara had a headache and quickly waved her hand. Don't worry, you don't have to be shy to talk about this kind of thing. Our service tenet at White Zetsu is to serve with a smile. We will never reveal customer privacy and make customers feel like they are at home. In addition, the single rooms are all soundproof walls. Don't worry about others hearing and laughing at you for howling in pain when you poop, White Zetsu introduced warmly. Shut up, I don't have any questions. Okay, got it, happy shitting. Madara went up to the 5th floor and looked at the rooms on both sides of the corridor. Madara always felt something was wrong. Arriving at the door of room 508, Madara swiped her card to enter. Entering the door, Madara looked at the shiny toilet that had been wiped and the pit on the ground that seemed to be made of gold. Madara was a little confused. Advertisement. But I can't think about that much anymore. Madara can hardly hold it in for such a big meeting. I just sat on the toilet and was exerting my strength. Hello everyone, I'm so excited. I'm so playful. Suddenly, the TV on the wall in front of Madara suddenly turned on and played an advertisement. Suck. The veins on Madara's head popped out. With one punch she broke the TV. A few minutes later, Madara was done and just about to get up. Hello dear guest, I am a smart toilet. I have noticed that your butt has no residual warmth. Do you need to wipe your butt? A voice suddenly came from the toilet. Yes, Madara looked around and couldn't find a roll of toilet paper. She had no choice but to do this. Madara suddenly howled and jumped up from the toilet. Madara turned around suddenly, and the toilet was spraying water. After flushing, do you need to wipe it? The smart toilet said. Yes, Madara almost gritted her teeth. Soon, the straw that broke the camel's back appeared. Hello, guest, please squat down obediently and raise your buttocks. I am White Zetsu, wiper no. 18. I will treat your buttocks with the most gentleness. A White Zetsu suddenly jumped out from the floor, holding toilet paper in his hand, said to Madara with a smile on his face. Planetary devastation. In Hokage's office. Dave, the sun is a little brighter today. Danzo finished grading documents for the day and looked back out the window to relax. No. Those are 2 suns. Dave looked out the window and swallowed. 2 suns. That's weird. Danzo murmured in confusion. Then, the 2 looked at each other. Advertisement. Not good. The 2 of them ran and jumped out of the building and rushed towards the scene. Uncle Madara, calm down. Calm down. This is Konoha. Konoha. Not anywhere else. When I arrived at the scene, I saw Madara with a powerful beam of light all over her body, and her aura was comparable to Kagaya's. Madara has lost her mind at this moment, with anger written all over her face. My toilet cost 5 million taels. At this time, Hashirama rushed over and roared in grief when he saw the toilet he had spent 5 million taels to build. Madara, you have to compensate me. Hashirama looked at Madara and roared angrily. Madara turned her head to look at Hashirama, then Rinnegan emitted a purple light. Susanoo with one arm and a big nose bag directly slapped Hashirama away. Think of something Dave. Danzo snarled as he looked at Dave with a trembling voice. What can I do? Fight with Uncle Madara. Do you still want Konoha? Dave asked speechlessly. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Then Dave took out his cell phone and made a call. On the other side, Kakuzu, who was planning a game lottery at the company, received a call. What's wrong Dave? Kakuzu asked after getting through. Come on, Uncle Madara has lost his mind. Dave roared. What can I do? Have I ever been able to fight? Kakuzu said it was none of my business. The thousands of stores you sold in several streets in Konoha are all gone. I made a rough estimate and found that your loss this time was at least close to 10 billion. 10 billion. How many years will you have to work? And it's still expanding. Uncle Madara has already set his sights on your next street. Can you say that again? Dave narrated it again, and applied some exaggeration, psychology and metaphorical rhetorical techniques. In fact, Madara is still somewhat rational, there were no casualties, and the stones used in this planetary devastation are also from the floor in this toilet. At most, it would only be a loss of tens of millions. Soon, In the direction of Konoha's kidney company, a powerful beam of light reaching the sky with a range of 100 meters appeared in the world. This aura is so powerful that even Madara's aura at the moment is a bit weaker, and the whole earth is trembling. Huh, what is that? You're even more powerful than me. Kagaya, who was preparing to make lunch for the children at home, naturally noticed the scene and murmured solemnly. Be careful, lure Uncle Madara out for a fight. Otherwise, the losses will be huge again. Dave held the phone, swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly. Uchiha Madara. Between heaven and earth, a roar penetrated everyone's hearts. Chapter 397 10 million. Madara was brought back to some sense by this roar, and slowly looked in that direction. I saw that the originally blue sky over there could not see any light at this time. Countless black lines covered the sky without any light. The overwhelming black line is like a vast ocean running towards Uchiha Madara. Damn it, Kakuzu has lost his mind. Dave, find a way. If this continues, Konoha will be gone. Danzo was so frightened by the overwhelming momentum that his legs and feet trembled. What the hell can I do? If I go up and get involved, the ninja world will probably be gone. Dave roared speechlessly. At this time, a figure appeared in the middle of the distance between the two people. At this moment, to Danzo, that person is light. Uncle Kakuzu, if you don't stop, the losses will be more than that, and there is probably a nuclear bomb mixed in your group of black lines. The cost of that thing starts at tens of billions. Are you sure you want to use it? The man looked at Kakuzu and said slowly. FKU Kakuzu, you used the nuclear bomb. Dave was stunned when he heard this, and roared angrily at Kakuzu over there. After hearing those words, Kakuzu slowly regained his senses, and light gradually appeared on the horizon. Also, Madara-sama. The man then looked at Madara. Madara crossed her hands and looked at him indifferently. He had gained his sense at this moment. The reason why he didn't stop was because he wanted to see what Kakuzu was capable of, to fight, and what the man in front of him could say. I understand the pattern of this toilet. If it's as expected, you haven't wiped your butt yet. Is that thing comfortable? ... Okay, both sides have stopped. Orochimaru, you did a great job. Danzo shouted happily towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded towards Danzo and Dave. His experiments had reached a critical stage, and he didn't want any accidents to disturb him. But Dave saw a different message from Danzo's words and eyes. Giving the task of reconstruction to Kakuzu, the two went back to the office. Advertisement. Not only the two of them, Hiruzen and Kagami also came. What happened just now? Such a big movement. Hiruzen asked in confusion. It's okay, it's just two idiots who are about to start a fight. Danzo waved his hand. What's the matter? Tired? Dave asked, looking at Danzo with a smile. Why are you tired? I didn't go up to fight. Danzo shook his head in confusion. I'm not talking about that, but this. Dave smiled and pointed to Danzo's seat. Absolutely. Danzo was stunned and sighed. The enthusiasm you had when you became a Hokage 10 years ago. Ha ha ha, Dave laughed. Don't you think this is a job that people can do? Huh, just today, there are 3,000 documents. For such a big accident just now, there will be at least 1 or 2,000 more. There are also patrols and interviews. You don't have so much energy. Danzo said silently, pointing to the files in a room next to him. I think we still have to leave opportunities to young people, right? Jing also said at this time. What, you're tired too? Is there someone else chosen? Dave asked. That kid from Fugaku has a very righteous mind and good strength. If I guessed correctly, he would have opened Mangekyo long ago, but he never said a word. Mirror said. Wait a minute, what did you say? Fugaku's Mangekyo. Dave vaguely remembered something. As for me, it was decided early on, Sakumo. However, I still want to work for a few more years. After all, Anbu has just started to get on the right track. Hiruzen thought for a while and said. This way, you guys can chat first. Dave looked out the window, then jumped out and jumped to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Minato, what are you doing here? Dave patted a little yellow guy on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Huh, well, Kushina is waiting for me to play in the back mountain. I just passed by here and didn't hear anything. Minato was taken aback and quickly waved his hand and said. Really, if I remember correctly, isn't your dream to be a Hokage? Dave asked with a smile. Minato nodded shyly. Advertisement. If being a Hokage is your dream, then marrying Kushina is not a dream. Dave thought this child was quite interesting and teased him. Huh, marry Kushina. Of course this is also a dream, but what Hokage said. Minato's face instantly turned red and he hesitated. In this way, Uncle Dave will teach you that the more dreams you have, the better, and you want them all. Dave shook his hand and said with a smile. But you just heard that the next Hokage has been chosen, and you probably won't be able to do it. After all, you are only a teenager now, so you are too young. However, you have great hope for the next Hokage. Dave said with a smile. Really? Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, but you just said that you also want to marry Kushina. Let's do this. Uncle Dave will set a standard for you, Dave continued. Minato was confused. 10 million. As long as Minato can save enough 10 million as a gift to marry Kushina before the next Hokage election, it is estimated that you will earn 10 million by then and your reputation will be great. I will recommend you. The next Hokage will also help you negotiate with Kushina. Not only will you marry Kushina, but Hokage will also have hope. How about it? Dave said with a smile. Ah, 10 million. Minato said in confusion. His father worked 3 to 5 in a factory driving screws, earning only 8,000 taels a month. 10 million. If he goes to the factory to drive screws. In other words, if it's 10 million, he will have to work for 104 years without eating or drinking. In today's technological age, it's hard for ninjas to make money by taking orders. Basically, there are only a few orders. In such a peaceful era, the most they can do is catch cats and dogs and help spread pesticides on the farm. Each order can cost a few hundred taels. That's not enough. When they arrived, many ninjas came to rob them while working. What, are you backing off? Minato, Uncle Dave, I have believed that you are the future Hokage since I was a child, Dave said with a smile. No, Uncle Dave, 10 million. Just 10 million. I will definitely earn it. Minato's eyes gradually became firm. Okay, ambitious. What did you say you were going to do? Find Kushina. Hiss, how long have you been waiting here? Dave suddenly thought of something and took a breath and asked. Kushina, that is a strange woman like Mito and Tsunade. Do you still dare to let others down by chatting here? Oops, Kushina. Minato's mind went blank for a moment. Namikaze Minato. Suddenly a roar came from the back mountain of Konoha. Well, come on, don't forget about the 10 million. I watched Kushina grow up anyway. As her uncle, you can't marry her without 10 million. Ha 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 ha, let's go. Dai the husband laughed and fled the scene. Minato swallowed, turned his head tremblingly, and walked towards the back mountain with an ashen face. Chapter 398. Are you coming again? Within the company. Here, this is a new TV series. The filming location is Mist Shinobi. I have already contacted Shikang. You just need to find actors. Dave handed the script in his hand to Kakuzu. New TV series. One Piece. Kakuzu took it and murmured in confusion. Aren't you the same as Hokage? It's been a few years and it hasn't been updated yet. Many people have complained to me. Kakuzu asked speechlessly. Well, as for this drama, what you are giving is just a general summary. My idea here is that there are more than 1,000 episodes and more than 1,000 scripts. I have arranged a truck to send it to your home immediately. It will be updated every week. If there are 2 episodes, it will probably take 10 years to start. Dave said with a smile. You are so damn free, why don't you go and film it yourself? Damn it, how many generations have it been since you finished filming more than 1,000 episodes? Kakuzu slapped the table angrily and yelled. I will give you 3 billion in filming funds. Okay, can I go now? It's only 10 years. After Kakuzu left, Dave took out a cigarette. Huh, Pirate King. Dave smiled and blew out smoke. Dave turned to look out the window of the company, looking at the tall buildings and extremely prosperous Konoha outside, and thought of the familiar faces again. Maybe I can go there and have a look if I have a chance. Dave smiled, shook his head, and put out the cigarette. The other side. Hashirama. Is the 5 million fund gone just like that? 5 million. How many years will I have to dig shit? Black Zetsu roared heartbroken. What can I do? Madara just broke the toilet. Hashirama was also depressed. Aren't you the god of the ninja world? UF asterisk 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 GFK him. It's easy to say, how do you FK Madara? ... Advertisement. I lost all my money. 5 million. Woo woo woo. Black Zetsu wiped his tears sadly. Don't be sad, Black Zetsu. Dave has a good saying, failure is success. Let's keep up the good work. In this way, if you invest tens of millions more for me, I will open the toilet to other places in the ninja world. Not in Konoha, let's go. The instability in Konoha is too great. Hashirama stood up and said with great ambition. Get out of here. I'm investing in you, I'm a. Black Zetsu roared angrily. Black Zetsu, think about it. You have already lost 5 million, you might as well continue. We can't stay pregnant forever, the wind and water will turn, sooner or later we will make money. Hashirama continued. Quote. When you say that, it seems to make sense. When Black Zetsu heard this, hiss, it seemed to make sense. After all, he had already lost 5 million, how could he still compensate? When Black Zetsu was in Dave's belly, I heard Dave tell about the history of his fortune. It was a bitter experience. He lost billions in the beginning and worked from 3 to 5 every day. He had no food to eat and no clothes. His wife and children almost abandoned him. It was so miserable. When Dave told him about it, he burst into tears. However, there was one quote from Dave that he remembered very clearly. 30 years in Hidong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. Thinking of Dave's situation at the time, it seemed like it was not a big deal if he lost 5 million. Okay, 30 years in Hidong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's eyes gradually became firm. Okay, 30 years in Hidong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully the middle-aged and poor. ... The Hokage office at night. What, are they still doing this? Dave looked at Danzo in front of him in confusion. I can't kill them. I heard that they seem to be inspired by you. You can do it yourself. You have caused 2 disasters. Konoha and the others are free to do anything, but when it comes to the ninja world, it is embarrassing. If you throw it outside, the third ninja war might start. Danzo said with a headache. Before they left, they were yelling about not bullying young people into poverty and not bullying middle-aged people into poverty. The two of them, that is, don't bully young people into being poor, don't bully middle-aged people into being poor, don't bully old people into being poor, because the dead will be the worst. Dave also had a headache. Just when the two of them had a headache, Minato's house came. Advertisement. Minato, why aren't you sleeping yet? Minato's father came home and saw Minato calculating something over there, and asked in confusion. I'm doing the math, father, do you earn 8,000 taels a month for driving screws in the factory? Minato turned around and asked with a smile. Haha, Minato, don't underestimate your father. Because of the hard work in the past 2 years, my father and I have changed from a screwdriver to a screwdriver, referred to as the screw team leader. The salary has also increased from 8,000 before. The price has increased to 10,000 taels now. Minato's father laughed. Oh, father is so awesome. Minato was also happy for his father. Hey, don't worry Minato, you are almost an adult now. I have saved hundreds of thousands of taels. After saving for a few years, I will be able to buy you a house and let you marry a wife. Are you not dating that red-haired kid? The girl is very cute, okay. Come on, I also want to have a grandson soon. Minato's father laughed. Ah, okay father. Minato was stunned. He originally wanted to ask his father to see if he could arrange for him to drive screws, but after hearing what his father said, he didn't want to disturb his father's good mood. Minato, I won't say any more. Father, I have already prepared the food. You have had a busy day, go and eat. Minato pointed to the dining table over there and said. Okay Minato, thank you for your hard work. Well, if you can't make money by driving screws, then what else can you do to make money? Minato murmured in distress. Later, Minato turned on the phone and wanted to ask Kushina if she had any good ideas. Suddenly, Minato saw that the phone store suddenly sent an advertisement. Kakuzu Loan App, with low interest rates, fast disbursement, high credit limit, and few requirements, is the best choice for those who need money urgently. Kakuzu Loan App. If you guessed correctly, this is an app made by Uncle Kakuzu. Uncle Kakuzu. Loan, app. These three words combined. Hiss, no, Minato typed. He shuddered and quickly shook his head. Suddenly, another advertisement popped up. Meiju Takeaway sincerely hires takeaways. As long as you are fast, it is not a dream to earn more than 10 dozen a month. It's fast, can't you beat a dozen of them? Minato's eyes slowly lit up. Little does Minato know that there will be an abyss ahead. Chapter 399 Gangster. The base of Meiju Takeout. Hello, I'm here to apply for a job as a delivery boy. Minato walked into the house holding the order. A delivery boy, are you a ninja? The knife-wielding figure with his back to Minato asked slowly. Yes, I am a Jonin, Minato nodded. Really? A Jonin? Okay, I thought it was an ordinary person. After all, in the food delivery industry, it is difficult for ordinary people to compete with ninjas for orders, the man continued. Then, the man slowly turned his chair. The atmosphere is a bit silent. Brother Minato, are you here to deliver food? The man looked at Minato in confusion and asked. Oh, it's Yahiko. Ha ha ha. Ah, I can't help it. Uncle Dave and I made an agreement. If I earn enough 10 million, I can marry Kushina and become a Hokage. Minato scratched his forehead. Yahiko, is there any problem? Minato asked in confusion as Yahiko showed no reaction. No, brother Minato, you can just make others drool. Yahiko knew that Minato was the only 3 people in Konoha who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God delivers food, which is to send other delivery people to dead end. Ah, here is my registration form. Minato smiled and handed the form in his hand to Yahiko. What kind of watch do you need? Brother Minato, what's the relationship between us? You don't need to go through the procedures. You can deliver food now. Yahiko took the watch and tore it directly. Then he took out a helmet from under the seat and handed it to Minato. Is this really good? Ha, thank you very much, Yahiko. Minato took the helmet and smiled gratefully. It's fine. Then, Minato walked out. You have a new takeout order. Minato slowly put on his helmet. With a burst of yellow light, it disappeared in an instant. In the hospital a few days later, mother and child are safe. The doctor walked out of the operating room and nodded with a smile. Huh, it's okay. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. You know, it was his precious daughter who was in the operating room. Congratulations on becoming a grandfather, Dave said to Danzo with a smile. Congratulations, you old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Advertisement. Here, this is the name I'm thinking of. The surname must be Senju. If it's a boy, let's call it Senju Eagle. If it's a girl, how about Senju Liamong? Danzo took out a piece of paper and handed it to Dave. There are hundreds of black dots on it. They should all be the names eliminated by Danzo. These two are the ones who survived. Hearing these days that his daughter is due to give birth, Danzo hasn't even done a good job in the past 2 days. I'm just worried about my daughter and thinking about a name. I think you look like a gangster. Go away. People say the mother and son are safe, so it must be a boy, Dave said speechlessly. Dai Yu, have you and Yuner decided on the name of the child? Dave then looked at Dai Yu, who was also relieved, and asked. Well, father, since it's a boy, let's call him Obito. Dai Yu smiled and nodded. Quote. Quote. Can you change it to another one? I think this name is a bit offensive to Grandpa, Dave asked tremblingly. Ah, then you have to ask Yuner. This is the name she came up with and she told me about it for half a year. Dai Yu was stunned and said with a smile. Dave, get out of here. What, do you have any objection to the name my daughter gave me? How about we go out and have a fight? Danzo looked at Dave angrily and said. Quote. Okay. Let's call him Obito. Dave nodded helplessly. It's all messed up, it's all messed up. I really don't know which part went wrong. Could it be some B********** D made the mess? Dave thought silently in his heart. If you really can't help it, go talk to Yuner. I really think this name is a bit offensive. Obito, gangster, this is a gangster. Dave said quickly. I think you look like a gangster, let's go. Dai Yu, you don't have to listen to your father, this old B*************, D, I just need to talk to him, just call him Obito. Danzo dragged Dave directly outside. Just as Danzo was dragging him away, another nurse came out of the operating room. Ah, mother and daughter are safe, don't worry, the nurse said to a man over there. That's great, thank you very much. Is it a daughter? If it's a daughter, Lin, her name will be Hyuga Lin. The man said excitedly. Dave suddenly looked around and realized that the man was actually a member of the Hyuga clan. Ah, you don't need to thank us. On the contrary, we want to say sorry to you. I don't know what happened in the past 6 months. The rate of new babies has skyrocketed, and the operating room is not enough. We can only let your wife and another the ladies share the same operating room, the nurse said awkwardly. It's a mess, woo. Dave was dragged by Danzo, hiding his face and crying. A few days later, in the ward, Danzo, Dai Yu and Dave sat on both sides of Yuner's bed. Yuner, how do you feel? Is it still hurting? Danzo asked quickly. Advertisement. It's okay, Dad, but, if it hurts, I think Uncle Dave might be a little hurt when he looks at it. Yuner swallowed and pointed at Dave over there. It's okay Yuner, what's wrong with this old B********** D? You don't have to worry about her, just take care of yourself. Danzo smiled and nodded. Yes, Yuner, you don't have to worry about me. Dave crossed his hands and nodded with a bruised nose and face. This little guy Obito is sleeping very soundly, Dai Yu said with a smile as she looked at little Obito in the cradle. At this time, the previous couple walked in slowly, and the husband held the woman's hand, tremblingly. Ah, Lord Hokage, the husband asked happily when he saw Danzo here. Ah, hello, take your wife to rest first. Danzo was stunned and nodded. The husband first helped his wife to the hospital bed. Master Dave is here too. The husband noticed Dave's presence again and was even happier. Ah, hello, are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Dave nodded, looked at his husband and asked. Yeah, but my wife is not from the Hyuga clan. The husband nodded. Thanks to the family reform system proposed by Mr. Dave, which allowed all families to abolish the old system and open up to the village, I was able to meet my wife, the husband said happily. Quote. What a sin. Dave covered his heart. Wow. At this time, the little gangster woke up from his sleep and started crying. Ah, is little Obito hungry? Dai Yu became a father and was also panicked. No, I let him breastfeed just now, Yuner said doubtfully. Bring Obito to Yuner first. Does he miss his mother? Danzo thought for a while and said, thinking that Yuner was like that when Milu gave birth to Yuner. Dai Yu carried little Obito to Yuner. Wow. No, why is little Obito still crying? Danzo asked in a panic. Sir, are you from the Hyuga clan? Your daughter is very cute. Can you let me hug her? Dave looked at the Hyuga couple behind him and asked. Ah, does Mr. Dave think Xiaolin is cute? Of course. The wife nodded happily. Thank you. Dave nodded with a smile, picked up Xiaolin, and slowly walked to little Obito's side. Little Obito stopped crying instantly, biting his little hand and looking at the girl in Dave's arms with bright eyes. Yeah, this little gangster is still in LSP. Chapter 400 No More Love. A few days later, at Senju Station. Giggle, Obito is very cute. Dave, why don't you give him a hug? Yume looked at the little Obito in her arms and giggled happily. No hug, I think this kid is very tough. Dave stared at the little Obito in Yume's arms with a fierce look. Gee, you're still so cute even though you're already dozens of years old. Yume looked at Dave's behavior and smiled helplessly. HMPH, come on Obito, this kid looks like a gangster. Wow. Dave, you're scaring the kids. Get out. Dave was kicked out. He sighed helplessly. He just said he was cute, but he was kicked out so quickly. Alas, woman. The heartbroken Dave slowly walked to the door of his old father's house, wanting to seek some comfort from his old father. Oh, mother, what are you going to do now? The door was opened, and Dave saw his mother getting ready to go out. Ah, I'm going to buy some things for little Obito, toys, clothes, etc. Zhao Yu said with a smile. Quote. Is the old father at home? Dave has a headache. He really doesn't want to hear that little kid anymore. He is busy at home. Ah, there is not enough time. Mito-sama and I have made an appointment, so I will leave first. Zhao Yu said with a smile and left quickly. Dave walked into the door slowly and saw Tobirama busy there. Hey, old father, what are you doing? Dave greeted happily. So, you, sewing clothes. Dave was stunned and looked at the needle and thread in Tobirama's hand. Well, I want to sew a dress for little Obito. I originally planned to let Izuna make it, but Izuna ran away, so I had to make it myself. Tobirama said with a smile. Where did you sew? Most of it is almost done, only the waist is missing. Let me take a look. Dave took it from Tobirama. Old father, are you sure that you won't strangle Obito? Dave pointed at the opening of his neck, which was less than the size of a finger. Didn't Zhao Yu say before that the neck opening doesn't need to be so big? The child is still young. Sweaters and other things are stretchable. Advertisement. You can't stretch this thing enough to fit 3 fingers into it. Oh, that's right. Tobirama fell into thought. There was silence for a while. I decided to invent a forbidden technique for sewing sweaters. Bye-bye. Dave quickly waved his hand and fled here. Then Dave took out his phone and placed his hope on the name on the phone screen. Hey, Uncle Madara, are you free? Let's go online together. I don't have time, Hashirama and I are shopping at a baby store. At dusk, Dave smoked a cigarette lonely, standing on the head of Hashirama Hokage Rock, looking at the sunset, thinking about the good times in the past. The other side. Hey, mother, I'm here to see you. Hamura came to see his mother Kagaya on a rare occasion today. Kagaya was busy with something in the kitchen. What are you doing? Hamura walked into the kitchen, looked at the walls all made of titanium alloy, and breathed a sigh of relief. Yu has a baby, isn't it? I'm going to make some tonic soup for Yuner and some nutritious liquid food for babies to send over, Kagaya said busily. Really? Hamura was stunned, then stepped forward to take a look. How was it? Kagaya asked with a smile. It's rare that it looks good. The rare thing in Hamura's words refers to black smoke that meets 3 criteria. First, it does not have the nature of a useless person. Second, there are no lethal substances. Third, the titanium alloy kitchen did not explode during cooking. What does rare mean? Kagaya glanced at Hamura keenly and asked. No. It doesn't mean anything. I was just praising your cooking skills. Hamura smiled quickly and said. Try it, you haven't been here for a long time. Ah, okay. On the table, my eldest brother is so happy to be able to eat my mother's food. I also manage 2 families, Hyuga and Otsutsuki, so I rarely have time to visit my mother. I really envy my eldest brother. Hamura looked at the dining table. Serving the soup, he said with a smile. If he is really like this, it would be great if he can come back with Ashura Indra once a week. Kagaya said angrily. Advertisement. That's really their loss, Hamura smiled awkwardly. Okay, let's eat quickly. It's been almost a month or 2 and I've almost forgotten the taste. Let's eat. Kagaya smiled softly. Her own Hamura was still the best. Hagoromo was really different from those 2 unfilial grandsons. Good. Well, mother, your food is so. Seeing Hamura lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth after taking a bite, Kagaya was stunned. In the hospital, the results are out, the nurse said as she came to the doctor with the test results. How is the situation? Kagaya asked worriedly. He probably drank the paraquat as soup, such a large volume, the doctor murmured in confusion. Paraquat. Kagaya was stunned. At the same time, in the internet cafe. Kurama. Guarantee it for 1 more month. Guarantee it for 1 year. No, are you selling that seat? I bought it. Just when Ashura walked to the door, he received a message from his father Hamura. Ashura swallowed tremblingly. Well, it's used for weeding, but it's also highly toxic. This patient is also quite interesting. 500 milliliters of paraquat, 5 to 15 milliliters of it can kill a person. Now let alone the lungs, the person is probably gone, the doctor explained. This is not to give you the greenest vegetables. I usually use it to remove weeds when I grow vegetables. Maybe I was careless just now and poured it all in as chicken essence. The problem is not big, it can be saved. The doctor said the problem is not serious and can be saved. Get out of here. Can it be saved? Kagaya asked worriedly. Yo, Kurama. Ashura greeted Kurama as he passed by the counter. Ashura, who had been staying at the internet cafe for a month, stretched. It's been a month. Let's go home and take a look. Mother, what happened to Hamura? Hagoromo received the news and hurried over. That's fine. Why did Hamura drink paraquat? Could it be that he just couldn't think about it? Hagoromo sat down next to Teru Yoruichi and murmured in confusion. Kurama watched as Ashura was leaving. Finally, this B************ D was finally leaving, after a month. Oh, Chapter 401 Mirror. Asking for support. Hey, Police Department, I'm the director, Uchiha Kagami. There's an accident in the land of Earth. Please provide immediate support. The police department's phone suddenly rang. Mr. Minister, are you going to have another accident? The Uchiha policeman who answered the phone was obviously in disbelief. A-hole, why won't an accident happen to me? Come quickly for support. I can't stand it anymore, Jing said with heavy breaths. But Mr. Minister, all the police here have gone out to crack down on pornography. There is no one idle. Let me go. At this time, a voice sounded. Fugaku, aren't you on vacation today? The policeman asked suspiciously as he looked at the arriving person. Ah, I originally wanted to go find Makoto today, but then I was called here. Fugaku pointed to the leaky ceiling above and said with some embarrassment. You two, stop talking nonsense to me and come quickly. Jing's voice roared on the phone. Okay, I'll go right away. Fugaku nodded and hurriedly ran towards the Earth Kingdom. On the way, Uncle Jing, what's going on over there? Fugaku asked on the phone. A spy from the Kingdom of Earth was discovered. I came here to hunt him down. Unexpectedly, Onoki was also alerted. I am now surrounded by 1,500 troops, Jing said with a heavy breath. Didn't we sign treaties of friendship with other countries before? The other 3 countries can believe it, but Onoki can't, he is an old fox. Okay, I'll be there soon. Fugaku hung up the phone and arrived at the battlefield in a few minutes. Uchiha Kagami, we have signed a treaty of friendship. You came to my Iwagakure to arrest people so blatantly and f'd up my people. Are you going too far? Onoki looked at the panting mirror of the yellow Susanoo over there, shouted. Hey, then I would like to ask you why Iwagakure's spies are in our Konoha village. Jing sneered. Advertisement. Do you have any evidence? According to the intelligence we investigated, you, the spy, specializes in buying banned adult books and sending them to Rock Shinobi. You, Iwagakure, have such a good atmosphere that you have sold 100,000 copies, Mirror continued. You fart. You are slandering. Onoki's face turned red. He also had a set of collector's editions at home. We have caught the author of the banned adult books. His confession, photos taken by the camera, and physical evidence. Jing said with a smile. Ah, Uncle Mirror, here I come. At this time, Fugaku arrived on the battlefield. Fugaku looked at the 1,500 troops in front of him, excitement written on his face. Why are you so excited? This is 1,500 people. I asked you to come here to help me run away. Jing looked at Fugaku's excited expression and asked in confusion. Why are you running? Uncle Mirror, hey, 1,500 people, if we wipe out all of them, my reputation will be resounding throughout the ninja world. Not only will Makoto fall in love with me, but Uncle Dave will also look at me with admiration, and then Makoto marry me, the child's name will be Uchiha Itachi, and the house will be bought in. Quote. Shut up, is this the time for you to think about this? A vein popped out on the camera, and Fugaku was punched in the head. Ah, Fugaku covered his head with some resentment. You two have had enough trouble, haha, Uchiha Kagami, there is a black market bounty of 5 billion, the 3rd person on the bounty list. You will be buried here today, and your 2 Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, if it's an auction, a lot of people want that. Onoki laughed. Uncle Jing, can you still use your pupil power? Fugaku looked at Jing and asked. The illusion has been used on hundreds of people just now, but now it can only be used on 100 people at most, Jing said with heavy breaths. Okay, I'll take care of Onoki, and then we'll use Susanoo to find a way out immediately. Fugaku nodded. How to deal with Onoki? Mirror looked at Fugaku in confusion. Impairment. Fugaku's Sharingan turned slowly, and then blood and tears flowed from his right eye. Onoki was still imagining how much money he could make this time, and he didn't have much defense. Suddenly, Onoki fell from the sky and knelt on the ground, his eyes were wide open, and he covered his crotch with sweat on his face, as if he had suffered some pain. Uncle Jing, run! Fugaku looked at Jing and shouted. In an instant, a yellow Susanoo and a black Susanoo appeared on the field. The 2 Gundams flicked their arms, and dozens of people flew out in an instant. Advertisement. Lord Onoki, what's wrong with you? Kill them. Don't let them escape. A Jonin saw Onoki's situation, swallowed, and roared angrily at Kagami and Fugaku. Ah, Onoki spat out a mouthful of blood, still in pain. Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared on the scene. Ah, who is Mr. Yamato Tsushino? Your takeout has arrived, Minato asked, wearing a takeout helmet and holding the takeout, looking at the 1,500 people in front of him. Quote. My mine. A ninja blushed and walked out of the 1,500-man army and took the takeaway from Minato's hand. Ah, the takeaway has been delivered. Please give it a 5-star rating. Minato smiled softly. UB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Is there any sushi? The Jonin just roared angrily, and suddenly thought of something and asked. Battlefield. What's going on? Minato looked around in confusion. Minato. Great. Hurry. Take us away, we are being hunted by them. Fugaku shouted in surprise when he saw Minato appear. Fugaku. Uncle Mirror. Okay. Minato was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He put his hands on their shoulders and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived in Konoha. Huh, great, thank you Minato, Fugaku said happily looking at Minato. What's wrong with you Minato? Fugaku asked in confusion, looking at the depressed Minato squatting on the ground. I'm sorry to bother you Minato, I've caused you to get a bad review, Jing said with some embarrassment. It's okay, I can save you guys, so I'll give you a bad review. Since you're back safely, I'll leave first. I've received another order here, Minato said with a smile. After saying that, Minato disappeared. Mirror slowly looked at Fugaku aside, looking at Sharingan in Fugaku's eyes. Chapter 402 coming. I guessed it right, Fugaku, your Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaoru said with a smile. Ahem, originally I wanted to never use it, but in order to save Uncle Jing, I have no choice, Fugaku said helplessly. Tell me, what is your illusion? It's quite powerful. Onoki was in a lot of pain just now. Jing asked with a smile. Can I not say? Tell me, I want you to be the next Minister of Police. How can I do it if you don't tell me? Jing said firmly. Impairment. Pull the opponent into the world of illusion, and destroy the enemy's reproductive organs up to 10,000 times for 3 days and 3 nights. When the opponent breaks away from the illusion, the reproductive organs will be useless within 3 years. Quote. Actually, you don't need to go into such detail. The mirror feels cold on my crotch. Ignore this, Uncle Jing, please don't tell anyone else about this. Will I be famous in the ninja world if I inflict a severe blow on Onoki this time? Fugaku asked happily. Yes, but I don't know what the name is. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Uncle Dave and Makoto will definitely be impressed by me. He, I'll go find Makoto first. Fugaku laughed excitedly. Come here, since you are on duty today and there is a shortage of people, then do your duty to the end and go back to work. Jing dragged Fugaku and went back to work. After getting off work, Fugaku hurried to the door of Dave's house. Makoto, are you at home? Fugaku shouted happily, slamming the door. Fugaku, leave quickly. Makoto opened the door a crack and whispered. Why should I leave? I will come to you openly today. Fugaku puffed up his chest. Today, he stood up. Hurry up. Before my father notices and kills you with the intention of killing you, hurry up. Makoto said anxiously. Humph, things are different these days, Makoto. Uncle Dave will definitely look at me with admiration. Fugaku pushed open the door, puffed out his chest, and walked slowly towards the house with long strides. Tsukimi looked at Fugaku's back and was stunned. Who is here? Yume looked outside the room in confusion after hearing the sound. Aunt Tsukimi, it's me, Fugaku. Leave quickly. Tsukimi was stunned and said quickly. Advertisement. Aunt Tsukimi, why did you let me go too? Fugaku was a little sad. Normally Aunt Tsukimi was very nice to him, and she didn't object to him and Makoto. Why did he have such an attitude today? Your Uncle Dave is trying to find you right now, and you're here right now. Come on, Yume said anxiously. Uncle Dave is looking for me. Ha ha ha, it turns out what happened in the morning spread throughout the ninja world so quickly. Fugaku laughed. Yes, Uchiha, brother. At this time, a devilish voice like hell came from somewhere. Uchiha Duo, Uchiha Impotent's brother. Dave's eyes flashed red, and his tone was as frightening as a monster from the Nine Netherworld. Huh, what? Fugaku said in confusion. Hee. Dave smiled and threw the newspaper in his hand to Fugaku. Fugaku looked at the newspaper in his hand. Tsuchikage speaks and vows to hunt down. This morning, a mass destruction incident occurred on the border of Earth Kingdom. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku of Konoha village of Fire Kingdom fought with 1,500 people led by Tsuchikage Onoki of Iwagakure of Earth Kingdom. On the battlefield, Uchiha Kagami lived up to his name, using his pupil technique to harvest the names of more than 100 people. And Uchiha Fugaku, this Uchiha rookie, also possesses Mangekyo Sharingan. On the battlefield, he just glared at Tsuchikage Onoki, who instantly covered his crotch and cried. Surrounded by 1,500 men and directly inflicted damage on Tsuchikage, Uchiha Fugaku. Later, another delivery man arrived at the scene and took the two Uchiha away. Back at the hospital, Tsuchikage Onoki, who was undergoing treatment, was asked by reporters how he was suffering and refused to answer. After some investigation, we found Tsuchikage Onoki's attending medical doctor, and finally found out what kind of pain Mr. Onoki suffered. Omit 100 words to describe the pain. Here, Uchiha Fugaku became famous in one battle, and together with Uchiha Kagami, they became the Uchiha Duo. The name of Uchiha Fugaku will also be completely resounding in the ninja world. Uchiha is a weakling. Uchiha is a horrible B*****************. D. These two Uchiha men are frightening. Fugaku, look at the sunset today. Isn't it beautiful? Dave smiled and pointed to the sunset on the horizon outside the house. Quote. If I say something nice, can Uncle Dave let me go? What do you think? Advertisement. Stay away from Makoto from now on. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku flying out of the sky, Dave clapped his hands and said calmly. Police Department. Jing saw this news on his mobile phone and had a headache. He knew it would be like this. Originally, after the development of the ninja world in the past few years, people had almost forgotten his name. After doing this, well, he came back again. Jongu. Uchiha's name is about to be ruined. Madara looked at the news with a headache. However, there are some big stripes in the mirror. Not only is there no note, but I also forgot who it is. Seeing that the person who hung up in the last game turned out to be my friend, I'm sorry, no matter who you are, anyone who dares to hang up to prevent me from improving my score will die. Madara handed the phone to Hashirama. What a shame. Madara became even more sad and angry, and was laughed at by Hashirama. In the internet cafe, what's wrong? Hearing Madara's sad tone, Hashirama gave up the game. I'm not in the mood to fight. Madara said slightly sadly. Madara smiled lightly. Okay, here comes the punching bag. Madara, the game is over. Hashirama looked at the screen, because the two of them hung up, causing the game to end. This Hokage really can't last a day. Dave, Mirror, Kakuzu, Hiruzen, Black Zetsu, George, Sakumo, and more than a dozen people. Now, here comes another Uchiha Fugaku, this Konoha it's just a bunch of demons dancing around now. Danzo covered his face. In Hokage's office. Think about Uchiha during the Sengoku period. Who is not afraid of hearing the news? Since the mirror became famous, he is still afraid of hearing the news, but the meaning is different, with a bit of a stink, and now the appearance of Fugaku has become a fearful person, along with the stench, there is also a hint of fear from the world. What's wrong? Uchiha has no name since he became famous in the mirror. The appearance of Fugaku just deepens the impression of people in the ninja world. Hashirama laughed after reading it. It's over when it's over, I don't want to play anymore, Madara said sadly. Jing, who was sitting opposite Madara, thought angrily. The sound of his hands typing on the keyboard was like a machine gun, and he couldn't even see the shadow of his hands. At this time, Madara looked at the screen, and a person whose ID was Jing sent him a 99+ greeting. Well, Jing was his teammate from the game just now. Madara added Mirror's friends in the game and gave her notes since she beat him up last time. Hurry up and join the team, Madara. Hashirama, who was sitting next to him, said hurriedly. Chapter 403 Orochi Princess. Orochimaru's experimental base. Uncle Dave, why are you here? Orochimaru asked slowly when he heard the door opening behind him while he was doing the experiment. Ah, you kid, don't spend time in this laboratory every day, be careful of mold and men and women turning into rebellious ninjas. Dave sat on the table nearby and laughed. Uncle Dave, can you watch less TV series? Orochimaru turned his back to Dave, wearing a black cloak and said helplessly. Yes, Uncle Dave, the TV series you made are so ridiculous, they even killed me. Now every time I go out on the street, a bunch of little brats hug me and tell me I'm not dead. Jiraiya said depressedly. Ha, but it looks interesting, doesn't it? Dave laughed. Okay, I won't bullshit you two anymore, Orochimaru. Dave retracted his playful smile and looked at Orochimaru seriously. What's wrong? Orochimaru was stunned, but still didn't turn around. Fourth Hokage, are you interested? Dave asked. FK. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. No, you be ********* D Orochimaru, that's the Hokage. Jiraiya heard Orochimaru's answer and hurriedly roared at Orochimaru. Take up my time, Orochimaru said calmly. I'm just asking if you are interested. Anyway, there are 3 candidates for 4th generation right now, you, Daiyu, and Hitaki Sakumo. Dave said with a smile. Sakumo has abstained. He prefers to develop in Anbu. As for Daiyu, he now has a child, and he also expressed that he wants to spend more time with the child and has no time to be a Hokage. In other words, you are the 4th Hokage. Dave said with a smile. Can't I refuse? Orochimaru asked helplessly. Advertisement. No, your mother also asked me to give you a message, either get married or start a career. It's impossible for you to get a family. I heard from Sister Yu that you haven't been home for several months, so just start a career. Dai the husband laughed. Both Shuomao and Daiyu have families, so it makes sense to the outside world that they abstain from voting. If you, an idle member of the establishment, abstain from voting, let alone your mother's overreaction of disappointment to your expectations, it will not be justified to the outside world. Dave continued. Orochimaru has a headache. By the way, you have always turned your back to me, which is very disrespectful, and your tone is a bit weird. Dave said with a smile and looked at Orochimaru. Uncle Dave, can you give me some time, just half a year? Orochimaru said with his back to Dave. What happened? Dave gradually realized that something was wrong and asked quickly. That's all. Then, Orochimaru slowly turned around and took off his black cloak. The atmosphere was very silent, even Jiraiya's eyes widened. Orochimaru, can tell what's going on? Dave asked tremblingly. I watched the TV series you filmed by Uncle Dave. In the TV series, I created the forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation, which aroused my great interest. I have been developing this forbidden technique in the past few years until a few years ago. Months ago, I succeeded. Orochimaru. No, it should be called Orochimaru now. Nonsense, of course I know based on your situation. It's not illegal to use the forbidden technique as long as you don't kill anyone. That's not what I'm talking about, it's your belly. Dave was speechless and pointed at Orochiji's bulging belly. Belly asked. I improved the living corpse reincarnation, turning him from a 3-year blank period to 3 months. This woman's body was created by me using my own cells and some Hashirama cells and a white Zetsu. It can also be it's my second body, Orochi said with a gentle smile. Jiraiya was stunned. Although he had seen the feminine Orochimaru in TV dramas before, but now that he was living in front of his eyes, he felt incredible no matter what. Stop talking nonsense, I'm asking about your stomach, Dave said speechlessly. Advertisement. In order to continue to explore life, I wanted to try whether this body fused with my cells could give birth to a new life. I asked Senior George and used this idiot's genes to get pregnant successfully. Now, it's been 4 months, and the baby will be ready in about half a year. Orochi pointed at Jiraiya and said with a smile. What did you say? Jiraiya asked with a confused face. Let me explain, the child in her belly belongs to you and Orochimaru. Do you understand? Dave said slowly, feeling a little dizzy. What? A roar came from Konoha. B***************** D Orochimaru. You. Jiraiya was so angry. No wonder. Every time he came to see him in the past few months, he turned his back to her. So that's what happened. That's quite interesting. Orikimai smiled softly and gently stroked her belly. Times have changed. You young people can fool around on your own. I'll give you half a year and I'll talk to Danzo. Dave said, still feeling dizzy. Thank you, Uncle Dave. Orochi smiled softly. You damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ How will Tsunade look at me in the future, and how will she accept my confession? Jiraiya squatted on the ground and groaned in pain. Idiot, I never said I would let you take responsibility. Consider this compensation for lying to me before. Do you think I really want to use your genes? There are so many powerful genes in Konoha, but there is no way, only yours it's better. Orochi gave him a look. No, as a man, how can you abandon your wife and daughter? Oh my god, how can you abandon your children? Jiraiya stood up suddenly and said firmly. You two, get out of here and let me go back slowly. Dave kicked Jiraiya 10 meters away and walked out of here dizzy. Also, Orochimaru, after giving birth, don't use your body again unless absolutely necessary. Your mother will not be able to bear it. Dave thought of something and said to Orochimaru before leaving. Well, I know, I'm just doing it for science. Now that my goal has been accomplished, after giving birth to the child, I will seal this forbidden technique into the book of sealings and never use it again. It's just that it's troublesome to Uncle Dave in the past few months. I explained the reason to my mother. Orikimai smiled and nodded. Well, and that idiot over there, take good care of your wife and daughter. Take good care of Orochimaru. Orochimaru and the children. I'm so impressed. Dave shouted to Jiraiya over there again. Chapter 404, Being Wronged. Dave still felt a little confused after walking out of the experimental base. So Dave wandered over to Orokoku's house. Dave, you're here, please come in. Orochimaru happened to be home, and when he opened the door, he saw Dave and said happily. Dave, have you seen Wanwan? Yu had been waiting for news about Dave at home, and asked anxiously when she saw Dave coming. Wanwan. It should be Gigi now. Ahem, no, Dave was stunned. The three of them sat down, and the couple looked at Dave. Well, brother Lu, sister Yu, let me tell you something, don't get excited. Dave didn't know how to speak. Did something happen to Wanwan? Sister Yu asked with red eyes. It's okay Orochimaru, that's all. You are going to be grandparents. What? Yu and Orochi-Lu were both confused. Didn't Orochimaru not come home for several months? He went out to look for experimental materials and inspiration. You all know how he is in a hurry every day for science, so he didn't tell you. As for why he stopped. Message. Dave took a sip of water. While he was looking for inspiration, he had a wonderful accident with a girl with white hair. The girl got pregnant. Orochimaru was afraid that you would worry and scold him, so he didn't reply to your calls and messages. Orochimaru was found here after asking someone to get some information. Don't worry, they are safe now. Dave said nonsense. So that's what happened, then I'm relieved. The same goes for Wanwan. If you don't bring her back quickly when she's pregnant, isn't this just a way of giving her a reputation? Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looking a little funny. Said somewhat angrily. I also told Orochimaru, but he considered that the girl's belly is now big, and she may be gossiped by others when she comes back. After all, I have met that girl, and she is still a very shy little girl. I also want to considering their feelings, I didn't bring them back. Orochimaru will come back a few months after the child is born. Dave felt deeply guilty for telling such lies. As long as it's okay, it's okay. It's true that Wanwan is not reassuring at all. Yu nodded with a smile on his face. Jade, why do I feel that it is so strange? Orochimaru's character, girl, wonderful accident. Are these two words related to Orochimaru? Orochimaru said still somewhat rationally. What do you mean? Yu grabbed Orochi-Lu's ears and roared. No. Orochimaru quickly shook his head and begged for mercy. Advertisement. I'm afraid you won't believe it. These are recent photos I took of their lives. Just don't worry. Dave breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he made preparations before coming and randomly photoshopped 2 photos of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Did you see it? Did you see it? What a well-behaved girl. Her belly is so big, no wonder. Yu took the photo and said with a smile on her face. Orochi-Lu was relieved when he saw the photo. Well, now that the news has been brought, you don't have to worry. I'm going back first, Dave said with a smile and was about to leave. After all, the reason was made up. He only felt that he was being very condemned in his heart. Don't leave yet. Jade quickly called Dave. What's wrong, sister you? Dave asked in a daze. I'll make some old hen soup and food. Could you please, Dave, help me deliver it to them? Jade said hurriedly. No problem. Dave's mouth trembled slightly. What are you looking at? Go buy old hens and vegetables. You can't buy them in 5 minutes. Don't even want to go to your laboratory before I hold my grandson. Yu Hen looked at Orochimaru and shouted. Oh, Orochi nodded quickly and ran out to buy groceries. A few hours later, Uncle Dave, why are you here again? Jiraiya asked suspiciously as he watched Dave come back. This is the chicken soup and some food made by Sister Yu. Let you take a good rest. Dave gave Orochi a roll of his eyes and put the food in his hand next to Orochi. Thank you for me and my mother, Uncle Dave. Orochi smiled softly and nodded. I made up a reason for them, so you know what to do next, right? Dave said to Orochi. I understand. I will go find the mother after the child is born. Then I will tell you that his mother died in childbirth. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. Orochimaru, D. When did his mother die? His mother is here. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru angrily and roared. Are you the mother? Dave asked, stunned. Advertisement. I'm the father. Jiraiya realized that he had said the wrong thing and said quickly. You are a fart, the child has nothing to do with you. Orochiji was speechless. You two, let's talk, I'm leaving. Don't think blindly. I came here a few minutes ago. I saw from the experiment diary he wrote that he has been experimenting without rest for the past few days. I came to stop you when I heard you shouting. Jiraiya has a headache. Said. No, Tsunade is here. Jiraiya, get her away quickly. With her character, if she knows about it, the whole of Konoha will know about it. Orochimaru knew that Tsunade was scary, so she hurriedly said. I borrow. Lend it to you. For the sake of the children. Jiraiya's heart was bleeding. I don't have any money to go to the casino, Tsunade said helplessly. Me, am I being wrong here, or a big one? There is no one in the entire ninja world who is more wrong than me. Dave said and left. That's not possible. This child has my blood. I must be his father. Don't. That. Tsunade, he's not done yet. Why don't you go to the casino to play first? Jiraiya quickly stopped him and said. Okay. Jiraiya nodded helplessly and walked outside. What do you mean? Looking at Dave's back, Tsunade was a little confused. He is resting. He has been busy for several days and nights. You should leave first. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said slowly. Seeing Tsunade taking away his wife's money worth hundreds of thousands, Jiraiya fell to his knees and cried bitterly. That's it, then let me go in and take a look. Don't worry, I won't disturb him. I just want to see what happened to the results of the last experiment I asked him to do. Tsunade said with a smile. Busy, how many days and nights, you two? Tsunade discovered the key words in the sentence. Dave had a headache and hurried away without looking back. He really doesn't want to get involved in this process now. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, I'm here for you. Tsunade thought for a while with no results, then gave up thinking and walked towards the experimental base while shouting. Hey, Jiraiya, I knew you were here, where is Orochimaru? Tsunade saw Jiraiya and asked with a smile. Yo, Uncle Dave, why are you here? Tsunade was also outside the door at this time and asked happily when he saw Dave coming out. Chapter 405 Must. Outside the casino. I lost all my money again, Tsunade muttered angrily. Tsunade looked up at the moon in the sky and saw that it was already so late. At this time, Tsunade saw a familiar figure sitting on the Hokage rock. Tsunade walked slowly towards that side. Jiraiya, what are you doing here so late? Tsunade sat aside and asked Jiraiya, who was silent. It's okay. Is this what Uncle Dave said about middle-aged anxiety? I'm already starting to feel anxious. Jiraiya lit a cigarette and looked at the sky and said slowly. PFF, here, you're the only one who still smokes. You're not allowed to smoke. Tsunade smiled when he heard Jiraiya's words, took a handful of cigarettes from Jiraiya's mouth and threw it out. Hey, that's a flower bought for 3 silver taels, Jiraiya said angrily. What? You have an opinion? Without. Tell me, what's going on? Every time I see you this month, where is Orochimaru, and you won't let me in? What happened? Tsunade asked with a smile. It's okay, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. Really? Certainly. Forget it, I originally wanted to hang out with you, Tsunade said with a snort. TCH, would I be fooled by your cheap tricks and tell you that Orochimaru is pregnant? Oh, it turns out Orochimaru is pregnant. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. What? Orochimaru is pregnant? Tsunade roared in horror. Shish. Don't scream. Now that you know everything, let me tell you what happened. Jiraiya quickly covered Tsunade's mouth and told the whole story. Oh, let me tell you, that's what happened. So, congratulations to you and your wife on having a baby. Tsunade laughed. Who is married to that B asterisk 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 D? It's the B asterisk 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 D's decision. Don't tell anyone. If it gets to Orochimaru's mother, it will be bad. Jiraiya said anxiously. Advertisement. Ah, do you think I am such an unreliable person? Tsunade asked. Be confident, what happened? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I can still tell the difference between right and wrong. But Orochimaru is becoming more and more pervert now. Tsunade clapped his hands and said. Yeah, I think he's a pervert. Jiraiya, bruised and swollen, nodded. Do you want to drink? Tsunade suddenly asked. Drink. Go buy it. Jiraiya was holding a few bottles of wine, his face full of heartache. This B asterisk 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 D Tsunade is here to squeeze my money again. After drinking, the breeze blew over the Hokage rock. Since he is pregnant, which of you is the father and who is the mother? Tsunade suddenly thought of a question and asked with a smile. Then I must be his father and his mother, Jiraiya said directly without thinking. Oh, so you are really a couple. Tsunade said with a smirk. Quote. Who is married to that B asterisk 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 D? Don't hate me, I'm telling you. Jiraiya waved his hand wordlessly. But before Jiraiya could finish speaking, his mouth was suddenly blocked and no words came out. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and the warm feeling touched her. When Jiraiya came back to his senses, Tsunade was already lying on the Hokage rock and fell asleep. Have you drunk too much? Jiraiya was stunned for a long time and smiled to himself. Looking at Tsunade sleeping beside him, Jiraiya took off his coat and put it on her body, then jumped off the Hokage rock. After Jiraiya left, Tsunade, who was asleep, slowly opened his eyes. That fool. Early morning. Ah, wake up. Hashirama, who had slept next to the toilet all night, got up and yawned. Hashirama raised his head and looked in the direction of the Hokage rock. First Hokage. Peace, so good. Although life is a bit harder now, it's nothing. Hashirama, who was in his beautiful imagination, unconsciously had a smile on his face. Ah, why did my avatar fall off again? Hashirama suddenly came to his senses and found that the entire face of his statue had fallen off. Advertisement. Hashirama quickly got dressed and went to the Hokage building. Teacher Hashirama, why are you here? Danzo asked in a daze when he saw Hashirama coming. Why did my statue fall down again? Hashirama asked sadly, pointing to the statue over there. Your statue. Isn't that normal? It will fall off every once in a while. Danzo said in a daze. What did you say? Quote. Ahem, Master Hashirama, let me check the surveillance for you. Danzo realized that he had said something wrong and quickly corrected it. Then Danzo called up the surveillance camera on a tree above Hokage Rock. Originally, the Hokage Rock did not need to be monitored, but since Hashirama's avatar would always fall off due to various things during the interval, I had no choice but to click on it. Mr. Hashirama, are we going to hold Tsunade responsible? Danzo swallowed and looked at Hashirama tentatively and asked. Oh. Quote. Quote. What did you say? Tsunade asked confused. When Hashirama saw the scene of his granddaughter kissing Jiraiya, Hashirama was obviously stunned, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Tsunade, had she also found her own happiness? Didn't I tell you, Grandpa, we drank too much at that time? Tsunade was about to cry without tears. Tsunade hurriedly found Hashirama, and managed to convince Hashirama to give up the idea for the time being. But then when he saw that it was Tsunade who punched his statue after waking up from sleep, the smile on Hashirama's face suddenly stopped. I found the name of my precious granddaughter in the address book and called her. Hey, Grandpa, I saw the scene between you and little Jiraiya clearly on the surveillance camera last night. Little Jiraiya is responsible, so, let me go to Dave to hold a family meeting to discuss the wedding date. Then Hashirama and Danzo chatted for a while and then left first. After walking out of the Hokage building, Hashirama took out his mobile phone. Hello, Grandpa, Tsunade answered the phone and asked a little sleepily. I won't pursue it anymore. What can Hashirama do? That's his granddaughter. Oh. I can only knock out my teeth and swallow it. Tsunade, let's forget about the incident where you destroyed Grandpa's Hokage rock. Don't be so excited next time. Hashirama said slowly. Also, when are you going to prepare for the wedding? Your father and your grandfather have already prepared the dowry for you. When are you going to get the child and what is his name? Well, if you say so. In 3 years, little Jiraiya dared to kiss my granddaughter, then he will be responsible. Within 3 years, he must marry you. Hashirama said with a hum. You can only reflect a person's true thoughts when you drink too much, you know. Grandpa, I've been here before. It's settled. Hashirama whistled, and the little gangster's problem was solved. Well, I'm in a good mood today. Except the Hokage rock fell off. Chapter 406 Dave, leave me alone. 3 years. Dave was stunned as he listened to Tsunade's story. Yes, Uncle Dave, please help me persuade Grandpa. Tsunade was about to cry without tears. Well, wait a minute, you have to talk to your father about this kind of thing. Dave shook his head helplessly, took out his cell phone and called Kima and explained what happened. Oh, does Tsunade-chan already have someone she likes? Ha. Ha 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 xn. Listening to the long-lasting laughter coming from the phone and looking at Tsunade's increasingly tense forehead, Dave quickly hung up the phone. Actually, Tsunade, ask yourself, do you really not like Jiraiya? Dave sighed and said helplessly. Who would like that idiot? I understand your attitude. You are not good at expressing, and neither is he. This incident is an opportunity. Just be a normal person as usual. I will talk to Jiraiya. In 3 years, I will let you see to his expression, Dave said with a smile. Afterwards, Dave left here and arrived at Orochimaru's experimental base. Every time I come here, I have to slow down for a while, but this time I'm not here to see you, I'm here to see Jiraiya. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Orochi with a bulging belly. Dave had a headache. What's wrong, Uncle Dave? Jiraiya came over and asked in confusion. Want to marry Tsunade? Dave jumped directly into the topic. Of course. Jiraiya was stunned. He didn't expect Uncle Dave to be so direct. I made an agreement with Tsunade and her elders in 3 years. Can we do it with a gift of 10 million yuan in 3 years? Dave asked with a smile. Let's not talk about me. Tsunade, will she agree to such a thing? Jiraiya was confused and asked quickly. Tsunade agreed. She definitely won't do the same thing. What? Did she agree? Jiraiya was still mumbling and said suddenly after hearing Dave's words. Of course, your Uncle Dave is known as Konoha's matchmaker. You can't borrow, steal or rob 10 million for 3 years. You can only earn it by your own ability. Do you agree? Dave asked with a smile. I agree. I originally thought about asking Orochimaru to borrow money, but after hearing what Uncle Dave said, there was no other way. That's good, I brought the news. 3 years will start from now. You can work hard on your own. I can only do this. Dave smiled and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, turned and left here. Advertisement. Orochimaru, please tell me how to make money. After Dave left, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru anxiously and asked. Money. What is money? I can get tens of millions or hundreds of millions in funding for just one experiment. My father also has countless savings. I never seem to worry about this kind of thing. The evil capitalism, the rich who eat and die waiting for death's second generation. What? 10 million in 3 years? Teacher, you are worse off than me. Minato said with a smile as he listened to Jiraiya's story. What do you mean I'm worse off than you? Jiraiya asked in a daze. If I want to marry Kushina, I will also need a gift of 10 million, but there is no time limit, but I will try my best to use it as soon as possible. Minato said with a smile. What? Damn it. 3 years, then, Minato, do you have any money-making skills? Jiraiya asked quickly. My flying thunder god is very fast when delivering food. But sometimes I have to accompany Kushina. In addition to the time spent with Kushina, as well as eating and sleeping, it only costs 5,000 taels a day, Minato said with a smile. Delivery. This is a good idea. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Then teacher, come with me to deliver food tomorrow. Minato said happily. No problem. The next day, in front of Dave's house. Uncle Dave, Fugaku came back from the hospital and came to see Tsukimi again with great excitement. Why are you here again? Dave asked speechlessly. Uncle Dave, hey, look, brother Jiraiya wants 10 million to marry Tsunade, Minato wants 10 million to marry Kushina, well, look, can I get 10 million? He, Fugaku smiled he. Go away, you think I'm selling my daughter. Veins popped up on Dave's head, and he was kicked out by Fugaku. This is different from what Minato said. Dave, you don't have to be so harsh on Fugaku, right? Yume said helplessly when she saw this scene in the house. It's okay if I didn't kill him, Dave said with a cold snort. Geez, I guess you don't want to let go of Makoto, Tsukimi said with a smile. Advertisement. Makoto is always going to get married, but we can't let this be D be so cheap. He still has a long way to go. If I'm not satisfied, he won't even think about it, Dave snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid of Fugaku and Dai Yigzu? Yume suddenly thought of something and teased Dave. He dares. Kill him. I don't want to live anymore. D thing. No, if you say that, you really need to be careful. Yume's words awakened Dave. Then Dave took out his cell phone and called Orochimaru. What's wrong, Uncle Dave? Make me something that will automatically alert and notify me when a male other than me comes within 1 meter, Dave said slowly. You must be on guard against Fugaku. Well, you noticed it. Yes, Daiyu's incident has alerted me. Hurry up and tell me when you're done. I will follow Makoto every step of the way before you finish, Dave said slowly. Okay. Tsukimi shrugged helplessly. Sorry Fugaku, Auntie can't help you. On the other side, Jiraiya followed Minato for takeout all morning. No, I'm too tired. Jiraiya ran for takeout all morning, and her legs were shaking. It's okay, teacher, how many orders did you run this morning? Minato asked with a smile. 5 orders, what about you? 150 orders. Grass. Forget it, Minato. I don't know how to flying thunder god. Takeout is not suitable for me, Jiraiya said helplessly. Okay, teacher, my order has come again. I'll go deliver it first. Come on, I'm waiting for you to marry Tsunade, ha ha ha. Minato laughed and disappeared in an instant. Oh, how on earth can I earn 10 million in 3 years? Jiraiya was lying on the roof, thinking helplessly. At this time, the pen in Jiraiya's arms fell out. Jiraiya looked at the pen, his eyes slowly glowing. Chapter 407 Welcome to Konoha. I have no choice but to take risks. Jiraiya swallowed, and then handed the manuscript in his hand to the publisher owner in front of him. Boss, this is a much better product than what's on the market. You must not let the police discover it. Jiraiya walked to the boss and said nervously. It's clear, sell it to other countries separately, right? The boss is also an old acquaintance of Jiraiya. Hearing what Jiraiya said, he understood instantly. According to the demand in other countries, we may be able to sell it for 500,000 silver taels this time, the boss said with a smile. No problem, I will come to you once every month, Jiraiya nodded and said. Come here once a month. That's great. Phew, Tsunade's matter has been resolved. Now we can go to Orochimaru's place, Jiraiya said happily. The next day, Sir, Minister, a batch of pornographic books suddenly leaked out of the ninja world, and after investigation, it was found that they were from Konoha. Do you want to pay attention? A police officer handed a few documents to Jing and said. Is it flowing from Konoha? Jing said helplessly. And the authors of these books all have different pen names, so I have no clue, the police officer said helplessly. Okay, I understand. You go find the publisher, and I'll go find the author. Jing nodded. Okay. A few minutes later, in the police detention center. Jiraiya, selling pornographic books, detained for 30 days, Jing said slowly. Quote. Jiraiya was caught by the mirror in confusion, and then he came here in confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen was captured in many anti-pornography operations. This is the 398th time. He was detained for half a year because he refused to change despite repeated admonitions, Jing continued. Hiruzen on the side was also confused. Hey, mirror, are you kidding me? It's been half a year. What will I, Anbu, do? Hiruzen asked anxiously. Don't worry, I have already said hello to Sakumo. He will take over Anbu in the next 6 months. You still know Sakumo's abilities, so stay here with peace of mind, Jing said slowly. On the other side, inside the mountains behind Konoha. Advertisement. Dave, are you sure you want to do this? Mito looked at Dave solemnly and asked. After so many years, it's time for these tailed beasts to come out. You have also seen their situation. Each one has changed his mind and become a beast again, Dave said with a smile. Okay, if something goes wrong, you will be responsible. Mito stopped trying to dissuade him and said helplessly. Bring it on. Within sealed space. Dave, do you really want us to go out? This time it's not a clone outside, this is an entity. Ninetails stared at Dave with a solemn expression and asked. Of course, you have been with me for many years, let me be quiet for a while, Dave said with a smile. Ninetails and the other tailed beasts grinned before extending their 9 claws into the air. This is our chakra. If anything happens in the future, we will still come to you. Don't even think about running away, Eight-Tails said with a smile. You 9 bastards. A moment later, 9 towering tailed beasts appeared in the back mountains of Konoha. You 9, let's go, find a place suitable for you to recuperate, and live happily. Dave recovered for a while, then stood up and looked at them and said with a smile. Hey, Dave, you are so naive. Ninetails grinned. What do you mean? Mito's eyes suddenly turned sharp. This hateful woman. Eight-Tails shuddered hard when he looked at Mito. As 9 huge white smoke appeared and surrounded the 9-tailed beasts, 9 mini-tailed beasts appeared in the field. You want to drive us out of Konoha? Do you think it's possible? My internet cafe is very profitable, Ninetails said with a faint smile. Yes, my Eight-Tails barbecue restaurant has been everything to me these years. You want to drive me out of Konoha? Eight-Tails said calmly. Why have you become so small? You're so cute. Mito was overflowing with cuteness, picked up Ninetails and said with a smile. You damn woman. Let me go. I am Ninetails. This is my true body. Be careful I kill you. Ninetails struggled in Mito's arms. Really? Mito's eyes glowed red, and chains appeared behind him. Advertisement. It's okay, you can do whatever you want. We ourselves are a gathering of chakra, and the control of our body size is still very simple. We usually appear in a ferocious image to intimidate the ninja world and protect ourselves from harassment. With the current situation in Konoha, we no longer have to do this. Eight-Tails explained calmly. Then, you are officially welcome to settle in Konoha. Dave knelt down, touched Eight-Tails' head and said with a smile. The 9-tailed beasts were so cute when they were young. Let me take you to apply for Konoha household registration, Mito said happily. Let me go, woman. I will leave on my own. Don't. Hold me tight. I feel like my limbs have deteriorated and I can't walk after being in Dave's belly for so many years. Ninetails immediately changed his tune when he saw the chain behind Mito. Ha, isn't it cute? Let's go. Watching Mito leading the 9-tailed beasts away from here, Dave smiled helplessly and touched his belly. My stomach is now clean, but why do I still feel a little empty? Do you want to get Black Zetsu in again? With this question, Dave left thoughtfully. In the Konoha Village Council. Aren't you nine-tailed beasts? Why do you want to apply for household registration? The person doing household registration asked with a smile when he saw the 9 little-tailed beasts coming. The clones of the 9-tailed beasts have been in Konoha all these years, so the people of Konoha are basically familiar with and recognize them. I have been living in Konoha, how can I do it without an identity? We are here to apply for household registration, Ninetails said calmly in Mito's arms. Okay, please tell me your name and I will help you. Kurama, Gyuki, Chome, Seiken, Kokuo, Sun Wukong, Isofu, Matabi, Shukaku. Here, this is your ID card, which is also the key to your future life in Konoha. You are welcome to officially become Konoha citizens. The person who handled household registration applied for ID cards for the 9 of them in turn, and then handed them to them. Thank you. Five Tails Kokuo thanked him very politely. It's time for the square dance. I'm going to lead the dance. You 9 are having so much fun. The alarm clock set on Mito's phone rang. Watching Mito leave, Nine Tails, who broke free from his arms, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 408 Nine Tails. Earn money to buy a house. What are you going to do next? Matabi, the second tail, asked doubtfully. I'm going to buy a house. After all, my 5-tail sauna has generated a lot of income over the years. I still need to buy a house to live in. When I finish decorating it, the 8 of you must come and take a look. 5 Tails Kokuo said with a smile. What, you already have money to buy a house? 9 Tails asked in confusion. Of course, I'm going to rent out a few real estate properties now to be what Dave calls the landlord. My 1-tail casino is making a lot of money, Shukaku laughed. Nah, you guys are so awesome. In recent years, the revenue from my 6 tails hot spring has been too bleak. Don't let me catch that white-haired B*******************. Not only is the income bad, but he also asked me to set up 30 hot springs around the hot spring. The camera is so abominable. 6 Tails Seiken said angrily. I don't need to buy a house. My income from my 2-tailed cat cafe has always been quite satisfactory. My home is right there. You guys can come and play when you have time. 2-tailed Matabi said with a smile, and then left with his tail jumping. The tailed beasts chatted for a while and then each went to their own shops. 9 Tails walked into his internet cafe and looked at the clone behind the counter with a curled beard, a sinewy face, and a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. He was so angry. Is the main body here? Do you want to get on the plane? It's 10 silver tails per hour, half discount on holidays. If you rush to 5 hours, you get 2 hours free. The 9 Tails clone looked at his main body and asked calmly. Come back here, it's embarrassing. 9 Tails was speechless and took back the clone in an instant. Then 9 Tails officially became the owner of this store. Looking at the computer in front of him, 9 Tails' heart was filled with excitement. He had always seen him in Dave's space and had never played with his own. Well, his clone played it every day. But it's not me after all. Hey, Kurama, I want to get on the plane, brush my face, and make 250 silver coins. At this time, a customer came in and said with a smile. Go, I'm playing a group here, don't interfere with me. Kurama's fight is inextricably linked. Ha. Okay, wait until you finish the tour. The guest was not angry, he laughed. After Kurama finished typing, he saw the customer in front of him. Why are you a network administrator? What's wrong, Kurama? The guest asked looking at 9 Tails. Wait a minute, let me collect the memories of the clone, Kurama said, and then he absorbed the memories of the previous clone. You want to spend 50 silver tails? No problem. 2 hours will be given for 5 hours. A total of 70 tails will be credited to your card, Kurama said calmly. Advertisement. Thank you very much, I wish you a silver medal today, the guest said with a smile and went online. Kurama looked at the dazzling array of games on the computer screen with excitement on his face. No, how can we just play games? That guy Kokuo wants to buy a house, and that B********************** D Shukaku can buy real estate, here. But Kurama soon reacted, shook his head quickly, and opened the door below him of drawers. Damn clone. I haven't heard him report his income in several years. This B*********** D clone didn't keep a penny. 9 Tails looked at the empty space, and it couldn't be any more empty. The drawers covered with cobwebs said angrily. 9 Tails was in a bad mood, and then he saw a game that was specially pulled to the center of the computer screen. Playing with Konoha. 9 Tails was puzzled for a while, and then opened the game. When 9 Tails entered, the originally low-key screen suddenly became colorful with Madara. 9 Tails covered his eyes and casually opened a ranking list. When he found out that he was the first on the rich list and had recharged 1.5 million tails, 9 Tails was dumbfounded. The B********* D clone, all the money was spent on games. 9 Tails roared angrily. After a while, 9 Tails slowly remembered that this game seemed to be able to make money, and then 9 Tails' eyes lit up. A few days later, 9 Tails relied on its own combat power in the game to obtain a batch of materials that could determine the outcome of a certain war. Well, it was time to take action. Madara, come on, the capture of Konoha is about to begin. At this time, a voice attracted Ninetales' attention. Oh, Konoha, isn't that easy to catch? Who will we fight in the end? Madara said with a faint smile. It seems like Mount Myoboku Union. Hashirama opened the panel and saw. Ah, those toads, hee, they were defeated by us last time, wouldn't it be easier this time? Madara smiled faintly. Inside Mount Myoboku on the other side. Damn it, we are actually fighting against Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's Madara Pillar Guild. Konoha may lose this time. Fukasaku sat in front of the computer, thinking in great distress. At this time, a private chat box popped up. The little monster with 9 tails. I have a batch of supplies coming out here. Does your Mount Myoboku guild need it? Advertisement. Senin Fukasaku. How many? The little monster with 9 tails. 500 sets, 100,000 tails. Senin Fukasaku. 500 sets. So much. I want it. I want it. The mobile phone prompted a message that the transfer had been received, and Ninetales successfully sold the goods. Ninetales looked at the deposit of 100,000 tails on his mobile phone and smiled. After several hours of fighting. No, the Hokage building was captured by them. It's over, Hashirama said sadly. Why do they have so many supplies? Are the blood bottles free of charge? Madara said unhappily. This was the first time they lost Konoha. In the following month, Ninetales still earned 1.2 million taels through this method, and the extra 200,000 taels was the money Madara gave them every time they were banned from selling these games. 10 times. We lost Konoha 10 times. We obviously have a monopoly on the supplies, why do they still have so many? Madara was so angry. Could someone secretly sell it to them? Hashirama asked. Don't let me catch that B*****************. D. I gave them money so that they wouldn't sell it to their rivals. They're eating inside and outside. Damn it. Madara was almost furious. Ninetales behind the counter over there chuckled. It's all offline private chat anyway, how do you know? Ha 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 ha. Hey, Kurama, help me recharge the internet fee. What are you playing? Are you playing with Konoha? Good guy, your transaction record actually has thousands of sets of supplies. You must have made a lot of money. At this time, mirror after walking in, Jing noticed Ninetales' computer and the trading interface that Ninetales was looking at happily. Jing marveled. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind the counter instantly. Oh, I found it, Madara sneered. In hospital. Kurama, the tailed beast is injured. Well, it hasn't been treated for a long time. It's a challenge. Can it be saved? Chapter 409 Leave it to you. In the Hokage building. No, this is my son's wedding invitation. You have to come when the wedding comes. Jing happily distributed the invitations in his hands. Is your son getting married so soon? Dave asked doubtfully, holding the invitation. Oh, anyone can say that, but you can't. Danzo sneered. Alas, your children are all married, and the one in my family is still missing, Hiruzen said distress-edly. Then at least one thing can be confirmed. The child is definitely his biological child, and he has perfectly inherited his father's advantages, right? Dave laughed. Oh, Hiruzen, it really can't be done. You can quit playing the trumpet and practice the trumpet. Dave suddenly thought of something and asked. Come on, how old am I now? Hiruzen shook his head. Yeah, how old are you? I've caught you 398 times in the anti-pornography campaign, Jing said with a faint smile. Get out of here. After chatting for a while, everyone left. After all, everyone was still busy. Back at the company, Dave looked at Kakuzu in front of him with a smile. Why do you look at me like that? Kakuzu asked with a headache. How was the filming of One Piece? Dave asked with a smile. We have already filmed 50 episodes. Let's come back and find some new actors, Kakuzu said. How about I give you a new script? Dave chuckled. You really don't treat people as human beings, get out of here, Kakuzu cursed. No, there's no time conflict between these two scripts. Just shoot One Piece slowly. The script given to you is small. It only has 72 episodes and can be finished in about a month. Dave said with a smile. Oh, impossible, I will give you more funds. Advertisement. When will the filming start? Dave handed Kakuzu the script. The Legend of Genhuan. Kakuzu looked at the script in his hand and was confused. Yes, how about the harem life of the daimyo? Is the subject matter novel? Dave said with a smile. Quote. If you really plan to take pictures, you have to be careful about the famous names in the 5 countries. Kakuzu browsed through them quickly and looked at Dave with slightly narrowed eyes. If one of them is tired of living and doesn't want to be a daimyo anymore, then change someone. No, the daimyo of the fire country is Brother Kijian. Brother Kijian doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't even have a harem. Dave laughed. Okay, I've been fooling around with you for decades anyway, so this is not enough. Kakuzu smiled, picked up the script and left. Kakuzu walked out of the company and read the script again on the way. For this drama, we have to find those experienced actors. Kakuzu said helplessly as he looked at the complexity of the script. Then Kakuzu took out his cell phone and called those veteran actors. After a while, Kakuzu, how much is the show fee for this show? Hashirama asked happily. You play the queen, and one episode costs 100 taels, Kakuzu said calmly. What? 100 taels? Do you think I'm a fool? No, it's too low. I won't shoot for less than 150 taels. Hashirama looked at Kakuzu with wide eyes and asked. Okay, just 150 taels. What about me? Madara asked calmly. You, play the fourth brother, the daimyo. Kakuzu flipped through the script and looked at Madara's appearance in front of him. Well, that's it. Then who was the protagonist? Madara asked doubtfully. My daughter Konan, Kakuzu said calmly. Fine, advertisement. After gathering a few leading actors, Kakuzu took them to the set and started filming. Konan, Yahiko, Nagato. Konan, you don't need the transformation technique. You two can quickly transform into a girl. Kakuzu looked at Yahiko and Nagato and said. Uncle Kakuzu, can I stop filming? Yahiko was about to burst into tears. He and Nagato were captured by Konan to become young men. In the second episode, the daimyo Madara saw that Konan, Genhuan, looked very much like his late former empress, so he directly recruited Konan to enter the palace. The other two were also successfully recruited, and the Empress Hashirama smiled without saying a word. The purpose of valuing 3 people is to recruit them to expand their power. The harem was divided into 2 factions at this time, one was the queen Hashirama and the other was the Huxia concubine Mito. Very good, let's do it again. Taking advantage of this momentum, we also filmed the second episode. Kakuzu nodded with satisfaction. After 2 months, the 72-episode TV series was shot quickly with Kakuzu processing. After throwing the finished film to the company's TV department, he went to Miss Shinobi nonstop to continue filming another One Piece. Okay, all the team members are in place, the first paragraph of the first episode of The Legend of Genhuan, let's start. Kakuzu organized the members of each team. When Dave came home that day, he happened to see a large family sitting on the sofa watching a TV series, so he sat together and started watching. These 3 girls should be the protagonists. They look very innocent and kind. Yume looked at the 3 sisters appearing on the screen and said with a smile. Konan, Genhuan, felt the turbulent power of the harem and couldn't help but sigh. Before leaving, his family also told him not to deliberately compete for favor, not to be too sharp, and not to go against the ruthless Mito. You are serious. I should have kept you away from Madara when you were a child. You have learned all Madara's tricks. Mito threw the pot to Madara. Yes, red, purple and yellow hair, each has its own merits. Zhao Yu nodded. Of course, it was fortunate that she was watching here and didn't let Dave take advantage of Hashirama's stupidity and Tobirama's imitation. Then it depends on whether they still want to be famous. Dave laughed. No, since Konan has been chosen as the lead actor, and there are 2 sisters who are good friends with the heroine played by Konan, the age difference cannot be too big, it's just the 2 of you, Kakuzu said calmly. It's not that it doesn't look good, it just feels a bit too dark. After all, if those intrigues are released, Hijian will not be affected. He will not have a harem, but the daimyo of the other 4 countries may get into trouble. Mito was a little worried the bad kiss arrived. There is nothing we can do, Yahiko, just act, or be careful of Konan's detonating talisman. Nagato was desperate and used the transformation technique. Oh, Dave, isn't this drama you filmed a bit too depressing? Mito, who participated in the filming from beginning to end, knew everything and looked at Dave and asked. This can be regarded as opening up a market. Doesn't Aunt Mito think it looks good? Dave asked with a smile. The first episode tells the story of Konan, a member of a Konoha noble family, Yahiko, a member of the Fire Country noble family, and Nagato, the daughter of the village chief of a remote village. They met and became good sisters, and joined the daimyo competition together. Harem election. After all, Dave used to be such an innocent, kind and lovely child, but he has learned bad things since he followed Madara. Chapter 410 Excellent Genes. Next morning. Wow, old father, what are you doing? Dave yawned, walked out of the house, and saw Tobirama sitting with his back in the courtyard and asked in confusion. After waiting for a while, Tobirama said nothing, and Dave walked towards him. Come on, little Obito, your great-grandfather will teach you. Look, this is called the multiple shadow clone technique. Tobirama held a scroll and taught little Obito, who was still crawling on the ground. Quote. Isn't it too early for him to learn this now? He can't even speak. Dave said speechlessly. What do you know? Children should be raised from an early age. Look at Dai Yu. I started teaching him ninjutsu when he could start to crawl. Look at him now. What a perfect child. Little Obito has inherited me. Dai Yu. With the excellent genes of the 3rd generation, it will definitely be even more powerful. Tobirama said happily. Really, I hope you won't be scared in the future. Dave stroked his eyebrows helplessly. At this moment, Dave's phone rang. Hey, Dave, I successfully developed that thing. Orochimaru's excited voice came from the phone. Which thing? Dave asked, stunned. Harm, it's just something like that. Which one is that? It's just something like that. Shut up, I'm going to you now. Dave had a headache, so he was given a Matryoshka doll early in the morning. Old father, if I have something to do, I'll go out first. Well, you can teach him well. If that doesn't work, you can also teach him some emotional things, Dave said to Tobirama. Go, don't disturb our grandfather and grandson. It's time to go. In the experimental base of Orikoku. What's so mysterious? Dave yawned and walked towards this side and asked. Dang, dang, dang. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was extremely messy, but he did not hide the excitement on his face, and then unveiled a red curtain behind him that was several meters high. What is this? Dave asked. Shuttle, Orochi said excitedly. Oh, where can he travel? Dave stretched. Advertisement. I don't know, it could be other worlds, it could be alien planets, or it could be anywhere in the ninja world. This thing took George and me decades to develop, and it has been used as soon as it can be put into use. After decades, if you want to identify a certain place, it will probably take a longer time. Orochi Roku explained. Oh, isn't that just a dabbler? What's there to be excited about? Dave said with a smile. After all, it took decades to build it. I asked you to come here because I want you to go in and have a look. Quote. Does it mean I will be the guinea pig? Dave asked confused. Ah, Dave, aren't you the strongest? That's why I asked you to come here. Don't worry, I have put some animals and white zetsu into use before, and there is no problem with them going back and forth. The only uncertainty is where they will go. Orochi Lu said excitedly. Wait a minute, I'll call someone later. Dave had a headache, and then took out his mobile phone and made a call. A few seconds later, Madara's figure appeared next to Dave. Interesting, shuttle. Madara looked at this thing with great interest. Madara-sama, do you want to try it too? Orochi Lu said happily. Well, Dave and I will try it together. Madara nodded. Dave said they would wait for a while he went back to get some things. What did you go back to get? Do we need to prepare our strength? Madara asked calmly. Ah, Aunt Mito's sealing scroll might be able to capture 2 Pokemon, Dave laughed. Madara didn't understand what Dave meant, but she didn't say anything more, and then the 2 people stood in the center of the shuttle. These 2 are portable versions of the transmitter. Just press this when you want to come back. Orochimaru took out 2 things similar to watches from his arms and handed them to the 2 of them. Okay, I'll get started, Orochimaru said excitedly, and then hurried to the console. As the 5 seconds counted down, a burst of light appeared, and the 2 disappeared. Some cave. When Dave reacted, he didn't even bother to look around, he just lay on the ground and vomited. This feeling is a bit uncomfortable. Madara also covered her head. Then Madara calmed down for a while and looked around. It seemed like a cave. Then Madara looked around. When Madara seemed to see a figure in the center of the cave, her eyes suddenly became sharp. Cough cough cough. I won't try this thing again next time. Dave vomited for a long time, but finally recovered. Advertisement. Then Dave raised his head and followed Madara's eyes. It's interesting. I've been here underground for decades, and this is the first time I've seen anyone come here. The figure sounded like he was quite old. Madara slowly walked towards the man. The closer Madara got to the man, the sharper their eyes became. Stay away from Madara-sama. At this moment, a white figure suddenly sprang out from the ground, holding a kunai in his hand and stabbing Madara. Madara just glanced at the thing, and the thing instantly fell to the ground. Who are you? Madara looked at the frail old man in a wheelchair with white hair, and felt an indescribable feeling of familiarity. Oh, before asking others their names, shouldn't you state yours first? The old man sneered. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Dave patted his forehead. Okay, he knew where it was. Although you do look exactly like me when I was young, you are pretending to be the wrong person, the old man Madara sneered. Why should I, Uchiha Madara, pretend to be someone else? Madara asked calmly. The atmosphere fell into silence. Then 2 powerful auras emanated from the 2 of them, and Dave stepped back to see what kind of sparks the 2 of them could create. Then, the whole collapsed, and 2 identical blue Susanos appeared between heaven and earth. It's interesting, please me. Madara said with a faint smile. I don't know how high the sky is, the old Madara said disdainfully. Looking at the 2 people fighting vigorously above, Dave sat on the rock and watched. Damn it, Madara has been discovered. The 1,000-year plan cannot fail, damn it. At this time, Dave seemed to hear a familiar voice. Then Dave's eyes lit up and he slowly looked somewhere. He saw a dark thing attached to the tree. Although there are no elf babies, the mommy stuff is pretty good too. Let's go for the master ball. Dave said with a smile, then took out the sealing scroll he brought from his arms and sealed the stuff directly. Chapter 411 I am a kind person. Who are you? Let me go. Believe it or not, I will kill you. The black thing was sealed into the seal scroll by Dave. Even so, he kept shouting. Stop arguing, have you forgotten? I am Xiao Dai, and we are half-brothers. Dave touched the seal scroll with a smile. The black thing in the scroll fell silent. Don't worry, I'll take you to see your mother later. Dave laughed. Why hasn't Madara-sama finished fighting yet? Who are these 2 people? Is the target me? Have I been discovered? See mom. Does he know everything? The black thing thought silently. Ha ha ha, come again. Old Madara in the sky laughed. Boring, is this all you have? Madara shook her head lightly. After a while, looking at the old Madara lingering on the ground, Madara sighed. Old Madara looked at Madara in front of him and vomited blood. I probably understand, I am you are me, but this is another world, Madara said lightly. Ahem. Is there another world? Interesting. Old Madara's pale face looked better. Who are you? At this time, an Uzumaki appeared on the field, and two chains suddenly struck Madara. Madara directly grasped the chain with one hand and suddenly pulled it behind her. The figure in Uzumaki was also pulled out of the chain. Dave also came over at this time. Uncle Madara, seal the surrounding space. Don't let this kid escape. Dave looked at Madara and said with a smile. Madara nodded, and Rinnegan activated to seal the space 100 meters around her. Who are you? The masked man looked at the two people in front of him and asked solemnly. He even knew his own abilities. The space was sealed and he couldn't run away. I'm your grandpa, Dave said with a smile. I'm still your ancestor. ... Tisk, I knew it. Dave repaired him severely. Madara stepped forward and pulled off his mask. Ah, Obito, right, Uchiha Obito, Dave asked with a smile. Obito. Madara looked back at Dave. Advertisement. What's going on? Madara looked at old Madara. Interesting, in that case, let me talk to myself. Old Madara had already sat up at this time. You guys talk, leave this unfilial disciple to me. Dave smiled and walked aside with Obito in his hand. Tisk, didn't I just beat you up and why are you still angry with Grandpa? Dave said with a bad smile. You be asterisk 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 D, I am your ancestor. ... No, I knew I couldn't have this child of yours. He's a traitor. I'll send him to an orphanage when I get back. Dave clapped his hands and sighed helplessly. Obito, save me. I've been sealed by this B asterisk 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 D. At this time, a voice shouted from the scroll in Dave's arms. You, Obito, with a bruised nose and face, looked at Dave angrily. Don't worry, come on, let's sit down and have a good chat. Dave pressed Obito and sat aside. A few minutes later. You know, this thing is the B asterisk 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 D, and my grandson's wife was killed by this thing, Dave said with a smile. Don't believe what he says. Obito, I am your biggest trump card. Only I can save Lin. The thing in the scroll shouted anxiously. You also know that I am from another world. Do you want to hear your story about my world? Dave asked with a smile. Obito remained silent and nodded. You in that world are my grandson. Hey, you just got married last year. You married Lin and gave birth to a baby. You are already the 6th Hokage. The entire ninja world is terrified when they mention you. Dave was talking nonsense. With. Really? Obito's eyes lit up. Of course, it really can't be true. If you have a chance, go to that world and see it. Go to my world and find someone to ask. I, Dave, never lie to others, never deceive others, engage in pornography, gambling or drugs. I am the great ninja world. You are a kind person and have done countless charities in your life. As your grandfather, people will not be surprised to know that you taught the 6th Hokage. Dave said sincerely. What about my grandma? Obito then asked. Your grandma and I are a model couple in the ninja world. I travel around the world, I work hard to earn money outside, and she stays at home to raise her husband and children. That's a wonderful thing, Dave said with a smile. Ah, it sounds really beautiful. Obito nodded silently. Indeed, it sounds wonderful. Ah, ahem, no, the truth is that beautiful. ... While the two continued to chat, a beam of light suddenly exploded from Madara's side. I'll go, Uncle Madara, what's going on over there? Dave was startled by the momentum and shouted towards Madara in confusion. So, now you understand why I am like this. Old Madara was not surprised by Madara's reaction. Advertisement. Where is that kid Danzo now? Madara looked at old Madara and asked. He had known about Black Zetsu decades ago. What made him angry was what that kid Danzo and this gadget Obito did. Hokage building. Old Madara smiled faintly. Calm down, Uncle Madara, we can't disrupt the development of this world. You want to find Danzo, right? Let's go back. Danzo in the Hokage building is already washed and lying there waiting for you. Dave hurriedly stepped forward. Said. Quote. Okay. Madara sorted out the big issues, and the momentum around her was taken back. Obito, you also know the matter. We will not interfere with what you do next. As for this black thing, I will take it away. Dave looked at Obito and said. Obito nodded silently. Let's go. Dave and Madara clicked the things on their wrists and disappeared in an instant. Return to Orochi Lu. When Dave came back to his senses, Madara was no longer around, only Orochi looked at him with wide eyes. What's wrong, Brother Lu? Dave asked doubtfully. Found it. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he pointed at a pile of white paper filled with dense writing in a box behind George. Boss, our weapons are all used up. At this time, a voice came from beside George. Orochimaru didn't say anything. He was looking around George to see if there were any records of his experiments. Damn it, damn Black Zetsu. Use everything around you. FK him. George roared angrily. No, I should have put it here. Did George take it away? Orochimaru murmured in confusion, and then took out his mobile phone to make a video call to George. Are you fighting there? Why are the artillery fire roaring? Dave walked up and asked doubtfully. Ah, damn Black Zetsu launched another attack on my base. George roared angrily. The pieces of the white paper washed away and the yellow waves were no longer to be found. Did you get the experimental record of the teleporter? Orochimaru asked anxiously. Hey, B asterisk 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 D Orochi, what's wrong with you? George on the other end of the video shouted anxiously. No, why is that thing here? George shouted loudly. Looking at the camera, it was filled with yellow shit and a watermelon seed in the center of the screen. Orochi fell into silence for a while. Ha 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 ha, George, this is the dung bomb I got from you last time I defeated you. Treat the other person the way he wants. Ha ha ha. With a loud bang, suddenly, an unknown yellow object slowly fell from the sky. Damn it, I'll kill that B asterisk 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 D Orochi Lu first. It's okay. As long as you come back safely, it means that this thing is successful. Although it is broken, I still have the experimental records. I will just make another one. Orochimaru said happily, and then pointed at Dave's feet. Of ruined machines. Then Orochimaru turned around and went to find his experimental records. 11 CD Chapter 412 Brothers, Brother Lu, if there is no experimental record, how long will it take to make a new one? Dave swallowed and asked. I don't know, it could be decades or years. I experimented with this thing using thousands of different metals and hundreds of thousands of different permutations and combinations. I recorded everything on it. Orochoku, my head feels a little dizzy. Then come on, I'll withdraw first. Dave didn't know what to say and hurriedly withdrew. Dave came to the hospital because he received news that Danzo was hospitalized. Why are you hospitalized? Dave asked as he walked into the ward. Ooh, well, let me answer this for Mr. Hokage. He was beaten up by Mr. Madara. There was no big problem. His heart was still beating. I saved him. The attending doctor came in from outside and said with a smile. Really? Why did he offend Uncle Madara so easily? Dave asked doubtfully. I don't know about this. You can ask Mr. Hokage when he gets better. This is his case, so I'll leave first. The doctor shrugged, handed the case to Dave and left. Then Danzo whined at his cell phone next to him twice, and Dave handed the phone to him. Following Danzo's instructions, Dave typed out what Danzo wanted to say. Madara-sama suddenly came to my place just now, saying that he wanted to do justice for Uchiha or something, and then he beat me up. Dave muttered in confusion. Danzo then directed Dave to type. Hurry up and check on Uchiha Fugaku. Madara-sama just asked me where he was before he hit me. Dave looked at the typed words and smiled. No matter what, it doesn't matter if that kid is killed, Dave said with a smile. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the hospital. Quick! The injured has a first-degree disability and his breathing has stopped. Call the doctor immediately for surgery. Dave walked to the window and looked out. Well, looking at the bloody and fleshy thing below, it must be Fugaku. You stay alone for a while, I'll go outside and take a look, Dave said, looking at Danzo. Dave walked out of the ward. I have to be scared every time I see you. What are you doing here? Dave was startled by the sudden appearance of the person in front of him and stroked his eyebrows speechlessly. The due date is coming soon, let's check it out, Orochi said with a gentle smile. Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, turn left and go to the second floor. Thank you. Dave covered his eyes and pointed behind him. Orochimaru. Why are you running so fast with such a big belly? Are you going to die? At this time, a white-haired man behind him ran over and asked with a big backpack on his back. Advertisement, is there any problem? Orochi asked doubtfully. The problem is big. You are about to give birth. I checked online. You need daily necessities for your child. Pay attention to fetal movements and take appropriate walks to help the fetal head enter the basin and help your body recover after delivery. You must not do it during the period of delivery. Anxiety, Jiraiya said while clasping his fingers. I know what you said. How many days have you been nagging? Orochi was speechless. Isn't this just to deepen your impression? Watching the two of them leave singing together, Dave had a headache. Then Dave took out the scroll with the black thing sealed in his arms and sent a message to Black Zetsu. A recycling feces with integrity. What to do? Married with 2 kids. Come to the hospital and give you something. A recycling feces with integrity. No, I have a busy business here and don't have time. Married with 2 kids. Are you sure? This is about the relationship between you and your mother. A recycling feces with integrity. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. A minute later, looking at Black Zetsu who suddenly emerged from the ground, Dave threw the scroll in his hand to him. What is this? Black Zetsu took it and asked doubtfully. Your half-brother. Do you think this joke is funny? Black Zetsu was speechless. This is a sealing scroll. You will find out when you open it yourself later. I have a headache now and don't want to worry about these things. You can figure it out yourself. Dave stroked his eyebrows and went back to Danzo's ward after saying that. Black Zetsu was stunned for a while, then took the scroll and got into the ground, returning to his base. Black Zetsu looked at the scroll in his hand and pondered for a while, then released the seal from the scroll. When the smoke dissipated, the two people stared at each other with big black eyes. Black Zetsu was startled. Where is that damn B asterisk 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 D? Where is this? Who are you? Black Zetsu number 2 roared angrily. I am Black Zetsu said in a daze. I'm Black Zetsu, after a long day of brotherly communication. Advertisement, really? It turns out that you were also sealed by that B asterisk 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 D Dave. Black Zetsu sighed. They're indeed brothers, both from the same world. If you are the new world that B********* D is talking about, since you can rescue me safely, the plan is probably almost done, Black Zetsu number 2 asked quickly. Plan? Oh, that plan you mentioned, Mother is in the village now? Black Zetsu thought for a while and said. What follows is another day of deep brotherly exchanges. Great, I'm going to find Mom right now, Black Zetsu number 2 said excitedly. Don't. If you go like this, your mother might be frightened by having a son like you, Black Zetsu hurriedly stopped him. Then what should I do? Black Zetsu number 2 wondered. Earn money with me. When you make a lot of money, you can buy your mother's favorite gift. When you hold the gift, your mother will definitely accept it when she sees the gift in the new you, Black Zetsu thought for a moment and said. What a great idea. What should I do? Black Zetsu number 2 asked excitedly. In this way, Black Zetsu explained his new plan in detail. Watching Black Zetsu number 2 leave happily, Black Zetsu nodded with satisfaction. A few minutes later at George's. You said that you were an independent clone of Black Zetsu, but you didn't agree with his concept, so you rebelled and wanted to join me? George touched his chin. Yes, he doesn't know my thoughts yet. He still thinks that I am still his innocent little clone. I can send you his information, Black Zetsu number 2 nodded. Okay, no problem. In that case, then you are a member of my army, George said happily. Boss George, I have information here. My main body's next attack will be in 3 days. At that time, he will bring hundreds of white Zetsu to sneak attack, Black Zetsu number 2 said quickly. You B*********, D. You still want to carry out a sneak attack? Since he has a sneak attack, then I will attack his base camp, George said angrily. Boss, I've spent enough time here. If the subject finds out, he'll be suspicious, so I'll go back first. If I have any information, I'll pass it on. Black Zetsu number 2 looked at the time and said hurriedly. Okay, brother clone, go back quickly. Safety is the most important thing. George nodded quickly. Back to Black Zetsu. Brother, I have successfully gone undercover. George will lead hundreds of people to attack our base camp in 3 days. Black Zetsu number 2 said anxiously. What? You B*******, D. Since you dared to sneak attack, then we will attack their base camp, Black Zetsu roared angrily. Brother, you have worked hard these days. Brother, I'm not working hard, Black Zetsu number 2. Infernal Affairs is officially launched. Advertisement Chapter 413 Password in a dark public toilet in Konoha. Peefed, with a crisp fart sound, Black Zetsu number 2 and George squatted on the pit with their backs facing a wall. Are we really going to meet like this? Black Zetsu number 2 asked doubtfully. Be careful, walls have ears. Code, slurry on shit. Pure brew under the toilet. Okay, the code is correct. Is there any new information? George nodded and asked softly. Well, Black Zetsu may use biological and chemical destruction weapons of mass destruction this time. Although I can't find out what he is going to use. When they make a sneak attack, you'd better keep some precautionary measures and manpower in your base camp, Black Zetsu number 2 said solemnly. Really, maybe he was going to use that weapon. Damn it, the last failure made him take that one away too, George said with great regret. Well, that's the information. Brother, please take precautions yourself. I'll leave first. If you come out so late, Black Zetsu will be suspicious. Black Zetsu number 2 nodded. Peefed, who? Black Zetsu number 2 and George shouted in unison. I didn't hear anything. I wiped my butt and left. Senju Hashirama said with a blush in the squatting pit next to the two of them, quickly wiped his butt, got up and left. Brother, do you want it? Black Zetsu number 2 wiped his neck. Don't be impulsive, that's Senju Hashirama, George whispered. Senju Hashirama. Well, I understand, I'll leave first. Black Zetsu number 2 nodded and stood up. Wait. George suddenly called him. What's wrong, brother? Black Zetsu number 2 swallowed. Did he find something? Checking the password. Pure on feces. Pure brew under the toilet. The password is correct. Okay, you can leave. Advertisement. On the other side, in the Hokage building, why did you call me over so late? Dave asked speechlessly. New mission. There is a problem in the country of you, and we are asking Konoha for help. Danzo took out a document and threw it to Dave. There is a problem in the kingdom of Tang. This kind of thing is considered an A- level mission at most. Can't you just leave it to those ninjas? Dave asked doubtfully. This is not an A- level, this is an S level. Recently, a group of cultists who enveloped the evil god appeared in the kingdom of Tang. They captured many children from the villages for experiments. Several villages in the kingdom of Tang were already bloody. It became a river. At first, they brought ninjas from their own country to destroy it, but no one was left alive. I heard that they have mastered an immortal technology, which is very evil. Danzo said as he flipped through the documents. Immortal? Oh, leave it to me. Dave smiled and took the file. Are you sure? Danzo wondered. I'm not sure, but some people are sure. If you don't want to die, you have to find an expert. Dave smiled, turned and left here. Dave leaves the Hokage building. I called Angle on the way. What? What does your ninja mission have to do with me? Kakuzu asked disdainfully. The commission for this mission is worth a few $1,000s. After it is completed, according to the income of Tang Jiguo, you can negotiate with others, and the few $100 million is not a problem, Dave said lightly. I'll go now. Kakuzu put on the stockings with the Konoha logo on them, got on his motorcycle, and sped toward Unokuni at a swift speed. A few minutes later, Kakuzu followed the documents sent by Dave and arrived at the first village where the accident occurred. Kakuzu frowned as he looked at the bloodlines and dilapidated houses around the village. Are there any people left here? At this time, a voice came from afar. Kakuzu squinted and looked into the distance. Oh, it's a pity that he is an adult. If he were a child, he might be able to become a believer of our evil god. What a pity. Forget it, in that case, let's sacrifice you to the evil god. In the eyes of that person full of madness and bloodshotness. Seeing the man rushing toward him with a knife, Kakuzu casually took out a gun from his belt and hit the man on the head. Boring. Kakuzu blew on the gun. Ah ha 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 ha. Interesting, how dare you resist? The man whose head was shot stood up tremblingly and laughed. Advertisement, oh, so this is immortality? Kakuzu smiled. A moment later. Where is your base camp? Kakuzu asked with a smile, looking at the man with only his head exposed on the ground. I don't know. UB********D. My great evil god will definitely tear you apart. Ha 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 ha. The man was still yelling crazily even though he was buried alive. Don't tell me. Goodbye then? Kakuzu smiled and buried his whole body alive. Then, Kakuzu thought about the direction from which the man came, and ran towards Akira on his motorcycle. The further Kakuzu advanced, the more horrifying he could smell the smell of blood. The smell of blood made Kakuzu feel nauseous. Soon, Kakuzu saw the enemy base camp because of the corpses outside the door and the ground stained red with blood. Kakuzu frowned, listening to the evil laughter coming from inside. It was the first time he felt so disgusted. Then Kakuzu lit a cigarette, and the threads in his body slowly emerged. Suddenly, hundreds of cannons were aimed at the enemy's base camp. If you can't kill him, I want to see if it can be wiped out into ashes. Kakuzu closed his eyes, and in an instant, gunfire roared. Those crazy laughter disappeared in the endless smoke of gunfire. After that, Kakuzu got on his motorcycle and prepared to go to the capital of Uno country to negotiate with the daimyo to discuss the price. Wow wow wow, at this time, a baby's cry came from the ruins. Kakuzu was stunned. With the attack just now, all the ordinary undead people were wiped out in ashes. How could there still be children alive? Kakuzu got off the motorcycle and walked towards the cry. Walking to the source of the crying, looking at the ruins at his feet, Kakuzu lifted wood and bricks one by one. Finally, he saw an airtight cage that was locked. Kakuzu used a gun to knock off the lock and open the cage. Inside was a crying baby with a tag hanging around its neck. Successful experiment. Hidan. Kakuzu looked at the crying child, sighed, put it on his back, got on the car and left here. Chapter 414 Adopted. In the capital of Uno country, I helped you solve that sect. You can check it out. My price is 300 million silver taels. Kakuzu said slowly, carrying the child on his back and looking at the finance minister in front of him. What? 300 million silver taels? We negotiated with Konoha for 80 million taels. The finance minister roared with his eyes widened. That's your offer to Konoha. My offer is 300 million taels. You can go to the black market and inquire about me, Kakuzu. Kakuzu said calmly. 300 million. Kakuzu. Black-faced buckler. Give it, we give it. Cold sweat broke out on the finance minister's face. When he heard the word Kakuzu, he stood up and said instantly. Well, Shi Shang, oh, by the way, this is the child saved from that religious group. He is from your country, right? Kakuzu took out the child he was carrying on his back and handed it to the other party. The child saved by the cult. Hurry. Someone is here. Kill this child? The finance minister looked at the child Kakuzu handed over and shouted anxiously to the side. What? Kakuzu took the child back and looked at him doubtfully. The surviving children of the cult are the successful products of their experiments. They are crazy and immortal monsters like them, the finance minister said anxiously. It's just a child, Kakuzu said calmly. That's a monster too. Okay, I understand. You give me 500 million and I'll help you with the kids. I'm pretty good at dealing with immortality. Kakuzu nodded. The finance minister hurriedly paid 500 million taels from the treasury and handed it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't stay much, took the money and children and left here. Then Kakuzu rode to the entrance of the Konoha orphanage. Teacher Kakuzu, why are you here? Yakushi Nunoyu opened the door and looked at Kakuzu at the door and asked happily. I brought a child from the country of Yu. The country of Yu can't keep him. If I want to kill him, I want to bring him back to Konoha. Can you take it here? Kakuzu nodded and pointed, pointing to the child behind. Advertisement, Teacher Kakuzu, I'm sorry, the number of orphans I take in is already full, or even more. If we continue to take in more orphans, the orphanage will not be able to make ends meet. Yakushi Nunoyu looked at Kakuzu, then looked at the children and said apologetically, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. The orphanage is indeed unable to make ends meet, but the problem is not that big. She can still take it in if she really wants to, but she could see that Kakuzu seemed to be very concerned about this child. As the times became more peaceful, although there were fewer orphans, there were also fewer people to adopt them. The number of people she adopted in a year was less than 2 hands. She also knows Kakuzu's character, although he is a bit stingy, aloof, and stingy. But overall he is quite reassuring. Okay, I understand. Kakuzu nodded helplessly. No choice, Kakuzu had to take the child home. Kakuzu, you are back. Who is this child? Nanshui asked confusedly when she saw her husband came back and saw him holding a child. Kakuzu told her what happened. Yeah, this child is quite pitiful, but if he has no place to go, let's adopt him, Nanshui said with some worry. What? Adopt him? What kind of family are we? Kakuzu was instantly unhappy. How much has he spent just to raise a Konan? He has to raise another child like this. He can't live with it, he has no money. Giggle, okay, I know you have no money, don't worry, this is a boy, not as powerful as Konan in spending money. Nanshui giggled. Okay. Kakuzu was helpless. Mom, father is back. At this time, a shout came from outside. Just say I'm not back. Kakuzu quickly covered his mouth and said to Nanshui, turned around and hid in the closet. Mom, hasn't my father come back? Konan walked in, looked at his mother and asked. No, Nanshui said with a smile as her eyes drifted toward the closet. Oh, I know, Why is there a child? Mother, when did you and father have a baby? I don't even know. Konan smiled and nodded, suddenly noticing the child in Nanshui's arms and asked Road. Advertisement, he was not born by us. He was an orphan brought back by your father when he was on a mission outside. The orphanage couldn't take him in, so I thought of adopting him. How about it? Nanshui asked with a smile. Adopt, yes, I have a younger brother, Konan said happily. Well, your father said his name is Hidan, Nanshui nodded. What about Hidan? Let me hug him. Konan anxiously took Hidan from Nanshui's arms. Hey, little Hidan, little Feifei, grow up quickly and earn money to buy a detonating charm for your sister. Konan teased the little Hidan in his arms. Kakuzu in the closet shuddered when he heard the words, detonating talisman. Ever since Konan took 3,000 taels from him to buy a detonating talisman for an experiment last time, this kid has been obsessed with him. He asks him for money every day to buy the detonating talisman. He almost spent hundreds of thousands just to buy the detonating talisman, too. What family dares to buy this? Detonating charms are so expensive, but grenades can't do it. There are several warehouses over there in Orochoku, and they have as many as they want, but you still have to buy them. Since we have a new member in our family, let's go buy some things, Nanshui said with a smile. What are you buying? Konan raised his head and asked. Well, strollers, baby clothes, milk powder, household registration, toys and so on. Nanshui counted on her fingers. What? There are so many. Kakuzu couldn't listen anymore and shouted directly out of the closet. The stroller, isn't the stroller that Konan had when he was a child still in our storage room? The baby clothes, those little skirts that Konan had when he was a child, and so on, the milk powder, the ones that Konan still had when he was a child, aren't we still there? Isn't the milk powder still drinkable? I still have the toys and those dolls that Konan bought when he was a child. Kakuzu counted on his fingers. The baby clothes that Konan wore when he was a child were for girls. Hidan is for boys. Milk powder. Konan drank when he was a child. How many years have it been? It has expired a long time ago. Toys, Hidan. Boys must play with toys. Guns, toy kanai, etc., Nanshui said helplessly. Where's the stroller? That's the Hashirama wooden stroller I made from Hashirama at a huge price. It has a long shelf life and can definitely still be used, Kakuzu said quickly. Okay, forget about the stroller. Then you have to buy the rest. Okay, Konan and I will buy it first. Nanshui said with a smile, pulled Konan and hugged Hidan and left here. Kakuzu was left alone in the corner with his mobile phone calculator and silently calculating accounts. Chapter 415 Yahiko. We are Shao. This day, Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, I'm going out to buy groceries. Please take good care of Hidan, Nanshui shouted to the three people over there. Okay mother. Konan nodded happily. Is this your brother? He looks very cute, Nagato said with eyes shining. Konan. When your brother grows up, let him join our Akatsuki organization, Yahiko said happily. Look, I've even prepared Hidan's flesh-colored lace socks. Yahiko dug around and took out a pair of flesh-colored lace socks from his arms. Hey, do you believe what Uncle Dave said about the Akatsuki organization being a joke? Nagato said helplessly, taking out the white silk that Dave gave him from his arms to symbolize the leader of the Akatsuki organization. No, I think what Uncle Dave said about the Akatsuki organization is serious. Let the world become a world full of Wi-Fi. If the ninja world is full of Wi-Fi, people can connect to Wi-Fi everywhere. That will be truly peaceful ninja world. You don't understand the true meaning of what Uncle Dave said. Yahiko said with a starry face. Here, the leader of the Akatsuki organization is entrusted to you. Nagato was stunned for a few seconds and handed the white silk in his hand to Yahiko. No, since Uncle Dave has chosen you as the leader, it means that you are stronger than me. I will work hard to become stronger, and then let Uncle Dave recognize me. When the time comes, he will personally hand it over to me, Yahiko said with longing. You are hopeless. Nagato covered his head. I have chosen the first target of our Akatsuki organization, Yahiko said happily. What goal? Konan asked, holding Hidan in his arms. Look, this is the map of the ninja world. At present, I look at it based on our strength and what we can do. Rain Shinobi Village. It is our first country to change. Yahiko took out a map and pointed at it. Said Rain Shinobi Village above. Rain Shinobi Village. Isn't he our friendly ally? He has been connected to Wi-Fi for a long time. Nagato asked doubtfully. No, Nagato, I have to talk to you about this. Is the Wi-Fi signal in Rain Shinobi Village good? Ever since the dark clouds above their village were hit by Grandpa Hashirama's 1,000 sinuses to Sunagakure, Rain Shinobi Village has begun to after years of drought. Rain Shinobi Village cannot make ends meet, and the villagers are struggling to make ends meet. And the B******** D tyranny of Hanzo of the Salamander has made Rain Shinobi Village now the country with the lowest GDP in the ninja world. Yahiko said angrily. Then what do you want to do? If we do something excessive, Konoha will be the one to take the blame. Nagato asked doubtfully. Advertisement? No. What does the Akatsuki organization have to do with Konoha? Yahiko put on the Akatsuki organization's iconic stockings and said with a ferocious face. Seeing the two of them messing around, Konan was speechless and had to hug the child and follow them quickly. Look. These are 3 Akatsuki motorcycles and a baby motorcycle that I spent a lot of money to find someone to make. Yahiko opened the warehouse behind him, and inside were 3 motorcycles and a baby motorcycle. 3 motorcycles, with our respective stockings painted on the body. It only takes 3 seconds to accelerate from 100 kilometers with 6 exhaust pipes. Baby motorcycle, exclusive for Hidan. The pink decoration also brings a sense of security. 6 wheels and 4 the ventilator gives a baby the sense of security it needs. Yahiko introduced excitedly. It looks really good. Nagato's eyes lit up and he nodded appreciatively. Little Hidan looks very satisfied too, Konan said happily as he looked at little Hidan in his arms stretching his hands towards the scooter. Let's go. Target, the land of rain. Yahiko got on the motorcycle. Nagato and Konan also wore tight stockings. Konan was not happy about it at first, but unfortunately, if they didn't wear them, they might find out that they were from Konoha. Hidan also put on a small size of tight black stockings for him. From now on, we are Akatsuki organization. The 4 of them were riding motorcycles, wearing silk stockings that symbolized each other on their heads, and each of them had a ferocious face. Yahiko's mouth and Kakuzu's grin reached to his ears. Nagato's eyes were stretched by the silk stockings until there was only a line. Konan pouted, and Hidan was still young. Nothing much has changed, but my mouth is drooling. Nagato. What is our code name? Uncle Dave and Uncle Kakuzu's blade and Oromo are in the past. We have to think of a new code name. Yahiko asked with a ferocious look on Nagato's eyes. Sweetheart bear. Nagato was stunned, took out his phone and said with a silly smile. Takeaway captain. What weird nicknames do you two have? Humph, I'll just call you Paper Crane Girl. Konan looked at the two of them with disdain. Where's Hidan? Yahiko looked at little Hidan and asked. Advertisement, cute baby. Konan blurted out. Hey, Konan, you have to ask Hidan for his opinion? Yahiko looked at Konan speechlessly and asked. Do you have any objections to Hidan? Konan asked, pointing at Hidan. Hidan looked around confusedly. Okay, Hidan will use this nickname for the time being. He is still young and can't choose it by himself. Let you, my sister, choose it for the time being. Yahiko nodded helplessly. Let's go. Target Rain Shinobi Village. Today, the villagers of Konoha Village encountered a strange spectacle. 3 rampaging young men were racing on motorcycles. One of them had a scooter pulled behind the back of the car. A few minutes later, Rain Shinobi Village. Look at this decadent country today. It needs the salvation of our Akatsuki organization. Yahiko said angrily as he looked at the drought-stricken Rain Shinobi Village in front of him. Let's go and ask about the situation. Nagato nodded solemnly and walked into the village with a few people. Madam, what do you think of Hanzo, the leader of the Kingdom of Rain? Yahiko walked towards a lady selling vegetables and asked solemnly. Oh, you look like foreigners at first glance. Just ask Hanzo-sama. Hanzo-sama is a good man. For the sake of the weather in the land of rain, not only for the sake of the country and the people, he was willing to be slaughtered by that damn black-faced ghost for hundreds of millions. 2. He has been touring the country in the past few days, personally going to the fields to solve the drought problem for everyone. Not only that, he also used the remaining money in the treasury to provide money for the people who could not afford to eat. He is such a good leader, the aunt said with a sigh. Yahiko. This. Nagato swallowed. Yeah, I understand. Yahiko sighed and nodded. What did you understand? Konan asked after thanking his aunt and leaving. I understand. Hanzo is brainwashing the people. B********D Hanzo. Yahiko said angrily. So, that's how you understand it. Chapter 416. These are Hidan. Konan and Nagato are speechless. Let's go find Hanzo, Yahiko yelled angrily. On the way. Wait a minute, do you think that is Hanzo? Konan noticed something, pointed at a figure in the field and said to Yahiko beside him. Huh, that's right, it's him, damn it, he actually dares to bully the people. Look at that farmer who dares to be angry but dare not say anything and is groveling with a wry smile on his face. It really makes me angry, Yahiko roared angrily. Are you sure that farmer is smiling like that? Nagato asked speechlessly as he had given up messing around with him. That's right, I saw that clearly. Let's go. Yahiko screamed and rushed towards Hanzo. Nagato followed Yahiko, holding his cell phone and giggling. Sweetie bear. Huh, did Yahiko take you to fool around again? Akatsuki leader. Yeah, whatever he wants, as long as they are happy. Sweetie bear. Yes, please pay attention to your own safety. If there is any danger, please tell me immediately. Akatsuki Organization Leader. Don't worry, I'm still very strong. Sweetie Bear. No, what if I hurt you? Stay away from them later. Akatsuki Organization Leader. Okay, I'll listen to you. Conan. Give me the detonator you brought. Yahiko looked at Conan and shouted. Conan wordlessly took out a bunch from his arms and handed it to Yahiko. Hanzo. Die. Yahiko took out another scroll and summoned his summoning beast, a pig. He rode the pig and rushed towards Hanzo while holding the detonating talisman and roaring. Hanzo heard someone calling him and turned his head in confusion. But before he could see the figure clearly, he first saw the detonating talisman coming towards him. Hanzo was stunned, but he quickly realized that there were farmers beside him and there was nothing he could do. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Hanzo blew back the detonating talisman. Advertisement. Nagato held his cell phone with a silly smile and walked leisurely among the explosions, still typing back messages with both hands. Conan hugged Hidan and fled in panic. Hey, Nagato, what are you doing? Conan was still running away in a panic. When he saw Nagato walking around as if he was the only one in the world, he asked speechlessly. What's wrong? Nagato came back to his senses and looked at Conan in confusion and asked. No, why are you giggling with your phone every day? Conan asked speechlessly. I'll reply to the message, Nagato said with a gentle smile. Something's wrong. Say, boy or girl. Conan squinted his eyes and noticed something was wrong. Female. Nagato nodded. Oh, so you're in love. Conan understood and said teasingly. Hey, actually, that, can't be counted. Hey, I haven't confirmed the relationship with her yet. You said it too early. Nagato blushed for a while and said hesitantly. Hey, you two bastards. I'm still fighting fiercely here. What are you talking about? Yahiko was still confronting Hanzo, but suddenly felt that he was alone, and suddenly turned around and asked angrily. You continue to beat Yahiko and don't worry about us. Conan waved his hand. Here, Conan pressed Nagato to ask Nagato about his home address, birthday, and horoscope. Yahiko and Hanzo were talking nonsense. You be ********** D from the Akatsuki organization, you still dare to come to me. I've been tricked by you several times. Hanzo's attitude changed instantly when he heard that the other party was from the Akatsuki organization. No, we are the righteous Akatsuki, and it is probably the evil Akatsuki who hurt you. We heard that you oppressed the people in the country of Rain and engaged in violent politics. There is no Wi-Fi in the country of Rain, and the people are living in dire straits. We are come to do justice for heaven. Yahiko was stunned when he heard the other party's words. Have Uncle Dave and Uncle Kakuzu done anything to blame others before? You fart. I will never forget the stockings you and the red-haired man wore. What the hell, can I not recognize you two if you dye your hair? And which of your D eyes can you see? The people of my land of Rain are in dire straits, and my tyranny oppresses the people. Hanzo was stunned and asked angrily. I saw it with both my left and right eyes. You just harvested the farmer's uncle's grain, which made the farmer's uncle's already dismal harvest even worse. The farmer's uncle had to smile because of your tyranny. How infuriating. Yahiko also said angrily. Come on, go and ask him. Hanzong smiled angrily and pointed at the farmer uncle over there. The other side. Don't ask. She seems to have said that she will come to me in a few days. I'll just let you take a look then. Nagato couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly surrendered. Okay, then I won't ask. Conan nodded helplessly. Advertisement. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, we seem to be short of one person. Nagato suddenly thought of something, counted Yahiko and Conan, and said doubtfully. A few people. Conan was also stunned, after a few seconds of silence. Where is Hidan? Wasn't he the one I was holding just now? Conan asked in horror. How do I know? Quick, look for it, Nagato said anxiously. The two of them looked around anxiously. Suddenly, Nagato seemed to have stepped on something. Wow, a burst of baby crying appeared in the venue. Fortunately, Hidan is fine. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes and knelt down to hug Hidan. Why does Hidan only have a brain left? Conan looked at the baby's head in Nagato's arms and roared in horror. What, head? Why is he crying? Nagato suddenly opened his eyes and looked into his arms. The baby's head was still crying. This baby's arm belongs to you, right? At this time, the farmer's uncle on the side came over and pointed to the baby's arm that fell on the farmer's uncle's head because of the explosion of the detonating talisman just now. Gudong. This. Conan swallowed. Yahiko also knew the whole story and hurriedly apologized to Hanzo. Hanzo didn't bother to argue with him and continued to help the farmers collect vegetables. He also saw that these three were not from Akatsuki, they sounded like Sanshao Young fake. Then, the three of them started looking for baby fragments in the venue. Evening. Conan, where did you take Hidan? Why did you come back so late? Nan Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Conan back. Are you following that little yellow-haired and little red-haired fool out again? Kakuzu on the side snorted coldly. It's okay. I wish Conan came back safely, By the way, Conan, where is Hidan? Nan Shui smiled helplessly, looked at the back of Conan's hands, and asked doubtfully. These are Hidan. Conan was silent for a while, then brought his hands to the front. Inside the baby package was Hidan. But, it's 2 arms, 2 legs, an upper body without a head, and a head. Chapter 417 Help from a Good Brother. Kakuzu and Nanzu looked at some fragments in the swaddling clothes and fell into thought. Nan Shui already felt a little dizzy. It's okay, mother, Hidan is still alive. Upon seeing this, Conan hurriedly threw the swaddling clothes out and hugged his mother. Looking at the baby fragments scattered on the ground, Kakuzu grinned. He probably guessed why Hidan was like this. Hearing the sound of Hidan crying on the ground, Nan Shui finally woke up a little. Kakuzu then put Hidan and his body back into the swaddle and sat them down. Then Kakuzu told the whole story of how he met Hidan. He was a successful experimental product. Is that what it meant? Hidan is the same as those immortal people. So that's it. Then take Hidan to the hospital to reconnect his body. Nan Shui said anxiously. What kind of hospital should I go to? That black-hearted hospital costs so much. I can come. Kakuzu immediately disagreed, and then slowly stretched out a thread from his finger to reconnect Hidan with his body. Hidan is fine. Nan Shui looked at Hidan who was intact and breathed a sigh of relief. Conan looked at Hidan who was intact again, his eyes gradually glowing. A few days later, the guy who lost his position came here today to discuss things. Which one of you will be there to receive him? Danzo asked, looking at the people in front of him. By the way, shouldn't you, Hokage, be the one to take part in this kind of thing? Hiruzen asked doubtfully, smoking a cigarette. The person I'm sitting here now is still a shadow clone, and the main body is in the hospital, Danzo said calmly. Sorry, I have to go see the child. Ever since Uncle Madara beat you, my grandson has been taken away by Uncle Madara. He said he wanted to educate him personally to ensure the child's values. My old father is going there these days. I've been fighting Uncle Madara for a long time, I have to go take a look. Dave shrugged. My wife is pregnant. I have to take her to the hospital for a checkup today. Hiruzen sighed. You will get stronger when you are old. Getting stronger with age. The sword is not old yet. Hiruzen said he didn't want to deal with these 3 bastards. His son couldn't do anything, so what could he do? What's more, this was an accident. What about you, Mirror? I went to the hospital to get a hemorrhoidectomy. Advertisement. A few minutes later, Jing was joined by 3 people to capture the strong man. Uncle Jing, why are you here? A voice came from behind, and Jing was stunned. Oh, it turns out it's the 3 of you. Are you going out to take on the mission today? Kagami turned around and looked at Nagato and asked. No, I'm waiting for someone. Nagato smiled and shook his head. We'll accompany her and the others. Conan and Yahiko looked at each other and said happily. Really? Waiting for someone? No one left Konoha today. When Kagami came to the village entrance, he took a look at the work at the village entrance gate. Not from our village. Nagato shook his head. That's the people from Kurigakure. I'm waiting for them here too, Jing said doubtfully. She seems to be Kurigakure's. Nagato thought of something and said. Well, they will be here soon. Jing looked at the time and nodded. A few minutes later, a dozen figures slowly came from a distance. Nagato, do you and she know what each other looks like? Conan looked at Nagato and asked. I don't know, this is also the first time we have met, Nagato said happily. Then how do people know who you are? There seem to be a lot of people coming over there, Conan asked speechlessly. Don't worry Conan, as Nagato's good brother, Nagato and I already thought of a countermeasure last night, Yahiko said calmly. Oh, what's your plan? Conan suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait until the figure gets closer. Nagato, it's time. Then, in the eyes of Conan and Jing Wub, the 2 of them took out a light sign that they carried from nowhere. Yahiko pressed a button behind the light sign. I saw 11 fluorescent lights with the words, Sweetheart Bear, I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization, in the color of Sweetheart Death Barbie pink shining at the entrance of the village. Advertisement. When Shikang came over with someone, he was instantly confused. Jing was also confused. Uncle Jing. Bah, Mr. Jing, the way your village receives you is really special. Shuikang looked at Jing and said dumbfounded. They ran away from Konoha Mental Hospital. They are not mentally healthy. Don't worry about them. The camera hurts. Okay, can we go in? Shikang naturally recognized Nagato and the others, nodded and smiled. Please. After a group of people walked in, Nagato and Yahiko were still carrying the light sign, but Conan had already separated from them and stayed away from them. Nagato, where is the person? Yahiko looked at Nagato and asked. I don't know. Logically speaking, she would come if she saw it. Nagato also asked with some confusion. You 2 idiots. Which girl would come to you 2 in this situation? Conan's veins popped out on his head, and one of them punched him and roared angrily. In other words, are people in that group of people? Nagato smiled awkwardly. If he had known better, he would not have messed with Yahiko. Idiot, contact me quickly. Conan doesn't want to say anything anymore. Akatsuki leader. Are you here? Sweetie Bear. Well, I have already entered the village. Shao organization leader. Didn't you come to see me when we were protesting against the signs at the village gate just now? Sweetie bear. That's very embarrassing. Akatsuki leader. Is it embarrassing? It's okay. It's the first time after all. Let's deepen my impression. Conan looked at the chat history between the two and didn't want to say anything anymore. Which one of you came up with this idea? Conan asked, looking at the two of them. HMPH, of course such a good idea cannot be thought of by a fool like Nagato who has no emotional intelligence. It must be the great Yahiko, me. Yahiko admitted it first. That's it, come here and stop interfering in Nagato's affairs. Conan nodded, already expecting it. Although Nagato's emotional intelligence was a little lower, it still had it. As for Yahiko, haha. No, this is a lifelong event concerning the future of my good brother Nagato. How can I, a good brother, ignore it? Yahiko said stubbornly. The biggest help you can do to your good brothers is to stay away from them. Conan dragged Yahiko and left here. Chapter 418 Love, Stay Away From Me. Inside a restaurant in Konoha. Nagato was wearing a neat and angular suit, holding a bouquet of roses in his hands, with cold sweat falling from time to time on his face. The hair wax Conan sprayed on his head made his already eye-catching red hair shine even more. Nagato took out his cell phone from time to time and looked at the time, then turned his head and looked at a dining table at the rear right. Conan and Yahiko gave Nagato a thumbs up wearing sunglasses. At this time, a figure slowly walked into the store. Hello, do you have a reservation? The waiter looked at the figure in front of him with a smile and asked. Ah, table 27. The figure took out his mobile phone and looked at the message and nodded. Nagato's tense body kept raising his ears to listen to what was going on around him. When he heard table number 27, he quickly looked at the number on his own table. Number 27, that's right. She is coming. Nagato frowned, very nervous. Hello, are you the leader of the Akatsuki organization? A voice slowly floated into Nagato's ears. Conan and Yahiko at the table over there quickly covered their heads and took off their sunglasses to look at the figure. It's me, are you the sweet bear? Nagato asked nervously without daring to look back. Well, it seems to be right. You are better looking than I thought. The figure slowly opened the chair opposite Nagato and sat down, saying with a smile on his face. You. Nagato looked at the person in front of him and was stunned. What's wrong? Am I weird? The man asked in confusion. It's okay, you are so good looking. My real name is Uzumaki Nagato. By the way, these are the flowers I bought for you. Nagato said nervously and handed the rose in his hand to the man. Thank you, it smells very good. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? My name is Minazuki Ka, and I am from the Kurigakure Minazuki clan. Please give me some advice, Minazuki Ka said gently with a smile on her face. Looking at the other party's gentle smile, Nagato's mind went blank for a moment. Giggles, you look very shy. I feel like the person I usually chat with is not the same person, Minazuki said with a gentle smile. Ah, this, that. Nagato looked around, looking very uncomfortable. Over there, Conan and Yahiko gritted their teeth as they watched Nagato's reaction, wishing they could take Nagato's place. However, Nagato was not the kind of person to be pretentious. Under Minazuki's guidance, the two quickly started chatting and seemed very harmonious. Advertisement. Phew, that idiot Nagato has finally come to his senses. I'm even worried for him. Conan wiped away the cold sweat on his face and breathed a sigh of relief. What do I feel? It's a little strange, but there's still something I can't put my finger on. Yahiko asked in confusion. You are stupid too, shut up. Conan rolled his eyes and knocked on Yahiko's forehead. Nagato and Minazuki Hana were chatting very passionately, covering everything from daily necessities to family and state affairs. When other people in the restaurant saw this scene, they thought they were a couple in love. Oh, by the way, can you take me to the hot springs in Konoha? I came here from Miss Shinobi after a long journey and am a little tired. Minazuki Ka suddenly thought of something. No problem, I just finished eating. Let's go. Nagato nodded. Seeing the two people getting up and leaving, Conan and Yahiko put on their sunglasses again and followed closely behind them. At the entrance of Six Tails Hot Spring. Brother Saiken, there are two of us, one for each male and female at the hot spring. Nagato walked in and said with a smile to Six Tails lying on the counter. Huh, Nagato, okay. Saiken looked at Nagato and the two of them for a moment, but still nodded. Wait a minute, I also want a male hot spring, Minazuki said suddenly. Huh, Nagato and Saiken looked back at Minazuki Hana at the same time. Nagato thought of something that Brother Jiraiya taught him, and his face instantly turned red. Is this so fast? I'm not ready yet. Oh, I understand, Nagato boy, you can say this kind of thing openly. I've seen it a lot, it's nothing. No, this is the key to a single hot spring. It doesn't cost you money. The sound insulation effect is very good. Okay, there are some things in there that you may need. Those things are charged for extra. Saiken said with a look of understanding on his face, and then took out the key to the single room from the drawer behind him and handed it to Nagato. Nagato's face was red and he didn't dare to speak. Minazuki thanked her gently, called Nagato to his senses, and took Nagato to the private room. Outside the door. Hey, isn't it? Are they developing so fast? Yahiko asked dumbfounded. Bah, It turns out that Nagato is not only stupid, but also a pervert. Conan spat with a blush. Well, Brother Jiraiya's teachings are true to me. Yahiko nodded thoughtfully. Idiot, stay away from Brother Jiraiya from now on. A tic-tac-toe slowly popped up on Conan's head, and he punched Yahiko directly. Just when Yahiko and Conan were discussing where to wait for them. Advertisement. Suddenly, a roar came from the store. Holy shit, is it so exciting? What are they playing? Yahiko knew it was Nagato's as soon as he heard the voice. Pervert, Conan snorted. Then, a white figure ran out of the door. Fortunately, there was a bath towel tied around his waist, so he wouldn't lose too many people. Nagato, why did you run out? Conan looked at the figure in confusion and asked. Nagato, are you so fast? Nagato ignored them and disappeared with a body flicker technique. The two were at a loss. 1 week later, you were sending a message to ask Nagato. He has locked himself at home this week, not going anywhere, and not replying to messages. What is going on? Conan said speechlessly. Well, although there is little hope, let's ask. Yahiko shrugged. Deputy leader of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, what's wrong? You haven't replied to my message this week. Akatsuki leader. Deputy leader of the Akatsuki organization. Great, you finally paid attention to me. What is going on? Akatsuki leader. With the indiscriminate bombardment of Yahiko 99+, the leader of the Akatsuki organization finally spoke his first words. Akatsuki leader. He is a man, bigger than mine. The expression on Yahiko's face suddenly froze. Hey, Yahiko, what's your reaction? What did he say? Conan knocked on the petrified Yahiko, and then grabbed the phone. The wind is very noisy tonight. This sentence appeared in the circle of friends of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Love, stay away from me. Chapter 419. The era of feces is coming to an end. Orochimaru, is your delivery date coming soon? Jiraiya asked, holding the calendar and calculating. Well, let me figure it out, it's just a few days. Orochimaru nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Go to the hospital as soon as possible. By the way, I'll go find Tsunade for the doctor. Jiraiya said in a panic. No need to bother. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. It's no trouble, it's for the sake of the child. Come on, follow me. Jiraiya said angrily. Just when Orochimaru was about to explain, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his lower body. What's wrong with you? Are you going to give birth so soon? I told you to eat more to maintain your health, what are you going to do now? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru holding his stomach with a painful expression on his face, said anxiously. Orochimaru shook his head, then held a knife in one hand and a scroll in the other. The moment the scroll was opened, Orochimaru suddenly stabbed the knife into his stomach and made a big gash, and then lay down on the ground. Then, a burst of white smoke appeared outside the scroll, and it was Orochimaru's original body. Living corpse reincarnation technique. Orochimaru, who was lying on the ground, slowly pinched his hand and turned his head. On the other side, Orochimaru's original body slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Then he opened the body and took out the child. Everyone who saw Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Well, the baby is out. Orochimaru said with a smile while holding the baby. I even think you are a pervert. Jiraiya shuddered hard. At this time, Tsunade planned to come to see Orochimaru's physical condition. As soon as he walked in, he saw this scene. Orochimaru, are you crazy? Tsunade growled, his eyes widening. Is it okay, Tsunade? Isn't the child already out? Orochimaru asked doubtfully. Generally speaking, newborn babies cry. Why doesn't he make any sound? Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, then took the child from Orochimaru's arms and asked. Crying. Jiraiya was stunned. Then Jiraiya stepped forward and gave the baby a big sinus. Advertisement. Wow. Look, isn't this just making me cry? Jiraiya said happily. He heard from Uncle Kakuzu that Conan didn't cry when he was born, just a big sinus went up. By the way, will the child still need to breastfeed in the future? Orochimaru, you be ******************, you killed this body, how can the child breastfeed? Jiraiya suddenly thought of something and asked in a panic. Milks. Tsunade, do you have any breasts? You two bastards, stay away from my child from now on. One of them punched Tsunade, and veins popped out on Tsunade's head. The two of them looked pitiful with bruises on their eyes. Somewhere on the other side. I have a batch of goods in stock, you either want it or I'll sell it to you at a low price. In the darkness, a man with green eyes said slowly. Your goods. Oh, since when did you start selling? I don't want it. Another pitch-black figure in the darkness sneered. Are you sure? Now, you and George own half of the excrement industry in the ninja world. It is difficult to improve. Don't you want to enter another industry? In this way, you will not only be one step ahead of George, but also earn more. Moreover, George is different from you. In addition to this job, he also works in scientific research and development in the company. He earns more than you, the man with green eyes said slowly. Damn it, where are those goods of yours? I want them. His expression could not be seen clearly from the pitch-black figure. Wise choice, 50,000 taels per ton. I have thousands of tons of goods here, in the XX warehouse outside Konoha. Quote dot dot dot. Here is 60 million. After paying the money, the dark figure left. XX warehouse outside Konoha. Black Zetsu came here with Black Zetsu number 2 and a group of white Zetsu. Open the warehouse, Black Zetsu said with a smile on his face. As the warehouse door opened, Black Zetsu was dumbfounded looking at the goods inside. Quote dot dot dot. Sir, how do we sell this? A white Zetsu asked in confusion. Quote dot dot dot. Order to go down and give each white Zetsu a ton, and let them sell it while collecting manure outside. Black Zetsu frowned and then said. Yes, advertisement. George, you didn't expect it, ha 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 ha. Ever since, the ninja world has been in turmoil. Iwagakure, in a certain restroom. An Iwagakure citizen who was squatting on the toilet looked at the white figure in the toilet. He was already used to it and became numb. Just when the people were wiping their butts and preparing to leave, that figure suddenly appeared in front of him. You, what are you going to do? The common man swallowed his saliva and asked in a trembling voice. Excuse me, do you need women's underwear? Looking at white Zetsu in front of him with a golden body and a weird smile on his face, he was also holding a set of women's underwear. In Tsuchikage's office, B************** D. Those free for all things are just looking for death. They usually make a fool of themselves in the village and collect the shit. They actually started selling a bunch of women's underwear on the street in front of everyone. This is simply he sat on our Iwagakure's head and shit. He even asked us for paper. Onoki roared and slapped the table angrily. Tsuchikage-sama, are we going to take any measures? Onoki's secretary swallowed and asked. Take it, damn it, take it, these damn things will escape one by one. Oh no, wood hurts. Then let's, wait a minute, go, order down, dispatch all the ninjas, find the place where they put those underwear, and burn them all for him. Onoki suddenly thought of something again and said hurriedly. At George, have you even thought of this level? Black Zetsu, I underestimated you, haha. George sneered after hearing the information from Black Zetsu no. 2. Then what do we need to do? Black Zetsu number 2 asked calmly. Now that he has entered the underwear industry, how can we be left behind? Tell all the zombies to buy men's underwear and promote it with the same strategy as them. Black Zetsu 2 left with George's orders. George stood up slowly, walked to the window sill of the base, looked up at the moon outside the window, and clenched his fists. Black Zetsu, hey, the era of poop is coming to an end. Now is the time for underwear. Chapter 420 Recognizing Friends. What? Damn George. Black Zetsu roared angrily after hearing the news. Then Black Zetsu took out his mobile phone and called George directly. Hey, Black Zetsu, why are you thinking of calling me? George on the other side of the phone said jokingly. You be asterisk 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 D, are you going to get along with me? Black Zetsu roared with veins popping out on his head. How do you say this? I'm looking for another way out, and I sell men. It doesn't conflict with you, George said calmly. Okay. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes and then hung up the phone. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Black Zetsu clenched his fist. Madara's house. Today, Hashirama came here to visit his friend, who has not paid much attention to him for almost half a year. Hashirama was a little sad, so he went directly to Madara's house to see what was going on. Madara, what have you been doing for the past 6 months? Hashirama didn't knock on the door, just climbed over the wall and came in. Huh, why are you here? Madara was teaching children in the courtyard when she heard the noise and walked out to take a look. Didn't I come to see you? You haven't been out to play for almost half a year. Hashirama asked sadly. I'm teaching Obito. I think my education is very successful. Your damn brother still doesn't admit it. Madara said with a sneer. Huh, are you going to teach little Obito? That's good. I feel quite reassured by Madara's words. Hashirama nodded in surprise. Who was Madara teaching last time? Oh, Dave. Dave is such a good kid. At this moment, a white light flashed on the field, and Tobirama suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Madara narrowed her eyes. This guy left Flying Thunder God at his house again. Tobirama, you're here too, ha ha ha, Hashirama laughed happily. Huh, why are you here, brother? No matter, Madara, you must give Obito to me today. If this continues, Obito will be useless. Tobirama stared at Madara with an unkind expression. Huh, how did you know Obito was dead? Madara sneered nonchalantly. Who is he, Madara? Others want to be taught by Madara, but Mao is still not happy. Besides, he also has a criminal record. Dave is such a good kid, huh? Couldn't it be that I have taught you such great achievements and strength now? Yes, Tobirama, I think Madara's teachings are quite reassuring. Hashirama also asked in confusion. Tobirama looked at his stupid big brother and waved to little Obito who was sitting on the ground in a daze. Advertisement. Grandpa Zung. Little Obito got up and ran over. Little Obito, what did you learn from Grandpa Madara? Tobirama picked up little Obito and asked with a sweet smile. There are many. Grandpa Madara not only taught me literacy, but also taught me exercise, little Obito said, clasping his fingers. Madara on the side cocked her neck like a victorious rooster. Really? Then Grandpa, can I ask you a question? Tobirama said with a smile. Good. What is 1 plus 1 equal to? 3. Uchiha Madara. This is what you taught me. Tobirama clenched his fist and roared angrily at Madara over there. This only means that little Obito has not inherited the intelligence of Dave and Daiyu. It is not a big problem. You can ask him about other aspects, Madara said nonchalantly. Little Obito, Grandpa Zung is asking you, how does Grandpa Madara usually teach you? Tobirama hummed twice, looked at Obito in his arms and asked. Grandpa Madara drives me to play every day. One time I flew out of my seat. Another time, Grandpa Madara summoned a huge stone in the sky. Grandpa Madara said let me try it. I couldn't carry it around Konoha, but I didn't move it. Oh, yes, and that time Grandpa Madara asked me to play hide and seek, so I hid in the forest for a week. They didn't find me. I saw big bears, big tigers, and wolves in the forest. Ha ha ha, it was so fun. Obito said happily about the evil deeds of his Grandpa Madara. Hashirama was dumbfounded. How did Obito survive to this day? Quote. You are really indifferent, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama swallowed and looked at Madara angrily. Huh, isn't this to teach him? Only by experiencing blood and sweat since childhood can we become a better self in the future. Madara didn't feel that she had done anything wrong at all. Have you taught Dave like this before? Hashirama suddenly thought of something and asked. No, Dave is the genius. I usually don't care about him, Madara said calmly. It's not like these new generation children are so worrying. Didn't they just throw Obito into the forest and stay there for a week? Didn't he just let Obito carry a meteorite on his back? Didn't he just let Obito experience the feeling of flying early? Did you lay the foundation for fighting in the sky from childhood? What's all the fuss about? Of course he was behind the scenes. Well, at least Obito didn't lose his life, right? At this time, Dave also came, but he was holding a white-haired child. He had a pair of dead fish eyes at a young age, and he liked to wear a black mask on his mouth. Hey, it's so lively. Everyone is here. I'll bring Tsukumo's kids to play with Obito. Dave smiled and greeted a few people. Kakashi, have you seen that kid who is the same age as you? He is very powerful. Then Dave said to the little Kakashi in his arms. Well, it looks a bit stupid. Little Kakashi looked at Obito with a pair of dead eyes and said slowly. What? You're stupid. You little brat with a mask. Little Obito looked at Kakashi with bright eyes. He had basically been playing with Madara and had never had a chance to meet other children. He originally planned to play with Kakashi. He was making friends, but who would have thought he was such a stinker? Advertisement. TCH, stupid. Who are you calling stupid? Calling you stupid. Who are you talking about? What a fool to tell you. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what's your name, little brat? Kakashi got off Dave's arms and asked with an evil look on his face. Huh, aren't you a kid too? My name is Senju Obito. Remember, Senju Obito, little Obito said with great air. Hatake Kakashi, do you want to have a fight? Little Kakashi asked, touching the wooden knife hanging on his belt. Who is afraid of whom? Come. Looking at the two little guys who started fighting over a disagreement, 3 old guys and an almost old guy stood aside and watched with relish. That boy from the Hatake family, his sword skills are quite good. Tobirama nodded in admiration. We need to talk to Tsukumo when we get back. It's not good for the child's health to start exercising at such a young age, Dave said helplessly. What? Isn't Obito good at what I taught you? Look at his strong body, doesn't the beating come back and forth? Madara asked calmly. Watch it. This is what Grandpa Dave taught me. Kakashi gasped. He had been receiving training from his father and had beaten all the invincible opponents of his age. He didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent today. Come as you please, isn't that what my grandpa taught me? Obito chuckled. 1,000 years of death. Did you teach this? Madara turned to look at Dave and asked. No, it's not me, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. It must have been taught by Tsukumo, he's not a serious person, and he didn't teach Kakashi how to order well. Dave directly denied Sanlian. Kakashi. Chapter 421 Promotional Methods. Hatake Kakashi. Senju Obito. Who do you think is you? Who do you think is the gangster? Kakashi and Obito, the two little brats, were rolling around on the ground at each other's throats at the end. Okay, there's a limit to everything. Dave couldn't stand it any longer, and stepped forward to grab the two little brats, Destiny, by the scruff of their necks. Snort, snort. Even though the two little brats were held in Dave's hands, they were still unhappy with each other. Come on, Grandpa Dave will teach you. Turn your head and face each other, Dave said with a smile. The two little guys were still obedient, staring at each other with their little lips curled up and looking unhappy. Come on, say I love you, say I'm sorry. Sorry. Yes, that's right, you two will be good friends from now on. Dave continued to teach carefully. Seeing the two villains getting back together hand in hand, Dave nodded with satisfaction, then left them here, said hello to the 3 people over there, and left first. Snort, snort. After Dave left, the two little guys couldn't deal with each other again. Black Zetsu sighed. Master Black Zetsu, George's interference has made our already low sales even worse. A white Zetsu said in tears. Tisk. I have a headache. Black Zetsu sat on the main seat and rubbed his eyebrows due to a headache. How many were sold yesterday? Black Zetsu asked next. -3. Advertisement. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Why are you still losing 3? Black Zetsu was confused. 3 White Zetsu met Jonin when they were promoting. All those underwear were burned, White Zetsu said while scratching his head. Where's George? Black Zetsu asked quickly. They sold 1, Black Zetsu number 2 said. What? Bastards, how could they sell 1? Black Zetsu slammed the table angrily and roared. Not only did it fail to sell, but it even lost 3 of them. Why did George sell 1? Senju Hashirama negotiated with them and bought it for 1 silver tael, Black Zetsu number 2 said calmly. Quote. Oh, Hashirama, that's okay. But we are still 1 silver tael behind. I don't know how to promote this kind of thing, Tisk, consult Kakuzu. No, he will definitely want my money, then. Black Zetsu touched his chin and thought. Then, Black Zetsu thought of someone and called him. Hey Dave, it's me, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Who is promoting it? I don't need it. Ahem. No kidding, what's wrong Black Zetsu? Dave over there coughed twice in embarrassment. He received a call from Black Zetsu as soon as he got home. Help me think of a way to promote underwear, Black Zetsu said quickly. Promotion. Underwear. You. Dave said in disbelief. In Dave's impression of Black Zetsu in the past 10 years, Black Zetsu is equated with toilets. Can't I start another business? Black Zetsu asked angrily. If there is a good idea, with your brain. Well, I think you should sell it to a rag collector. The recent purchase price of fabrics is quite good. Dave over there thought for a while and said. Quote. Okay, I won't kid you anymore. Since you want to promote something, you must increase its popularity. Although you have this thing, it still stinks. You can try hosting a show or live broadcasting. Go on a catwalk or something, grab people's attention and then sell it on it. Dave over there gave me some solid advice. Underwear catwalk. What do you mean? Black Zetsu asked with eyes brightening. You find some young ladies, give them some compensation, hold a stage with a theme called Victoria's Secret or something, and let them wear it and walk around twice, Dave continued. Quote. Okay, I understand. Black Zetsu's shrewd mind understood instantly, and hung up the phone after saying that. Dave over there doesn't know why he always has a bad feeling. Advertisement. Are we really going to do this? Black Zetsu number 2 behind Black Zetsu asked. You definitely can't do exactly what Dave said. You have to spend money to find a young lady. Can't our White Zetsu do it? Black Zetsu said with a snort. Are you sure? White Zetsu has grown on those human aesthetics. Black Zetsu number 2 pointed at the crooked White Zetsu and asked. Are the White Zetsu ugly? Aren't they all pretty? If you apply lipstick and blush on them, they will definitely attract attention. Although their looks are not as good as mine, they are not bad, Black Zetsu said confidently. But our sales group is those humans, they. Black Zetsu number 2 questioned. Okay, when the time comes, I will go on stage in person. Can't I still attract them? Humph. Black Zetsu directly interrupted Black Zetsu number 2's question. Seeing this, Black Zetsu number 2 said nothing. The next day, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Jiraiya held the sleeping child in his arms and played with his mobile phone boredly. Black Zetsu's secret underwear show. A message push instantly caught Jiraiya's attention. Then Jiraiya looked around to see that no one was paying attention to him, put the child in the cradle, took his mobile phone and walked into the laboratory toilet in the name of going to the toilet. I opened the live broadcast software on my mobile phone and saw Black Zetsu's secret live broadcast room. Jiraiya clicked on the live broadcast room and found that there were quite a few people in it. Jiraiya skillfully made himself anonymous, and then he discovered that 98 out of 100 people were anonymous. Anonymous user 1. Why don't you start the catwalk yet? The flowers I waited for have faded and the toilet paper is ready, bah. Anonymous user 2. Tisk, the man upstairs is a bit vulgar. We are watching this live broadcast from the perspective of discovering beauty. Anonymous user 3. Yes, beauty exists in every corner of life. We must be good at discovering and observing. Anonymous user 4. Can you unlock the anonymity? Cannot. Jiraiya didn't post anything, he just kept watching silently. It just so happened that his novel had almost come up with material recently, wasn't it just right? Soon, the screen slowly lit up. Welcome to Black Zetsu's secret catwalk. I hope you don't forget to buy some underwear while watching. Also, does anyone in the live broadcast room know what feces smells like? A Faye said to the camera while standing on the stage. Black Zetsu off the court knocked a Faye away with a slipper. Okay, the show officially begins. Chapter 422. That's it, I won't do the finale. Brother, do you really don't need the White Zetsu to transform and go up? Black Zetsu number 2 looked at the group of White Zetsu behind the stage and asked with some regret. What kind of transformation? Dave told me before, what is this called? Yes, this is called natural beauty. Aren't all the White Zetsus born naturally? Look at them wearing underwear. Isn't it beautiful? Black Zetsu waved his hand and said. Quote. Black Zetsu number 2 fell silent. Come on, White Zetsu no. 1. Come on stage. Black Zetsu waved his hand. The camera was pointed at the center of the stage. The group of LSPs in the live broadcast room didn't even post barrages at this moment. Looking at the slightly raised curtain behind the stage, LSP swallowed. Anonymous user no. 1. Damn it, so white. Nice legs. I go. What white legs? Oh. High heel. I go. Anonymous user no. 2. Tisk, look at you like that, can't you please restrain yourself? Never seen the world. Anonymous user no. 3. Shut up. Stop posting. I can't see anything. Be careful. Uchiha police arrested everyone in their anti-pornography operation. Anonymous user no. 4. Yes, stop posting. Anbu has also recently reached cooperation with the Uchiha police department. Be careful that you will catch him. ... The curtain slowly lifted from bottom to top, and the long legs were revealed inadvertently. Everyone in the live broadcast room looked flushed. Anonymous user no. 18. Red underwear. Uchiha police department. Check the IP address of number 18 and catch him. Uchiha Kagami looked at Feifei, who was daydreaming about her, when a barrage appeared covering the key points, and Uchiha Kagami shouted angrily. Quote. Minister, is this how we use it? The deputy police chief asked, wiping the cold sweat from his face. Why not? Jing asked back. Aren't you watching too? The deputy police chief asked, wiping his sweat. Tisk, your understanding is still low. I am called an undercover agent, do you understand? If you hide among this group of people, you will directly serve them. Why didn't you see my fearless spirit of sacrificing one's life for righteousness? Jing sighed and shook his head helplessly. Under Konoha's glamorous appearance, under the people living and working in peace and contentment, it's us, a group of people, who are carrying a heavy load and moving forward. This is the will of fire. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Minister. I understand. ... Advertisement. As the curtain was raised to the chest level, the live broadcast room was boiling. It was so white. But no one in the live broadcast room said anything anymore. Everyone was staring at the curtain, their faces flushed, and everyone knew very well that they didn't post any comments. Anonymous user no. 1. Hurry. Why is this curtain so slow? Will it be a catwalk? This is anxious. Anonymous user no. 37. Shut up. Stop sending. When the curtain was raised to my neck, I was so nervous that I almost forgot to breathe. Hurry. Hiruzen looked at the screen and said anxiously. Hiruzen can already imagine how beautiful the face of a woman with such long legs and baby-like skin must be. When the curtain is completely lifted from the face. The live broadcast room was very quiet. The gifts that had been coming out stopped at this moment. White Zetsu grinned, with green thorns on his head, blusher on his face, lipstick on his mouth, male-colored eyeshadow on his eyes, eyebrow pencil almost reaching the eyebrow line at his ears, wearing pink underwear. Directly give a fatal blow to the audience in the live broadcast room. Then, White Zetsu smiled confidently, swung his butt, hung his waist, stepped on high heels, and walked around the stage with a jingle. By the way, the red nail polish on my toenails. Brother, how is the response in the live broadcast room? Are orders overwhelming, gifts flying everywhere, and barrages coming in endlessly? Black Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu number 2 and asked confidently. Quote. Brother, you are so awesome. Everything you said is wrong. Black Zetsu number 2 admired. What? Black Zetsu was stunned, then quickly pushed Heier away and looked at the screen. In the live broadcast room on the screen, although there were still so many people, there were no barrages, no gifts, and no orders from the back end. Black Zetsu was completely confused. What are we going to do? Heier asked doubtfully. That's all. Well, I originally wanted to appear in the finale, but now, I have no choice. Black Zetsu sighed and shook his head helplessly. Then, Black Zetsu put on lipstick, blush, eyeshadow, outlined her eyebrows, put on festive bright red underwear, put on male-colored toenail polish, stepped on high heels, and stepped backstage. And Black Zetsu became the last straw that crushed everyone in the live broadcast room. White Zetsu. It's still white at least. Well, regardless of the face, the legs can accept it. Black Zetsu then. Advertisement. As the curtain slowly opened, the people in the live broadcast room had automatically mosaicked the position of this person's head in their minds. Well, look at the legs. Then, their brain systems directly and automatically mosaic the Black Zetsu's entire body. When everyone calmed down for a while and looked. Sorry, this live broadcast room has been banned because it is suspected of being vulgar. Question mark. Brother, come down. Heier looked at Black Zetsu on the stage and shouted. What's wrong? I haven't walked in the show yet. Could it be that my charm caused too much repercussions? Well, although I had expected it, it doesn't have to be like this, right? Black Zetsu sighed and said in distress. No, our live broadcast room has been banned. Ah. The other side. Ha. Black Zetsu is going to make me laugh to death. How stupid. George laughed when he saw this scene. You want to defeat me in this way? It's impossible, George said lightly, then took out his phone and looked at the chat history on it. My name is George. 10 million, help me ban a live broadcast room. Money is life. Bribe me. As a company official, how can you accept bribes? I, Kakuzu, pride myself on being full of justice. How could I do such a thing? I'm George. The price is 30 million. If it doesn't work, I'll go find Dave. Money is life. Which cadre can withstand this test? Wait, I'm going to seal it now. Then, there was a scene where the Black Zetsu live broadcast room was banned. Black Zetsu's heartbreak, George's laughter. This time, I'm even better, Black Zetsu. Ha 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 ha. The everlasting laughter came from George's base. Chapter 424. I'll kill you if I mention it again. Is it too dangerous? White Zetsu asked hesitantly. No, after all, this is still a car like a stroller. I know the accelerator and everything, so don't worry. Obito said proudly. It's the same as a stroller, which means it has the same nature as a toy. Children need psychological enlightenment and their own company, which means it's okay. Well, okay. White Zetsu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Let's go. Get in the car. Obito took out the key, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Kakashi sat in the passenger seat, and White Zetsu sat in the back. Obito put the car key in, and then, he felt awkward. What? I can't seem to reach the accelerator. Obito smiled awkwardly. Then he kicked his short legs hard a few times. When I was riding in my father's car before, I heard my father say that there seemed to be a button under the seat that could move the seat forward. Kakashi thought for a moment and said. Hey, Kakashi, you idiot is useful for once. Okay, I've got enough. Obito's eyes lit up and he adjusted his seat forward. Well, anyway, there is no distance between the hands on the steering wheel and his head now. Let's go. Obito turned the key, and then, kicked the accelerator. Boom. ... The wall of the garage was directly knocked out, which means Tobirama's cars are of good quality. A silver-white sports car was speeding on the road. The speed displayed on the display panel had reached 200 miles at this moment. Fortunately, they were on a road outside the Senju station, and there were usually few people on this road. Idiot. What are you doing? Kakashi's eyes widened, he hugged his seat with both hands and roared. Can't the car just step on the accelerator? Ha ha ha, it's so fast. It's much faster than my stroller. Obito shouted excitedly. Telephone pole, telephone pole, telephone pole. Kakashi suddenly saw something and roared nervously. What telephone pole? What? The steering wheel is blocking my face, I can't see it. Advertisement. Ah, you idiot. Turn the steering wheel quickly. Oh. ... This situation should be regarded as the child's inner happiness enlightenment stage in the process of playing with toys. Well, it should be fine. White Zetsu looked at the situation in the car and thought to himself. As the car swerved, Kakashi and White Zetsu's faces hit the car's glass. I'm going to kill you when G come down. Kakashi's face turned red with anger, he grabbed Obito's collar and roared. TCH, I'm going to tell Grandpa Dave that you're swearing when I get back. Obito threatened nonchalantly. You, hey, there's someone in front of you. Someone. Break. Kakashi grabbed Obito's collar and was about to say something, when out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi saw the figure outside the car window. Kakashi was horrified. Roared. Break. Oh. Okay. You stepped on the G accelerator. Kakashi roared with his eyes widened as he looked at the vehicle speed limit of 250 yards displayed on the display panel. It's about to hit. ... The figure looked at the vehicle rushing towards him for a moment, and then. Punch out. The back of the car flew up, and just when the car was about to fly out, the man saw the horrified faces of Obito and Kakashi in the car. The figure reacted instantly. In the air where the car was flying, the man jumped up and punched the rear wheel that was still spinning rapidly behind the car. He grabbed the back of the car with both hands and then put it gently on the ground. The two little guys in the car are still dazed. Tell me, what's going on, little Obito? The man broke the car glass at the back and pulled out the two little guys inside and asked with a smile. Hello Tsunade ne. Obito shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. Haha, I'm fine, but I don't know if you guys will be okay later. Tsunade smiled and glanced at the scrapped car next to him. This incident caused a big fuss. Anyway, the two young parties received a lot of punishment. Tsukumo received the news from Tsunade in Anbu at that time, and when he was sparring with the newcomer in Anbu, he almost killed the newcomer with a knife. Tsukumo grounded Kakashi for a month, and Obito did the same, although he still suffered a little bit of physical pain, such as the belt stew. Oh, Madara did it. Advertisement. That White Zetsu was also taken by Madara to find Black Zetsu. As for the result, well, Black Zetsu suffered a lot. 1 month later, the first thing Kakashi did after he was released from the ban was to come to Obito. Ha, idiot, you came to me. Obito laughed heartlessly and rubbed his butt with one hand. Yeah, I'm going to miss you so much this month. Kakashi pulled out the knife. This time it wasn't a wooden knife, but a real knife. Gudong. Don't be so serious. Want to eat? The two of them played around for a while, and Kakashi suddenly asked. Lin's shop. What kind of meatball shop is this? Does it taste delicious? Obito asked doubtfully, looking at the sign outside the door. Haha, what do you think 1 + 1 equals? Of course Kakashi didn't really kill Obito, he just beat him up. Oh, ha ha ha, Kakashi, you are really an idiot. How can 1 plus 1 equal 3? Obito did not react and laughed with laughter. TCH, why don't you drive it if you don't want to? You can wait until I take the driver's license test later. After walking in, a clear and gentle voice reached their ears. I heard from Uncle Shang in the store that they seem to be from the Hyuga clan and know my father, but the meatballs taste really delicious, Kakashi said slowly. Welcome, what would you like to eat? Kakashi and Obito opened the door and walked in. Of course it's 4. What do you think? Huh, are you the idiot who says 1 plus 1 equals 3? Kakashi chuckled. Kakashi took Obito to his favorite meatball shop. Huh, damn Kakashi. When I learn all the skills of my father, my grandpa, my great-grandpa, and my Madara uncle, I will definitely kill you. Obito lay on the ground and roared in displeasure. Huh, eat something. Okay, do you want me to drive? If you dare to mention driving to me again, I will kill you. Kakashi's eyes turned red instantly, and he put a knife on Obito's neck. Chapter 425 Unpretentious. Obito followed the voice and looked over. It was a little girl about the same age as him. The little girl had an oval face, her face was smeared with oil paint, her hair fell just over her shoulders, and her white eyes added agility and color to her already delicate and lovely face. Ah, it's Kakashi. Do you want salt roasted and miso-flavored meatballs? The little girl looked at Kakashi and asked with a smile. Well, Lin, I brought this idiot with me. Hey, idiot, what meatballs do you want to eat? Kakashi nodded, looked at Obito and asked. I just want sweet meatballs, Obito said after thinking for a while. Okay, please wait a moment. The little girl Lin smiled slightly and turned around to go to the kitchen. Is her name Lin? Obito asked as Obito and Kakashi sat aside. Well, she is from the Hyuga clan, and her name is Hyuga Lin. Kakashi nodded. As that's so, if I asked her to be my friend, would she agree? Obito thought for a while and asked. I don't think Lin can. After all, no one with a right mind would be stupid enough to play with an idiot who says 1 plus 1 equals 4. Kakashi said sarcastically. You little brat wearing a mask, do you still have the nerve to criticize me? Obito patted the table with his little hand and asked. What do you know? Kakashi folded his hands. He wore a mask purely because of Tsukumo. Tsukumo didn't want to wear a mask when he was in Anbu, so he used a mask instead. Kakashi just looks at how handsome his father is and imitates. Hey, you white-haired guy, do you want to fight with me? Come. Don't worry, you two, your meatballs are ready. Lin walked over gently carrying a plate of small meatballs, weighing her little feet, and placed the meatballs on their table. Hey, is your name Hyuga Lin? Obito looked at Lin and asked. Yeah, Lin smiled softly with her eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. Advertisement. My name is Senju Obito, do you want to be my friend? Obito asked with his little feet on the bench. Friends. Okay. Lin smiled softly and nodded. The Hyuga clan is now in a state of sniper warfare. All men, women, old and young carry sniper rifles. Lin and his parents don't like these things. The Hyuga clan is very humane because of Hamura's presence, so they agreed that their family should join the Hyuga clan. They moved out of the land and funded Lin's family to open a meatball shop on the street. Because of this, Lin has no friends. She helps her parents in the store every day. As for friends of the same age, the only one she has is Kakashi, who often comes to the store to eat meatballs. Her parents are also very helpless about this. Lin Sheng likes to be quiet and doesn't like to play very much. They are now waiting for Lin to go to school and make friends when she is older. Since you are my friend, come on, let's eat together. Obito laughed. Isn't this bad? Lin said with some distress. It's okay Lin, let's eat together, this little flat fan is rich, Kakashi waved his hand nonchalantly and said. You be asterisk 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 D Kakashi. Who are you calling the little flat fan? You be asterisk 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 D idiot, arrogant and stinky white hair with bleach on it. Obito asked angrily. You little deflated fan, are you looking for a beating? Come. Don't fight, let's eat together. Lin quickly took their little hands and pulled them to sit down. TCH, Kakashi, you have to know that it was Lin who saved you today, otherwise I would have sent you to the hospital to stay for a month. Obito looked at Lin next to him and said with a groan. You have to know that you are alive today purely because of the village's policy towards people with intellectual disabilities, Kakashi replied not to be outdone. Okay, don't make any noise. The meatballs are almost cold. My mother made these, Lin said sadly. Her favorite thing is to watch people eating and praising her parents' meatballs. Yeah, let's stop arguing. Obito nodded quickly and ate the meatballs. Kakashi, why don't you take off your mask and eat meatballs? I see you wearing a mask every time. Lin looked at Kakashi and asked. It's okay, I can eat it if I take it with me. With lightning speed, Kakashi took out a meatball in an instant, then took off the mask and put it in his mouth. The whole movement was smooth, without a trace of delay, and the time was firmly controlled by lightning. Between the sparks. Lin was shocked. Advertisement. There is something wrong with his brain. He wants to be cool every day. Just leave him alone and eat it quickly. Obito waved his hand, chewed the meatballs in his mouth, and said with a small mouth. Okay, But Kakashi, I will keep an eye on you. Don't even think about running away. Guy sat down in front of the three of them, pressing his head against Kakashi. Then let's go out and have a fight. Guy said excitedly. But in the end, Kakashi was brought out by Guy. While the three little guys were eating with relish, an uninvited guest broke into the store. PFF'd. Are these thick eyebrows so evil? Kakashi spat out the water he just drank. The uninvited guest is a green monster. It's still a small one. Kakashi. Accept the challenge of my passionate youth. I have been squatting here these days. Today, my hard work pays off, I finally got you. Don't even think about running away this time. This is youth. You guys are too outrageous. My grandpa Zung also gave me a self-defense thing called a nuclear bomb button. When pressed, I can get a nuclear bomb. My grandpa Zung also told me to use it at Uncle Madara's house next time, but my look is probably not as outrageous as yours. Obito took out a button device from his pocket and looked at them with disdain. Tisk, they all don't talk about tolerance. What about pistols and grenades? How can they be as simple and unpretentious as myself? Don't want. Quote. I suddenly lost my appetite. Kakashi grinned. This guy kept staring at him, making him look like a suspect. What? B****************** D Kakashi, you always carry grenades with you. Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion and asked. This is what my father told me to defend myself. Kakashi shrugged helplessly. Guy, you are so persistent, but Kakashi is eating, so you have to come with him. Lin naturally knew this little green monster who often squatted at the door of the store, and said somewhat helplessly. This was the case last time. A grenade was thrown at him. Although Kakashi was sure that the explosion range would not reach Guy, he still let Kakashi run away while Guy was confused. Kakashi, you are not allowed to use grenades this time. Guy suddenly thought of something and said angrily. For self-defense, my father seemed to have given me something. Lin nodded thoughtfully, and then took out a pistol from her pocket under the bewildered gazes of the three people. Chapter 426 Obito, let's go play. Hey, Kakashi, let's have a real man's fight. Guy roared passionately. Kakashi reluctantly pulled out the wooden sword. Watching the two of them fight, Obito shook his head helplessly. Lin, let these two fools fight, let's go play. Obito looked at Lin aside and asked. But I still have to help my father open a store. Lin said with some distress. Lin, just go and have some fun. Your mother and I are still busy with things in the store. We finally made friends. Let's go. At this time, a figure came out of the store and said with a somewhat happy expression. Lin can make friends, which is better than anything else. Okay. Lin nodded after listening to her father's words. Hey, let's go play. Thank you, uncle. Obito held Lin's little hand and ran away. Boy, remember to bring Lin back before dark. Okay, I get it now. Lin, is there anything you want to play somewhere? Obito asked happily as he led Lin walking on the busy street. I don't know, I don't go out much. Lin shook her head. What a pity. Let's do this. I'll take you to Uchiha Amusement Park. Obito thought for a while and said. Amusement Park, okay. Lin's eyes lit up and she nodded. Obito took Lin to Uchiha Amusement Park. Uncle, we are going to the amusement park. Obito said looking at the uncle selling tickets in front of him. Oh, 2 kids, then you can go in directly, kids are free of charge, the uncle said, looking at Obito and Lin in front of him. Thank you, uncle. Obito took Lin into the amusement park. Advertisement. This was also Lin's first time here. Looking at the lively scene of people coming and going, and looking at the beautiful and fun amusement facilities around her, Lin's eyes lit up. Obito, these rides seem to cost money, Lin said while looking at a sign outside the carousel over there. Some facilities in the amusement park are aimed at children and are not free of charge. It's money, it's a small problem. Obito waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Then Obito took out his phone and opened his balance. Lin, you go and line up for me first, I'll make a call. Obito wiped the cold sweat from his face and said. Yeah, Lin nodded obediently and went to line up obediently. After seeing Lin waiting in line, Obito immediately called his grandpa. The other party is busy. Then Obito called his grandfather again. Dave was traveling in the ninja world. When he heard his gangster grandson asking for money, he just said, get out. Anyway, in Obito's impression, his grandfather has always been sullen towards him. Well, he probably used to be a very, very bad person. Obito was helpless and called his father again. Dad is on a mission outside. He uses a special Anbu mobile phone. He has no money. Dai-yu said a little embarrassed after answering the phone. Obito put down the phone, speechless, helpless. Immediately, Obito thought of another person, and looked at the queue over there and estimated that it would take some time to reach Lin. Then he hurriedly ran in one direction. Senju Wheat Crotch. Grandpa Gao. Grandpa Gao. Obito ran into the store and shouted to the person who was arguing with a man over there. Oh, why are you here, my little great-great-grandson? Senju Butsuma asked as he saw little Obito running in and hugged Obito happily. Grandpa Gao, my friends and I came to the amusement park to play, but I have no money. Grandpa Zung didn't answer my call, and he told me to get out. Dad is out on a mission, little Obito said aggrievedly. What? That B asterisk 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 D. Tobirama didn't answer the call from my precious great-great-grandson. You asked him to wait for me and spanked him when he got home. As for the money, it's okay, Grandpa Gao will give it to you. Butsuma said angrily with his eyes widened. As for Obito's grandfather and father, well, they are both his precious grandchildren, so there is no other choice but to catch Tobirama. Son, hey, what is a son? Is it important to have grandchildren? Advertisement. Tajima, I won't waste any more words with you. My great-great-grandson came to ask me, my great-grandfather, for money. I have to get money for my precious grandson. Why don't you just argue here about the price increase of 3 silver taels for 500 milliliters of oil? Butsuma hugged Obito in his arms in a showy manner and said to Tajima over there. The veins on Tajima's head popped out. This B asterisk 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 D is at it again. Every time the two of them had a quarrel, it would end with the words, I have grandchildren and you don't. Butsuma is already a member of 4th generation, but what about his side? 2 bachelors in the house licking one's face every day to make ends meet. Little Obito, which friend are you here with? Butsuma took out all the several thousand silver coins in the cash register and handed them to Obito, and asked happily. Lin, Hyuga Lin, this is a friend I just met. Little Obito took the money and said with a smile. Lin, the name sounds like it's a girl. Butsuma's eyes lit up, and he walked to Tajima holding his grandson in his arms. Yeah, she is a girl. Not to mention Grandpa Gao, she is still waiting for me at Mwa's place. I have to go find her first. Mwa, Obito kissed Butsuma and waved from Butsuma's arms. Jumped down and ran out. Oh, Tajima, did you hear that? My great-great-grandson has a girlfriend. Well, I guess in more than 10 years, I will be able to treat you to a wedding meal. Alas, you are really the only one I have. The first time I ate your wedding noodles was when I went to eat it when you were getting married. And you drove me away before I finished eating. Butsuma pointed at the cheek he had just been kissed by Obito, showing off. He said something strange in his mouth. Quote. Tajima's face turned green and red, and finally he snorted and left angrily. Listening to Butsuma's laughter behind him, Tajima could think of Butsuma's despicable demeanor. Then Tajima took out his cell phone and called Madara and Izuna, scolding each other for an hour before finally giving up. Izuna and Madara were both confused. We haven't been licking our cheeks for a while these past few days. Obito came back happily with the money, and just in time, Lin got in line immediately. Obito took the money and gave it to the ticket clerk of the wooden horse, then took Lin's little hand and sat on a wooden horse. There is no way, the 2 little guys are too small, each has a wooden horse. Even if there are safety belts on it, the 2 little guys will easily fall off, so the 2 little guys can only sit on one wooden horse. As the wooden horse slowly rotated, Lin sat in front and held the head of the small wooden horse, and Obito held Lin in the back. Listening to Lin's ringing laughter in front of him, Obito also laughed happily. Maybe people have different joys and sorrows. On the other hand, let's continue a real man's contest. Kakashi. This is youth, and it is the youth of our men. UB asterisk 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 D, can you let me go? The 2 little boys had a fierce fight. Chapter 427 Scary and Scary. Obito. It's so fun. Feeling the rotation of the wooden horse, Lin felt for the first time that something so fun could be possible. If you like Lin, I will bring you here every day. Obito promised, patting his chest. Ha ha ha. Lin laughed. Obito looked at Lin's cheerful expression in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. At this time, Obito's cell phone rang. Obito took out his cell phone and looked at the white-haired B asterisk 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 D displayed on it. His good mood suddenly disappeared. Hey, white-haired B asterisk 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 D, if you have something to say, I'll hang up if it's okay, Obito said angrily. Where are you and Lin now? Kakashi asked through gritted teeth. Lin and I are here at Uchiha Amusement Park. What's wrong? Do you want to come over? Obito said. Well, no, why did you and Lin run to the amusement park while me and this B asterisk 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 D guy had such a fierce fight? Kakashi asked angrily over there. Aren't you 2 idiots going to fight? You can't let Lin, a girl, watch over you. Obito shrugged. Under Dave's guidance, Obito knew that girlfriends were more important than boyfriends. Grandpa Dave said this, when a female friend of yours needs you, you can't care about your male best friend even if he faces a nuclear bomb. This is the true meaning of making friends with Grandpa Dave. Obito also knows that his grandfather and grandfather, Grandpa Hiruzen and Grandpa Mirror have been good friends for decades. From that time, Obito realized it. TCH. I'm going now. I want to go too. Guy's voice came over there. What are you going to do? Kakashi. As my friend of the scorching sun. When the sun shines brightly. How can you not let me stay by your side? Obito hung up the phone with a snap and continued playing with Lin. When the wooden horse spins a few rounds and then stops, it is over. Lin, do you still want to play? Obito looked at Lin in front of him and asked. Well, Kakashi and Guy are coming too, let's wait for him, Lin said happily as the excitement on her face had not faded away. Good. Advertisement. Obito held Lin's little hand and wandered around the amusement park waiting for Kakashi. Hey, Obito, why are you coming to the amusement park? At this time, a voice came over. Huh, Brother Minato. Listening to this familiar voice, Obito looked back at the yellow-haired figure and waved his hands happily. Obito, why were you released by Madara today? Minato asked with a smile. TCH, Uncle Madara was playful and was dragged to the internet cafe by Uncle Hashirama, so I came out. Why are you here too? Brother Minato, aren't you usually delivering food at this time? Obito asked doubtfully. Aren't you here to play with your sister Kushina? She went there to buy some food. Minato shrugged and said helplessly. Is this your new friend? Hello, my name is Namikaze Minato. Minato also noticed the curious eyes at this time, looked at Lin next to Obito and smiled softly. Hello, my name is Hyuga Lin. Lin smiled generously. Little Obito, you are not simple. Namikaze Minato smiled softly at Lin, and then grabbed Obito's shoulders. The big one and the small one turned their backs to Lin. Minato raised an eyebrow and asked. What's not simple? Obito was still confused. You kid. Minato turned to look at Lin behind him. Lin and I are just friends, but you, Brother Minato, I heard from Grandpa Dave that a certain yellow guy has been plotting against a certain sister since he was a child. Obito thought of some interesting things that Dave had told him before. Chuckled. Ah, ha ha ha, Kushina is back. Minato smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject when he saw Kushina coming. Hey, little Obito, have you brought your little girlfriend to the amusement park? Come and give her a hug. Kushina came over with a bunch of food. When she saw Obito's eyes lit up, she threw all the food in her hand to her. Minato asked with a smile as he picked up little Obito. Bah, no, Lin is just my friend. Obito quickly shook his head. Ha ha ha, little Obito is still so cute. Kushina was amused and laughed. By the way, Sister Kushina, I saw Brother Minato sneaking around just now. He seemed to be talking to a certain sister in a corner. Obito rolled his eyes and said with confusion on his face. Oh, Kushina squinted her eyes when she smiled, but now Minato looked at Kushina's smile and felt a chill. Hey, Brother Minato, that idiot Kakashi is coming, so I'll leave first. Obito jumped out of Kushina's arms, pulled Lin and ran away. Minato watched in stunned silence as Obito pulled Lin and ran away, but before he could react, a voice that sounded like a voice from the Nine Netherworld drew Minato's attention back. Minato, can you explain to me what's going on with that certain sister? Don't say that Obito is lying. Little Obito is so young and cute, how could he lie? You have to give me an explanation today. Minato swallowed. Little Obito, well, your brother remembers you. Advertisement. Kakashi. This way. Obito led Lin to the door and shouted when he saw Kakashi over there. Huh, you be asterisk 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 D. You left me there alone. Do you know how I lived? Ah, Kakashi angrily grabbed Obito's collar and roared angrily. Kakashi. That was the battle of our fiery youth. It was the blending of our manly blood and sweat. Guy said passionately from the side. Where are we going to play? Obito asked after a few people were having fun. That big pendulum is good, Kakashi suggested. A real man should ride a roller coaster. After all, that height. Being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Only then can I radiate my blazing youth. Guy also expressed his opinion. Obito, I want to go to the haunted house, Lin said weakly. Okay, let's go to the haunted house. Obito naturally blocked the opinions of the two people. The front door of the haunted house was very cold. There were not many people queuing up like other facilities. Considering the four little guys, the owner of the haunted house also confiscated their tickets and could only allow the four of them to enter the first half of the haunted house and the second half. It was too difficult for four little guys. When the four little guys walked in, the gloomy atmosphere and the howling sounds of ghosts and wolves could be heard from time to time. Lin was so scared that she held Obito's hand tightly. Obito swallowed. He was scared too, but feeling the tenderness in his hands, well, a haunted house was nothing. Kakashi, what are you afraid of? When we ourselves are the scorching sun, all demons and monsters will retreat. This is youth. Ah, Guy looked at Kakashi's cautious gestures next to him, in order to help his friend get out. Fear, Guy said inspiringly. But before Guy could finish speaking, suddenly a skull came out of the wall, which scared Guy so much that he jumped up and fell directly into Kakashi's arms. Princess Kakashi is holding Guy with a bad look on her face. When do you plan to come down? Kakashi, it was a youthful accident. Yeah, I feel like, Kakashi threw Guy out of his arms angrily, but before he finished speaking, the wall above Kakashi's head suddenly fell down from the top. A figure wearing white cloth and disheveled hair emerged. Kakashi was so frightened that he jumped into the arms of Guy who had just stood up. Guy looked at Kakashi in his arms. The two of them looked at each other affectionately, awkwardly. Obito over there shivered violently when he saw this scene, and quickly ran away with Lin. There is definitely something between these two. It's so scary. Chapter 428 Disaster. The four little guys played all day and went back at night. Inside the Hokage building at night, Orochimaru smiled happily. The piles of files in front of him were finally solved. I can go back and see my children. Then Orochimaru raised two strands of long hair in front of his face, stretched and stood up. Just when Orochimaru turned off the lights, opened the door and just left. Hey, Orochimaru, where are you going? Jiraiya walked out of the Hokage assistant office on the side and asked doubtfully while holding the child in his arms. The documents are done, it's time to go back, Orochimaru said calmly. Let me remind you, those documents are only on paper and on the computer. Have you finished them all? Jiraiya asked with some confusion while holding the child. On the computer. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Ah, that's right. The paper documents are just about Konoha village policies. The documents on the computer are all daily village affairs. You need to review and sign them. Jiraiya said with a smirk. There's nothing I can do. I'll send the child home to you first. Aunt Jade has been urging me all afternoon. Jiraiya shrugged, turned and left. Orochimaru slapped his forehead and returned to his office. He also thought about using Shadow Clone to correct these documents on his behalf, but the problem is that Shadow Clone has its own thoughts. If he is not careful, a clone will be able to correct them blindly. For example, Black Zetsu wanted to expand the power of his Feces Brigade in Konoha village, and one of his clones actually approved it. Orochimaru was really shocked at that time. I have no choice but to do it myself. Orochimaru really regrets now, regrets very much, for doing such a bad thing. Hokage. He has no personal freedom at all. I have 2 Hokage assistants. One said he was taking care of the children during the day, but actually he slept in the office next to me. One time, the child almost jumped off the building, the other one. Isn't there only one Hokage support? Orochimaru sat on his office chair, opened the computer in front of him and continued to review some things. At this time, Orochimaru saw a document about revitalizing villages through science and education, strengthening children's scientific awareness from the foundation and cultivating children's scientific abilities. Advertisement. If you want to say this Orochimaru, don't be sleepy, open the file. But looking at them as dispensable things, Orochimaru instantly lost interest. For example, in this example, children's scientific abilities are cultivated from kindergarten, and they are allowed to participate in the factory assembly line to strengthen their hands-on ability and thinking ability. Orochimaru thought what kind of B***** D came up with this thing. He just wanted free labor, and he even targeted kindergarten children. What a beast. Orochimaru scrolled down and took a look. File originator. Kakuzu. Oh, that's okay. Orochimaru expressionlessly clicked on the words, disapproval, at the bottom of the document. Orochimaru closed the document and saw another. The importance of science to the ninja world. Scientific research and development is self-evident to the ninja world, and changes can be seen in the past 10 years, so I hereby hope that the Hokage-sama will approve the reduction of the tax of Aishin Company, so that we can have more money to invest in scientific research and development among them. Konoha shines and heats up. P.S. If that doesn't work, you can reduce your personal income tax. File originator. Kakuzu. Orochimaru once again clicked the words, disapproval, with an expressionless face. At this time, Orochimaru remembered the teachings given to him by his previous uncle Hokage Danzo. When correcting a document, if you come across something that interests you very much, you don't have to look at anything. Just look at who the initiator of the document is. If it's Kakuzu, you don't have to look at it, just don't approve it. Danzo at that time, this is what I said to myself. Kakuzu is a pure disaster in this regard. It started from the time of first Hokage. A document can be passed to the 4th generation. As for this tax reduction document, who hasn't seen it before the 3rd generation? The titles of the documents are still different from generation to generation. For example, during the 1st generation project, opinions on peace in Konoha village. At the time of the 2nd generation project, forbidden technique must start from the fundamentals, education must start from childhood, and policies must start from the basics. At the time of the 3rd generation project, about my opinion on Motomuras will of fire. Advertisement. Coupled with the fact that Orochimaru, the 4th generation, now sees the importance of science to the ninja world. It's really just a disaster. It increases the workload for the Hokages. Orochimaru has a headache. Uncle Kakuzu is so persistent. Hokage's email address is public in Konoha village. Every day, various villagers come forward with troubles and various things they encounter. Orochimaru still has to read them one by one. But it would be great if it were really all problems. The child grinned. Orochimaru snorted and left the Hokage building. No matter what the documents are, my mother told me to go home for dinner. At this time, Orochimaru noticed that the child on his back was looking up at the moon. Okay, if the child isn't familiar with me yet, I won't let him sleep with you. Jade reluctantly handed his precious grandson to Orochimaru and went back to his room to sleep. See the moon? Okay. Orochimaru was stunned and looked at the child with a slight smile. Orochimaru put the child on his back and returned to the window in the room. He held a piece of paper and pen in his hand, writing and drawing something. The people who sent the Hokage email files were all kinds of people, including spies from other villages. Orochimaru is thinking about what to name the child. The more Orochimaru looked at it, the more headache he got. He shut down the computer immediately. Well, you go and rest, I will take care of the child. Orochimaru said with a gentle smile. Marumaru, you're back, look how well behaved the child is, ha ha ha, you said happily while hugging her grandson. Looking at what is written on it, he hopes that the village family, Uchiha, Hyuga, etc. will marry with other villages. Orochimaru didn't even read it and threw the document directly to the Uchiha Police Department. Anyway, spy detection is a matter for the police affairs of the Ministry of Affairs. Strengthening exchanges between the two villages and promoting peace in the ninja world, some opinions put forward by civilians. It is already very difficult for a family to agree to casual marriages between people in this village, and they also think about those from other villages. This kind of document with the elbow pulled out is a spy at first glance. Arrive home. The child has slightly white hair, and he doesn't know whether it is white or blue. His eyes have vertical pupils, and he has a small pink pacifier hanging in his mouth. He is very cute. Stop watching it, go back and watch it again tomorrow. Chapter 429 Not Dead. Midnight. Izuna, Tobirama, are you here? Hashirama shouted as he patted Izuna's door. No, it's already 1 o'clock in the morning, why is he here? Izuna opened the door with a black line on his face and said speechlessly. I just came here to look for you at night, and there was no trace of him in the laboratory. Where is the person? Is he missing? Hashirama asked in a panic. Don't worry, even if the ninja world loses him, he won't be lost. Just wait. Izuna shook his head helplessly and took out his phone. Stop calling him. I've called him several times. Hashirama looked at Izuna and took out his cell phone, thinking he was going to call him, and sighed and shook his head. Who said you were going to call him? Izuna glanced at Hashirama in surprise. Then Hashirama stood behind Izuna and watched Izuna open the Penguin Farm game on his phone. Watching Izuna grow a vegetable that can be harvested in 1 minute. After waiting for a minute, Izuna Sharingan opened her eyes instantly, and her fingers suddenly pointed at the vegetable in the center of the screen like an afterimage. QAQ, dear farmer, during your absence, your friend Ninja quickly stole a peanut. Okay, he's still alive and hasn't been lost. Izuna took back the phone calmly. Quote. Hashirama was stunned. Just when Hashirama shook his head helplessly and was about to leave, Izuna's cell phone rang. It was Tobirama calling. Hey, Izuna, have you slept? I know you haven't slept. I just saw you planting a vegetable. Tobirama's faint tone came over there. Quote. Yeah, that 1-minute dish, I stared at you for a whole minute without grabbing it. Do you know why your number of penguin friends never exceeds double digits now? Izuna said with a sneer. Orochi Roku has a new gadget here. I've been playing with it. Are you coming? Tobirama said nonchalantly. Whatever you say, the food is mine. New thing. I'm going too. Hashirama's voice suddenly came out, startling Tobirama. Brother, why are you also at Izuna's place? Tobirama was stunned. Aren't we here to find you? Forget it. Where are you now? I'll find you. Hashirama said with some complaint. Then you come to Orikoku's base. I'm here now and he's gone home. Advertisement. Okay. As soon as Izuna and Hashirama hung up the phone, a figure appeared in front of them instantly. FK. Huh, Madara, what are you doing? You scared me. Hashirama and Izuna were startled when they saw Madara suddenly coming out in front of them. I was sleeping at Izuna's place today, and I came out when I heard some noise, Madara said calmly. Okay, since Madara is here, let's take Madara with us too. Tobirama here. The three of them pushed the door open and looked at Tobirama standing in front of a wall. He was wearing a helmet-like thing on his head and some small things on his hands and feet. The three of them were confused. Tobirama, we are coming. Hashirama shouted something towards Tobirama. Left hook, right hook. Huh, here it comes, do you want to play? Tobirama waved his fist with the helmet on, and after hearing the sound, he took off the helmet on his head. What is this? Hashirama asked confused. I heard what Orochimaru said about virtual VR. It was in the experimental stage. My laboratory is next to his, so he found me and asked me to help him try it. Tobirama said slowly. Virtual VR, what is it? Izuna asked confused. That's right. Well, virtual reality technology includes computers, electronic information, and simulation technology. Its basic implementation method is to simulate a virtual environment on a computer to give people a sense of immersion in the environment. Tobirama said a set of professional terms. The three people looked at him stupidly. Speak humanly, Madara frowned. Ah, three ignorant people. I can't explain it in plain language, you try it yourself. Tobirama sneered, took out a helmet and matching things in the corner and clicked something on it, and then put the thing was thrown to Madara. Madara frowned and imitated Tobirama in wearing the item on her body. Hello, dear number 002, welcome to the virtual world. Here, you can play games, watch TV, and chat with friends face to face. If you need more help, please explain. Hello, dear number 002, number 001 invites you to play a fighting game, do you agree? Madara was confused from beginning to end. Wasn't she originally in the laboratory? Why did she suddenly bring this thing with her? It was as if she had changed places. Where is this arena? Ha ha ha. Tobirama's figure suddenly appeared on the ring. Whether to use weapons. Close black lens bracket. Tobirama doesn't need it. Madara is naturally still confused. Advertisement. Before Madara could react, Tobirama suddenly thrust forward and slapped Madara on the face, enlarging his sinuses. Madara was stunned by the slap. Madara was furious and wanted to use the Rinnegan, but found that not only the Rinnegan, but also the chakra was unable to be used. Tobirama doesn't care about you so much. If he finally gets the chance to beat this thing up, he should seize it firmly. Madara also gradually understood during the beating that it all depends on her own fighting skills, right? Well, then Madara started to exert force, but it was still useless. When Madara started to exert force, the health bar on Madara's head had been beaten down to only 1/5. Open black lens bracket game over. Number 001 wins close black lens bracket. When Madara took off her helmet, she looked at Tobirama in front of her expressionlessly. How about it? After a fight inside, there are no injuries outside, Tobirama said with a smile. Huh, interesting. Madara was stunned and touched her face. But it's very unpleasant to be beaten by you for no reason. Madara's expression changed and she said with a smile. Tobirama, who has a bruised face, is paired with Izuna this time, and is paired with Madara and Hashirama for a 2v2. Whether to use weapons. Close black lens bracket. This time Izuna used a knife, Tobirama took a kunai, and opposite Madara and Hashirama also held a knife. During the fight, Tobirama's fight against Madara was so intense, all relying on his own fighting skills, Tobirama would not coddle Madara anymore. Madara sneered lightly, not caring. This made Hashirama and Izuna on the side feel a little embarrassed. It's not like this, it's not like it's not. Hashirama, Izuna, come help. Oh. The two of them paddled and fought for a while, gradually losing their burden and getting better. After all, it was just a fight, nothing else, and there were no injuries, so let's have fun. Tobirama and Izuna cooperated very well. When Hashirama was about to hit Izuna, Izuna bent over, and Tobirama behind him directly crossed Izuna's back and kicked Hashirama. Hashirama smiled, not angry, and looked at Madara on the side. Then Hashirama made a sliding shovel towards Izuna. Izuna suddenly jumped up. Madara behind Hashirama suddenly held Hashirama's shoulders and kicked him in the air. Izuna, Tobirama behind Izuna grabbed Izuna's feet and pulled him down, and punched Madara's feet. The picture of four people fighting is perfect. Chapter 430, Grievance. Somewhere in the ninja world. Brother Dave, your takeout and things have arrived. A yellow flash of light appeared in front of the sports car. Haha, thank you Minato. Dave laughed and took the thing from Minato's hand. Minato quickly waved his hand and smiled. Okay, don't you know how shameless you are? Then when we left, who didn't know who didn't want to be a B-face and forced someone to put a mark on the car? Danzo said angrily. TCH, what do you know? Isn't this just for us to have food to eat at any time on the road? Dave said with a snort. You have a new takeout order. 4 brothers, I have a new order, so I'm leaving first. If you need help, just give me a call. Minato's cell phone rang, and then Minato hurriedly greeted the 4 of them and left. What did you ask Minato to get? The 3 of them asked in confusion as they looked at the helmet and a bunch of things in Dave's hands. With a virtual VR, you can experience another world after you put it on, and it can also enable 2 machines to interact without distance. It is similar to a mobile phone, but the experience is more real, Dave said lightly. Oh, really? Has it started selling in the village? Danzo asked, touching his chin. No, but Kakuzu plans to start selling it tomorrow. Dave shook his head. The 4 of them ate takeout and put on helmets. Dave sent a message to Yume and asked Yume to enter the VR. User 666 invites user 520 to enter the other party's world. Do you want to accept the invitation? Yume received this message just after she put on her helmet and went in, and chose to accept it. Then Dave took Yume to experience the simulated environment, enjoy flowers, water and the moon. When the 3 people in Danzo saw this scene, they felt extremely pained. TCH, it's like someone doesn't have a wife. Hiruzen looked at the couple sitting there under the moon and said very unhappily. Advertisement. Just as the 3 people were pointing, a figure appeared in this world again. Grandpa, why are you here too? This little figure is Obito. When he came home, he saw that his grandma was wearing a helmet, so he took the one next to his grandma and also brought one. Looking at the scene around him, little Obito felt very strange. The world is virtual, and the scene can be changed at will. Of course, only the owner of this scene can change. Why are you here, my grandson? Danzo looked at little Obito, hugged little Obito and asked affectionately. Okay, now it's only Hiruzen and Kagden's turn to feel pain. Uncle, little Obito and Danzo were intimate for a while, and noticed the mirror over there, and quickly waved their hands in greeting. How are you, grandnephew? Jingya greeted happily. Aren't grandma and grandpa here? Little Obito asked in confusion. No, your grandma and grandpa are over there. Hiruzen hummed twice and pointed at the 2 people over there who were still intimate. Hey, grandpa and grandma are shameless, little Obito said with a sullen face. Haha, they have been like this for decades, Danzo said lightly. You are almost 40 years old, and you are still like that, Jing said unhappily. Her sister used to love her so much, but since she got that white-haired Dave, her sister has almost forgotten about him. It has been almost decades since she forgot about him. When did grandpa and grandma get together? Little Obito asked curiously. They must have been when they were 6 or 7 years old. We were still in school at that time. Danzo thought for a while and said. Yeah, We study hard in the ninja school, and only that B asterisk 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 D is in love, Hiruzen said a little sourly. Hey, I'm going to play with them. Little Obito jumped out of Danzo's arms and ran towards Dave and Tsukimi over there. Over there, holding hands and admiring the moon, the two people with happy and sweet faces suddenly saw a small figure running over, and the smiles on their faces disappeared in an instant. Oh, this only refers to Dave. Yume saw her own. I am very happy to have my grandson here. Advertisement. Little Obito, why are you here? Yume asked gently, holding Obito and smiling. Little gangster, if you don't go to play with Kakashi, what are you doing here? Dave asked calmly. Dave, don't be so scary to Obito, Tsukimi said with a helpless smile. Kakashi and Guy are fighting, and Lin has to help his parents. I don't want to be alone, little Obito said after thinking for a while. Right, Lin, how about this? I'll make the decision for you and book a baby wedding for you. Then you can get out of here and stop bothering me, Dave said quickly. Haha, it seems that little Obito has met a girl he likes. Yume pinched little Obito's face and smiled. Quote. Ignore your grandpa, he is old and a little confused. Little Obito, what do you want money for? Tsukimi shook her head helplessly and asked little Obito. Look, you know how to ask for money at such a young age. When you grow up, you know how to save your life. Dave said, sitting up suddenly. Haha, it's not a good idea for Dave to teach such a son and grandson. My little grandson was led astray by him. Danzo sneered. 1 or 2 years have passed and he is still worried about the incident between Daiju and his precious daughter. Haha, the day Obito was born, I looked at the stars at night, and there were 9 stars in a row, which were omens of great misfortune, which really killed Grandpa, Dave said with a chuckle. I want to buy a merry-go-round. Lin likes to play there the most. I want to buy one for her so that she can play it every day, little Obito said with a slight blush. Oh, little Obito, who is Lin? Tsukimi asked with a smile. I have a deep love for Yume, but this gangster son thief suddenly comes over and ruins the mood. Well, he is a real gangster. It's the kind of engagement where you get married directly when you two are adults, and then you can get out of here, Dave thought for a while and said. That's right. Dave and Yume, Daiju and Yuner, and little Obito are about to start a family, so the genes of Dave's family are good. Jing on the side said in surprise. What is a baby kiss? Little Obito asked doubtfully. Grandpa, can you give me some money? Little Obito didn't understand what it meant, and said with a slightly red face. Ha 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 ha. Kagami and Hiruzen laughed after hearing this. Lin, she seems to be from the Hyuga clan. She's very pretty. The little gangster said with a blush on his face after thinking about it. Tisk 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 tisk, is this the good gene passed down from the 3rd generation of Dave's family? Are you so good at playing at such a young age? Hiruzen over there said tisk tisk after hearing this. Chapter 431. You are the smartest person to understand current affairs. In Love Kidney Company, a figure is busy going up and down. You ask the developer of factory parts to get out of here. Then one damn piece of silver isn't enough for him to earn. Originally, I was going to let him give it to me for free. Contact the publicity department and hurry up to build momentum. New things will be put on the shelves. The momentum must be strong. What? The economics professor at the experimental school said that workers' wages are too low. Doesn't that mean that workers' wages can still be reduced? He knows the economics of the world, and I am a professor of finance. Let him get as far away from me as possible. Quote. Kakuzu was busy here and there, looking at his energy. He knew there was going to be a tough battle today. Manager Kakuzu, do we really want to sell a VR for 500,000 taels? Obviously the accessories plus technology and various costs are only 100,000 taels at most. Nan Shui asked helplessly, holding a document and looking at Kakuzu. Science and technology are priceless, a money spinner. Bah, how old is Orochimaru? He's almost 50. He's still working on the front line at this age. We can't let him feel cold. Oh, by the way, wait a minute. Discuss with him and let him retire before he dies. Kakuzu said, covering his conscience. Quote. Would it be bad to do this? Nan Shui asked weakly. What's wrong? This VR is a cross-generation product. The price is too low to deserve the name. Kakuzu said calmly. Taking it from the people and using it for the people, we are responding to the policy call of the country and the village. This is a policy call that the 1st generation project, the 2nd generation project, the 3rd generation project, and the newly elected 4th generation project all agree on, and it is also our policy call. The boss of the company asked them to go to the boss if they have any problems. Kakuzu looked at what Nan Shui was about to say and quickly interrupted. And Kakuzu took a document from Nanyuki's vice admiral. The person in charge of all VR responsibilities, meaning the person to be responsible for if there is a problem. Kakuzu crossed out Senju Dave. Well, after doing all this, Kakuzu nodded with satisfaction. Then how can we sell it to other villages when we export it? Nan Shui shook her head helplessly and asked. Other villages. Let me think about it. Kurigakure is headed by the boy Shikang, Sunagakure is headed by the boy Rasana, Cloud Shinobi village is headed by the little girl Wooden Golem, and Iwagakure is headed by the old Onoki. In this way, except for Iwagakure the other 3 villages are all selling for 800,000 each. I believe that the three of them will not let their uncle Kakuzu feel cold. Iwagakure will sell it to me for 1 million. Kakuzu said after thinking for a while. Advertisement. A huge economic change swept the ninja world with such great fanfare. The manipulator behind the scenes is Kakuzu. At the sale. 500,000 silver taels. Hashirama looked at the number on the big screen and the few zeros behind it, and felt dizzy for a while. It's only 500,000, just sprinkle it with water. Izuna waved his hand and said nonchalantly. 500,000, that's 500,000. Hashirama's eyes filled with tears. Okay, let me buy you one too. Tobirama on the side shook his head helplessly. Yeah, it's better to be my brother. Hashirama hardened up instantly and patted Tobirama on the shoulder. That's not right, brother. It stands to reason that Kima is now the daimyo of the fire country. As your son, doesn't he usually give you some pension money or something? Tobirama suddenly thought of something and asked. Here, it's all with Mito. Hashirama's words had a sour tone. What is his old father's life like now, and he doesn't even talk about secretly giving him some money or something? Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Tobirama shook his head and said helplessly. Dave doesn't usually give you money. Hashirama asked. Here, I haven't spent all the money Dave gave me 20 years ago. What else should I do? Tobirama shook his head in distress. There was too much money, and the money he gave me 20 years ago has not been spent yet. It's almost moldy if I put it there. Hashirama bit his handkerchief with tears in his eyes. Each of the four people took a set of VR and happily ran to a place to play. Ninetales Internet Cafe. Damn Kakuzu. Damn Dave. Damn it, the income from my internet cafe is gone. What kind of VR is he doing? No one comes to my internet cafe today. Ninetales looked at the empty internet cafe in front of him angrily. Roared. Advertisement. Then Ninetales took out his cell phone and wanted to call Dave and scold him, but he couldn't seem to make a call. Then look for Kakuzu. Ninetales Internet Cafe. Why don't you go grab it? 500,000 for a set. Ninetales Internet Cafe. Oh, not bad. Fine, okay, I'll just borrow it reluctantly. Ninetales Internet Cafe. Don't pretend to be stupid. Originally, we two-tailed beasts were living in peace with each other. What kind of VR did you do today? No one came to my internet cafe. Why don't you give me an explanation? Ninetales Internet Cafe. Loan. What's the meaning? Of course, all negative reviews were deleted by Kakuzu using the backend. Money is life. What does it mean? Ninetales Internet Cafe. Damn Kakuzu. What do you mean? Let the tailed beast live. Money is life. Just borrow money and pay it back within a specified time. Moreover, the interest rate is low, the loan is disbursed quickly, and there are few reviews. If you look at the comments below this app, they are all positive. Money is life. An explanation. What do you want to say? If I remember correctly, you have already owed the rent for your internet cafe for 3 years, right? Ninetales Internet Cafe. Don't change the subject for me. What I'm asking is how do you want me to spend my time in the internet cafe? Money is life. If you can't beat it, then join. Just buy a few sets of VR and install them in your internet cafe and use VR to make money. Money is Life recommends an app to you, Kakuzu Loan. Ninetales Internet Cafe. What you said seems to make sense. Money is life. Right, I think so too. By the way, a set of VR costs 500,000 taels. Ever since, little Ninetales happily took out his mobile phone to borrow money, completely forgetting what he was looking for to find Kakuzu. Tisk, you have to pay attention to the loan app. Kakuzu looked at the chat history with Ninetales on his phone and murmured with a smile. Money is life. I know you have no money. So. Money is life. A wise choice. Sure enough, I read it right. Among the nine-tailed beasts, you are the smartest and aware of current affairs. Chapter 432 I don't quite accept that you are not skinny. Tobirama put on his helmet and entered the virtual world. Welcome, user 438, I am a virtual VR intelligent service system. Do you need anything? A voice came from the white space all around. Are there any games? Tobirama asked. Konoha Farm, Ninja Alliance, Ninja Legend. There are 3 games in total. You can invite your friends to play together. In addition, the data of the 3 games is the same as your data on the computer and mobile phone. Tobirama's eyes lit up, and then he went directly into Madara's vegetable patch. In the past few years, he has not had Madara's penguin account on his mobile phone penguin. He has wanted to steal Madara's food for a long time, but unfortunately Madara didn't give him a chance. He caught him this time. When the 4 of them first bought the helmet, they all added it to it. Got a friend. Loading data, please wait. As the surrounding scenes changed, Tobirama came to Madara's vegetable patch. Tobirama directly picked up the hoe. This actual stealing was much more interesting than just stealing food on mobile phones and computers. Haha, Madara is really generous. This is a top-notch dish that can only be harvested in half a year. Tobirama looked at the pop-up window introduction in front of him and sneered. That being the case, Tobirama suddenly waved the hoe and started digging one by one. As expected, digging vegetables with your own hands is much more difficult than just moving your fingers. Well, it's a pity that chakra cannot be used here, otherwise Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God would be good. The other side. Tobirama doesn't play with us, it's such a pity, Hashirama sighed. It's up to him. Madara didn't care. Match successfully. Enter the game. Open black lens bracket. Please select your ninja close black lens bracket. Hashirama entered and instantly selected a handsome avatar, then swiped twice to select his own skin. Ninja. Senju Hashirama. Skin. Jungle Infantry. Madara also chose her own Jungle Ninja. Ninja. Uchiha Madara. Skin. Black Silk Madara. As an old skin, the Black Silk Madara is still the T1 among skins in today's games. The silky feel and operation feel make players want to stop. Unfortunately, it is no longer available and out of print. Izuna chose the middle mage, Orochimaru, whose skin is the newly released Orochi Princess. Advertisement. The remaining 2 players could only honestly choose the bottom lane Conan and the support Yahiko. After entering the game, 5 people appeared in a new scene. Haha, Madara, this is much more fun than playing on the computer. Hashirama laughed excitedly. Just don't trick me, Madara said calmly and rushed to her jungle area. As soon as Madara finished the first wild game, news came from Hashirama that he was killed alone. Is this how you play? Madara asked in confusion. Hey, it's a small mistake. I just want to try out for myself what it's like to experience Flash. Hashirama chuckled. This is 15. Well, it will be 15 soon. How to play Hashirama 15 minutes 0:21/1 on the road. Madara sighed. Sure enough, even VR can't play games with this cheater. What the hell is Tobirama doing over there? It's so big to hear a message from him. Hashirama laughed. Why do I always have a bad feeling? Madara said suddenly. Brother, did the 4 of us become friends just now? Izuna suddenly asked in confusion. Well, didn't we all join each other as soon as we came in? Madara nodded and asked doubtfully. There are 3 games in VR, and he has also added us as a friend. Where do you think he is now? Izuna asked calmly. Madara didn't say anything, and instantly changed the scene to his own vegetable patch. He spent a lot of effort to get those vegetables that took half a year to harvest. Dear farmer, while you were away, your friend Ninja quickly stole 100 of your top quality god-level vegetables. And what about Tobirama? After stealing, he ran away. Run far away. Tobirama happily added all the users who bought VR, because adding friends here only shows a series of numbers, not names, so those people also added them, and soon, those people also wanted to add friends for their own accident. As a result, a lot of dishes were lost. As a result, some old people remembered a name that had disappeared for a few years, that everyone complained about the speed of the ninja world. Seeing Madara leave the VR without saying a word, Hashirama shook his head in confusion and backed out. Advertisement. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first, Madara said with a very cold expression, and disappeared in an instant. Hashirama was stunned for a while, and had no choice but to go back first. When Hashirama returned home, he was in a daze. Suddenly he thought of something and called Dave. Dave, how were you playing outside? Hashirama asked with a smile. It's okay, uncle. Anyway, now that VR is out, we can see it at any time. Dave over there also smiled. That's okay, uncle, I want to tell you something. Hashirama took out a box from the drawer in front of him. What's going on? It's that golden Rinnegan. I'm not used to this thing. Didn't I take it off a few years ago? I think if I keep this thing here, it might break. Hashirama asked, touching his chin. Change Nagato's eyes. Aren't you an expert at this? But it's not good to disturb you during your working hours. We'll just wait here. Hashirama laughed. What? Hey, Uncle Dave, what's the matter? A confused voice came from the other side. Dave over there thought silently for a while, then took out his mobile phone and called someone again. Change the eyeballs. Orochimaru was stunned. Nagato boy, do you want a Rinnegan? When our hardworking Mr. Hokage gets off work and wants to go back to his laboratory to expand his interests and conduct some inhuman, useless, experiments full of scientific significance. As soon as Orochimaru opened the door, he saw 2 figures standing inside. Hashirama-sama, Nagato, what are you doing? After a while, okay, get up, this is a painless surgery. You just need to get used to it. By the way, I haven't had the chance to get to know this golden Rinnegan because Mr. Hashirama hasn't used it in the past few years. If you have time, you can help. Let me understand. Orochimaru calmly took off the rubber gloves on his hands. Okay, I'll think about it and I'll get back to you later. After saying that, Dave hung up the phone. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, feeling the wonderful changes in himself. I don't accept you very much if you are not skinny. That's it, how do you want to deal with it, uncle? I just don't know how to deal with it, so I came to ask you. Hashirama smiled awkwardly. Chapter 433 Obito. I believe Grandpa won't care. Nagato slowly sat up from the stretcher and opened his eyes. When he opened his right eye, he felt a stinging pain. Feeling the powerful power coming from his right eye, Nagato felt uncomfortable for a while. Along with the discomfort was a strong suction force. Orochimaru and Hashirama watched helplessly as Nagato, who was originally in good shape in front of them, suddenly lost weight. Although I'm not so thin that I'm skin and bones, I look like I've lost about 20 or 30 pounds, no problem. My chakra. I'm so weak. Nagato raised his hand tremblingly and struggled. Can't even the chakra of the Uzumaki clan afford it. Orochimaru was writing something down with a pen in his hand. Why didn't this happen when I used it before? Is Nagato okay? Hashirama asked quickly in confusion. Don't worry, Nagato is fine, he's just a little weak. Shoo, do you need my meat or something? Hashirama said, taking out a kunai and scraping off a piece of meat. He thought about Madara's situation in the past. Well, it was just empty. A piece of flesh would be enough. I don't need this, there's still plenty of stock. No, you should keep it for yourself. Orochimaru quickly stopped Hashirama. Oh, Hashirama-sama, please take him to Mito-sama and ask Mito-sama to seal his eyes with a seal similar to Uncle Danzo's. Orochimaru took out his cell phone, looked at a bunch of things on his memo, and said helplessly. Okay, thank you very much Orochimaru, for those of you who are engaged in scientific research, you are the most reliable. Hashirama said with great admiration. Among all the scientific research talents Hashirama knows, Orochimaru is more serious and likes to get into trouble. George was originally a talent, but he just got into bad habits. Tobirama, it's okay not to say it. The other side. Kakashi, you narcissistic idiot, look what I brought here this time. Obito happily ran to Kakashi's door with a bag of stuff in his hand and patted the door. Quote. What's wrong with you again? Little Bai Mao seemed to have just woken up. He opened the door and asked with a tired face. Look, the wine. And it's good wine. Obito took out a jar of wine with dirt hanging on it from the bag and said happily. Advertisement. Why do you have this thing? Also, are you sure we can drink it at our current age? Kakashi asked expressionlessly. TCH, you are a brat, but I am not. Obito touched his nose proudly. Did you buy it yourself? Kakashi asked doubtfully. Dig my grandpa. Bah, no, I accidentally dug a pit by accident, and there was some wine in it. Some wine. Why did you just bring one bottle? Kakashi keenly caught a certain keyword. I accidentally broke all the wine while digging, leaving only one bottle. Obito smiled awkwardly. I think you are looking for death. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Dave wandering outside. Tisk, Danzo, the wine you brought is not very good, Dave said with a mocking smile while drinking. Haha, I bought these wines from your company. Since they don't taste good, do you want to give me a refund? Danzo chuckled. Refund? Yes, you have to contact our finance department specifically for this. Dave did not refuse, took out his mobile phone, opened an address book and handed it to Danzo. Oh, so good. Danzo took the phone from Dave in surprise. Looking at the financial department noted on his phone, Danzo called directly without saying anything. The call over there was still answered within seconds. This is the finance department of Aishin Company. I am Kakuzu, the head of the finance department. Which department is this? Sorry, the user you dialed is currently on a call. Please call again later. What the hell? How can you make a call during a call? Tisk, I have to talk to Orochiroku when we get back. Kakuzu muttered over there. Looking at Danzo's imitation of the communication tone, Dave shook his head helplessly. Advertisement. Danzo glared at Dave angrily and threw the phone to Dave. Asking Kakuzu for a refund is tantamount to being sick. Oh, don't worry, my grandpa loves me the most. It's just a bottle of wine. I believe he won't say anything. Obito waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Kakashi, are you at home? Obito asked me to find him today, but he is not at home. Is he here with you too? A clear and gentle voice came from outside the door. Hey, go back and let you drink the wine I brewed. I have been drinking it since I was 5 years old. It is Erguotu, a fine wine with decades of vintage. I haven't even had a bottle of it in these decades. Drinking. Let me tell you, those wines are my treasure. Dave said happily. Don't worry, when we go back, I will definitely take it out for you to try. Dave waved his hand very proudly. Danzo still can't forget that a few years ago, he just wanted to return a toothbrush that sold for 3 silver taels, and Kakuzu was arguing with him. Hiccup. It's not my fault. It's just that the wine was too strong. I didn't do this when I stole my father's wine before. Kakashi waved his hand and said a little stubbornly. It's over, hurry up, put away the wine. Don't let Lin see it. Obito stood up tremblingly and hurriedly said to Kakashi. Hearing this voice, the two of them instantly became energetic. Kakashi. Burp. You can't drink enough, you only had 2 drinks, Obito said in the same way. Really, it's such a precious wine, so I have to try it next time. Danzo's eyes also lit up. Hiccup, you're still talking about me. Where did you get the wine? Be careful that Grandpa Dave comes back to trouble you, Kakashi said drunkenly. Hey Kakashi, you never did any good things before, Obito said with a laugh. Good wine, good wine. Kakashi's face was rosy, and he was lying under the tree and burping. The other side. Kakashi quickly cleaned. Dave, are you immoral? You don't usually bring out good wine when you have it. Hiruzen joked. What kind of household registration book? Real estate certificate, marriage certificate, divorce certificate, parent-child relationship certificate, hospital injury and illness records, political background records, records of debts, etc. can prove that he bought the toothbrush himself in order to refund him. Danzo gave up immediately, not to mention anything else, just looking at these things would probably cost thousands of taels. At this time, the knock on the door rang again. Chapter 434. There is no light in his eyes. After Kakashi packed up his things, Obito hurriedly tidied up his things and walked forward to open the door. Ah, Obito, you are indeed at Kakashi's house. Lin frowned and said in surprise as she looked at the somewhat drunk Obito in front of her. Hey, Lin, you are so smart. How did you know I'm here? Obito smiled shyly and scratched his head. You are not at home. Grandma Yume said that you went out to find Kakashi, so I came directly. You idiot Obito, you clearly promised me to come to you, but you didn't expect that you ran away first. Lin was a little helpless. Said. Ah. This. I forgot. Lin, as you know, I am very busy with work every day, busy with this and that, and the ninjutsu courses that my grandpa Zung arranged for me are all scheduled. My grandson is out, Obito said without blushing. Is there something wrong with what he said? The various courses Tobirama arranged for him can be said to have been arranged until his grandson came out, such as the will of fire, forbidden technique, taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra capacity, how to use Sharingan, etc. Then you still come out to play. Don't you know how to study hard at home? Lin asked doubtfully. Hey, my grandpa Zung is not at home usually, I just sneak out. Obito waved his hand and didn't care. By the way, where's Kakashi? Why don't you see him? Lin looked around and looked at Obito and asked in confusion. He just went to pack his things. Hey, it's true. Where is the person? Obito turned around and looked confused. Let's go look for him. Lin walked into the courtyard and started looking for him with Obito. It's just that the two of them searched a lot and couldn't find any trace of the little white hair. It's over. Isn't that idiot Kakashi lost? Obito said in panic, holding his head in his hands. Obito, what were you and Kakashi doing just now? Lin was not that panicked, but the tension on her face was still clearly visible. The two of us, we were just celebrating, applauding the 34th anniversary of the founding of Konoha, applauding the peace of the shinobi world, applauding the great achievements of the Hokages of the past generations, applauding Konoha village for its economic development and the rapid changes of the times. Obito realized he said the wrong thing and quickly changed his tone. Obito, I'm not stupid, Lin was stunned and said angrily, puffing out her cheeks. Well, we just had a little drink. Advertisement. What? Drink. You're so young, just drink. When Lin heard this, it was like a firecracker that was lit and exploded. She looked at Obito angrily and shouted. We didn't do it on purpose, it's Kakashi. It's Kakashi. He stole his father's wine, and he told me that you also deceived me here. Who knew that little white-haired guy had bad intentions? Wait for me here. But fortunately, Obito's ability to drink is not as good as that of Xiao Bai Mao. I drank it all and vomited it. Obito continued to talk without a blushing face. HMPH, if Kakashi lets you drink alcohol again, stay away from him, Lin said angrily. Don't worry. From now on, even if that B********** D by Mao from Kakashi lies to me, I won't pay attention to him. Obito nodded quickly and swore. Obito, I will kill you sooner or later. At this time, a ghost-like voice came out of the already weird atmosphere. Hiss, what a noise. Lin was startled and quickly looked around. When I hear this voice, it sounds like it's that idiot with white hair. Obito touched his chin and analyzed. Ah, I understand. Obito's shrewd little mind burst out with ideas under the influence of alcohol. What do you understand? Kakashi must have drunk too much and buried himself. The sound just now must have come from underground. Come on, let's dig 3 feet under his house to find him. Lin was stunned as she watched Obito swing a shovel hard at the Hitaki family's land. Lin, I think I dug something. Ah, Obito, you seem to have dug the foundation of the house. In an instant, the house collapsed. Obito, where's Kakashi? I don't know, it shouldn't be underground. Forget it, leave him alone, let him fend for himself. Come on Lin, let's go play. A few minutes later, a small figure slowly emerged from the manure pit and looked at the ruins in front of him and a shovel in front of the ruins. His head, which was still a little sore, suddenly woke up. Advertisement. Buy a house. It's best not to buy it now, and wait for Anbu to allocate it later. I have already mentioned this policy to the superiors. I believe it will be almost done in a few months, Sakuma waved his hand and said. The former minister. The record holder for the most arrests against pornography. Minister, what do you think of the housing prices in Konoha? I just got married and want to buy a house. When Sakumo finished his work and the two chatted, the assistant asked happily. Oh, great. Thank you boss. By the way, boss, when did you buy your house? The assistant cheered. Boss, what's wrong with you? The assistant outside the door heard the movement in the house and hurried in. On the other side, Anbu. It's not far away. I believe that within 3 years, I will be able to pay off these loans. By then, we, the Hitaki family, will truly have our own house. Sakumo's eyes were shining with inspiration. Said. At night, when Tsukumo returned home with the light in his eyes. Ahem. Well, don't count that. Boss, how far do you have to go to pay it off? The assistant asked after swallowing. My house. I told you when we had to build the village. My father was still the clan leader at that time. In order to buy a clan land, he borrowed 300 million taels from someone. I just forgot about the loan. You have to take a look, and the interest rate. Speaking of this, Tsukumo felt like crying for a while. The light in his eyes disappeared. It's okay. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Tsukumo sighed and said slowly. Hey, why do I always feel a little uneasy? Tsukumo, who was dealing with official duties, suddenly covered his heart. It's been decades and they still haven't paid it off. The Hitaki clan is still in debt. It's okay. What does this mean compared to the previous ministers? Tsukumo shook his head and said indifferently. Boss, you should pay attention to your rest. You don't regard yourself as a human being at all when handling official business, the assistant said with some distress. Chapter 435 Get ready. House. Well, mortgage. Well, father. In the hospital. It's okay. The problem is not serious and can be saved. It's just angina pectoris, myocardial ischemia, myocardial infarction, heart failure, and acute and chronic heart failure. The doctor walked out of the ward and said calmly. Doctor. Are you really okay? Little Kakashi swallowed and asked quickly. It's okay. I've been an authority in cardiology for decades. I can guarantee that there will be no problems in this regard. The doctor didn't know where he took out a certificate and handed it to Kakashi slowly, said. That's fine. Thank you very much, doctor. Little Kakashi thanked him quickly. When Tsukumo woke up and figured out the cause of the matter, Tsukumo was silent. The children were making trouble. Had a headache. Should he be asked to go to Brother Dave to ask for money to compensate? Just when Tsukumo was silently thinking about what to do, several figures walked into the ward. Tsukumo, I've heard about what happened. I brought Obito here to apologize to you. Tsukimi walked in with an embarrassed look on her face, holding little Obito with her other hand. Sister Tsukimi, no, it's all the children's mischief. Tsukumo was startled and hurriedly sat up and said. Don't worry, Dave also knows what happened. He has asked Uncle Kakuzu to cancel all the loans of your Hitaki family. Regarding repairs, Dave has also contacted the construction team for you and they should be repairing it now. Until it is repaired, you Hitaki clan can live within the Senju clan. Tsukimi said with a smile. I'm so sorry to trouble Brother Dave and you. Tsukumo scratched his head in embarrassment. Giggle, it's okay. Why are you so polite to us? But you have to worry more about the children. Both little ones will drink this time, Yume said with a smile. Really, drinking? Tsukumo was stunned, then looked at Kakashi with his eyes narrowed in a smile. Kakashi instantly trembled all over his body and turned his head quickly. Yes, Uncle Tsukumo, Kakashi, he also said that he used to steal your wine. Obito directly added fuel to the fire. Kakashi, it seems I will pay more attention to you from now on, Tsukumo said, looking at Kakashi with a smile. Little Kakashi's dead eyes instantly disappeared, and then he glared at Obito fiercely. Obito chuckled and looked at him with great air. Advertisement. Little Kakashi suddenly thought of something, smiled slightly, took out his mobile phone and sent a message to someone. Lonely White Wolf. Grandpa Dave, the wine you buried seems to have been dug up by Obito. But Dave over there didn't reply. Doctor, I just received a call for help. A man suddenly fainted in the direction of Kirigakure in the ninja world. At this time, a nurse broke in and shouted to the doctor over there. Really? What's going on? Do we need to send an ambulance? The doctor asked doubtfully. They said no, someone will bring him to the hospital later. It seems that the patient saw something on his mobile phone and suddenly fainted, the nurse said, thinking of the phone call just now. Then it should be irritation. It's a heart problem. It's okay. Let's wait for the patient to come over first. The doctor pushed up the glasses on his face and said calmly. Kakashi suddenly looked at the phone in his hand. It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? Ha. What kind of idiot? You can faint just by looking at your phone. But Obito over there laughed heartlessly. Little Obito, you can't be rude. Yume's face tightened, and she pinched Little Obito's face and said in a deep voice. Yeah, Little Obito nodded quickly. At this moment, there was a flash of yellow light and Minato appeared here, carrying a man foaming at the mouth on his back. Doctor, look at Uncle Dave and see what's wrong with him. Minato quickly put Dave behind him on the stretcher. Mr. Dave. Well, don't worry. The doctor quickly ordered the nurses around to connect various instruments to Dave's body. Dave, what's wrong with him? Yume heard the noise and ran over anxiously. There's still a heartbeat, it's okay. The doctor looked at the electrocardiogram displayed on the instrument and breathed a sigh of relief. Dave slowly opened his eyes hazily. Dave, Yume stepped forward quickly. Yume. Dave's pale face showed a smile at least. Advertisement, Grandpa Dave. Just when Dave was in a better mood, Obito's little face appeared in front of Dave. You. Rebellious, treasonous son, father. Is this the affection between father and son? Hidan asked with tears in his eyes as he escaped from the devil's hands. On the other side, Kakuzu's house is also in a state of turmoil. Quick, Bring him to the emergency room. The patient's heart has stopped beating. The doctor looked at the emergency sound made by the instrument and the electrocardiogram displayed on the instrument, which was approaching a straight line, and hurriedly dragged the patient to the emergency room on a stretcher. Ahem. Little Hidan. Your big brother Yahiko can't save you, so what? Just ask for your own blessings. Yahiko looked at Conan's eyes looking at him with a smile and gave him a hard slap. Chills. Are you sick? Let me go, brother Yahiko. Help, little Hidan roared angrily. Okay Conan, stop making trouble. At this time, Kakuzu's figure appeared in the venue and said slowly. Look, the baby has a detonating talisman on him. This can be said to be a surprise in battle. I think it is an important strategic method. Conan nodded. Let me go. Do you think I'm a sister like you? Little Hidan roared as Conan held him in his arms with a look of horror on his face. Grandpa, what happened to him? Obito looked at the backs of the group of people in confusion and asked. Haha. Kakashi looked at Obito and sneered twice. I guess you will be an orphan when Grandpa Dave comes out. Hey, little Hidan, it's okay. I just tied all the explosive charms on your body. You can't die anyway. Just wait until father comes back and sew them up for you. Conan smiled slightly, holding the explosive charms in his hand. Press it against Hidan's body. Hidan had packed his things and was preparing to leave home at night. This season our family spent a full 10 silver taels more than last season. This is 10 silver taels. We should use the detonating talisman less in the future, Kakuzu said slowly. Hey, you be d by Mao. Why are you laughing? It's so ugly, little Obito asked angrily as he exploded at a moment's notice. Help. Chapter 436 Lots of Talents Midnight. HMPH, I'm leaving now, we can't stay here anymore. Little Hidan was packing his things while mumbling something. If you are alone outside, you have to ask for money if you are hungry, you have to ask for money if you are thirsty, and you have to ask for money if you want to play. Money, money, money. There seems to be something hidden in my father's socks. It's a lot of private money. Well, my father probably won't blame me, Hidan thought after packing it up. Then, Hidan picked up a backpack and tiptoed downstairs. Little guy, what are you doing at this late hour? Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind little Hidan and said faintly. Hey, sister. 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 That. One of my friends was hit by a car and died. I'm going to go take a look. Hidan quickly turned around and smiled awkwardly. Oh, got hit by a car and died? Which of your friends is so careless? Conan asked slowly with a slight smile. Yes. Yes. Me and you. Yes, me and you. Me and you was hit by a car and died. Hidan racked his brains thinking about his children and then selected a lucky person from them. If your uncle Orochimaru hears this, do you believe he will come to you for human experiments right now, little guy? Conan tapped Hidan's little head and said slowly. Human experiment. I knew it, both me and you's father and me and you are perverts, Hidan shuddered hard. Ha ha ha, little one, stop running away, go back to sleep, it's getting late, and you know your mother will take you to kindergarten tomorrow morning, Conan said with a smile. Kindergarten? Don't go. What's fun about that place? It's not interesting at all. Hidan quickly shook his head. You can make new friends there. Don't you want new friends? Conan asked with a smile. No, I don't want any friends. Aren't a few friends I've made now enough for me? Kakashi is a swordsman, Obito is a lunatic, me and you is a weirdo who is stupid at reading, and Lin is a bit normal. I want to break up with them, you know? Hidan felt sad when talking about this. Ha ha ha. Okay, isn't this interesting? Look, didn't my sister meet Yahiko and Nagato like this before? Conan said slowly, touching Hidan's little head. HMPH, brother Yahiko has a different idea for you, sister. Brother Nagato was completely coerced by the two of you. Hidan snorted twice. What do you know, you kid? Go to bed and go to school early tomorrow. Conan knocked on Hidan and shouted. HMPH, he snorted coldly. This was Hidan's last act of stubbornness. The next morning. Advertisement. Hidan looked reluctant as Nan Shui got up and took him to the entrance of the kindergarten. Nan Shui, you brought Hidan here too. Tsukimi also brought Obito, who looked reluctant. Sister Yume, isn't brother Dave here? I remember when Dai-yu was there and when Mikoto was in school. Brother Dave was very diligent. Nan Shui greeted with a smile. Yume scratched her head helplessly. Dave's first words when he came home from the hospital last night. He won't care about anything until the gangster's grandson reaches his rebellious stage. Grandma, Aunt Nan Shui, I'll take Hidan in first. The gangster's grandson was heartless and pulled Hidan and ran into the kindergarten laughing. Looking at the backs of the two little guys running around, the two of them shook their heads helplessly. Kakashi. Why did you come so fast? Obito took Hidan and ran into the kindergarten. Under the trees in the square, Kakashi and several children were waiting. Hey, the sun is out in the west today, and you two are not late, Kakashi said calmly. TCH, I don't want to pay attention to you, are they? Obito tilted his head and looked at the two children behind Kakashi and asked. This is Kurenai, Asuma. Those two idiots are Obito and Hidan, Kakashi introduced slowly. Hello, Senju Obito, Hidan, I am Sarutobi Asuma, I heard Kakashi told you about you, little Asuma said with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth in his hand. Hello, my name is Yuri Hong, the little girl Hong said in a cute and polite manner. Hello, Asuma, are you able to smoke at such a young age? Obito asked curiously, looking at the cigarette hanging from the corner of Asuma's mouth. My old man doesn't care about me, besides, isn't this handsome? Asuma posed calmly. Obito then recalled something his grandfather had muttered. Hiruzen, that monkey's second son is quite good, he was born in a rebellious stage. How can he be like his grandson, who still has to wait for his rebellious stage? Ah, you are all here, am I late? At this time, a beautiful figure appeared beside several people and said with a smile. Lin. No, it's Kakashi who's jumping on him faster. Obito's eyes lit up when he saw Lin coming, and he said happily. Okay, let's end our chat here. We should be assigned to the same class. Now we should go to the first class. Kakashi clapped his hands and said. Advertisement as for why they are assigned to the same class, this has to do with someone's strong interpersonal relationships. In the class. There are a total of 50 people in the class with these little guys. Aunt Nanako? Obito suddenly raised his head and exclaimed. My name is Hidan, let me cut off your brains for fun. My name is Miyue, and I would like to give you some knowledge about the anatomy of the human body. As a result, Uzumaki Nanako encountered a scene she had never seen in decades of working. My name is Asuma, and if I have the skills, I have a ninjutsu I learned from Uchiha Madara, the two previous clan leaders of Uchiha, fire style, cigarette lighting technique. Kakashi, I heard that you are very powerful, do you want to perform for everyone? Nanako said with an embarrassed smile. Okay, Kakashi is indeed very good. Are there any other children who can introduce themselves and perform a performance? My name is Might Guy. Look at me, I'm splitting the podium with my bare hands. My name is Obito. I don't have any special abilities. Well, I just have money. Come on, I'll give you 1,000 taels for each of you first. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly, then pulled out the knife behind him and played with it a few times. By the way, after introducing myself, do the kids want to introduce themselves? By the way, Kakashi, you go first, Nanako said with a smile. Hello everyone, I am your class teacher for the next 3 years. My name is Uzumaki Nanako. You can just call me Teacher Nanako. Uzumaki Nanako walked into the class and introduced herself to the children below with a smile on her face. It startled all the little girls in the class to scream. Ah! In the afternoon, 5 parents, Dave, Hiruzen, Might Dai, Orochimaru, and Kakuzu, were notified by the school to come to school. Kakashi nodded helplessly and went up to introduce himself expressionlessly. You stinky white-haired guy, what can you pretend to be? Obito muttered. Chapter 437 Blood pressure is rising after school in the afternoon. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Dave, Hiruzen, and Might Dai stood outside the office door looking at each other. Jianue parents, please come in, the teacher's voice came from inside the room. Several people looked at each other and made room for Orochimaru. Orochimaru sighed helplessly and walked in. I walked into the office and sat down opposite Nanako. Master Hokage, don't you usually have time to teach your children? Nanako asked helplessly and doubtfully. No, I usually take him with me wherever I go. Do you usually dissect the human large intestine? Seeing Orochimaru come out of the office expressionless, several people looked at each other again. Hidan parents please come in. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then walked around Orochimaru and walked in. Hidan parent, how do you teach your children at home? Nanako asked with a smile. I usually teach him how to spend 5 silver taels a year at home, as well as economic and financial values, as well as the restraint and guidance of capital on the development of today's society, Kakuzu said after thinking. But Hidan behaved a bit today. Isn't that great? I'll talk to him properly when I get back. Don't be too arrogant and keep a low profile. Why can't you lose your temper on the first day? Oh, Kakuzu sighed. No, Hidan chopped off his head a total of 29 times today, broke his arms 54 times, and almost chopped off a child's head with a knife. Advertisement, seeing Kakuzu coming out of the office expressionless, the remaining 3 people were even more panicked. Asuma parents please come in. Hiruzen raised his chest and raised his head, mustered up his courage, and walked in slowly. Are you Asuma's parent? Hello, teacher, you don't have to say anything, I know what's wrong with him. I'll beat him up when I get home. Hiruzen didn't even have to think about what this kid had done. You still need to understand this situation. Is your son a little too precocious? Nanako sighed. If he matures prematurely, maybe it's because of his smoking. This kid has been rebellious since he was a child. I don't know how many times I have to teach him. Hiruzen also sighed. Smoking. Actually it's okay. His precocious aspect is reflected in. Pursuing girls. Isn't this a bit too early? Just now many parents of girls told me that there is a pervert in school. Harassing their children. Nanako wiped the cold sweat from her face. Might Guy parents please come in. Watching Dai walk into the office, leaving Dave alone, Dave was confused. When Dai came out and Dave was called to come in, Dave rubbed his eyebrows, took the quick-acting heart-saving pills in his arms, and walked in slowly. Brother Dave. Nanako shouted with a smile as she watched Dave walk in. Well, Nanako, tell me, what did the gangster's grandson do again? I'm prepared. Dave sat down and said with a sigh. Actually, it's not a big problem. Obito is a pretty good kid. He respects his teachers and gets along well with the kids, Nanako said with an awkward smile. Really? Dave was stunned. There's just a little problem. This kid, maybe a little naughty. Nanako scratched the corner of her eyes. Naughty? Dave's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the cap of the quick-acting heart-saving pill in his hand. The afternoon is free playtime for the children. There were two girls playing shuttlecock. Obito asked what fun it was to play shuttlecock. Then, he and Kakashi kicked a grenade. Advertisement. What? Well, you can open the window at the back and take a look. The upper right corner of the cafeteria over there. Is the collapse caused by the explosion caused by Obito's grenade being kicked up? Nanako said with some embarrassment. If I ask you to come over, there is no need for compensation. The first person I contacted was the father of the child, Dai Yu. He directly gave our school 300 million, saying that he was very familiar with this aspect. If there is such a compensation issue in the future, we will start from these 100 million will be deducted first. He also had no time to come back because he was performing official duties outside, so he contacted you. I just hope that you can give him less, dangerous items. Nanako hurried again, then he said, you are a traitor to your son and grandson. No, my blood pressure is up. Well, Nanako, I will confiscate all his dangerous items when I go back. I have to go to the hospital to get an IV and leave first. Dave hurriedly ate a quick-acting heart-saving pill, and after finishing speaking, he hurriedly left. The next day. In the kindergarten class. What are you two doing standing there? Kakashi and my guy walked into the class and saw a beautiful scenery. Hidan, Asuma, and Obito were standing motionless. It's nothing, it's just a slight pain in my butt. Hiss, Asuma said calmly, touched his butt, and then quickly took a puff of cigarette to calm down. Cut, but? Wouldn't it be better to cut this thing off first and wait until it doesn't hurt? Hidan said disdainfully. Don't forget what the teacher said in the morning. Obito is not allowed to bring any dangerous items in the future. Asuma is not allowed to come within 5 meters of any girl. Hidan is not allowed to use his head as a ball to kick anymore. Guy is not allowed to do it again. Any behavior that harms public goods will not be allowed to be discussed in any discussion about the teachings of Super Gang Kindergarten. Kakashi said, crossing his fingers. HMPH, I wouldn't have come if I had known it earlier. It's really boring. It's not as good as what Madara taught me, Obito said with a cold snort. Come on, have you forgotten the internship mission that Master Madara gave you last time to assassinate Iwagakure Tsuchikage Onoki? Are you really going to assassinate me? Kakashi gave him a roll of his eyes. Well, Obito, I think you did quite well in kindergarten. At least you figured out that 1 + 1 = 2. Miyuki sat aside and nodded. Wow. This is boring. Why can those little brats from the Hyuga clan use air guns to shoot at targets? We're here to discuss why 1 + 1 = 2, Obito said angrily. The Hyuga clan has implemented a policy of targeting children from childhood a few years ago. They have contacted the kindergarten to arrange the Hyuga clan's curriculum. If you have the ability, you can also do some courses for the Senju clan. Asuma shrugged, he said with a shrug. Uchiha doesn't have one? Kurenai asked doubtfully. Uchiha's courses are only available in ninja schools and experimental schools. They're specially developed for Sharingan, Miyuki introduced at the side. When the time comes, Obito, you can also study. If I remember correctly, your grandmother and mother are both from the Uchiha clan, and your father also has a Sharingan. It's possible for you too. Miyuki suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. What are they teaching there? Obito asked with interest. In the eye-opening course, the Genjutsu teacher from the Uchiha clan will pull you into a Genjutsu. In it, you may die of your mother, father, grandparents, etc. Anyway, I won't experience it. The evolution course is to teach you some of the secret techniques of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. If you are qualified and can open Mangekyo, you will have one-on-one guidance from teacher Uchiha Mangekyo. As far as I know, all Mangekyo from the Uchiha clan seniors and those who have time to teach. Well, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fugaku. I heard that the Mangekyo eye-opening rate taught by these two seniors is as high as 100%, but everyone who has experienced the course has become taciturn. GNU thought for a while and said, Chapter 438 Wizards. In class, Nanako is telling stories to the children. Little Red Riding Hood crept close to the grass. It's so boring. Is the kindergarten all about telling stories every day? Obito asked, lying on the table full of boredom. It's okay. Children's stories, isn't this just in line with our current stage? GNU said slowly. Hey, Obito, it stands to reason that you don't practice ninjutsu every day or something? Asuma looked at Obito in confusion and asked. Ahem. Obito smiled awkwardly. Haha, according to what he said, Obito is a genius that the Senju clan has not seen in a century, a genius who can't even perform the joint seal, Kakashi said slowly. Oh, really? GNU asked in surprise. No, it stands to reason that Obito's father is Uncle Daiyu, Obito's grandfather is Uncle Dave, Obito's grandfather is 3rd Hokage, Obito's great-grandfather is 2nd Hokage, and Obito's great-grandfather is 1st Hokage. The probability of this invisible gene should be infinite, close to 0. So, Obito is a once-in-a-century genius who happens to meet this gene that is infinitely close to 0 but not equal to 0, Kakashi joked. Idiot Kakashi. What do you mean? Obito roared with a blush. Tisk, that's not interesting. Kakashi raised his eyebrows indifferently. HMPH, yes, I can't even seal. But some people's mortgages haven't been paid off yet. How different is it like me? When I was born, I had 3 houses in the Uchiha clan, and my great-grandfather also gave them to the Senju clan. I have several apartments saved, and I also have several apartments in the center of the village, so I don't have to worry about mortgage payments. Obito rolled his eyes and said slowly, Tisk, isn't it just because you have money? Now it was Kakashi's turn to be unhappy. Well, being rich is actually a kind of worry. If my grandfather hadn't kept stopping my grandpa Zung from giving me money, I wouldn't have gone out with only tens of thousands taels, Obito said in annoyance. Kakashi, Obito. What are you two talking about? Nanako naturally noticed the two villains muttering something, and shouted a little unhappy. No, teacher, we have been listening carefully, Kakashi quickly stood up and said. Listen. Come on, tell me what I just said, Nanako asked with a smile. Little Red Riding Hood. The Big Bad Wolf. GNU sat aside and muttered, passing it on to them. Little Red Riding Hood quietly approached the grass. The Big Bad Wolf went up with a fire style. Little Red Riding Hood directly killed the Big Bad Wolf with a flying thunder god. Little Obito's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. Advertisement. In the hospital. Dave just came out of the hospital after receiving today's intravenous drip. Huh. Dave breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Dave's cell phone suddenly rang. Dave looked at Nanako displayed on his phone, and his heart skipped a beat again. Brother Dave, are you free to come to school now? Doctor. The man who just came out of the hospital fell at the door again. There is no other way, we can only let Yume go. When Tsukimi arrived at the kindergarten, she saw little Obito and Kakashi standing at the door of the office with their eyes wide open. What did you two little guys do again? Yume smiled and walked forward, pinching the noses of the two little guys and asked. TCH, you're not an idiot. Kakashi interrupted my class. Little Obito saw his grandma coming and smiled happily. HMPH, it's obvious that you didn't pay attention and kept talking nonsense that made the teacher angry. Little Kakashi snorted and said unhappily. Okay, you two little guys are being naughty. Kakashi, your father is on a mission outside, and your mother has an operation to do. I'm here to take care of them. Yume smiled and held the two hands. A little guy walked into the office with his hands. Yume is already used to this kind of thing. She has been here countless times when Daiyu was alone, and she is already familiar with it. After chatting with Nanako for a while, I found out what the two little guys had done. I knocked on the heads of the two little guys. After chatting with Nanako for a while, I took the two little guys away. Little guys, let's go shopping. What do you want to eat tonight? Yume asked with a smile. I can do it, Grandma Tsukimi, Kakashi said, holding Tsukimi's hand. I want to eat fish, chicken, duck, sheep. Before Obito could finish speaking, Kakashi hit Obito on the head with a hammer. Advertisement, you don't have a big mouth. Have you finished eating? In my opinion, just gnawing on the cabbage is enough, Kakashi said with a groan. Giggle, okay, let's see what's available. Yume smiled helplessly and walked into the vegetable market with the two little guys. Yume was choosing dishes and the two little guys were chatting below. What? Makoto. Why are you here? Tsukimi asked with a smile as she watched Makoto walk over. Hey, I'm so old, I don't know what else my father is worried about. Makoto smiled helplessly and shook his head. After Dave finished reading, the whole room fell into silence. Huh? Why is my aunt here? Doesn't she usually read at home? Obito scratched his forehead in confusion. Obito, is that your aunt? Kakashi saw a figure and pointed at it. A few minutes later, there was a loud noise in the hospital. You came out without saying a word, and you weren't afraid that your father would worry. Tsukimi held Makoto's hand and said with a smile. Then, Kakashi saw Obito take out his mobile phone, send a message to an amiable old man and take a photo. It's not good, doctor. The customer who was getting the intravenous drip grabbed the intravenous drip and kicked open the wall of the hospital and jumped from the 6th floor. In the hospital, Yume heard the muttering of the two little guys, looked over and shouted. I guess my grandpa is worried about that. Obito heard the conversation between the two, touched his chin and pointed to Kakashi at the head of a person hiding behind the cabbage. Humph, I remember that when Uncle Fugaku came to visit us, he brought a lot of gifts to my aunt, and he brought me a set of kindergarten simulation papers and so on. Obito rolled his eyes and thought of something from the past. Isn't my father very weak these days? I want to buy some things to make some food for my father, Makoto said with a smile. That wretched one. Bah, no, that handsome man. Isn't he Uncle Fugaku? Why is he here? Kakashi asked in a daze. Dave, who was getting an intravenous drip, received a message from his gangster grandson, and immediately took the Sushao Jushin pill in his hand. Chapter 439 Sleeping Night. Kakashi, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to be chewing something in his mouth. He opened his eyes dimly. Hiss. Idiot Kakashi. What are you doing? Obito was thrown off the bed, stood up and shouted in pain. In response to Obito, Kakashi kicked one of his feet directly into Obito's mouth. Silence. Listening to the sound of thunder and B********G upstairs, Dave, who was sleeping in the room below, had veins popping out on his head. Gangster. Go to bed, your grandson. Dave walked out of the house and roared toward the upstairs. Father, what's wrong? A white flash of light appeared next to Dave and asked doubtfully. Why is your son so crazy if he doesn't sleep at night? Dave patted Daiyu's head angrily. Ah, well, it's all my fault that Yuner and I were busy working and didn't teach him much. Dai Yu smiled awkwardly. No, that's just right, that is, you are not teaching now. If you were to teach, maybe this grandson would do something else. Dave patted his forehead speechlessly. Obito, it's time to go to bed. Grandpa is angry. Dai Yu also shouted something upstairs. Ah, you idiot Kakashi, how dare you kick your stinky feet into my mouth. I'll F G kill you. You idiot, I washed my feet after all. Your feet are like pickled vegetables. I'm going to kill you. The two little guys upstairs were arguing, but naturally they didn't hear. What's going on? Why are you so noisy here? At this time, another white flash appeared from the side and asked doubtfully. Old father, take care of your great-grandson, Dave said speechlessly. Obito, oh, Obito, it's time to go to bed. I have to go to school tomorrow. It's already late. Tobirama shouted something upstairs. What's going on? I heard it from the toilet over there. At this time, another figure climbed over the wall. Brother, Obito doesn't know what the fuss is about upstairs, Tobirama explained. Advertisement. Obito, humph, your voices are too low, look at me. Obito, my little great-grandson. It's time to go to bed. Hashirama roared at the top of his voice. What are you guys arguing about here? I heard it from the opposite door. Then, another door passed by. Quote. Your great-grandson stayed up most of the night and howled. Dave has a headache. Why are all these people here? Tobirama, Hashirama, and Butsuma looked at each other. A roaring sound echoed through Konoha village in the middle of the night. Bang! What are you doing if you don't sleep? The door was suddenly thrown open, and a red devil-like figure appeared in the field. Everyone on the field was stunned. It's a bit noisy at night. Obito, Kakashi, Dai Yu, Dave, Tobirama, Hashirama, Butsuma, 7 men knelt on the ground in silence. Sneeze. You grandson, I will kill you sooner or later. Dave sneezed and said shivering. Grandpa, you can't blame me. It's obvious that this idiot got so crazy that he threw me off the bed. Obito said with great grievance. Didn't you put your pickled cabbage feet in my mouth first? Kakashi retorted. Shut up. You two are no fun. Kneel down for a while and then go back to bed. You will still go to school tomorrow, Dave interrupted speechlessly. The two little guys glared at each other and snorted. Hulu, 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 who's still asleep? Dave asked confusedly. Oh, it's the eldest brother. He has long been used to it. He can even fall asleep while standing on his head, let alone kneeling. Ah, Tobirama yawned. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Hey, Obito, do your father and grandfather have such a low status at home? Kakashi was bored and whispered into Obito's ear. Who is low? Dai Yu, Dave, Tobirama, Hashirama, and Butsuma suddenly turned around and asked. Quote. No, it's okay. I didn't say anything. Kakashi looked at the 5 eyes staring at him, swallowed and said tremblingly. Haha, Kakashi, you still don't understand. In terms of family status, your grandpa Dave is very careful. What you see now is just a superficial phenomenon. Let everyone have a sense of it. Under the steps, Dave said in a cliched tone, with an indifferent expression. Advertisement. Yes, little guy, it is no exaggeration to say that we Senju clan may not have anything else, but when it comes to family status, we Senju clan are all tops. Butsuma also said very calmly. Father, my mother asked you to buy garlic yesterday. The onions you bought for fun came back, but they were still wilted. Didn't you forget that you came to me last night and we slept in the fish pond? Hashirama said lowly asked in a voice. Shut up. When did this happen? Butsuma blushed, but it was late at night and he couldn't see clearly. Everyone fell silent. The next day, in the kindergarten. Kakashi, Obito, didn't you two sleep well last night? Why do you look so sleepy? Lin walked into the classroom and looked at the two people lying in the back row and asked in confusion. Ask him. Obito and Kakashi pointed at each other angrily. Kakashi silently recounted what happened last night. What's the point? My father often kneels on the washboard at home. Asuma listened and waved his hands. That's not the case in my family. Hidan shrugged. My family doesn't have one either, Jianyu said the same way. So Hidan and Miyuki's family is more normal. Obito said sleepily. Kids, hello everyone, it's time for class, we are going to class. At this time, Nanako walked in and looked at the children below with a smile and said. When they heard the word, class, Obito and Kakashi plopped down on the table and fell asleep. Asuma sat against the window and lit a cigarette silently. The wind filtered through the window and the smoke filled the classroom. Hidan took out a kunai and cut off his fingers to play with it, while Mitsuki silently took out the book, about the principles of virtual reality technology, and started reading. The smile on Nanako's face suddenly solidified. Today, thankfully Dave had the foresight to turn off his phone. Dai Yu happens to be at home too, well, let's go with Dai Yu. Afternoon school time. Daisuke, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Hiruzen, and Tsukumo stood silently at the entrance of the kindergarten. After learning at home that Dai Yu had been called by school, Dave breathed out suddenly. Fortunately, my phone was turned off today. The grandson of the gangster will kill me sooner or later. Chapter 440 times have changed father. Orochimaru returns home with Mitsuki. That, father, Jianyu lowered her head in embarrassment. It's okay, I've expected this kind of thing since you started going to school. Orochimaru shook his head, he didn't blame Miyuki. Hey, Orochimaru, I heard you were called a parent again. At this time, a white figure appeared on the balcony of Orochimaru's house. Haha, Orochimaru, don't blame Mizuki. Who made Mizuki so good? Also, as I said before, I don't want you to teach Mizuki anything. You are still a child. Just be happy. Jiraiya looked at seeing the way Miyu lowered her head, she laughed and patted Miyu on the shoulder. Idiot. Orochimaru glanced at him lightly. TCH, Miyu, let's go, Jiraiya's father will take you to play, ignore this. Jiraiya moved his mouth, pulled Miyu and ran out. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Hiruzen took Asuma back home. You kid, can you save me some worries every day? Huh, do you have to make me so angry like Dave that I run to the hospital every day to make you feel better? Hiruzen talked tiredly. Hey, it's just a small problem. Smoking is not allowed in kindergarten, so is it still called kindergarten? Asuma took a puff of cigarette and blew the smoke into Hiruzen's face. Quote. Veins popped out on Hiruzen's head. Later, the child's screams could be heard in Hiruzen's home. As for Hiruzen's neighbors, this has long been a surprise. Kakuzu took Hidan back home. Which finger is this? Kakuzu held one arm and 5 fingers on the other hand. This seems to be the middle finger. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Also, father, could you please leave my fingers and arms alone, and sew my head shut first? Hidan's head was held under his arm by Kakuzu. Yeah, okay. Dai-yu took Obito back home. I usually don't look at you much, how can you be so naughty? Dai-yu said helplessly. Advertisement. I'm not naughty, Grandpa said, I'm releasing my nature, and then, he said something, let me continue to release so that he can do things easily. Obito retorted. Release your nature. Don't tell me that your nature is to go to kindergarten with grenades every day, Dai-yu asked with a sullen face. Quote. The grenade? That's not mine, it's Kakashi's, Obito said with an awkward smile. Really? The grenade belongs to Kakashi, does that mean the rocket launcher also belongs to him? Dai-yu smiled and took out a rocket launcher from Obito's backpack. Quote. This is what I want to give to Lin. Isn't she from the Hyuga clan? She usually likes to play with guns and cannons. Obito wiped the cold sweat on his face and smiled awkwardly. Haha, that's it. Then explain to me why there is a tank in the seal scroll in your kindergarten drawer. Dai-yu sneered, took out a scroll from his pocket and asked directly. Quote. That, my great-grandpa gave it to me to use on my daily commute to school. Obito quickly explained that this was indeed given to him by Tobirama. It seems that I have to talk to my father and grandpa. From now on, you are not allowed to bring any such dangerous items to school. Do you understand? Dai-yu exhaled helplessly. Okay. Obito lowered his head a little lonely. By the way, your kindergarten seems to be organizing a spring outing for you tomorrow, right? Dai-yu suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes, Obito nodded. Do you need to bring anything? No, just give me some money and I'll just go buy something. Okay, is 10 million enough? Quote. This is a bit too much. Watching Dai-yu pick up the phone and prepare to transfer money, Obito quickly stopped him. 10 million? How much? When I was a child, my father and grandfather usually gave me hundreds of millions. Dai-yu asked doubtfully. Quote. Times have changed, father. Well, just give me 1 million. Obito waved his hand quickly. Okay, if you need money, just tell me. The next day, on the bus for the spring outing. Asuma, why don't you sit down? Obito looked at Asuma standing aside and asked in confusion. No, I think I can see a better view if I stand up. Asuma held a cigarette from the corner of his mouth. Although he was young, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. By the way, children, we are about to arrive at the destination of the spring outing. I remember that there are many children in our class who are very good. Are there any children who are willing to help everyone hunt for lunch? Nanako stood at this time he came out and said with a smile. Dozens of chickens have already been thrown into the destination of this spring outing. Are they just children? They know some ninjutsu and the purpose is to catch chickens hand in the field and work together. Advertisement. As soon as Nanako said this, all the children raised their hands. Okay, in this case, there are a total of 48 children in our class. Then we will be divided into 8 groups of 6. As far as I know, there are a lot of chickens at our destination. Which group can catch the most and which group will have lunch? You can eat extra candies brought by the teacher. The children immediately started chattering and discussing. Lin, do you want to join our group? Obito looked at Lin happily and asked. No, I want to go with Hong. Lin shook her head and said apologetically. Okay, then it's just the 6 of us. Obito was a little disappointed, then turned to look at the 5 cows and horses behind him. Kai, Kakashi chirped disdainfully. There's nothing we can do, it's just the 6 of them. After arriving at the destination, everyone divided into groups to catch chickens. Have you figured out how to catch them? Jianyu asked calmly looking at his 5 cow and horse friends. Of course I grabbed it hand in hand. This is youth. Might Guy roared excitedly. Hey, you have to use your brain, Guy. Obito shook his head helplessly. Kakashi didn't want to talk to them anymore, so he took out his knife and ran into the woods alone. Kakashi, my lifelong enemy, you ran away on your own. Wait for me. This is youth. Guy followed closely. Hidan and Asuma also looked at each other and followed, trying to catch chickens or whatever else they could. Jian Yu shook her head helplessly, then took out a summoning scroll, placed it on the ground and unfolded it. As a burst of smoke dispersed, dozens of snakes appeared in the field instantly. Obito's scalp felt numb when he saw it. Jian Yu picked up a snake and said something. In an instant, all the snakes scattered. Obito, aren't you going with them? Miyuki asked, looking at Obito. No, I can catch it myself. Obito shook his head, turned around and left. A few minutes later, there was an explosion in the forest. Boom. Who was so wicked as to lay landmines here? Hidan's roar echoed through the forest. Hidan, UB ******** D. That's what I buried to catch the chicken. Obito's voice came from the other side of the forest. Advertisement Chapter 441 New Friends. Dave's house. Dave is growing vegetables in a leisurely and elegant way. At this moment, Dave's good mood was instantly shattered by the ringtone of his cell phone. Dave took out his mobile phone and looked at Nanako displayed on the phone with an expressionless face. Hey, is this brother Dave? Dave answered the phone, and Nanako over there asked. No, you typed it wrong. Ah, brother Dave, don't make trouble, I have your mobile phone number here, Nanako said with a helpless smile. Quote. Dave said nothing. Obito today. Omitting white words to describe evil deeds, I called Obito's father and his father was not available, so I. Nanako said helplessly. Obito. Who is Obito? Oh, he's an orphan, right. By the way, Nanako, I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. At night, Wu went out to drink with Dave. Hey, bandage man, have you paid off all the money you owe? Dave walked into the restaurant and greeted the familiar figure. It's only 3 billion. It's not me who has the headache. It's that Kakuzu who snorted coldly. What's the matter? You didn't go to deliver takeout today, why did you think of coming to me for a drink? Dave asked in surprise sitting across from him. Wu glanced at Dave for a few times, sighed, took out a scroll from behind and threw it to Dave. What is this? Dave asked. Shen Dun, give me a price, and this is yours, Wu sighed and said lightly. Quote. Aren't you afraid that your apprentice will fight for you? Dave asked doubtfully. I'm getting older. I'll be 60 in a few years. Besides, isn't the current state of the ninja world very good? That kid Onoki still has his old thoughts, but he gradually started to look away from it. Wu Heihe took a sip of wine and said calmly. Shen Dun, it's 1 billion. Dave looked at Wu for a long time and sighed. Well, by the way, your grandson has been quite noisy lately. Wu smiled and said. Grandchildren. Do I have grandchildren? Dave asked doubtfully. Oh, I am an extracurricular teacher in a kindergarten. I teach them how to exercise according to the textbook to lay a solid foundation. That kid took a rocket launcher and shot it at Hidan. Hidan must exercise like this. Wu see, he asked with a non-smile. Advertisement. Who is Obito, an orphan? Dave held his chin and took a sip of wine. Today I'm here to give you Chendon, and secondly, I'm going to pay you, Wu said slowly, raising a plastered foot. Quote. What do your feet have to do with me? When your grandson was outside of school, I asked them to grow vegetables to experience the difficulty of life. Your grandson is very good at growing landmines. It seems that you taught him. Wu Hei smiled. No, don't be a scoundrel and slander good people. I don't have a grandson. If I had such a grandson, his head would be in his trouser pocket. Dave said expressionlessly, thinking in his heart what could happen to his gangster grandson. The development is getting more and more crooked. Don't be AB ******* D, hurry up and pay for it. Quote. How many? Mental loss expenses, medical expenses, work-related injury expenses, gas expenses, labor expenses, electricity expenses, natural gas expenses. Go away, what the hell is natural gas? Dave interrupted Wu, who wanted to continue speaking with a black line on his face. Anyway, there are only so many zeros and zeros in total, maybe 300 million. Why don't you die? The next day, a new child came to Obito's class. Children, today, our class has a new friend from another village, Nanako said with a smile. From other villages. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hey, do you know what's going on? Obito quickly turned to ask the 5 cows and horses beside him. Well, I heard from my father that it seems to be Sunagaku's name, Miyu nodded. Scorpion. Why did he come to school with us? Obito asked in confusion. It's normal. Since the 5 villages signed a friendship and peace agreement a few years ago, each of the 5 villages will send some children to study in other villages every year. Our class is the first one. You are like other classes, mist shinobis, cloud shinobis, all have them, Miyuki explained slowly. Soon, a petite figure slowly walked into the class. The little guy had pink hair and was holding a small doll in his hands. He was also very delicate. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao, from Sand Shinobi. Xiao looked at the unfamiliar faces in front of him and nervously introduced himself. Well, welcome to our class, little scorpion. Nanako started to applaud, and the other children also followed suit. Why does he look smaller than us? Obito said confused. Firstly, it may be caused by the environment at Sunagaku. Secondly, he is really younger than us, like, 1.5 years old. Miyu thought for a while and said. What the hell, 1.5 years old? Are you going to kindergarten at 1.5 years old? Obito asked confused. Advertisement. Scorpion is Sunagaku's famous child genius. I heard that he could refine chakra at the age of 1, and now he can control Sunagaku's secret puppet technique. Kakashi looked at Obito like an idiot and said. Okay, such a genius. You just want to be friends with like-minded people like me. Obito said happily. Where is the Karakura seat for Scorpion to sit on? Nanako asked, looking at everyone with a smile. Me, here. I have a vacant seat here. Obito quickly raised his hands and shouted. Obito, Hidan and Mitsuki are obviously sitting next to you, Nanako said helplessly. Obito suddenly took out a scroll, and when the white smoke dissipated, Obito raised his rocket launcher and fired at Hidan. Report teacher. Now we have it. Obito put away the rocket launcher and smiled. Obito, your uncle. A certain white-haired guy sneezed. Seeing the shattered classroom and Hidan's shouts flying out, the young scorpion trembled in his heart. Konoha. Konoha is indeed what grandma said, so scary, and the folk customs are too tough. Nanako is all stupid. After going through a series of steps such as calling parents and paying compensation, Shaw sat next to Obito and Hidan sat back. Hello. My name is Obito. Obito looked at the little guy next to him and smiled. Hello. I'm Scorpion. Scorpion said with a pale face, fearing that if he didn't say the right word, the other party would take out that thing and hit him. Hey, okay, we will be friends from now on. By the way, Scorpion, I heard that you can control puppets. Obito asked with stars in his eyes. Yeah, Shie nodded, and the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly emerged as 5 lines, controlling the little puppet on his hand. Oh, so handsome. By the way, Scorpion, does your little puppet have any weapons? Obito asked excitedly. It has 2 kunai hidden in its hands. The kunai are poisonous, Scorpion introduced. Huh, that's it. Quote ? Otherwise, my grandma personally made this poison for me. It's very powerful, Shie said unhappily. Don't be angry. I don't mean to look down on you. Don't you want your puppet to sublime? Sublimation. Then, the little scorpion was introduced to various weapons by Obito. Look, you make a bigger puppet, and then the feet can hold 2 pistols, and the belly can hold a machine gun, and the hair is even more powerful. You make it a wig, put a sniper under the wig, and eyeballs. Eyeballs pretending to be grenades. The little scorpion looked like he was enlightened, and his whole person was sublimated. Chapter 442, Leading Astray. After playing with Obito for a few days, the little scorpion subtly joined the team. Today, in class, can any children tell me what 1 + 1 equals? Nanako asked with a smile. 2. Kakashi raised his hand and said. 3. From a biological perspective, for example, if a man marries a woman and gives birth to a child, doesn't this mean 1 + 1 = 3? GNU raised her hand to express a different opinion. 4. According to Miyu's biological perspective, what if they are twins? Doesn't that mean 1 + 1 = 4? Obito echoed. 5. What if it's triplets? Asuma lit a cigarette and slowly raised his hand. It's still 3, triplets. According to the perspective of game auto chess theory, 3 stars in 1 are 2 stars. Hidan also said happily. No, 1 + 1. That's infinite. From the perspective of youth science. 1 talent plus 1 part hard work. Exudes endless youth. Might Guy was impassioned. 6. From a puppet science point of view. My grandma can make 2 puppets put together to make 6. Shie also participated excitedly. Nanako. A moment later, 7 calves and horses stood outside the classroom. Can't you 6 just be normal? Kakashi was about to burst into tears. Isn't 1 + 1 = 2? Was there something wrong with his answer? Why was he kicked out too? Hey, Kakashi, as a friend of my fiery youth, shouldn't you always accompany the sun? Guy said excitedly. I just want to stay as far away from you as possible, Kakashi said slowly with a dead eye. So boring. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and said slowly. How about, let's sneak away and play outside? Obito rolled his eyes and asked with a smile. Where are we going to play? GNU asked. Internet cafe, Obito thought for a while and said. First, we are under 16 years old. Second, how can we escape? GNU asked helplessly. Hey, Kurama and I have been friends for a long time. Let's just talk about it there. If you want to escape. Advertisement. Obito brought 6 calves to the most remote corner of the kindergarten. Then Obito took out a rocket launcher from nowhere and fired it at the corner. Ha ha ha, can't we escape now? Let's go. Obito chuckled and ran out with a few people. Nine Tails Internet Cafe. Ah, it's not open to minors, go ahead. Kurama looked at the 7 little kids in front of him and said with a cold expression. Kurama, we are not friends anymore, just turn on 7 machines for me. Obito looked cute with his big eyes flashing. Oh, your grandpa told me last time that if I turn on your gangster grandson again, he will tear down my internet cafe. Kurama said with a sneer. My grandpa. Stop it, Kurama, just this time, the last time, okay, the gangster stepped forward to be cute and said, shaking Kurama's little arm. No, Kurama said firmly. Well, I can only go and play with Grandpa Madara. Ouch, I want to file a complaint and tell Grandpa Madara that you won't let me play. Stop, you grandson of a gangster is a real gangster. I'll open it for you. I'll open it for you. Don't complain. Also, if you see the police coming from outside later, the 7 of you will get out immediately. Do you understand? Hey, I knew you were the best. Got it. I found a corner and sat in the internet cafe for 7 consecutive times. Kakashi. Are we bad kids? My grandma said that no one who goes to the internet cafe knows any good kids. Shie asked, struggling to hold her little hands. What era is this? What era was your grandma from, right? Her thoughts at that time were definitely not up to date with ours now. Look, my grandfather is a typical example, Obito said at the side. Damn Kakashi. What are you doing? Record a video. I think your words are very classic. I want Grandpa Dave to watch them. UB ****************. D. ... After fighting for a while, the 6 oxen and horses also instilled a lot of ideas into the scorpion, and the scorpion also officially sublimated into a calf. Asuma took out his cigarette and threw one to each of the 6 cows and horses beside him. Are we still smoking? Shie asked tremblingly. Advertisement. Don't worry, cigarettes are harmless. Obito waved his hand and lit a cigarette. This is the Sarutobi Yellow Crane Tower, a specialty of our Sarutobi clan. It is non-toxic and harmless and will not affect our physical development. Asuma waved his hand and introduced. And not only the specialty cigarettes of the Sarutobi family, basically all the cigarettes on the market are from Grandpa Dave's kidney company. Each cigarette has been filtered hundreds of times by the special filtering machine built by my grandfather. There are no side effects except that it makes you energetic, and you feel as if you drank water when you smoke one, and there are no other discomforts, me and you also said. Oh, that's good, Uchiha police. Hey, those 7 smoking brats in the corner. Don't leave. Hello. The signal is not good. Hello, Obito. What? Who is Obito? Orphan. Is your signal too rubbish? I can't hear anything. Hang up. Dave said directly hang up the phone. Go. Uchiha police are here. At this time, Kurama swaggered over with a beer belly and shouted quickly. Scorpion. Well, is completely ruined. Children, please don't imitate. Smoking is harmful to your health. ... Will you, the grandson of a gangster, leave? If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. I tell you, don't even think about coming to my place to surf the internet next time. Kurama said helplessly. In the corner of the internet cafe, there are 7 little horses, each with a cigarette in the corner of their mouth and playing with the computer. Fugaku, why are you calling me, you little brat? Even if it wasn't Nanako's call, this brat Dave wouldn't be so angry. All right, Uncle Fugaku, can you just let us go? The 7 detained calves all asked, looking at Fugaku with their big eyes twinkling. The 7 little guys played all afternoon, and Scorpion's face was red with joy. Dave breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the marked pig trying to grab cabbage. So, suddenly, Dave's cell phone rang, and Dave slowly took out the phone with an evil expression. Uncle Dave. Obito and his friends were caught by the police on routine patrol this afternoon and taken to the police department for surfing the internet and smoking in an internet cafe. Can you come here? Quote. Fugaku stared blankly at the hung-up phone in his hand. Dave happily spent time at home with his wife Yume planting flowers and watering vegetables. It was a happy pastime. So fast. We still want to play, Obito said gloomily. Chapter 443 Leave it here. Fugaku was stunned for a moment, looking at the 7 calves in front of him at a loss. Uncle Fugaku, please call my father. Hidan said with widened hazy eyes. Uncle Kakuzu, okay. Fugaku was stunned and nodded. Then Fugaku called Kakuzu. Hey, is this Uncle Kakuzu? Hidan was surfing the internet in an internet cafe today because he was a minor and is now in the police department. Do you think you have time to come over? Fugaku said on the phone. Caught. Then if I go to pick him up, will I still have to spend money? Kakuzu asked after thinking for a while. Child, just come here and sign, and the bail amount of 100 taels is enough. Fugaku shook his head helplessly. 100 taels. Wait, if I don't pick him up today, will he have to stay in the police department all night? Yes. Well, I'll save dinner, let him stay there. Kakuzu's house. Kakuzu, whose phone number is this? Nan Shui asked doubtfully. The salesman is so annoying every day. Kakuzu waved his hand. It's a sales promotion, okay. By the way, why hasn't Hidan come back yet? Isn't it already time for school to end? Nan Shui then asked. Oh, he told me that he went to Dave's house to play with Obito tonight. Really, this kid doesn't make people worry at all, and he doesn't even say a word to me. Conan, who was listening on the sidelines, shook his head helplessly. Salesman. She remembered what her father liked to sell the most. The last time someone was selling medical insurance, her father sold insurance packages such as personal insurance, car insurance, medical insurance, critical illness insurance, life insurance, accident insurance, etc. The salesman came to his father to sell, but was sold by his father and made tens of thousands of taels. Hidan squatted in the corner and drew circles. Uncle Fugaku, can you call Jiraiya's father? Mitsuki thought for a while and said Jiraiya's name. Is it Jiraiya's? Okay. Fugaku rubbed his eyebrows and then called Jiraiya. Hey, Fugaku, what's going on? By the way, let me tell you, my new book will be released soon, and I left you an uncensored copy. Advertisement. Fugaku died before Jiraiya could finish what he said. Feeling the eyes of the people around him, Fugaku coughed awkwardly. Mizuki, your father Jiraiya said he was out and unavailable, Fugaku said to Mizuki. Jian squatted in the corner and drew circles with Hidan. Uncle Fugaku, please call my father. Looking at the people in the corner, Asuma shook his head helplessly. When it comes to showing family affection, you have to look at his family. Asuma is very concerned about this. Confidence. Uncle Hiruzen, okay. Fugaku nodded and called Hiruzen again. Then, there was a phone call in the room next to the room where the 7 calves and horses were kept. Hey, who is it? Fugaku slowly put down his phone, and Asuma slowly raised his head to look at the room to the side. Fugaku, why are you calling me? Aren't I already here? Hiruzen asked as he yawned and stood up from the bench. It's okay, just go back to sleep. Fugaku rubbed his eyebrows and forgot. Uncle Hiruzen was caught yesterday during a pornographic operation. Asuma squatted beside Miyu and drew circles. He originally thought that his father would come and take him away, but he didn't expect that his father would come faster than him. Kakashi, Guy, Scorpion, do you need to use the phone? Fugaku looked at the 3 of them and asked. Forget it, if my father knew, he might not be able to get rid of this person. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Hey, since Kakashi wants to stay here, Obito and the others will stay here too. As their passionate friends, how can I leave them? Guy said passionately. I'm from another village. They can't come either, Shie almost cried. Fugaku shook his head helplessly and went back to his office. Uncle Fugaku, just put me back, Obito shouted anxiously, looking at Fugaku's back. There's no way, Obito, I have to follow the rules and regulations here, Fugaku said helplessly, turning his head. My aunt is going on a trip with friends these 2 days, Obito said calmly. Friends. Going on a trip. Where? With whom? Male or female? Do you need a bodyguard? Fugaku arrived in front of Obito in an instant and asked. Sigh, I can't remember much about it. Old God Obito said calmly while sitting on the bench comfortably. Tisk. I'll ask myself later. Fugaku glanced at Obito struggling, turned around and left with some annoyance. Then Obito took out his spare mobile phone from his shoe and sent a message to his aunt. CS Gangster. Aunt. Advertisement. Quiet tea. What's wrong little Obito? CS Gangster. Uncle Fugaku will call you later and ask where you are traveling, but you must not tell him. Quiet tea. Phew, little Obito, how do you know? CS Gangster. Auntie. Never talk to Uncle Fugaku. If you say that, I will never pay attention to you again. Tsunere Madara expression pack. Quiet tea. Okay, don't tell him. CS Gangster. And auntie, I don't want Uncle Fugaku to be my uncle, he always bullies me. Quiet tea. Haha, good. Hearing snoring in the office. Obito patted the other 6 little guys. Well, in the words of my father, the biggest danger to me outside is you. Makoto said with a smile. No, I'll go with Kushina, don't worry. The 2 chatted for a while, and Fugaku looked at the hung-up phone, feeling haggard. Hey, Makoto, I heard that you are going on a trip these 2 days, do you want me to? Let's go. How to go? Kakashi said helplessly. Obito slowly took out a mine from his crotch. No, I must follow them tomorrow, just in case something goes wrong. Fugaku secretly made up his mind. Wake up, let's go, Obito said with a smile. It seems so. At night, smoke is everywhere. In the office, Fugaku hurriedly called Makoto. After get off work, because there were still 7 calves and horses here, all of which were children, he still had to take care of them, so he stayed here at night. Isn't your rocket launcher confiscated? Hidan asked doubtfully. These are 2 different things. What if you encounter a robber? Fugaku said with a headache. To discuss this issue, I think Kushina is more of a robber than a robber. But I think you might be in danger outside, Fugaku said anxiously. Chapter 444 Well, I have to follow. With an explosion. Fugaku was suddenly awakened from his deep sleep. Young people today, the smell of gunpowder is really strong, Hiruzen said helplessly as he yawned in the room next to him. Wait a minute, Asuma is in there too. Hiruzen suddenly sat up. If things get too big, they might as well bomb the school, but this time they even bomb the police department. It's normal for young people to be angry. Obito, well, it has the fine traditions of my Uchiha clan. Madara expressed understanding. I tell you, stay away from my great-grandson from now on. You are 80% responsible for what my great-grandson is doing now. Tobirama said angrily. Hey, he has quite a temper. What can you teach him? Madara asked calmly. I taught him a lot, Tobirama said, about to show him some forbidden technique. Just the forbidden technique, does it have half the power of my Rinnegan? Madara Rinnegan asked with a glowing purple light. Rinnegan is just a ball. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will come up with the forbidden technique that will kill you. I have already arranged for him to be a Grandmaster 500 Forbidden Technique at the age of 5, master the 5000 Forbidden Technique at the age of 10, and be able to create his own at the age of 15. Forbidden Technique, mastered at the age of 20. Tobirama said calmly. Then let me tell you, I have also arranged for Obito, Sharingan when he is 3 years old, Sanmagatama when he is 5 years old, Mangekyo when he is 8 years old, Eternal Mangekyo when he is 10 years old, Rinnegan when he is 12 years old, and when he is 15 years old, he will go to outer space with me to FK Otsutsuki. Madara said calmly. What you are talking about is a bit profound. Hehe, my grandson really likes filming now. He just needs to be happy. Hashirama scratched his head and smiled. But, he must find a wife when he is 16 years old. I will have a great grandson when he is 20 years old. This is Hashirama's bottom line. There is no way, Tsunade, a living example of an older leftover girl, is still here. Advertisement. Izuna shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, it was better to be alone. Children and grandchildren had to worry about them. Hey, one tail, or way, I'm off A. I just seemed to hear someone discussing education issues. Suddenly, an off A emerged from the ground. Do you need to take care of your children? Our eldest brother, Black Zetsu, specializes in taking care of children. At the age of 3, children can master the basic composition of feces. At the age of 5, they can skillfully pick out feces. At the age of 10, they can become experts in the feces industry. And at the age of 15, they can take a look. You will know when the stool was produced and what the person who produced the stool ate. Afei introduced. Ask for leave. Do you, the leader of the Uchiha clan, actually want to ask for leave? Orochimaru looked at Fugaku in front of him and asked in confusion. Well, I have something urgent and I have to go out. It may take a day. It just so happens that the police department was bombed last night and is currently being repaired. I also want someone to be on duty for me for a day. Fugaku nodded and said. Okay, but you have to fill out this application form. This is left over from the first generation project. Anyone who wants to apply for leave at the ministerial level or above must fill out this form. Orochimaru nodded and stood up. Go to the storage cabinet aside. After rummaging through the cabinet, I found a pile of forms filled with dust. Orochimaru handed the lump to Fugaku. Hokage-sama, just give me one. Fugaku asked, looking at the dusty form above and swallowing. No, this lump is just a piece of paper. Orochimaru shook his head. Fugaku took it in confusion, opened it and looked at it. Reason for requesting leave: please write 3,000 words each in argumentative essay, narrative essay, expository essay, practical essay, letter, and poetry style. This is just one of them. If you encounter an emergency during the leave process, can you return to work within 3 seconds? Yes, no. You have to approve the leave. If you can, please write 5,000 words why you made this decision. If you encounter an emergency during the process of asking for leave, and the natural gas in your home is not turned off, are you doing it for family or work? Please indicate your attitude in 5,000 words. Advertisement. If aliens want to destroy the Earth during the leave process, can you stand your ground? Please indicate your attitude in 5,000 words. What is all this? Fugaku asked confused. Well, because Lord First Generation met, the village started an interest relationship with the kidney company. In order to protect the maximum interests, this leave request was made by the legal department manager of the kidney company. Orochimaru scratched his head helplessly. Said. Uncle Kakuzu. But I'm really in an emergency. I think the natural gas in my house will explode after I write this, Fugaku said without tears. It's okay. Just take it back and write it to me within a month. By the way, do you want to take a look at the leave requests from previous ministers for reference? Orochimaru said helplessly. Of course, I want it. Fugaku nodded. How could he write these things? If you have seniors, you should learn from them. Here, the recent leave note was written by Tsukumo. It happened to be 30 days old and was handed in to me yesterday. I was going to take it to sell waste paper in the afternoon, so take it and take a look. Orochimaru took it from the corner of the trash can. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Tsukumo. Tsukumo, can you still write this? Fugaku took over and asked strangely. Actually, the first person to write this leave request was Uncle Hiruzen. Everyone who asked for leave after that learned from him. Oh, by the way, Tsukumo still owed me 2 leave requests. If you see him, urge him. I have to go through the process no matter what. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Okay. Fugaku looked at the time and couldn't catch up, so he hurried away with 2 pieces of paper in his arms. Arriving at the gate of Konoha, Fugaku hurriedly followed as he watched the tour bus leave. When they arrived at their destination, Fugaku squatted on a tree 1,000 meters away and breathed a sigh of relief while watching Makoto and Kushina getting out of the car to play. Hey, brother Fugaku, why are you here too? At this time, a yellow flash flashed beside him. Minato, why are you here too? Fugaku was stunned and turned around to ask. I have to follow Kushina's temper. Last time she went on a trip, because there were bandits on the road, Kushina also knocked down the bandits, mountain. There happened to be a village at the bottom of the mountain. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and I also lost my money. 3 months of food delivery money. Minato said with a burst of sadness. You really have to follow this. Fugaku swallowed and nodded in agreement. Chapter 445. Can you explain? Makoto, let's go to the gift shop. Kushina and Makoto asked happily as they walked on the street. Gift shop. Yeah, okay. Makoto nodded. It just so happened that she also wanted to buy something for her family. Later, Kushina and Makoto walked into a gift shop next to the street. Alas, Kushina has to spend money on gifts again, Minato said with helplessness and doting on his face as he watched from the tree in the distance. Did she buy you a gift? Fugaku asked doubtfully. Yeah, but the razor she brought me last time I went to Unokuni. I looked at the packaging and saw that it was made by the Konoha Ishin company, and this razor in Konoha costs 500 silver taels. She spent 5,000. And last time, the clothes she bought for me when she went to Bird Country, the packaging said they were made by Konoha Ishin company, and the price increased 20 times, and the above last time. Minato said helplessly and dotingly. Stop talking. Fugaku looked speechless and interrupted Minato's next words. Hey, brother Fugaku, didn't Sister Makoto give you anything? Minato asked with a smile. Send it, and it was given to him by his father, Uncle Dave, Fugaku said expressionlessly. Let me send you a message for Makoto. Your thoughts are beautiful, the beauty that is missing from the brain stem. I'll give you a slap on Makoto's behalf. I planted 500 grenades in your house for Makoto. Sigh. Minato grinned after hearing this and patted Fugaku's shoulder helplessly. Brother Fugaku seems to be more difficult than me. By the way, brother Fugaku, why don't we pretend to go and have a look? Minato asked with a smile. What are you pretending to be? Does your transformation technique use their abilities? Fugaku asked speechlessly. No need for transformation technique, let's just dress up. Minato smiled slightly and wiped some dust from the ground. After a while, the two of them looked 20 years older in an instant. Hey, Minato, you can also put on makeup. Fugaku asked in surprise. Well, Kushina is usually too noisy and always likes to make fun of me for putting on makeup. Minato said helplessly, with a doting look on her face. Advertisement. We can't talk today. Fugaku waved his hand and walked towards the gift shop. Looking at Fugaku's back with his hands behind his back, Minato felt a little bit pitiful for Fugaku's brother for some reason. Fugaku and Minato entered the gift shop and slowly approached the two people looking at the gifts there. Makoto, look at this little doll, does it look like Minato? Kushina took down a pig doll from the counter and said to Makoto. Is it like? Makoto looked at it in confusion. Of course it does. Look at Minato's innocent look that day, but he is too thin. I will make him fat in the future. He will be as fat as this. Kushina chuckled. Minato, who was eavesdropping over there, smiled helplessly. Fugaku felt like he had already eaten a dozen lemons. Hey, Makoto, aren't you going to bring a gift to Fugaku? Kushina suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Fugaku instantly raised his head and listened, fearing that he would miss any word. No way. Makoto shook his head. Why? I haven't seen you buy anything for Fugaku before when we went on trips. Kushina expressed her doubts. My father told me, if I dare to send something, he will also send something. I am thinking about Fugaku's safety. I still remember that I gave Fugaku a piece when I was in ninja school. A racer. My father. I found out a few years ago that he sent 500 grenades to Fugaku's family. Makoto said with some unbearability, covering his face. Then, it's better not to give it away, safety first. Kushina smiled awkwardly. Fugaku over there was dumbfounded. Minato looked at Fugaku's appearance and couldn't bear it. Kushina and Makoto picked out and bought many gifts. Although Namikaze Minato saw that 9 out of 10 gifts were from Konoha Love Kidney Company, he still didn't say anything. Before leaving, the counter saw that the two bought so much and gave them a small lighter. Makoto then took it and while writing the account book at the counter, Kushina borrowed a pen to write something while checking out. Hey, I believe Minato will be very happy to see this. Kushina was very happy with big and small bags in her hands. Well, I think he will do it too. Makoto smiled and nodded. Just as they walked out of the gift box, Minato and Fugaku immediately turned to look at the counter. Wait until the two of them leave completely. Luckily they didn't find us, Minato said with a smile. Actually she found out. Fugaku covered his face. Advertisement. Then Fugaku opened his hand, and inside was a small lighter and a small note that Makoto had stuffed into him when he left. My father has my consumption records, so I can't buy any gifts for you. This small lighter is a gift, and I hope you don't dislike it. In addition, your makeup skills still need to be improved. Fugaku looked at the note in his hand, the smile on his face looked like a fool. Okay, brother Fugaku, I know that Makoto still has you in her heart. Minato also smiled after seeing it, patted Fugaku on the shoulder and said. Then shall we continue to follow? Minato asked. No more, go back and go to work. Fugaku was in a happy mood, holding the small lighter in both hands like a treasure. Back to Konoha. Okay, brother Fugaku, there's no need. I've seen this all the way. Minato looked at Fugaku, who was still holding a small lighter with a silly smile on his face, and said helplessly. What do you know? This is the first gift Makoto has given me since the eraser from ninja school. I must keep it well. Fugaku said unhappily. Okay, I know, Minato laughed. Then I'll go deliver the food first. Minato looked at his phone, said hello to Fugaku and left. Fugaku walked toward his police station with trembling steps. Hey, Director Fugaku, you look in a good mood. Of course, that's right. It's forbidden to set up stalls on the street now. Pack up quickly and go back. Be careful, the police department will arrest you later. Okay, thank you, Minister Fugaku. Hey, Fugaku, are you having a good time? At this time, a figure appeared next to Fugaku, patted Fugaku on the shoulder and asked. Uncle Dave. Fugaku swallowed and turned his head tremblingly to look at the people on the side. Okay, I won't eat you. Just, can you explain to me why I saw you and Makoto outside on the background satellite positioning? Dave asked with a smile on his face. That, Uncle, I said that I just happened to meet him while performing official duties outside. Do you believe it? What do you think? Even if you two met, it would only take 2 or 3 seconds to say hello at most. But why did you stay for 19 minutes, 35 seconds and 3 milliseconds? Dave took out his mobile phone and asked with a slow smile. Uncle Dave, be gentle, I just came back and I don't want to run far away. Don't worry, I will do it very lightly. Chapter 446 The Choice of Fate. Reach out, ouch, beep beep beep, take it out, what is it? Just a little grenade. Okay, let's go in. Nanako searched Obito with the chakra detector in her left hand and the metal detector in her right hand and let him in. By the way, 59 grenades, 2 scrolls with machine guns sealed, and a scroll with tanks sealed. Remember to ask your parents to pick them up after school. Nanako said helplessly to Obito in front of her. Okay, Obito nodded speechlessly. Next, Nanako looked behind the door. Jian slowly walked in. What is this? Nanako searched out a scroll from Miyu's arms. Social Quality Detection Polymer Precision Structure Combination. Abbreviation. Nanako asked speechlessly. A bomb with gunpowder compressed 100 times. Let your parents pick it up this afternoon, Nanako said with a dark look on her face. Next, Hidan lowered his head and walked in. Do you want me to search or hand it over yourself? Nanako was too lazy to search anymore. Give. Hidan took out a scroll from his arms. Just one. Nanako looked at Hidan and asked. Hidan slowly took out another one from his hair, one from his shoes, and one from his crotch. The most speechless thing was that Hidan broke his arm and took out another one from his arm. Let your parents pick it up this afternoon. Nanako didn't know what to say. Oh, then, Nanako found 10 dumbbells weighing 50 kilograms and 2 weights weighing 30 kilograms from Guy. A dozen knives were found from Kakashi, and 18 puppets with artillery were found from Scorpion. Asuma found a dozen Sarutobi yellow crane towers and 30 lighters. Nanako went up to the podium and was about to start teaching, but found that the eyes of the students below were not on her, but on the mountains of things next to the podium. Advertisement. Nanako had a smile on her face, and a H character appeared on her forehead. Dozens of chains instantly burst out from behind her and threw the pile of things away. Haha, teacher, since you threw them away, I don't have to ask parents to pick them up this afternoon. Obito stood up happily and asked. Idiot. Kakashi covered his face. Well, no need for afternoon, just now, you 7. Now, go. Oh, after school in the afternoon. Obito, don't you always bring so many dangerous items to school? Lin said helplessly as she looked at Obito. I am doing this to protect myself. Konoha is so unsafe, and I am the 3rd generation heir to the kidney company, so my personal safety must be guaranteed, Obito said a little aggrieved. Where did you hear these words? Lin touched Obito's head and asked doubtfully. Uncle Fugaku told me last time. At that time, the young Fugaku wanted to get some information about Makoto from Obito, so he said this. Dave's house. Fugaku, good boy, Dave chuckled, listening to Obito's words on the bug. Give him a boost. Dave happily left home with his hands behind his back. You, how old are we, who would harm us? Lin shook her head helplessly. Just as Lin finished speaking, a figure flew over from a distance, broke the window, and flew directly into the classroom. Look, there is always someone who wants to kill me. Obito suddenly took out his phone, adjusted it to explosion mode, and threw it towards the person. Obito, that voice seems to be Uncle Fugaku's, Lin said doubtfully. Didn't hear that clearly, Obito frowned. Obito. Nanako saw that scene as soon as she walked into the classroom. Then, Dai-yu, who had just finished talking to the teacher, received another call from the teacher as soon as she walked out of the school. She turned around and walked back into the kindergarten with an expressionless face. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Jian asked the 6 cows and horses. What are your plans? Didn't you say you would go online in the afternoon? Asuma looked at Mitsuki and asked. Well, I won't go. A senior sister invited me to do an experiment. Miyu nodded. Senior. Where do you know senior? Asuma looked at Miyuki in confusion and asked. Advertisement. My father and I met when we went to the experimental school to do experiments. Okay, it's almost time. I'll leave first. GNU smiled and said hello to everyone and left. Bah, you're so unjust, Asuma said angrily. Hey, I can't go in the afternoon either. I just promised Lin to accompany her to the store to help. Obito also said with a smile. Seeing Obito and Lin leave, Asuma became even more angry. Scorpion, Hidan, where are you two? Asuma looked at the two people over there and asked. My grandma is coming to Konoha to see me in the afternoon. I have to go find my grandma, Shaw said apologetically, and left quickly after that. My father arranged a blind date for me in the afternoon and said that I could earn a lot of money as a home-based son-in-law, Hidan said helplessly. None of them are reliable. Asuma curled his lips. Asuma, let's go, I've packed up. At this time, Hong came over and said with a smile. Obito helped Lin in the store, Asuma and Kurenai went to the cinema, Miyuki was doing experiments with his senior sister in the laboratory, and Scorpion met his grandma and chatted with her about interesting things. Kakashi. This is the choice of fate. As my lifelong enemy and best friend. Let us seize this fleeting time. Let's work hard together. Guy shouted with great enthusiasm. What I said just now was so righteous. I thought you would accompany us, but who knew that your kid had already made arrangements? The 7 calves and horses have their own little lives. FK. Kakashi yelled, giving Asuma the middle finger at his back. What? I'll gain 30 pounds. The two looked at each other for a long time. Ah, Kakashi. Give me another 20 pounds. I'll put on 40 pounds. Why did I end up with you? Kakashi's pair of dead fish eyes revealed his huge helplessness. In the end, the two little kids were sent to the hospital with muscle strain on their faces and arms. Kakashi and Guy ran to the gym, lifting dumbbells with ferocious faces. Then now, the only thing left here is. Kakashi suddenly realized something, and slowly turned his head expressionlessly to look at Guy who was also looking at him. Yeah, what movie do you want to watch tonight and what do you want to eat? No, 50 pounds. 60 pounds. Chapter 447 It seems like we are in trouble again. Toothache. Miyuki looked at Obito beside him in confusion. Well, Obito nodded pitifully with half of his face swollen. Lin on the side was holding an ice pack and gently applying it to Obito. Have you eaten too much sweets recently? GNU asked helplessly. Obito nodded. He went to Lin's shop every day to help out these days. Lin's enthusiastic father always left Obito to eat meatballs. You have a toothache. Wouldn't it be better if you pulled the tooth out? Hidan said, picking up the kunai and tilting one tooth. Do you think everyone is the same as you? Asuma exhaled and said speechlessly. By the way, Hidan, can't you feel the pain? Obito doubtfully took the kunai and wiped Hidan's neck directly. My father cut off my painful nerves a few years ago in order to save money, Hidan said happily, holding his head. I wonder how could you be such a weirdo? Obito shook his head helplessly. I'll take you to the hospital this afternoon. GNU waved her hand, indicating that class was about to start. Nanako was very happy today because she didn't call any parent. This was also the only day in Obito's kindergarten time that he didn't call his parents. Well, my tooth really hurts. I'll be honest. After school, several calves ran to the hospital. Hey, Kakashi, Guy, we're here to see you too. Obito happily greeted the two people in the ward. Obito, do you also want to experience youth together? Guy asked with a ferocious face, each holding a dumbbell on his feet. No. Obito quickly shook his head. Why are you here? Don't say that you mean well to me, I don't believe it. Kakashi asked in a haphazard manner. I came to see you and you still slandered me. Do you think I'm such a friend? Obito said angrily. Yes, do you think of anyone as a friend like you? Last time, I didn't know who called me over for a fight with two brats. When I got there, I didn't know who answered Lin's call and ran away. Leave me alone, Kakashi said with a smile. That was an accident. Lin broke her finger that day. Obito smiled awkwardly and said stubbornly. I got AF G stabbed the other day. Kakashi got so angry when he said this that he really wanted to get off the hospital bed and kill him. At this time, the nurse came in. Kakashi, Guy, Obito, you three, let's go to the operating room together, the nurse said, looking at the little brats. The 3 calves and horses helped each other into the operating room. Lie down, the doctor said, looking at the 3 of them. Advertisement. Are you the only doctor? Kakashi asked doubtfully. Yes. The doctor nodded. How can you operate on 3 of us by yourself? Are you too unprofessional? Obito asked helplessly. For the first time in so many years, someone questioned his professionalism. Then the doctor stopped talking nonsense to the 3 little brats and threw an operating bed for each of them. The doctor holds medical instruments in his left hand and a scissor in his right hand. The left hand is treating Obito's teeth, and the right hand is cutting the bandage for Kakashi. Under Guy's confused gaze, the doctor's eyes slowly separated, and his left and right eyes each looked at a person, appearing cross-eyed. Until the 3 little kids came out of the operating room in confusion, the whole process took less than half an hour. Next, came the doctor's call from the operating room. Then, the nurses pushed an old man and rushed in. Before the 3 of them reached the nurse's desk, the nurses pushed another person in. That patient seems to be cancer, right? Kakashi looked at the person pushing in and said in surprise. Oh, so you have met that doctor, right? That doctor is amazing, even my father is full of praise for him. Hidan reacted and said with a smile. Your father is full of praise. My grandfather seems to have told me that he has known Grandpa Kakuzu for decades, and the only time he was full of praise was when Grandpa Kakuzu controlled the financial crisis in the ninja world. Obito said in surprise. When they came out of the hospital door and everyone was about to leave, Asuma's phone rang. What's wrong? Asuma asked with a smile. Asuma, a choking voice came from the other side of the phone. Huh, why are you crying? Is someone bullying you? Asuma asked anxiously. Before he could hear anything, the call was hung up. Damn it, someone is bullying Hong. Asuma said angrily. Someone is bullying Hong. Do you need some brothers to support you? Obito asked with great interest, holding a rocket launcher in his left hand and a grenade in his right hand. Forget it, don't get there and run away again after taking a call from Lin. Kakashi rolled his eyes at him. Hong also sent a location message to Asuma on Penguin. Obito, take out your tank. Asuma said slowly. After a while, a tank appeared at the door of the hospital. Advertisement. A few calves and horses sat on it and rushed out in the tank. Obito and Hidan stared blankly at the tank as it drove away. They hadn't even gotten on yet. Asuma, this B************* D, used my tank and dropped me. Obito said angrily. Then Obito turned to look at Hidan. What are you looking at me doing? Hidan asked confused. Use your body. Obito snatched Hidan's head from his arms and kicked Hidan's body to the ground. Go to the slope east of the hospital and place Hidan's body on the ground as a skateboard. Your AF ***************GB D2. Obito, let me go. Hidan's head was in Obito's arms, and Hidan's body was being used as a skateboard by Obito. Angry Hidan cursed loudly. Shut up. Your head has to look like a brain. Obito patted Hidan's head and followed the tank on his skateboard. Whoever it is, let's go. Asuma took the rocket launcher from Obito's arms and prepared to rush inside with his men. Kakashi had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth and held knives in both hands. Obito had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth and dozens of grenades in his left and right hands. Asuma had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth and a rocket launcher in his right hand. Jianyu also had a cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth and held a heavy machine gun in her right hand. Scorpion had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and controlled 2 puppets with both hands. Each of the puppets' 4 hands had a rifle. Hidan had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and held his bloody head in his left and right hands. Guy had a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth and 2 telescopic sticks in his hands. Smoke is rising at 8 Tails Barbecue Restaurant. Do you want to blow up my barbecue restaurant? Gyuki asked confused. A few minutes later, at the entrance of 8 Tails Grill. Is there something wrong with you 7 little brats? I just paid off my mortgage. Gyuki looked at the ruins of his store and roared with dismay. Gyuki was grilling happily inside when the door was pushed open. Didn't he bully you? Asuma asked doubtfully. No, I just called you because the barbecue Uncle Gyuki made was so delicious, and I wanted you to come over and eat with me. Kurenai looked at Asuma and said. Hidan, whose back was bloody, took the head and curled his lips. Red, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Asuma asked anxiously. That's right. All irrelevant personnel, come out quickly. Asuma saw Hong over there, and got out Hong, Lin, and several little girls who were eating with her. Well, did 8 Tails bully Hong? Obito arrived on his skateboard and returned his head to him. It looks like there's something bad in there. Asuma's head emerged from the tank and he exhaled smoke and said slowly. After a while, welcome, please find a place to take a seat. Gyuki slowly raised his head, and then the whole tailed beast was covered. The smiles on the faces of the 7 calves and horses suddenly stopped. They seemed to have gotten into trouble again. It's okay, but why did you blow up Uncle Gyuki's barbecue restaurant? Hong asked confused. Chapter 448 Help him. In the middle of the night, Dave's house. Can your grandson save me some trouble? Let me ask you, what normal kindergartner wears a tank and a cannon to school every F*********** G day? Dave asked, rubbing his eyebrows. Me, you are such a weirdo, shut up. Where did all these things come from? Dave asked with a black line on his face, pointing to a tank and a dozen rocket launchers placed in the courtyard. My great-grandpa gave it to me. Obito said, lowering his head. Don't take it anymore. If you have this time, can't you learn a genin technique or something? Have you learned the dozens of fire styles that Grandpa Madara taught you last time? Dave said with a headache. No, ninjutsu isn't as fun as a bazooka. That fire style seal or something. When I was doing that seal, I fired dozens of rounds of the bazooka. Obito became more and more excited as he spoke, and suddenly pulled out of his crotch he took out a rocket launcher. Get out of here, don't let me see you with these things again. Dave grabbed the bazooka from Obito's hand and threw it out. Go and learn ninjutsu. If you don't learn 30A level fire style tonight, don't even think about sleeping. I'll accompany you, A few minutes later, Obito, who was pretending to make seals in the courtyard, looked at Dave, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, and shook his head helplessly. Did you agree to accompany me? Fire style. Ninjutsu is so difficult to learn. Obito curled his lips. He also wanted to learn ninjutsu, but given the innate conditions, he was not talented enough. Looking at Dave sleeping soundly over there, Obito took out his cell phone and called Madara. I'm surprised. Logically speaking, your talent should not be weak. Why can't you even know the most basic three-body technique? Madara over there was also speechless about this. Then, Grandpa Madara, do I really have no talent? Obito asked with tears in his eyes. Not necessarily. If you are not good at ninjutsu, you may be very talented in other areas. In this case, you can come to my place. Since ninjutsu doesn't work, try another way. Madara hung up the phone after saying that. Obito climbed over the wall and left Madara's home. The moment Obito walked into Madara's house, Obito finally saw only two glowing purple lights and lost consciousness. Obito had a dream, a very painful dream. When Obito woke up, it was already the next day. Advertisement. How about it, can you try Sharingan? Madara asked calmly. No, I don't feel anything at all. Obito shook his head. It's okay, there is another way. Madara smiled. Then Madara took out her mobile phone and called Jing. When Madara took out her phone and Obito saw the name Uchiha Kagami displayed on the phone, Obito already realized that things were not going well and wanted to run away quickly. How could Madara not notice this little movement? She put a hand on Obito's shoulder to stop him from moving. Grandpa Madara, Uncle Madara, please let me go. I don't want to open Sharingan anymore. I don't want to learn ninjutsu anymore. I'm weak because I'm weak. How about just eating and waiting to die? Obito hurriedly hugged Madara's thigh and cried. Hey, Jing, come here. I have something to do. I want to help the younger generation of the family drive the Sharingan. Madara ignored the gangster's words and continued to tell Jing this. Grandpa Jing, please let me go, I'm still a child. Obito saw Jing coming, and immediately hugged Jing's thigh and cried. Okay Obito, this is for your own good. Jing smiled helplessly and patted Obito's shoulder gently. Who opens Sharingan like this? Obito cried. Kagami shook his head helplessly, his eyes slowly appeared Mangekyo Sharingan, and looked at Obito. The moment Obito saw the mirror's eyes, he was beyond love. After a while, Obito lay on the toilet and vomited. Mirror walked in slowly, and Obito suddenly turned back to look at him. Let me go, Uncle Mirror, Obito whined with red eyes. Kagami and Madara looked at each other and smiled, then Kagami took out his phone and pointed it at Obito. When Obito saw the face reflected on the phone and the pair of Sharingan on the face, Obito was stunned. Isn't Sharingan open now? Jing smiled. Well, let me just say, since you are not talented in ninjutsu, then take the path of Sharingan. Madara nodded with satisfaction. As this Sharingan, Obito looked at himself in the mirror and sighed in surprise. Completely forgetting everything I experienced just now. Advertisement. Intensify your efforts and help you open Mangekyo directly. Madara waved her hand. What? Obito turned back to look at the two of them in confusion. In the hospital soon. Experience. What kind of experience can use a pervert like Uchiha Kagami? Why don't you go find Fugaku as well? Let them join together to give Obito the experience. Tobirama asked angrily. Well, indeed, it's nice to not care whether people live or die. Kakuzu, who came to watch the show, nodded. Doctor, here comes a child with severe vomiting and diarrhea. All the stomach juice has been vomited out, the nurse said to the doctor. I heard the noise and came to take a look. The hospital is gone. Haha, doesn't the Hokage have to be rebuilt? I'll go get a loan for the Hokage, Kakuzu said with excitement on his face. The mirror on the side didn't dare to say anything. I felt wronged. I was also tricked by Uncle Madara. Haha, this is just a training for Obito. Madara didn't care about his threats and laughed. She didn't go to school today, so there should be nothing bad, but Orochimaru didn't know why, but he always felt a little panicked. Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze. Orochimaru sneezed 3 times in a row. Uncle Tobirama, calm down. Uncle Madara is also doing it for Obito. Looking at the ruins around him, Jing shouted hurriedly. Uncle Kakuzu, why are you here too? He asked in confusion. In Hokage's office, looking for your sister. Tobirama was so angry that he directly started fighting with Madara. Uchiha Madara, I tell you, if something happens to my great-grandson, I can't spare you. Tobirama heard the news and ran over angrily. That makes sense. I'll bring Fugaku here next time. Madara's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded in agreement. But this child is already vomiting and dehydrated. His heart rate is almost gone, the nurse said anxiously. Isn't this a small problem? The doctor asked doubtfully. It's interesting. Let's take him into the operating room. The doctor's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. After a while, the hospital was reduced to ruins. Chapter 449. What are you pretending to be? Sunagaker. Haha, Scorpion. You are finally back. Chio stood excitedly at the door of Sunagaker train station. When he saw a small figure slowly walking down the train, Chio couldn't wait to rush over and hug Scorpion. Grandma. Shaw hugged Chio affectionately. Hello, Grandma Chio. At this time, 6 calves and horses slowly appeared behind Scorpion. Shao, these are the friends you know, right? Shio smiled, put down Shao, looked at the 6 children behind him and asked happily. Senju Obito, Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Mitsuki, Hidan, Might Guy. Shaw happily introduced them to her grandma. Hello. Wait a minute, what's your name? Shio nodded happily, suddenly hearing a familiar name. He suddenly looked at little Bai Mao among the 6 people and asked. Hello, Grandma Chio, my name is Hitaki Kakashi, Kakashi said in a daze. Oh, from the Hitaki clan, how is Hitaki Tsukumo doing recently? Chio asked with a slightly colder tone. My father is fine recently, Kakashi said after swallowing. Are all my father's enemies spread throughout the ninja world? Well, if you go back, remember to say hello to your father for me. Chio chuckled. Your name is Might Guy, right? Who are you, Might Guy? Chio turned to look at Might Guy over there and asked. Hey, Grandma Chio, do you also know my young and passionate father? Guy said excitedly. Of course I know you, and I'm very impressed. Let's go. On the way, Chio learned about the family backgrounds of the 6 calves, and was speechless. Scorpion, aren't we just 6 ordinary friends? Dave's grandson, Hokage's son, Sarutobi Chief's son, Tsukumo's son, Might Day's son, and the black-faced Buck Ghost's son. The 6 of them entered the restaurant, and Chio found an excuse to stop his grandson and asked. Well, aren't they just ordinary friends? Chie asked doubtfully. Advertisement. Chio covered her eyebrows. If something happens to these 6 calves in Sunagaker will not be able to escape at all. Forget it, just take your friends and have fun these 2 days, but don't go to dangerous places, safety first. Chio shook his head helplessly, patted Chia's shoulder and said slowly. When Chio walked into the restaurant with Scorpion and looked at the menu handed over by the waiter, Chio asked the calves and horses what they wanted to eat and ordered them one by one. Scorpion, how's your puppetry and puppet making skills going? Chio asked happily. I can now control 7 puppets. And with the help of my friends, my puppet making skills are also amazing. Chie said, feeling excited. Then Shaw took out a scroll, and Chio looked at Shaw expectantly. As the white smoke dissipated, a tank puppet several meters tall appeared at the door of the restaurant. This is the inspiration given to me by Obito, the tank puppet. Then Shaw took out another scroll. This is the inspiration given to me by Miyu. The snake cage puppet has 100 summoning spells all over its body. As long as it is stimulated, it can summon tens of thousands of lion majesty. This is the inspiration given to me by Hidan, the undead puppet. He uses more than 1,600 parts. It can be disassembled and assembled anytime and anywhere, and can form tens of thousands of different looks in total. Watching Scorpion getting more and more excited as he talked, Chio slowly looked at the calves next to him. The calves and horses next to them smiled awkwardly, turned their heads and whistled one by one. Puppet, is it because I can't keep up with the times now or something? Why is it so spent? Chio watched these puppets for a while. Although they looked gaudy and used well, but, forget it, as long as his grandson likes them. When the food was served on the table, Chio finally realized Shaw's so-called, ordinary, friend. The lamb kidneys in this stir-fried lamb kidney look a little different from human ones. Hidan picked up a lamb kidney with chopsticks and said in confusion. Advertisement. Can't you tell if it's different by yourself? Obito said angrily. What are you pretending to be? One by one, Obito shook his head helplessly, then took out his pistol and fired at the cigarette butt. Isn't it great, Grandma, they always take care of me in Konoha. Asuma taught me how to smoke, Obito taught me how to skip classes, Mitsuki often helped me with the knowledge of human anatomy, Hidan taught me the wonders of the human body, and Guy taught me that I can't die as long as I practice. I practice to the death, and Kakashi often helps me practice with grenades and other things. Haha, I think I am very happy in Konoha, said Chie excitedly. When the bloody smell of kidneys, mixed with the peculiar smell of snakes, and the pungent smell of cigarettes, dealt a devastating blow to Chio's outlook on life and nose. Jian Yu took out a scalpel from nowhere and helped Hidan dissect and explain the differences between the 2 kidneys. Asuma handed Mizuki a cigarette. Mizuki slowly opened his mouth. A white snake stretched out from Mizuki's mouth and took it. He held a lighter with the snake's tail and lit it for Mizuki. Hidan took a sheep kidney in his left hand and his own kidney in his right hand, observing it carefully. Chio covered her heart and couldn't say a word. Soon, the last straw for Chio appeared. Okay, let me take a look. Hidan smiled, picked up a kunai hanging on his waist behind him, and dug out his own kidney in front of everyone in the restaurant. Ha, ha, ha. Scorpion, your friend, is really. Chio smiled while forcing a smile. Kakashi took Asuma's cigarette and pulled out the knife and scabbard. A flash of knife flashed, and the sparks stimulated by the collision of the knife and scabbard slowly lit the cigarette. It's okay, just a small problem. Chie waved his hand. Asuma, can you be a little more civilized when you go out? Can you smoke in the restaurant? Come on, give me one too, Obito said speechlessly. As for everyone else in the restaurant, everyone was so scared that they ran away when Hidan took out his kidney. Hey, thank you, Chie. Hidan took the bullet-filled waste from the air and said gratefully to Chie. Oh, weird. Asuma shook his head helplessly, held a cigarette in his mouth, snapped his fingers, and slowly lit the cigarette with the flame on his index finger. Shio pointed at the scorpion, then at the 6 cows and horses, rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Let me come. Shie directly summoned a puppet holding Gatling, and fired at the bird in the sky. FK. My kidney. Where did the bird come from? Hidan was frightened when he saw a bird flying from the sky and took his kidney in its mouth. Chapter 450. A group of weirdos. Scorpion, what's wrong with your grandma? Ebizo came over after receiving the news and looked at Chio being taken away by the ambulance and asked in confusion. I don't know, Grandma suddenly fainted. Is there anything going on with Grandma? Shie asked nervously. It should be fine. Your grandma is not that old yet. I'll go to the hospital and take a look around Sunagaku with your friends first. Ebizo waved his hand and said with a smile. Scorpion, where are we going next? Hidan threw away the bullet-riddled kidney in his hand and asked doubtfully. Then let me take everyone to see our attractions in Sunagaku first, Shie thought for a while and said. On the way to the attraction. Scorpion, shouldn't Sunagaku all be in the desert? Why is your village surrounded by trees and it looks quite lush? Obito asked the doubts he had been holding back all along. If I ask you to read more books, you have to play some canon. Don't you have any basic common sense? Is your knowledge reserve only as much as Hidan's pain nerves? Oh, I forgot, Hidan doesn't even have pain nerves. Kakashi sneered. Road. Kakashi, do you want to try cannons? Veins popped up on Obito's head, and then he took out a rocket launcher directly from his crotch with one hand. Come on, who's afraid of you? Kakashi also unbuckled his belt and took out a scroll containing hundreds of size grenades. Okay, can you please stop being quick to take action? We are civilized people. If we can talk, we will never do anything. Seeing this, GNU shook her head helplessly, stopping the conflict between the two. Yeah, but next time before you move your mouth and say these words, could you please pull the snake out of your mouth? That way your words may be more convincing. Kakashi nodded lightly and read the scroll in his hand. Put it back. Obito and Kakashi felt very bad as they watched the white snake in Miyu's mouth hissing and spitting out snake messages, and the cold snake eyes staring at them. The geographical location of Sunagaku is destined to be a desert, but it is not without human intervention. In the past few years, it has reached good cooperation with Rain Shinobi Village and Sunagaku with the intervention of Konoha's third party. Originally, the weather of Rain Shinobi Village it was brought here. GNU touched the white snake in his mouth and explained with a smile. In fact, our scenic spot in Sunagaku is the desert behind the village. It was a desert specially reserved. It was originally used as a symbol of Sunagaku, but gradually Sunagaku opened up, and many guests from the ninja world want to come here to see it. The desert has become an iconic attraction like the sea in Kurigaku. Shie nodded happily. Oh, let me tell you, why are there such big dark clouds over there? They belong to Rain Shinobi Village. Asuma looked at the dark clouds in the far east of Sunagaku and nodded. Advertisement. Can you have a shot at that thing? Obito asked excitedly when he became interested. I want to blow your brains out. That's Sunagaku's key to survival. Do you have time to spare? Kakashi said angrily. Shie led a few people to the desert area where they were visiting. Hey, there are actually scorpions in this desert, Obito said, pointing to a little guy emerging from the ground. I remember this kind of thing can be eaten raw, right? GNU took out a small notebook and wrote down something. Is this thing poisonous? Kakashi asked doubtfully. Would you like to know if it's poisonous? Come on, Hidan. Obito chuckled, picked up the stick on the ground, picked up the scorpion, and brought it to Hidan's mouth. What do you think I am? A test jar. Get out. Hidan kicked Obito away. Hey, just eat it. The Sharingan slowly appeared in Obito's eyes. Only then did Hidan realize the illusion. When Hidan reacted, the scorpion was already in his mouth. Okay, after identification, it is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Obito looked at Hidan who was lying on the ground and foaming at the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Speaking of which, you often treat Hidan like this. Even if he doesn't die, he can't stand your torment like this, right? GNU complained helplessly. Hey, Miyu, there seems to be a centipede over there. Do you want to add some details to your experimental records? Obito pointed at another small centipede that came out of the ground over there. GNU's eyes lit up. He picked up the stick and picked up the centipede, and put it directly into the mouth of Hidan who was lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Asuma shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, you have to stay away from these people. What do they mean? Asuma calmly snapped his fingers and lit a cigarette. My ball. At this moment, a shout attracted people's attention. Is this your pet? Kakashi looked at the little girl in front of him and pointed at the centipede still swinging in Hidan's mouth and asked. Advertisement. This is the pet I just bought. Woohoo. The little girl squatted on the ground and hugged her knees and cried bitterly. Kakashi, this is your fault. How could you harm someone else's pet without even asking? Obito stood up and scolded Kakashi for this immoral behavior. Yes, Kakashi, you are becoming less and less graceful. You even hurt other girls' pets. Asuma slowly exhaled smoke and said. Yes, Kakashi, what you did is so immoral. Miyu also stood up and scolded. Kakashi, are you moral? Guy asked, scratching his head. Kakashi stared at these three shameless people with wide eyes. What does this have to do with me? Isn't this what me and you beast, did? I'm sorry, I didn't think much of Ali. My Ali is not sensible, please forgive me. At this time, the little girl's father hurriedly ran over and picked up the little girl, and apologized to the calves. Said. Judging from the attire of Shima ni Ma, he must not be from an ordinary family. He is just traveling with his children and wife and does not want to cause trouble. It's okay, uncle, little sister, your name is Ali, right? In this case, I will sell him to you as a pet. Obito didn't know where he got a piece of cloth from, and tied it directly around Kakashi's neck. Kakashi kicked him over there. Here, let's leave right away. The girl's father had never seen such a cool person before, and he hurriedly hugged the girl and left. Look at you, Kakashi, you fail more than you succeed. Being with you is simply bringing me down and scaring people away. Obito curled his lips and said disdainfully. How shameless, Asuma puffed out the smoke lightly. Yes, it's so shameless, GNU echoed. Kakashi turned around suddenly, and the sword was attached to Miyuki's neck. Fight! Hidan came to life and shouted from the side. A bunch of weirdos, Asuma was tired. Chapter 451 Bullying. Wow, you pay for my little ball. Ali was taken away by his father and cried loudly in his father's arms. Ali, let's buy another one, shall we? Those children didn't do it on purpose, Ali's father said with a helpless smile. They obviously did it on purpose. I don't want it, I want my little ball, Ali said stubbornly, shaking his head. Kakashi, did you hear that? Hurry up and make amends. GNU said with a smile without panic when Kakashi put his sword to his head. Kakashi glanced at you coldly, then turned to look at Hidan. Huh, why are you looking at me? There's something G wrong with your eyes. Hidan shuddered when he saw Kakashi's eyes on him and asked. You still want the one from before, right? Kakashi slowly turned back to look at Ali in the arms of the man over there and asked. Yes, I want my little ball. Ali nodded stubbornly. Okay. Kakashi nodded. Then Kakashi pulled out the knife and stabbed it directly into Hidan's arms while Hidan watched in confusion. Then Kakashi held the handle of the knife and controlled the blade to writhe in Hidan's arms. After a moment, Hidan's stomach was directly picked out by Kakashi. Kakashi opened his stomach with an indifferent expression and picked out the half-digested centipede. Here, your centipede. Look, it's still alive. It's quite strong. It's half dead. Kakashi picked up the centipede and walked to Ali and said calmly. You, beast. Kakashi. Hidan looked at his stomach that had been dissected into two halves, wailing in distress. Ali's father has lived for decades and is an old man who has experienced World War II and World War II. When has he ever seen such an awesome scene? He was so frightened and panicked that his daughter even forgot to run away. Wow. Ali stared at Kakashi with tears in his eyes, and then burst into tears. Okay, your stomach just happened to be dissected, let me record it. Miyu took Hidan's stomach from his arms and said with a smile. Okay, stop crying, doesn't this give you your centipede? Kakashi was a little panicked by her crying and said quickly. You, wow. Ali looked at Kakashi, and continued to cry regardless of what he said. Kakashi, you made me cry, you have to take responsibility. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and said slowly. Advertisement. Asuma looked at the cigarette broken in half in front of his mouth and closed his mouth silently. Tisk, to use my father's words, young people today are really angry. Obito, Asuma, you too, think of a way to stop him from crying. Kakashi had a headache and turned to look at the two love experts. If you ask me, the easiest way is to just kiss her and gag her. Asuma said slowly. Okay, you can die. Kakashi kicked Asuma 10 meters away. Give me a way. Kakashi looked at Obito. There is a way, Obito chuckled. Boom. Seeing Kakashi being blown away by the rocket launcher Obito took out from his crotch, Ali burst out laughing. Look, isn't this solved? Obito took the cigarette from Asuma's mouth and took a puff and said calmly. You're Obito. Kakashi, flying in the air, yelled. ... Your father, was scared away. What are you going to do now? Obito looked at Ali and asked. Then I'll follow him. Ali pointed at Kakashi. Okay. Obito turned around and ran away with a few people. Kakashi looked at Ali in front of him dumbfounded. Where is your home? Kakashi asked with a headache. Suoxian village of the Kingdom of Keys, Ali said after thinking for a while. Okay, I don't know the way. ... Advertisement. I seem to have heard of the Key country, but this should be a small country, and none of the travel destinations in the travel agency have this place, Mian said doubtfully. Shouldn't we help Ali find his father first? Hidan asked weakly. By the way, Shaw, Sunagakur is your place, see if you can help me. Asuma nodded, looked at Shaw and asked. Well, that's a good idea. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Among the 7 people now, Kakashi felt that he and Shie were the only normal people. Haha, have you forgotten your brother? Besides, if you are not blind, the heir to the clan leader will definitely not choose you, Kakashi said with a smile. The smile on Asuma's face stopped suddenly. Then the most embarrassing thing about me is better than Guy, right? Asuma pointed at Guy, this was his last bit of stubbornness. Is this a missing person notice? Okay, I'll help you make arrangements. Hidan, well, That's pretty much what you said, but Hidan's net worth depends on who dies first, him or his father, Miyuki said after thinking for a while. We can't talk anymore. Asuma waved his hand, found a corner and drew a circle. Xiao's grandma and great-uncle are two elders of Sunagaku, and they have a lot of say. Xiao's father is the director of Sunagaku's scientific research department, what do you think? Jian Yu said angrily. Let's go to the radio and television station in Sunagaku. Let's ask those uncles to help us shout. Xie thought for a while and said. It's not interesting. Jian Yu smiled and waved her hand. Hey, Master Xie, you have a good reputation, Xie. Asuma asked cheerfully as everyone waited. Quote. What do you mean? Hidan asked in displeasure with his eyes widened. Oh, I am so young and have so many backgrounds. What should I, the future heir to the head of the Sarutobi clan, do? Asuma sighed. It's okay. I'm at least better than Hidan, right? Asuma thought of something again and pointed at Hidan. You're so strong. Guy's grandma still has some shares in the company. When my grandfather first established the company, Grandma Guy was the first employee to give it to Grandma Guy. It will also belong to Guy in the future. You have a problem. Oh, maybe the Sarutobi Yellow Crane Tower of the Sarutobi clan may have your shares in the future. Obito said with a laugh. It's Master Xie. What can I do for Master Xie? The person in charge of the front desk asked with great respect when he saw Xie coming. I want the uncles and aunts in the station to help find this sister's father, Xie said with a smile. Xie took several people to the radio and television station in Sunagaku. Chapter 452 Satisfaction. UB ************* D, are you trying to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Do you still have to be an idiot and have white hair until now? Why did these two get into each other's fight? Miyu and Xie went out to buy a few bottles of water and came back. As soon as they came back, they saw Obito and Kakashi squeezing each other's necks and fighting with their eyes wide open. They are so normal, they can get into each other even if they don't agree with each other. Asuma waved his hand indifferently. Kakashi. Obito. Hey, you two are done, let's fight. Obito, what are you doing with the rocket launcher? Kakashi, put down those dozens of grenades for me. Boom. Xiao, you Sunagaku, the TV station should have backup, right? Mian Yu looked at the TV station that was raised to the ground in front of him, and asked Xiao who was standing aside. Quote. Xie shook his head in confusion. What's going on? At this time, a figure appeared in the field following the storm. Uncle Luo Sha. Xie waved to the man. Xiao, what's going on? Luo Sha was stunned for a moment, then appeared in front of Xiao and asked doubtfully. The fourth case cage is here, it's really lively now, Miyu chuckled at the side. Come on, you coward. Kakashi hid behind Luasha and shouted to Obito over there. Ayu Kakashi. Obito held Gatling in his hand and thrust at Rasa. Luo Sha still hasn't realized what's going on. He was doing his work peacefully in the Fungying building. When he heard the commotion here, he came over to take a look. He didn't know anything about it, so he was holding a gun for a while. Mizuki, is that troublesome father here? Kakashi shouted to Mizuki over there while dodging Obito's attack. Come and go. I'm not sure whether to leave or not. You just knocked down the TV station, and Ali's father happened to be down there. Jian Yu shrugged. The farce was finally stopped by Luo Sha, Ali's father was taken to the hospital, and the 7 cows and horses were brought to Feng Ying's office. Advertisement. Are you from Konoha? Luo Sha asked suspiciously as he looked at the 6 horses and oxen in front of him except Scorpion. Well, let me tell you, don't be ignorant. Do you want money or your life? My father Dayu, my father Dave, and my great-grandfather Tobirama. If you want my life, you have to ask them first. Obito groaned twice. He said it very rudely. Okay, let me ask. Quote ? The plot development is wrong. Luo Sha actually dialed Dave's phone number after asking them questions. Dave listened to the whole thing. Uncle Dave, this. Luo Sha smiled awkwardly, holding the mobile phone in her hand. Strangle him to death. Well, it's not necessary. Luo Sha wiped the cold sweat from her face. Strangle him to death. Isn't he very ambitious? You have to ask me first if you want to kill him. I agree. Hurry up and strangle him to death. This thing is pure harm. It's okay. You don't have to have any psychological burden. Kill him. That's okay. As long as you strangle him now, you will be a great master in the ninja world. In the end, Luo Sha failed to listen to Dave and killed Obito. Dave paid several hundred million to Luo Sha, which was regarded as compensation from the TV station. Luo Sha was dispatched early and there were no casualties. Oh, only Ali's father. An injustice was punished. Then Luo Sha called Tsukumo and explained the situation. After all, there are 2 accomplices. Okay, I understand. By the way, Luo Sha, is the little girl's father okay? Tsukumo's heart ached a little. He originally thought that letting Kakashi go to Sunagaku to play, he would be able to calm down a little in the past 2 days. Who knows if his son is not Huomu? Yi, Ho-Ho-san shinobi went. 20 ribs were broken in the body, hemorrhage in the skull and brain, massive bleeding in the internal organs and so on. Sunagaku's medical treatment was very poor. I have already contacted the hospital in Konoha to be transferred, Luasha said after a moment of silence. Well, okay, I'll go to the hospital to see him later. As for what Kakashi did to you, I'm sorry. It's okay, Uncle Sakumo. Hey, this fourth case cage seems to be very familiar with us people in Konoha, right? Damn, he even has your grandfather's and your father's phone numbers. Asuma stared at this scene in shock and said. It stands to reason that Guy's father kicked the third generation to death. Sunagakure should be hostile or even hostile to Konoha. Even if there is some kind of peace treaty, it won't be like this. Mizuki said with some confusion. Just when Luo Sha hung up the phone and was about to explain to a few calves, the phone in Luo Sha's hand rang again. Hey, boy Luo Sha, I heard that something happened to you over there. How about it? Do you want a loan to ease the financial pressure on Sunagakure? Luo Sha looked at the phone with a strange look on his face. After the call was connected, a familiar sound came from the phone. Sound. Uncle Kakuzu, please let Sunagakure go. There is really no wool here at Sunagakure, Luo Sha said helplessly. Oh, how can you say that? As an uncle who watched you grow up, I am devoted to you and thinking about you. Kakuzu said happily over there. Quote. What about your other 4 hearts? It's not you. Lost Position, by Wooden Golem, Hunter, Calcutta, exactly 5. Advertisement. Nothing wrong. Konoha's hospital. We are Kakashi's parents. We apologize to you on behalf of Kakashi. I will be responsible for all your expenses in Konoha. Kakashi is young and not sensible. I hope you too can forgive me. Sakumo took his wife here to give Kakashi wiping my A. It's okay, kid, I understand. Ali's father quickly waved his hand. Are you Kakashi's father? Ali asked, looking at Sakumo with wide eyes. Yeah, that's right. Sakumo nodded blankly. Kakashi bullied me, Ali said childishly, holding his hands. Really? Then he is so naughty. Just as Sakumo was about to say something, his wife beside him covered his mouth. He said to Ali with a smile. Come, tell auntie, why did he bully you? Kakashi, this kid, it's all because I don't have time to discipline him. Shuomao's wife led Ali to the side and said with a smile. The 2 girls, one young and one young, didn't know what they said, and they all started laughing after a while. Sakumo's face was full of doubts. Ali, right, do you think Konoha is beautiful? Beautiful. Compared to your home, much more beautiful. Then do you want to settle down in Konoha? My father said that my family is poor. I can't even afford to go to school. Houses in Konoha must be expensive. In this way, you and your father will live in Konoha from now on. We, the Hitaki clan, have many houses. Leave the schooling to me, and we will also find a job for your father. Ah, really? Of course, just treat it as Kakashi bullying you, and auntie will give you compensation. Sakumo was even more confused after hearing this. Ali, auntie is busy and has no time to take care of Kakashi. When you live in Konoha from now on, you must take care of him more for auntie. Shuomao's wife held Ali's hand, her face full of joy, and her eyes became more and more satisfied. Sand Shinobi's Kakashi sneezed several times. I don't know why, but he always felt a bad premonition. Chapter 453. After being caught in the rain, I still had to pull an umbrella. Obito, have you chosen yet? Kakashi asked patiently. Why are you in a hurry? This is a gift that I will bring back to Lin. I must choose it carefully. Obito waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you pick something or not. Look, these small gifts are all marked as made by Aishin Company. You can go back and buy them. I remember that these things cost 20 silver taels each in Konoha's wholesale department, but here they are. Sell it for 2,000 silver taels each. Jian picked up a small gadget and said in surprise. What? Made by our village company? Obito was stunned and quickly took it over to take a look. Xiao, don't you Sunagakure have any gifts from your own products? Obito looked at Xiao with tears in his eyes and asked. Wasn't he watching such a conference in vain? Yes, isn't there an uncle over there who sells sand at a stall? This is genuine Sunagakure sand. Shie pointed at the uncle over there who was selling sand. When Obito saw someone paying several hundred silver taels for a bottle of sand, the uncle took out an empty bottle, scooped a can on the ground and put it on the stall to continue selling. Do you think I'm the wronged, Scorpion? Obito asked, pointing at himself with an expressionless face. Yeah, quite unjust, Kakashi agreed. Quote. Kakashi, do you want to fight? I'll always be with you, and I'll be with you anytime you're wronged. Kakashi, Obito. Far above the sky, among the stars. This planet, it seems, isn't this an area where sacred trees are to be planted? What is outside this planet? A figure stopped in front of the planet and looked at the satellites that were constantly rotating outside the planet. He said doubtfully. Then the man took out a small manual from his arms, flipped through it from front to back, and found 2 names. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki 1 style. Where's the sacred tree? According to the year on it, 1,000 years have passed. Why is there no sacred tree on this planet? The man looked at the planet and circled around to find that there was nothing like he imagined. The picture in the picture said doubtfully. No, I have to go take a look. The man snorted and took the manual back into his arms. Then he rushed straight towards the planet. The moment this man rushed into the planet, many people in Konoha suddenly raised their heads. Madara, I feel a strange energy, Hashirama said, looking into the air attentively. Here comes the cat and the dog. Madara sneered. In the woods outside Konoha, the man slowly fell to the ground. Advertisement. The man looked around, then released his chakra and rushed around. Then his eyes lit up and he rushed towards Konoha. Aunt, tell me, where are Kagaya and Ashiki? The man saw the two figures, walked forward and asked in a solemn voice. Iski, I don't know, but if you are looking for Kagaya's ancestor, she is in Konoha. Kushina frowned and said, this person is so rude. Really? Then you are useless. Otsutsuki smiled and slowly stretched out his hand, preparing to crush the two ants in front of him. Just when Otsutsuki was about to take action, almost instantly, a yellow flash passed by. When Otsutsuki came back to his senses, the two people in front of him had disappeared. Interesting, Yu smiled, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Thousands of years have passed. Not only is there no sacred tree here, but even the ants dare to resist in front of him. So what do Kagaya and Ashiki do? Then Yu glanced in the direction of the large amount of chakra he felt, and disappeared instantly. Today Fugaku is on duty at the gate of Konoha. It's not that he, the minister, has no one and he has to look at the door himself, but the gatekeeper took a day off today to get married, and the others happened to catch up with the once-a-month anti-pornography operation today. There's nothing we can do about it. Fugaku sighed, his thoughts already running far away. When he and Makoto got married, hehehehe. Aunt, is this Konoha? Where is Kagaya? Where is Ashiki? Yu walked up to Fugaku and asked lightly with a disdainful look on his face. Which village is it from? What is its name, and the purpose of coming to Konoha? Fugaku frowned and asked. Yu's eyes widened. This ant actually dared to ask himself this question. Then Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and waved towards Fugaku. Fugaku's eyes opened slightly, and then he found himself flying into the air uncontrollably. This was a tough move. Fugaku reacted immediately, and then Fugaku also immediately used his Mangekyo. Oh, interesting. Suki's eyes lit up, but Fugaku's Mangekyo was just a pleasure to him. Fugaku's eyes widened, seeing that the man in front of him had no reaction at all. You forced me to do this. Fugaku looked at him in the air with wide eyes. Oh, are there any other tricks? You didn't mind playing with the ants, this planet was interesting. Fugaku took out his cell phone and used the shaking technique that made the ninja world tremble. Nonsense, even my own Mangekyo is useless, this will definitely shake people up. 5 seconds later, Kagaya, Ashura, Indra, Hagoromo, Hamura, Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Dave, Daisuke, Sakumo, Kimima, Dai, Black Zetsu, George, Minato, Fugaku, Danzo, Hiruzen, Mirror, Nagato, Konan Yahiko and more than a dozen people who don't talk about ninja appeared in front of you. Kagaya looked at the person in front of him with slightly focused eyes. Advertisement. Black Zetsu is just joining in the fun. After all, he is also the first victim of technique, so he knows this kind of thing very well. After getting caught in the rain, I had to take off my umbrella. Well, that's what Black Zetsu is thinking. If an ant summons a group of ants, isn't it still an ant? Yu said nonchalantly. A few minutes later, ants, you PD me off. A few minutes later, you are looking for death. Ant, if you have the ability to challenge me one-on-one. Otsutsuki Yu roared without any panic. As he spoke, droplets flew out of Yu's mouth, and along with the droplets were watermelon seeds. Dozens of non-ninjutsu people looked at Kagaya. What this look means is, are the members of the Otsutsuki clan just wearing their pants when they fight, pervert? That's not right. The ones I met before didn't seem to be so pervert. Boss Black Zetsu, your last move was so cool, said a white Zetsu who was watching the battle respectfully. He's not a coward, he's following his heart. Remember, ants, the person who sent you to hell is called Otsutsuki Yu. With a loud shout in the air, the clothes on Yu's body exploded instantly. The problem is that if you explode your clothes will explode. Why did you explode your pants? The bright red pants were so conspicuous in the air at the moment. Oh, doesn't that mean you singled out a group of us? Do you need to call them here? After a while, that one, oh, I used it. I guess it's almost digested in that guy's stomach now. Where did it come from? What is it called, and what is its purpose? In the prison, Fugaku asked calmly looking at the bruised and swollen man in front of him. Ant, how dare you insult me? Black Zetsu was very happy to go back. After all, as a guy who had to hold up an umbrella after being caught in the rain, Lord Black Zetsu, have you seen the centuries-old excrement I have collected? Ah Fei ran over anxiously and asked. Hey, it's from another planet. It's interesting. By the way, did you eat shit? Your mouth smells so bad. Fugaku was surprised, but he quickly pinched his nose and asked. Kagaya's face turned cold with anger. HMPH, you guys are in for a treat today. I originally planned to save that move for George, but I had no choice but to use it today for the sake of the peace of Konoha, Black Zetsu said with great air. Planet Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Moon, passed by here and came to observe the situation. Otsutsuki Moon changed his tone instantly and said extremely honestly. Chapter 454 A bad start. Mother, What do you think? Ashura frowned. If this matter is not handled well, it will be difficult to handle later. Kagaya also frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. He thought that this day was still a little far away, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Simple. Tell me the location of the Otsutsuki planet, and I will go up and serve him a pot, Madara said calmly. TCH, Aunt, you are like this, you still want to go to our planet. You don't even know how you will die if you go there. Otsutsuki Yu sneered. Boom. Madara wiped the blood from her hands and looked at Otsutsuki Yu who was lying on the ground wailing and hummed. In my opinion, Uncle Madara, it's okay to serve it in one pot, but it's not rigorous. We can send some people over to take a look first, Dave thought for a while and said. Dream. I am a man of iron bones. Don't let me betray the planet Otsutsuki. There is no way I can take you there. Even though I am dead. But I am honored. Otsutsuki, with a bruised nose and swollen face, lay on the ground and roared with great ambition. Have ambition. I appreciate people like you. Dave's eyes lit up and he applauded him. What do you mean, father-in-law, uncle? Fugaku accidentally shouted out his true thoughts. Go away. In this case, I have to let you taste the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Dave looked at Otsutsuki Yu on the ground with some unbearability and said. Come on. Use whatever punishment you can. Every time I say a word, you are insulting my Otsutsuki surname. Black Zetsu. Come here again. There's a man. Dave immediately took out his mobile phone and called Black Zetsu. After a while, Black Zetsu came in with 10 white Zetsu. Black Zetsu waved and signaled the 10 white Zetsu behind him to put down the things they were carrying. Let's go. The next scene may be a bit cruel. Dave waved his hand and led everyone out first. Come on. Otsutsuki frowned and roared. Black Zetsu chuckled and motioned to the people behind him to open those things. Cow dung, sheep dung, dog dung, human dung, bird dung, horse dung, cat dung, pig dung, wolf dung, and a mixture of 10 kinds of urine. Black Zetsu introduced him one by one. Ant. The top 10 tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty were agreed upon. Otsutsuki swallowed and roared angrily towards the door. Then Black Zetsu said there were exactly 10. And there was food and drink. Dave replied to him outside the door. Advertisement. Come on. Fei picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and slowly brought it to Yu's mouth. Yu looked at the spoon in front of her, and watched as the yellow-inducing liquid slowly floated out of a leaf. When the fishy and pungent smell mixed with the strong visual impact attacked Yu's 5 senses. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Wails echoed through Konoha. Well, the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty are very effective. Well, when I have free time, I have to learn about the 10 tortures of the Tang dynasty. Dave thought to himself. For the sake of safety on the road and to allow him to provide better services, Dave is not a bad guy. This month he took him to bars, internet cafes, delicious food, and casinos. And called Kakuzu from time to time to provide him with ideas. The idea of a ruling class cannot exist. The emergence of a ruling class means the emergence of a ruled class. When the ruled class is oppressed to a certain extent, the ruled class will definitely stand up and confront the ruling class. When this kind of thing happens in a capitalized place, the consequences are very terrible. When class struggle breaks out in a capitalized area. Otsutsuki didn't know how he got through this month. He just felt a little dizzy. How about you? Why don't you throw away your identity as the Otsutsuki planet and come to Konoha to live a happy life? Dave patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Otsutsuki looked struggling. Oh, okay, then I can only ask Black Zetsu to come and have a long talk with you. I'm joining. Welcome. After Kakuzu's long-term influence on socialism and democracy, as well as a month of happy life in Konoha, coupled with the forceful oppression of a few people and the 10 major tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty, Yu has surrendered to the enemy with all his heart. Anyway, his status on the planet Otsutsuki is not high, and he is looked down upon by others every day, so he might as well be happy here. In Hokage's office, my father has already built a ship across the universe. Now we have to choose the people who will go there, Orochimaru said with a solemn expression. Me, Kakuzu, Danzo, Hiruzen, Mirror, and this guy will do it. Dave had already thought about it. It just so happened that my retired F4 was almost free at home, so I just happened to go out to play. Isn't that too? Orochimaru was stunned. It's okay. The few of us can protect ourselves. Let's observe what happens when we get there, Dave said cheerfully. Okay, uncles, take care. In this way, under Madara's intensely unhappy gaze, Dave took a few people and left on the spaceship. Why not take Madara with him? Madara's temper. Well, let's not bring it up for now. In the vast universe, the spacecraft came to a standstill after flying for a day. Advertisement. I suddenly realized something. Who among us can fly a spaceship? Dave asked. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Then how the hell did this spaceship fly up? Hey, I was busy taking off for Dave, and I forgot to teach them how to fly. Orochimaru, who was eating, suddenly realized this. Forget it. Dave is so powerful, it should be fine. Several people looked at the hundreds of buttons in front of them with sad faces. Boss Dave, let me tell you, it's this red button. It's the same color as my underwear. Yu looked at the red button and said very confidently, then suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it. The spaceship is about to disintegrate. Ayu Otsutsuki Yu. A few people were lucky. There happened to be a planet below the spacecraft. Yu could fly in the universe, so they took a few people down. Fortunately, it was still a planet with oxygen, so several people slowly stood up. All F asterisk 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 G kill UB asterisk 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 D. Dave angrily strangled Yu's neck. Calm down. If we kill him, we won't be able to leave. Danzo quickly stopped him. I'm telling you, if you don't take us to the planet Otsutsuki within 3F asterisk 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 G days, I'm going to kill you. Dave roared as Danzo and Hiruzen stopped him. Don't worry, brother Dave. Leave it to me, Yu said after taking a few breaths. Then, the moon slowly rose into the sky. Dave and others looked at him in surprise. You ants on the planet. Tell me where this is. I saw you speaking slowly, but her voice was very loud, spreading thousands of miles around. Somewhere, a pair of eyes slowly looked up at the moon in the sky, and was dumbfounded for an instant. Under the blue sky, the red pants are so conspicuous at the moment. Dave and others immediately slapped their foreheads. This guy is not very strong, but he will habitually burst open his clothes every time he uses his strength. According to him, fighting naked is more soulful. Chapter 455 Shit is flying in the sky. Madara. They are so disgusting. They didn't take us with them for such a thing. Hashirama knew that Dave and others ran away without him, and he had been depressed for several days. Then what do you want? Madara chuckled and looked at Hashirama. How about we go there secretly? Hashirama chuckled. How to get there? We don't have a spaceship. I asked Orochimaru and he only has enough materials for that one. It's not like Madara hasn't thought about it. It's not like Orochi is the only one who knows how to fly a spaceship. Hashirama chuckled, picked up his cell phone and called someone. A moment later, in a dark warehouse. Spaceship. If you don't do it, why waste time and energy on this thing? George took the trouble and waved his hand in refusal. We'll give you money. Madara said calmly. TCH, do you think I'm short of money? George chuckled. For the peace of the ninja world. George, please. Hashirama choked with sobs. If you don't do it, go away. Looking at George who was punched away by Madara, Hashirama sighed. Do you want to build a spaceship? At this time, a dark figure slowly walked over and asked. Black Zetsu, why are you here? Hashirama looked at this thing and asked in confusion. Well, Black Zetsu is my eldest brother. You don't have to worry about this. Do you want to build a spaceship? Black Zetsu number 2 waved his hand and asked. Well, what can you do? Madara asked in surprise. I don't have it, but my elder brother does. You can go to my elder brother, Black Zetsu number 2 introduced. A few minutes later, Black Zetsu looked at Hashirama and Madara in front of him with confused expressions. Wait a minute, spaceship. Going to mother's hometown. Don't do it, it's a waste of my time. Black Zetsu refused. Black Zetsu number 2 hurriedly pulled Black Zetsu aside. Brother, you are stupid, make a spaceship and you can go with them, Black Zetsu number 2 said hurriedly. Why should I go to my mother's hometown? Black Zetsu asked, still confused. Advertisement. First, brother, you and George have been fighting for the cesspool of the ninja world for many years, and they are still evenly matched. Brother, we might as well take a longer view and zoom in. George doesn't like this 3-acre land of the ninja world, so you can give it to him. We don't want it. Let's go outside and expand our business to the entire universe. Then who will want to live in a place like ninja world, right? Black Zetsu number 2 said calmly. That makes sense. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up. Second, we all know about Mother. Are these two good birds? By then, if the Otsutsuki planet doesn't blow up, they will have restrained themselves. You went with them. When the time comes, you and I wouldn't Mother be happy if she took credit for saying this. When the time comes, Hagoromo and Hamura are just the same, they won't necessarily become orphans. Black Zetsu number 2 continued. Black Zetsu's eyes glowed brighter and brighter. Just tell me, brother, does what I said make sense? Black Zetsu number 2 said slowly. It makes sense. Go. I agreed. Make the spaceship. Let's go as soon as we make it. Black Zetsu shouted excitedly. I promised to make a spaceship for you too, but I will go after it is finished, Black Zetsu said slowly as he walked up to the two of them. No problem. Hashirama thought for a moment, and there was no big problem. After several people discussed it, Hashirama and Madara went back first. How can we make a spaceship if we just talk about it? Only then did Black Zetsu realize a problem. Don't worry, brother, I've been undercover with George for such a long time and I've learned a lot secretly, Black Zetsu number 2 assured, patting his chest. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Black Zetsu nodded with satisfaction. Shit, the reason why it stinks is because of the gases it emits, and these gases contain carbon dioxide, methane, ammonia and other impurities. These gases are all good fuels. We don't have much else here, just shit. More. Black Zetsu number 2 models. Brother, you are knowledgeable, Black Zetsu praised. That's right, leave it to me. A few days later, Madara and Hashirama received the news and came over with their things ready. You told me, this is a spaceship. Madara asked, looking at the feces-shaped thing in front of her. HMPH, don't underestimate him. This thing only needs a shovel of excrement to accelerate to 100 kilometers. It saves worry, effort and fuel consumption, Black Zetsu number 2 said quite proudly. Feeling the strange smell in the air, Hashirama spit it out. Forget it, I have no choice but to use this for now. Madara frowned and used chakra to seal off her sense of smell. Do you need to call Tobirama and Izuna? Hashirama asked. No, we can just go. Madara shook her head. Advertisement. Where is the door? Madara walked up to this thing and asked in surprise. Black Zetsu number 2 went up and kicked it. The door opened. Ahem, the door is here, Black Zetsu number 2 said with an awkward smile. Then Madara suppressed her nausea and walked in with Hashirama. How to activate it? Madara looked at Black Zetsu and asked. Faye. Black Zetsu shouted towards the back. Receive. In front of the fuel stove, Faye held a shovel in both hands and shoveled something inside. What kind of fuel does this spaceship consume? Hashirama felt the strange smell of burning in the air and vomited out all the food he had eaten in the morning. Didn't I tell you just now, what is consumed as feces? Oh, Renren is here. Let's go. Black Zetsu excitedly pressed a button on the console. The bottom of the shit-shaped spacecraft instantly emitted powerful power flames, pushing the thing into the sky. Brother, everything in the ninja world is left to you. Black Zetsu shouted to Black Zetsu number 2 below. Okay. When the spacecraft completely turned into a small black dot, Black Zetsu number 2 couldn't help but hide his face and laugh bitterly. My good brother. Ha 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 ha. Just go ahead with peace of mind. Mom, I am the only one. Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu number 2 laughed loudly. Besides, there is a surprise up there. Ha ha ha. ... With the advancement and development of science and technology, we will. Teacher, look, there's shit flying in the sky. Obito pointed out the window and shouted. Obito, call your parents over here. Really teacher, look, there is shit flying in the sky. Obito.